Chapter 1 Transmigration, Unfamiliar Memories. In the Xuantian Continent. Eastern Wilderness. The Dao Peak whirs majestically, infused with spiritual nergathot sourced to the heavens. Asonoft Hatri Great Sects oft Eastern Wilderness, the Qingyun Dao sect is today adorned with festive decorations, welcoming an influx of esteemed guests, all notable figures off the Eastern Wilderness. Congratulations, congratulations. Haha, Lin Yuan de Agia renowned de Prodigy in our Eastern Wilderness today, on his wedding day, is indeed a moment of great joy. The union of that were great deo sects today sam momentous occasion for a Eastern Wilderness. Within the sect, the air is filled with continuous expressions of congratulations and flattery. This day marks the joyous occasion of the marriage of Lin Yuan, the contemporary deozi of the Qingyun Dao sect. His bride is equally remarkable, being the holy maiden of the Piaoxiu Dao sect, Lu Shui, Hoisel said the daughter of the sect's leader, thus possessing gap prestigious lineage. One Daozi, one holy maiden their marriage is ignifious a powerful alliance between Tetwo formidable factions. Amidst the lively atmosphere, with guests arriving in droves, the commotion fills the air. Meanwhile, in Sidi Qingyun Dao sect, in Narum brimming with spiritual energy and exuding Ganen Tiketcherm. So, have I transmigrated? The Sizeum Winkledin Black, his featureless refined, appearing Tobano Mora than Twentire Sauvage, the protagonist of Qingyun Dao sect's grand celebration. However, this Lin Yuan is not the same as he in Euphoria upon awakening, he discover at the had traversed realm. A house from the modern world, where Havlin in dreading Ganov laughter were the previous night, on little's consciousness on wake up in Thyssen familiar realm. Ugh, my head hurts. At this moment, just after his transmigration, Lin Yuan feels a surge of fun familiar memory is flooding his mind like a tidal wave, causing his stemple to throw band cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Lin Yuan, senior brother of the Qingyun Dao sect. Married? As thin familiar memories merge, Lin Yuan's suffering continues. Through the memories, he realizes that, coincidentally, the original owner of this body also bears the name Lin Yuan. However, unlike the hardship she faced in his previous life, this Lin Yuan weighs into Eric's generation, born with a golden key, possessing astonishing talent and unparalleled aptitude, undeniably the higher apparent of Qingyun Dao sect. Now, I said a married holy maiden of Thermidor sect, ascending to the pinnacle of life, seeming lie definitive o inherent the gammy of life. Yet, the Lin Yuan ho has absorbed these memories finds third to feel any joy. Can you refuse this marriage? A bittersweet smile like gracious lips. Through the memories, Lin Yuan comprehends that the original owner of this body was, in his past life, nothing short of an ardent admirer. Lu Shui, who harbors little fiction for him, possesses a talent and status what woman would shellac. Why then, hang her hopes on a single tree? As Lin Yuan reflects on this, believing the emergent Goff Memorias to be complete, has suddenly sensed a disturbance. What is that? At this moment, the pain of memory fusion intensifies rather than subsiding. No. Something is wrong. Lin Yuan's complexion pales further, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Up around, forbidden Imperial Clan, Lin family. Training. As these unfamiliar terms escape Lin Yuan's trembling lips, he can no longer withstand the deluge of overwhelming memory a surge and forth from his mind, and have faint into darkness. While Lin Yuan unconscious. At this moment, within a secluded Thaloth Qingyun Dao sect, a father and daughter stand together. Father, why must you insist in forcing me to mar that Lin Yuan? The voice belongs to Lu Shui. Draped in flowing white garments, her fair complexion and graceful figure, with cascading silken hair, she resembles an ethereal being from a painting. Asha speaks of Lin Yuan, a hint of disdain glimmers in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps duetto her status as the daughter of Piaoxiu Dao sect's leader, Lu Sui's inherently noble and Hasselway shelled herself in high regard, dismissing Jevon Sumian Lin Yuan's stature. Moreover, another reason lies in the fact that Tevin before heroine with Lin Yuan, her heart they'll read even claimed be another. Arya still pining for hat prince from the central continent. A voice interjects Sidus Lu's father, Lu Tsang, the leader of Piaoxiu Dao sect, bearing an expression of helplessness Asha gazes upon his spoiled daughter. Years ago, Luzu had ventured to the central continent, where she encountered a man of remarkable talent. Later, Lu King learned Edbichin set that the Xianmen Wasnoniath than the crown prince of Dayu dynasty. In the Xuantian continent, barrier five regions, with central continent surpassing Galathers in terms of formidable warrior and abundant spiritual energy. Thus, Walev Piaxui and Kingian sects may seem respectable within the eastern wilderness, the paling comparison to even the most ordinary sects in the central continent. The Deu dynasty, even within central continent, I regarded as a formidable and forbidden power. The Deu dynasty's crown prince is a figure home of in Lutsong, the leader of Piao Shuadao sect, Muslakupto. If his daughter could forge a connection with such an individual, Lu King would undoubtedly support it wholeheartedly. However, in no swelt hated talent of such caliber would hardly deign tone to seaman or sect in the eastern wilderness. The possibility of his daughter and such an extraordinary talent being gunite to utterly implausible. As years passed, reality proved this notion true if there had been a further contact between his daughter and the prince. Given this, why not just Lin Yuan, who, while not comparable to the prince, is still a respectable figure among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness? Father, you already know? Luce's delicate face reflects surprise. She had believed her acquaintance with the unnamed Izuan in the central continent was secret, unknown to any yet. It seems sheer concealed truth has reached her father's ears. Nonetheless, Luce appears unfazed by this revelation. In here as, compared to her brother Yuxian, what significance does Lin Yuan hold? Ultimately, Heismerlia figure of Samira now in the eastern wilderness. She, Lu Shui, has witnessed the grandeur of central continent. Even though her brother Yusuan has not sought to tell these airs, Luce speculates it must have his reasons. Just recently, Luce way discreetly relayed of her impending marriage with the dynasty in central continent, hoping to compel her brother Yusuan to appear. At this moment, Luce envisions a scene either wedding banquet, where her brother Yuxian, clad in whitey and reading Goner and bow, would come for her, whisking her away. In that moment, the pleaf eastern continent would understand that just worthy prince from the dynasty, not some meme or rural talent from the eastern wilderness. This is the thought that Cupid's Luce's mind though she hails from the eastern wilderness, her aspirations lie in the vast world off central continent. Let us go the auspicious hour approaches. Lu Kang shakes slightly, and that what apart from the secluded hall. Chapter 2 The Upper Realms Imperial Clan, the Lin family. Clad in black, Lin Yuan lay sprawled on the floor of Tiram Thoth has been unconscious for a short while. The memory is fully integrated, and soon, he wakens. Upper Realms Imperial Clan, Lin family. Lin Yuan's voice is stinged with astonishment. Upon assimilating that memory, he comprehends fully that the original owner of this body possesses an other identity. He's no tentative off this Xuantian continent be thales from the Upper Realm, a place coveted by all cultivators. The Lin family, an imperial clan, is among the most forbidden families across the myriad realm, reigning supremaphorians. Such a forbidden clamide test Hadikoff spring must venture forth to experience ethereal soft myriad realms from the moment of their birth. As the Synopsis current head of Lin family, Lin Yuan is no exception. This has always been the family decree, one that no one may defy. In the Lin family, the strong thrive while the weak perish thoughterals harsh. It is precisely the harshness that has allowed the Lin family to establish itself as one of the most formidable clans throughout hedges. Now under my cultivation speed fair exceeds him appears. According to the memories, Lin Yuan possesses extraordinary talent among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. Now, having absorbed these memories, he realizes that perhaps this is connected to his bloodline from the Lin family in the Upper Realm. Just as Lin Yuan marvels at the stridentity, footsteps can be heard approaching from outside. Senior brother, today is Sayo Yurgrande Aldegwistjave arrived. The voice was crisp, the beauty radiant, with willow-like hebrows arcing gracefully and adorned in a flowing gauzier dress. She peered Tobamir Li 16 or 17 Ier Sofage, blossoming gint the primeo fiouth. Xiao, the esteemed leader of Qingyun Dao Sectant, the daughter of Xiao Zhontian, had grown up alongside Lin Yuan, also serving Gash's junior sister. Ash spoke, Xiao Zioxio Hadel Reedy materialized before Lin Yuan. By the way, your day partner, Lu Shui, Hazel so arrived. With a flicker of her large, expressive eyes, Xiao Zioxia pouted, displaying Galukov dissatisfaction at the mention of Lu Shui. Xiao Zioxia felt Tayson Zophine justice for her senior brother. While others might be oblivious, she was acutely aware that Lin Yuan's talent and prowess were unparalleled. The rumor circulating among the various sects in the Eastern Wilderness about their senior brother Wormerla the tip-off the Sberg officer capabilities. On several occasions, Lin Yuan had effortlessly overwhelmed numerous Prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness. Yet, Luza had always approached Lin Yuan with an air of arrogance. Despite this, Lin Yuan continued to shower with countless precious materials and treasures, a non-attempt to in her favor. As a fellow woman, Xiao Xiaoxiu distinctly sense a thought Lusui harbored no genuine affection for her senior brother, yet she had consented to become his day partner, which struck her as shyly dubious. Since the very nature, let us venture outside for a look. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke nonchalantly. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of a lineage and memories of Lin family in the higher realm, as forth the notion of marriage. Lin Yuan's expression revealed a distinct lack of concern. The original lost had been infatuated, view the wasn't. Ash spoke, Lin Yuan affectionate Lyra fled his junior sister share, offering a gentle smile before Aiden outside. How strange, it feels as though Mijani or brother is not overly concerned about Lushua. Watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure, Xiao Xiaoxia's delicate features were tinged with suspicion. From her previous understanding of Lin Yuan, she expected him to have eagerly awaited this momentous occasion to go with his beloved. Shaking her head slightly, shedded her disheveled-haired hat Lin Yuan had playfully tousled, and hurried after him into the outside world. At the Vinyov Tegran feast, guests were aplenty, creating a lively atmosphere filled with the sounds of Kataran laughter. Prominent figure on the Eastern Wilderness had gathered, including the Kanjayandeo sect and the Pioxudeo sect, lending significant prestige to the event. Senior brother. Our esteemed senior brother has arrived. Along the way, the disciples of Qingyun Dao sect held Lin Yuan in the highest regard, filled with immense respect. Yuana, come here quickly, the auspicious hour has arrived, why are you so late? In the midst of tech road stood an elder limon with a resolute visage and daedal, imposing stature, his share as witty as snow. This was Xiao Zhentian, the sect leader of Qingyun Dao sect, basking in adulation of toes around him, a broad smile illuminating his face. Up and catching sight of Lin Yuan approaching, his allegro even brighter as she called out. Hair-guarded Lin Yuan asked the next generation Li drove Qingyun Dao sect, grooming him for a testimid position. Although He da singular daughter, Xiao, had belly evid that a eatership she'd been trusted with the most capable. Xiao Zhentian had always been pleased with Lin Yuan's talent and strength, finding no equal among the injured generation of Qingyun Dao sect, however on the verge of surpassing Javan the elders. Years ago, He had discovered an infant rapid swaddling clois in a snowy landscape, accompanied by a jade-edible inscribed with the name Lin Yuan, presumed took the child's name. This was the extent of Xiao Zhentian's understanding Lin Yuan's origins of Termoreth and to entire soft nurturing, their bond had grown a content of father and son. Master. Lin Yuan inclined slightly in greeting. According to his memories, this master of fees was exceptionally strict with all his disciples, including his junior sister, Xiao. Yet, He had always shown Lin Yuan special care, never once approaching him. Come paio respects to your master todai, you are to his daughter. Xiao Zhentian laughed heartily. Greetings, Senior Lu. Gazing upon the refined and elegant middle-aged Gedman clad in white before him, Lin Yuan offered a calm response without bowing. From his recollections, the originalist had not been particularly favored by Master Ladringus Pursuto Fluzu over the years. However, not long ago, Forius and Sunk known, Master Liu had unexpectedly proposed that his daughter marry him. The sterno feven struck Lin Yuan as rather peculiar. Of course, according to the originalist memories, He had believed that T's years of devotion had finally net the recognition of Lufmali. But with his newfound clarity, Lin Yuan could not subscribe to such a naive interpretation. There is no need for such formalities, drnf tofter tate, weshalba family. Master Lila keyed at Lin Yuan with a faint smile. Yet, there's milly off this Master Liasim had tinged with an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. Internally sighing, Master Liu had long contemplated what might have transpired had his daughter been united with the Princi of Danu Empire and Central Continent. Such an alliance could have elevated Piaoxua Dao secto's Tatasov to foremost sect, leveraging the power of Tatelite faction. These Wazels saw the reason behind Master Liu's initial disfavor towards Lin Yuan. However, after years of waiting without results, and with Lin Yuan's recentry to prominence in the Eastern Wilderness, Master Liu had resolved to marry Lu Suido Lin Yuan. Dear nephew, your reputation in the Eastern Wilderness has grown considerably over the past few years. Master Liar marked with a smile. It's merely Yamadestern among Pearson the Eastern Wilderness against the Prodigies off Central Continent. Hardly noteworthy. At that moment, a voice accommodated. Clad in flowing white garments, with a fair complexion and a delicate, slender figure, her long hair cascading down, it was Lu Xue. With a haughty gaze, she regarded Lin Yuan with an air of disdain. Chapter 3: The Wedding. The arrival of a prince from Zhongzhou in recent years. Lin Yuan's reputation in the Eastern Wilderness has indeed grown considerable. However, to Lu Xue, it merely signifies a modicum of strength in a relatively insignificant locale. In that realm of exceptional talents known as Zhongzhou, any ordinary genius plucked from the crowd would far surpass Lin Yuan, not to mention her esteemed brother, Yi Xian. Yet, Lin Yuan maintained an expression of calm indifference, betraying no sign of elation or ire. Just how formidable are the geniuses of Zhongzhou? With a tranquil gaze and an unperturbed heart, Lin Yuan spoke softly. He possessed a certain understanding of Zhongzhou, a place lauded as the most suitable for cultivation on the Xiantian continent, rumored to be teeming with prodigies. But compared to the upper realms, what does it truly signify? Across the myriad realms and infinite worlds, the cultivation levels ascend from the lowest to the highest: body refinement, qi gathering, spirit condensation, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascension, quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor and emperor realm. Those from the upper realms, this mere lower realm, with its highest cultivators barely reaching the ascension stage, is inconsequential. Only upon achieving ascension can one hope for the opportunity to ascend to the upper realms. Moreover, the Lin family, an imperial lineage, is regarded as one of the most taboo families even within the upper realms. What audacity, Lu Xue scoffed. Once, prior to her journey to Zhongzhou, she shared Lin Yuan's sentiments. As the saintess of the Snowfall Dao sect, she was born with a cold spirit body and believed her talents to be among the finest in Zhongzhou. However, a serendipitous encounter upon her arrival opened her eyes to her previous ignorance. Zhongzhou boasted countless powerful sects. Even the average sects surpassed the three major Dao sects of the Eastern Wilderness. Above those sects loomed the indomitable Diyu dynasty, which suppressed all. It was there that Lu Xue met Yi Xian, whose remarkable talents rendered him nearly unmatched among the youth of Zhongzhou, and who was also the crown prince of the Diyu dynasty, destined to inherit the throne. Thus, in Lu Xue's eyes, the Lin Yuan before her was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well on the day of the grand wedding. The two newlyweds found themselves at odds. The onlookers observed in amusement. Xue has truly become spoiled by my affection. At that moment, Lu Tsong hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to diffuse the tension with a forced laugh, his face displaying a mixture of helplessness and resignation. He sighed internally, thinking that even if she looked down upon Lin Yuan, it was not the time to voice it. Presently, the atmosphere among the Qingyan Dao sect, including even the sect master, Xiao Zhantian, was thick with discontent as they regarded Lu Xue's demeanor. What was meant to be a joyous occasion had been marred by such discord. However, he deemed it inappropriate to chastise her at this juncture. Not far off, clad in a green dress, Xiao longed to intervene. She had harbored discontent towards Lu Xue for quite some time, but was held back by her fellow disciples. Junior sister, today is the Grand Master Brother's moment of joy. Do not act rashly. Indeed, you know how Grand Master Brother feels about Lu Xiu. It would be best to let it go. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Just then, a voice pierced the tension, announcing that the auspicious moment had arrived. It was time for Lin Yuan and Lu Xue to become partners in the Dao. With this proclamation, it signified that Lin Yuan was about to bind his fate with Lu Xue. Where is brother Yi Xian? Is it possible he has truly forgotten me? Among the crowd, Lu Xue frequently cast her gaze towards the distance, her delicate features marred by anxiety. In truth, she had never wished to marry Lin Yuan. Her agreement to this union was merely a ploy to draw Yi Xian out and escape this place. Now, as the time approached, she still saw no sign of him. Perhaps her heart's yearning was at play. Just as the entire Qingyan Dao sect was abuzz with the impending union, A young figure suddenly materialized in the sky above. This is Yi Xian, coming from the Diyu dynasty of Zhongzhou. His voice rang out, revealing a tall and imposing figure, resplendent in a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, standing majestically in the void, his handsome visage captivating all as he gazed downwards. A prince of the Diyu dynasty. Yi Xian regarded the eastern wilderness with disdain. The trifling three great Dao sects could be obliterated with a mere flick of his fingers should he desire. Upon receiving news, Yi Xian traversed countless miles from Zhongzhou. Eager to discern the nature of those who dared covet his woman, his gaze was haughty, filled with arrogance as he looked down upon Lin Yuan. Zhongzhou, the Diyu dynasty. What is such a person doing in our eastern wilderness? With Yi Xian's arrival, the crowd erupted in fervor. Many cultivators, Zhongzhou represented a coveted realm within the Xiantian continent. Even with the vast expanse between the two regions, the reputation of the Diyu dynasty instilled awe in countless eastern wilderness cultivators. While the Qingyan Dao sect and the Snowfall Dao sect may hold power in the eastern wilderness, they paled in comparison to the colossal entity that was the Diyu dynasty. Guests surrounding them wore expressions of curiosity, their gazes fixed upon the heavens. And on the day of Lin Yuan and Lu Shui's union, a distinguished figure from the Diyu dynasty had graced the occasion. What could his intentions be? Brother Yi Xian, you have finally come to find me. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. One of the original protagonists of the day, Lu Shui, soon to be Lin Yuan's partner, disregarded Lin Yuan and the entirety of the Qingyan Dao sect. Rushing towards Yi Xian, I have arrived to take you away. In the void above, Yi Xian, having just arrived, stepped forward, appearing before Lu Shui. Their actions were intimate, and in an instant, the situation's essence became crystal clear. For Lin Yuan, however, on the very day of his wedding, his intended partner had turned to another's embrace. Not far away, Lin Yuan stood rooted in place, quietly observing the scene with an expression of calm. Chapter 4 Provocation. At this moment, Lin Yuan, having traversed realms, was no longer the Lin Yuan of yore. Thus, he felt no attachment towards Lu Shui. If she did not wish to marry him, she could have communicated that sooner. He bore no resentment. However, she should not treat his name and that of the entire Qingyan Dao sect as mere trifles. Stepping forth to intercede against his master and other disciples, Lin Yuan spoke. So, this is your choice. His voice was devoid of emotion as he regarded the pair before him, though a glimmer of frost flickered in his eyes. The gathering for this celebration drew nearly all factions of the eastern wilderness, and the events unfolding at this moment would soon render both Lin Yuan and the Qingyan Dao sect the subjects of ridicule throughout the land. Lin Yuan, abandon all hope. I shall never marry you. In comparison to Brother Yi Xian, what do you think you are? Lu Shui declared. Brother Yi Xian is the prince of the Diyu dynasty, a true dragon among men. You are but a mere insect. Do you genuinely believe that your slight fame in the eastern wilderness elevates you to prominence? Nestling beside Yi Xian, she displayed an entirely different demeanor, revealing her true feelings now that the one she awaited had arrived. She assumed Lin Yuan was merely resentful over his unrequited affection, hastening to clarify her intentions and sever ties to avoid any misunderstandings with her beloved Yi Xian. You are Lin Yuan. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with disdain as he appraised Lin Yuan, his posture exuding superiority. You know of the Diyu dynasty. A mere inconsequential figure from a small sect dares to covet the affections of this prince's woman. Are you worthy? His words were a challenge directed at Lin Yuan. Before arriving, Yi Xian had already learned of Lin Yuan's name, a man of Zhongzhou, and a prince of the Diyu dynasty. His status was immensely prestigious. To him, a mere inhabitant of the eastern wilderness was no different from an this moment. Should Lin Yuan kneel and plead for mercy, Yi Xian might show him mercy and spare his life. Should you dare to defy me, you shall witness what it means to be the foremost genius of Zhongzhou and the pride of the Diyu dynasty. As this scene unfolded, the atmosphere grew deathly silent. With a profound stillness enveloping the venue, all eyes were now fixated upon Lin Yuan. Under ordinary circumstances, on the day of one's wedding, To witness one's partner nestled in another's embrace would be an affront to any man. Yet Lin Yuan represented the Qingyun Dao sect, rumored to be the most renowned genius in the Eastern Wilderness, destined to inherit the sect's leadership. However, the events transpiring now effectively trampled upon the dignity of both Lin Yuan and the Qingyun Dao sect. The newcomer was a prince of the Diyu dynasty, recognized as one of the most formidable forces in the realm of Zhongzhou, where powerful individuals abounded. "The disparity is insurmountable," murmured those around, acknowledging the vast gulf that separated them. Though they resided in the Eastern Wilderness, they held long-standing admiration for the esteemed powers of Zhongzhou. The Diyu dynasty, a formidable force, is far beyond the comparison of the Qingyun Dao sect. Indeed, while the events of today may be exceedingly humiliating for Lin Yuan Daozi, it is imperative to remain composed and not act impulsively. What does personal honor or disgrace matter? One must endure for a moment to achieve tranquility. Muted voices arose from the surroundings, emanating from the formidable figures of other sects in the Eastern Wilderness, most of whom maintained amicable relations with the Qingyun Dao sect, each offering their perspectives. They were acutely aware that with Yi Xian's princely status, he possessed the capacity to obliterate the entire Qingyun Dao sect. How dare they be so brazen? What does it matter that you hail from the Diyu dynasty? This is my Qingyun Dao sect. This is the Eastern Wilderness, not your Zhongzhou. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air, accompanied by a head of white hair and an expression of fury. It was none other than the current leader of the Qingyun Dao sect. "Xiao Zhantian, do you wanna? Regardless of what you wish to do, this old man and the entire Qingyun Dao sect shall stand by your side." With a complex gaze, Xiao Zhantian regarded Lin Yuan, who appeared disturbingly tranquil at this moment. Xiao Zhantian assumed that his disciple was simply overwhelmed by the blow. Lost in thought, after all, he understood Lin Yuan's feelings for Lu Shui all too well. However, at this moment, Xiao Zhantian's expression turned complicated as he gently shook his head. Having nurtured Lin Yuan from infancy, he regarded him as his own son. While his disciple excelled in every aspect, possessing extraordinary talent, he was woefully inexperienced in matters of the heart. Xiao Zhantian realized how devastating today's events were for Lin Yuan. Yet, for such a woman, it truly was not worth it this moment. Xiao Zhantian could only hope that Lin Yuan would quickly regain his composure. "Master, do not worry, I am fine," Lin Yuan spoke calmly, his demeanor unruffled, entirely devoid of any signs of distress. This response caused Xiao Zhantian to momentarily falter. Subsequently, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the distance, locking onto Yi Xian, the top prodigy from Zhongzhou and prince of the Diyu dynasty. Lin Yuan exhibited no reverence for the other's presence, regarding him with disdain. "Oh, what if you are from the Diyu dynasty? As a descendant of the Lin family, a forbidden imperial clan from the upper realm, I need not regard a mere lower realm force with any seriousness, no matter how powerful they may be in this realm." Lin Yuan, your ignorance is indeed remarkable. Do you not think that you, or even your Qingyun Dao sect, can stand against my elder brother Yi Xian? If he so wishes, he can extinguish you at any moment. A mocking laughter interrupted, as Lu Shui spoke first before Yi Xian could respond. Her beautiful face radiated haughtiness as she regarded Lin Yuan. "Do you know, boy, that to insult the Diyu dynasty is to invite death?" Standing tall and imposing, Yi Xian gazed at Lin Yuan, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. A mere indigenous cultivator from the Eastern Wilderness dared to covet his woman, and now dared to speak ill of the Diyu dynasty. Yi Xian's heart was already set on bloodshed. "Oh, I have insulted you. If you have the courage, feel free to make a move and test me." His voice was icy, as Lin Yuan, clad in black, stood with an aura of coldness emanating from his countenance. Under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators, Lin Yuan pointed at Yi Xian, speaking indifferently. At this juncture, there was little left to discuss. It was merely a matter of combat. It was said that in this realm, the prodigies of Zhongzhou far surpassed those of the surrounding lands, a chasm of difference. Lin Yuan was eager to witness the prowess of this so-called prince of the Diyu dynasty. "Originally, you were unworthy of challenging me. However, Having insulted the Diyu dynasty, I shall make you realize that before this prince, you are but an ant. One finger can crush you. Yi Xian sneered. Chapter 5. The Guardian. Lin Jiu, within the Qingyun Dao sect, the original wedding banquet was thrown into chaos by the arrival of a prince. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the eastern wilderness, within a forbidden area. This was the ancient forbidden ground of the Xiantian continent, a place that instilled fear in all. Since the formation of this forbidden ground, no powerful cultivator from the Xiantian continent had dared to set foot within. Not even the strongest of this realm, the pinnacle cultivators on the verge of ascending to the upper realm, would dare approach this place. There were those who had claimed that only those who reached the holy realm could enter this ancient forbidden ground. However, it is known that since ancient times, only the upper realm could give birth to holy realm cultivators. The limit of this realm was the ascending heaven realm. Therefore, although the ancient forbidden ground was renowned throughout the Xiantian continent, no one had ever entered, and its interior remained a mystery. After 20 years of searching, I have finally found the legacy of the Yuan Tian Emperor, which I sought after bringing the young master to the lower realm for training. At this moment, a voice echoed from the ancient forbidden ground, a voice that no one dared to approach. It belonged to an elder clad in gray, with long white hair, exuding an aura of authority that made the surrounding space tremble. As if unable to bear his presence, threatening to shatter, his voice was mighty, shattering the dark clouds above. This was a holy realm powerhouse. Lin Jiu, hailing from the Imperial Lin family of the upper realm, was the one who had brought Lin Yuan to the lower realm for training. The Lin family, though historically strict in their rules, required every descendant to undergo training in the lower realm. However, it was not customary to cast a newborn directly into the lower realm. Typically, a guardian would accompany them. Lin Jiu was precisely Lin Yuan's guardian. After the young master was born, the family had sought the most suitable realm for his training, choosing this one due to the legacy of a great emperor preserved within. I have searched tirelessly for 20 years. Now, the legacy has finally been uncovered. It is time to go to the Qingyun Dao sect and bring the young master here. Lin Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the shimmering portal emanating the essence of imperial laws. The Yuan Tian Emperor was once a legendary figure, renowned throughout the heavens. Said to have ascended from a lower realm to the upper realm, rising to prominence and suppressing all under the heavens. After his demise, he left behind his legacy. Yet, for countless ages, no one had uncovered this inheritance. The rumor of an emperor was enough to stir the hearts of cultivators, even for a holy realm cultivator like him. Lin Jiu was acutely aware of the immense price the family had paid to bring the young master to this realm. Perhaps the young master does not remember this old man, considering how young he was at the time. A smile graced his aged face as he recalled the time he brought Lin Yuan to the lower realm as an infant. Though Lin Jiu would secretly visit the Qingyun Dao sect to check on Lin Yuan from time to time, he had never revealed himself. With Lin Jiu's holy realm strength, he could easily remain undetected in this realm. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Crack, a spatial rift appeared before him, and he stepped into the passage, vanishing from sight. His destination was none other than the Qingyun Dao sect. This moment. Within the Qingyun Dao sect, boom, 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 standing tall and imposing, clad in a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, he hovered in the void, strikingly handsome. An overwhelming wave of spiritual power emanated from Yi Xian. His body surrounded by golden light, accompanied by the roaring sound of a dragon. Boom! A dragon shadow floated behind Yi Xian. This display of power instantly sent shockwaves through the throngs of cultivators present. Even the older generation from the eastern wilderness were in awe. This was the dragon's spirit body. At this moment, astonished voices arose, their gazes fixed on Yi Xian, realizing the nature of his physique. The dragon spirit body is among the mightiest physiques in the Xiantian continent. While Zhongzhou boasts countless prodigies, very few possess physiques that can rival the dragon spirit body. Regrettably, this physique belongs solely to the royal lineage of the Diyu dynasty. and others are destined to remain unable to possess it. The dragon spirit body is inherently powerful, but to their astonishment, this prince had also reached the divine bridge realm. Hiss! A voice exclaimed, for they had long heard that the prodigies of Zhongzhou were beyond comparison to those from the eastern wilderness. A true realm of cultivation where countless eastern wilderness individuals long to venture forth to train. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, even many of the older generation cultivators were left astonished. The divine bridge realm was already enough to establish a sect in a place like the eastern wilderness. And coupled with the reputation of the dragon spirit body, it could be confidently stated that this seemingly 20-year-old prince of the Diyu dynasty, Yi Xian, could sweep aside numerous elders from the eastern wilderness. Save for the three major Dao sects, hearing the astonished remarks about Yi Xian's strength around him, Lu Shue's face brimmed with pride. This was the man she had chosen. His talent, strength, and background were sufficient to overshadow his peers. In the future, he would have the opportunity to inherit the entire Diyu dynasty. As for Lin Yuan, how could he possibly compare to her brother Yi Xian? Lin Yuan, give up. With your strength, you amount to nothing before my brother Yi Xian. As long as you are willing to kneel and apologize to my brother Yi Xian, I might consider sparing your life, given that both our Qingyan Dao sect and my Piaoxua Dao sect are among the three great sects of the eastern wilderness. Draped in flowing white garments, with a complexion fair as porcelain and a figure both tall and delicate, her cascading tresses resembled a waterfall of silk. In this moment, Lu Shue appeared like a haughty phoenix. Her beautiful eyes laced with disdain as she cast a cold gaze toward Lin Yuan, sneering contemptuously. Dragon spirit body, I am quite curious to know just how formidable it can be, ignoring Lu Shue's words. Lin Yuan directed his calm gaze toward the dragon shadows surrounding Yi Xian. Although he had yet to ascertain his true physique, he surmised that the bloodline of the Imperial Clan from the upper realm could hardly be inferior to a mere dragon spirit body from the lower realm. Could it? Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Yuan spoke, an equally overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from behind him. Behind him, black and white beams of light soared, transforming into a shadow of Taiji that rotated slowly. At that moment, Lin Yuan's true realm was revealed. He too stood at the Bridge of Gods, astonishingly on par with Yi Xian. Chapter 6. The dragon spirit body. How could it be that this disciple of the Qingyan Dao sect had also stepped into the Bridge of Gods? At that moment, as Lin Yuan's true realm was unveiled, the onlookers were left in utter shock. Despite Lin Yuan having already made waves in the eastern wilderness with his prior displays of power, he had consistently concealed his strength, leaving even his own sect, the Qingyan Dao sect, unaware of his true realm. How could it be? This lad has eluded my perception at that moment, gazing at the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yuan. The elder with a resolute face and a tall stature, the white-haired Xiao Zhantian, the sect leader of Qingyun, looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment and murmured, "Senior brother, he possesses such beauty and grace," remarked Xiao Xiao, with her crescent-shaped brows and azure attire, bewildered. Is this truly the extent of senior brother's power? It seems the eastern wilderness has underestimated him. The entire Qingyun Dao sect, along with numerous other cultivators from the eastern wilderness, were left in awe, some with expressions of confusion as they gazed at Lin Yuan. They understood that Yi Xian, being a prince of the Diyu dynasty, born into nobility and possessing the dragon spirit body, could reach the Bridge of Gods at such a young age. However, Lin Yuan, despite holding the title of disciple of the Qingyan Dao sect, had surely not received resources on par with Yi Xian's, and the disparity between them was vast. But what could have forged such a formidable cultivator from a remote land like the eastern wilderness, whose realm was so closely aligned with Yi Xian's? Moreover, considering their ages, Lin Yuan was even a few years younger than Yi Xian. No, look closely. What in the world is this physique behind Lin Yuan? Soon, someone noticed the anomaly, their gaze fixated on the rotating Taiji figure behind Lin Yuan. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing this Taiji shadow, many felt a hint of Dao's aura. How could it be that this does not seem inferior to Yi Xian's dragon spirit body? Impossible. The dragon spirit body is renowned as one of the most superior physiques in the central continent. Voices rose in disbelief, for the dragon spirit body is celebrated throughout the Xiantian continent, often hailed as the mightiest of physiques in the central continent. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered among the crowd that Lin Yuan's physique might surpass even the dragon spirit body. This notion had never been entertained throughout the countless ages of the Xiantian continent. However, even the most seasoned elders present expressed that they had never seen nor even heard of such a physique. A bunch of ignorant fools. How could a mere Lin Yuan possibly compare to brother Yi Xian's dragon spirit body? Lu Shue's expression was one of disbelief. Her low realm prevented her from sensing the oppressive force emanating from the Taiji figure behind Lin Yuan. In her eyes, Lin Yuan appeared to be utterly overshadowed by Yi Xian in every conceivable way. Unexpectedly, in this eastern wilderness, there existed a peer whose realm could rival that of the prince. Hovering in the void, Yi Xian regarded Lin Yuan, his formerly arrogant gaze now revealing a flicker of surprise. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. Yet alas, the foundation of my Diyu dynasty is beyond the comprehension of a mere indigenous cultivator from the eastern wilderness. Yi Xian declared indifferently, pointing at Lin Yuan from his elevated position, "I shall trample you beneath my feet." With that, the black and gold interwoven dragon robe billowed in the wind. Boom. At that moment, Yi Xian surged toward Lin Yuan, traversing the void, his fist unleashed, roar, roar, roar. The fist radiated unmatched brilliance, accompanied by 9 golden dragon shadows, transforming into a torrent of golden light that shook the air, reaching Lin Yuan in the blink of an eye. Intent on crushing him, the Dragon God Fist, a technique long lost to the imperial lineage of the Diyu dynasty, could only be cultivated by those possessing the dragon spirit body. This strike was immensely powerful. Far beyond the comprehension of the current cultivators of the eastern wilderness, it was a lethal move, as Yi Xian had already harbored murderous intent. His objective was to make these eastern wilderness natives understand that his identity was not one to be provoked. At this moment, Yi Xian brimmed with confidence, convinced that this strike was sufficient to obliterate Lin Yuan, the so-called disciple of a minor sect, with a single blow. Hiss. Such a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Is this the strength of a top-tier prodigy from the central continent? Within the Qingyun Dao sect, countless eyes were fixed upon Yi Xian's impending strike, many cultivators' hair standing on end, their hearts racing. Surely, even the leaders of numerous sects present would find it difficult to withstand this prince's blow. Is this the might of the dragon spirit body? One strike unleashed, as if wielding the strength of 9 dragons. The surrounding sounds reverberated, marveling at Yi Xian's undeniable status as a top-tier prodigy of the central continent. This strike undoubtedly possessed power that surpassed even the cultivators at the Bridge of Gods from the eastern wilderness. At this moment, countless gazes turned towards Lin Yuan, eager to see how he would counter this strike. Merely a trivial skill. Lin Yuan's expression remained unfazed as he too hovered in the void, confronting the looming presence of 9 colossal dragon shadows. Boom! The Taiji figure behind him erupted in a radiant display of black and white light, a multitude of sword shadows floating around him. Accompanied by the force of thunder, with a gentle flick of his finger, swish, an endless array of sword shadows coalesced into a colossal sword, as if intent on splitting the very fabric of the void in two. Is this the Qingyun Dao sect's Zhutian sword technique? Why does it seem that this lad's Zhutian sword technique is so incredibly powerful? It shouldn't be like this. Below, as he beheld Lin Yuan's strike, Xiao Zhantian wore a perplexed expression. This was the supreme sword art of Qingyun Dao sect, the Zhutian sword technique, created by the founding patriarch of the sect, permitted only to the sect leader. He had regarded Lin Yuan as the next heir of the sect, even breaking the rules to pass it on to him. Yet now, what confounded Xiao Zhantian was that the Zhutian sword technique Lin Yuan displayed far exceeded its original power. No, it seems that the Taiji figure behind this lad is amplifying the Zhutian sword technique. At that moment, Xiao Zhantian finally discerned the reason. Above the heavens, the colossal sword descended slowly, imbued with the power of the Taiji shadow behind Lin Yuan, thus enhancing the might of Lin Yuan's Zhutian sword technique beyond its usual limits. Chapter 7. Lin Yuan's true strength. Boom, boom, boom. Above the Qingyun Dao sect, the clash between the 9 dragon shadows and Lin Yuan's sword shadow created ripples that even some of the elder cultivators felt unease. What was evidently a contest between 2 young prodigies had surpassed the power of many sect leaders. The Bridge of Gods was already sufficient to establish a sect in the eastern wilderness. Yet at this moment, both Lin Yuan and Yi Xian unleashed forces that seemed to transcend this realm. As the colossal sword shadow hovered, it was suddenly enveloped by an endless surge of black and white light. Emanating from the Taiji figure behind Lin Yuan, this instant, the brilliance of the sword surged, resplendent beyond measure, as if it aimed to rend the void asunder. Crack! The golden radiance erupted as Yi Xian's dragon shadow, unleashed from his fist, shattered into countless specks of light, vanishing into the void. Simultaneously, Yi Xian's handsome visage paled dramatically, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. How could this be? A mere indigenous cultivator from the eastern wilderness has actually wounded me. Yi Xian's expression was one of disbelief, confusion gripping him as his long-held arrogance faced a staggering blow. Hiss! The prince of the Deu dynasty has actually suffered defeat. How could this be? The most renowned prodigy of the central continent has fallen to Lin Yuan's hands. As the scene of Yi Xian's defeat unfolded, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The outcome defied the expectations of countless onlookers, even though the crowd was composed of cultivators from the eastern wilderness. Prior to this, they had not held Lin Yuan in high regard given the status of a prince from the central continent, a cultivator from the eastern wilderness. The chasm between the two is immeasurable. The atmosphere trembles. Lin Yuan, what despicable means have you employed to plot against brother Yi Xian? If you truly possess strength, then face brother Yi Xian in a fair battle, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Below, Lu Shue's voice resonated, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, her delicate face etched with fury. Even at this moment, Lu Shue remained convinced that a mere Lin Yuan could never be a match for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian is one of the most formidable prodigies in the central continent, while Lin Yuan is but a frog in a well, long confined to the eastern wilderness, in terms of identity, background, status, and resources. Lin Yuan could not possibly compare to her brother Yi Xian. At this juncture, Lu Shue firmly believed that Lin Yuan must have employed some sinister means to gain a momentary advantage over Yi Xian. Who would have thought you to be such a vile person? Someone like you, Lu Shue, will never marry. Abandon this wishful thinking. Lu Shue continued, her voice brimming with indignation, convinced that she had discerned Lin Yuan's true nature. She then turned her attention to Yi Xian, rushing towards him. Yi Xian's complexion was pale, blood trickling from his mouth, his aura diminished compared to before. Brother Yi Xian, are you all right? Unlike her demeanor towards Lin Yuan, Lu Shue's face was now filled with concern for her beloved. I know that with your strength, how could Lin Yuan possibly be your opponent? It is merely Lin Yuan's despicable tactics that have ambushed you. Rest assured, I am fine. It was merely a moment of carelessness. Yi Xian replied nonchalantly in front of his beloved, as the pinnacle of the central continent. Yi Xian held a sense of pride. He had never intended to regard Lin Yuan as a serious contender. His previous strike had been a casual one. Little did he expect that his opponent would unleash his full power. At this moment, Yi Xian believed that Lin Yuan had indeed exerted all his strength in their earlier confrontation, while he had merely acted casually, resulting in his temporary setback. When his true prowess was revealed, he would make it clear that an ant is merely an ant, and the lowly are indeed lowly. The noble prince of the great you could not possibly be compared to the indigenous cultivators of the eastern wilderness. At this moment, high above in the void, Lin Yuan observed the scene below with a faint smile, amused by the notion that he was the one employing underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, he was somewhat oblivious to his own circumstances. Whether it was his extraordinary talent for cultivation, far surpassing his peers, or the Tai Chi diagram behind him, all signs indicated that his physique was anything but ordinary. The central continent, the Great Yu royal family, the dragon's spirit body, was this the extent of his power? Such an unworthy blow. Lin Yuan chuckled as he glanced at Yi Xian's pale visage, striking at the heart of his opponent. Was he not proud? Did he not consider himself superior merely because he hailed from the so-called central continent? As a prince of the dynasty, at this moment, Lin Yuan was determined to trample his arrogant demeanor into the ground. As Lin Yuan's words echoed, a chorus of mockery erupted around them. Indeed, a prodigy from the central continent, and this is your strength? A prince of the Great Yu, and yet you fell to a single blow from Lin Yuan. One must not be overly arrogant. The majority of those present were cultivators from the eastern wilderness, who had long been irked by Yi Xian's condescending attitude upon his arrival. If he possessed real strength, it would be one thing, but to be defeated by Lin Yuan while claiming to be a prince of the Great Yu was simply intolerable. Naturally, many of those who spoke up were associated with the Qingyundao sect. In the crowd, Eastern wilderness cultivators held deep-seated apprehension towards the name of the Great Yu dynasty. Lin Yuan, you must not be too arrogant. The foundation of the Great Yu dynasty is not something your Qingyundao sect can contend with. Just then, a figure clad in white, exuding an air of elegance, stepped forward. It was Lu Tsong, the sect master of the Piaoxue Dao sect. His initial intention had been to marry his daughter to Lin Yuan. But considering their respective statuses, he had primarily contemplated the prince of the Great Yu dynasty. He had thought that his children would no longer have a future with Yi Xian. However, Lu Tsong was taken aback to find Yi Xian personally appearing in this critical moment, even willing to fight Lin Yuan for his daughter. At this point, Lu Tsong reconsidered the marriage arrangement. After all, in the end, his daughter had not truly become Lin Yuan's partner, so even if they were to call off the engagement, it would not be a significant issue. Lu Tsong's gaze fell upon the resplendent figure of Yi Xian, adorned in a black and gold dragon robe, his identity radiating nobility. Your Highness need not be overly courteous. I have already been informed of your matter with my daughter. Rest assured, I stand by your side. Looking at the dignified and extraordinarily noble Yi Xian, Lu Tsong's expression was filled with warmth. At this moment, under Lu Tsong's protection, Yi Xian consumed a sacred medicine, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged. The injuries inflicted by Lin Yuan began to gradually heal, his pale complexion turning rosy, his aura grew stronger, and his cultivation level advanced toward a higher realm. As Yi Xian's cultivation progressed, Lu Tsong's gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Yuan, his expression turning cold. Lin Yuan, are you not going to apologize to Prince Yi Xian? Otherwise, once the Great Yu dynasty learns of this, can your Qingyundao sect bear the consequences? His tone was frigid, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, revealing how swiftly the sect master of the Piaoxue Dao sect could change his attitude. Lu Tsong, how could you, as one of the three great sect masters of the Eastern Wilderness, stoop so low to cling to the Great Yu dynasty's leg? A furious shout reverberated throughout the Qingyundao sect. With a resolute countenance, standing tall with his head of white hair, Xiao Zhantian pointed at Lu Tsong and exclaimed loudly, directly exposing his intentions. At this moment, he regretted allowing Lin Yuan to become his disciple. Had he refused the marriage proposal earlier, none of this would have transpired. Yuaner, pursue your desires boldly. Even if the Yu dynasty is formidable, I, along with the entire Qingyundao sect, shall stand as your unwavering support. At this moment, listening to his master's words, Lin Yuan's face was etched with guilt. It could be said that today's predicament was entirely of his own making. The Yu dynasty, indeed, loomed large in this realm, far beyond the reach of the Qingyundao sect, potentially bringing about its annihilation. Yet, in this moment, for his sake, his master resolutely stood by him. Thank you, master. Today's affair arises from my actions. I shall resolve it myself. Clad in black, standing amidst the void, Lin Yuan cupped his fists in salute to Xiao Zhantian, his gaze resolute. Turning his attention, he cast a cold glance at Lu Tsong and Lu Shui. viewing them as nothing more than a worthless scoundrel and an old dog. Should this marriage truly come to pass, I, Lin Yuan, would become the sinner of the Qingyun Dao sect. Lin Yuan's eyes were icy as he coldly scoffed at the pair. Perhaps this was merely a case of a dog looking down upon a person, he mused. You are courting death, young man. Once the strong of the Diyu dynasty descend, do you realize that not only will you perish, but the entire Qingyun Dao sect will face obliteration? Lu Tsong's eyes glinted with cold disdain. Having grasped the terrifying might of the Diyu dynasty, Lu Tsong was all too aware that the entire eastern wilderness paled in comparison to such a colossal entity. Lu Tsong mocked Lin Yuan's ignorance. Father, do not waste your breath on him. There will come a day when he will regret his choices, Lu Shui proclaimed haughtily, regarding Lin Yuan as if he were but an insignificant insect. Fortunately, she had not married such a person. Otherwise, her life would surely descend into darkness. Tension crackled in the air. The arrival of Yi Xian, a prince of the Diyu dynasty, would irrevocably sever the ties between the Piaoxue Dao sect and the Qingyun Dao sect. At that moment, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted into the heavens, astonishing everyone. It was Yi Xian. Harnessing the power of a sacred herb, he not only recovered from his injuries, but also transcended his previous realm. Breaking through to the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Uncle, swear, allow me to deal with this brat. I shall shatter every bone in his body, forcing him to kneel before you both in repentance. After his breakthrough, Yi Xian exuded confidence. Chapter 9. Yi Xian. After the breakthrough, the disparity between the early and mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm is monumental. Prior to the battle, both Yi Xian and Lin Yuan were at the early stage of the Divine Bridge realm. However, thanks to the power of a sacred herb, Yi Xian not only healed from his previous defeat at Lin Yuan's hands, but also surpassed him in cultivation. This was entirely due to the Tianshan sacred lotus in Lu Tsong's possession. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted around Yi Xian, shaking the very fabric of the void, roaring. Concurrently, a dragon's roar resonated through the skies as the dragon's shadow behind Yi Xian solidified. As if it were about to manifest in reality, golden light surged upon Yi Xian's skin as golden dragon scales suddenly emerged, seemingly embedded in his flesh, radiating a chilling brilliance. Do you truly believe that my dragon spirit body, a hallmark of the Diyu royal lineage, can be compared to yours? With unparalleled arrogance, compounded by his recent breakthrough, Yi Xian's momentum surged, his gaze, filled with disdain, locked onto Lin Feng. Today, I shall make you comprehend the chasm that lies between us. The dragon spirit body, revered as the mightiest physique in Zhongzhou, its strength unrivaled in the realm. During his prior confrontation with Lin Yuan, Yi Xian had not fully unleashed the power of his dragon spirit body. Now, with golden scales enveloping him and merging with the dragon shadow behind him, he wielded the full might of that body. The aura he exuded was terrifying, far beyond what any cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm could rival. Transcending that level of power, at this moment, as the onlookers grasped the scene, the crowd erupted in fervor. Such a formidable presence. Is this truly the might of the strongest dragon spirit body in the Xiantian continent? Voices arose from below as gazes fixated on Yi Xian, who now resembled a true dragon, filled with astonishment. Haha, it is no wonder that only the Diyu royal lineage could possess such a physique. It is indeed powerful, Lu Tsong remarked with a smile, admiring Yi Xian, a young prodigy who he deemed the most suitable son-in-law. Father, now you must realize that my judgment is infallible. Lu Shui, draped in flowing white, her fair skin and delicate stature, chimed in with a smile. Lin Yuan is merely a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. How could he even dream of marrying me? With his background, he cannot be compared to brother Yi Xian. It is sheer delusion. Their voices echoed, and at this moment, the father and daughter duo firmly believed that Lin Yuan was destined to lose, and in front of so many sect cultivators from the eastern wilderness, he would be defeated by Yi Xian. Time would prove that their choice was infallible. comparing the Deu dynasty to the Qingyun Dao sect, the most renowned top talents of Zhongzhou against a mere Daoist with some fame in the eastern wilderness. One would need only a modicum of intelligence to make the right choice. Boom, 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 kill. Golden light surged as Yi Xian transformed into a streak of gold, charging towards Lin Yuan. Each strike reverberated with the roar of dragons. Echoing throughout the Qingyun Dao sect, the momentum overwhelming and unmatched. Meanwhile, below, Xiao Zhantian and others watching the battle wore worried expressions. This prince of the Deu dynasty had just broken through, augmented by the terrifying physique of the dragon's spirit body. Lin Yuan was undoubtedly in peril, his white hair swayed, and his aged hands, resembling the bark of a gnarled tree, clenched and relaxed, brows furrowing. It would be disingenuous to say that Xiao Zhantian was not concerned. Although Lin Yuan had always far surpassed his peers in talent, Xiao Zhantian had searched through every tome of the eastern wilderness without discovering the nature of Lin Yuan's physique, thus influenced by this ignorance. He believed that Lin Yuan's unknown physique could only be on par with the dragon spirit body at best. However, the current issue was that Yi Xian had just broken through, his momentum soaring, and his cultivation level far exceeded that of his disciple Lin Yuan. Should the battle reach its climax, Xiao Zhantian feared for Lin Yuan's safety. Enough, even if I draw ire for intervening, I shall not hesitate to aid Yuan. He had fully regarded Lin Yuan as a son, having early on determined him as the next successor of the sect, had it not been for Lin Yuan's relentless pursuit of Lu Shui. Reaching a point of obsession, Xiao Zhantian had initially intended to marry his daughter, Xiao, to Lin Yuan. However, since ancient times, it has been a convention that the older generation of cultivators must not intervene in the duels of young prodigies. Though this rule was never explicitly stated, it was an unspoken norm across the Xiantian continent. Yet at this moment, Xiao Zhantian had made up his mind. Should Lin Yuan face any danger, he would intervene. Regardless of the consequences, senior brother, in the midst of the battle, within the Qingyun Dao sect, as they beheld Yi Xian's overwhelming strength, concern for Lin Yuan arose among the disciples, among them, the beautiful and graceful Lu Yu. Clad in a green dress, expressed her worry. Throughout their lives, Lu Xiaoxiao had always followed Lin Yuan, closely attached to him. Her father was strict with her, and other senior brothers perhaps felt some trepidation due to her status as the sect leader's daughter. Only Lin Yuan had treated her with kindness since childhood, and unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaoxiao's heart had begun to harbor feelings for him. The two had been inseparable since childhood. However, the arrival of that woman had changed everything. Lu Xiaoxiao, guided by her instincts as a fellow woman, had long sensed that Lu Shui looked down upon her senior brother, yet continued to play hard to get. This had led Lu Xiaoxiao to harbor resentment towards Lu Shui. Now, witnessing Lin Yuan's opponent grow so powerful after his breakthrough, Lu Xiaoxiao felt an even deeper worry for Lin Yuan. Chapter 10. Lu Shui's confusion. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, above the Qingyun Dao sect, the void trembled violently. Though it was merely a confrontation between two young prodigies, the ensuing turbulence sent shivers down the spines of many seasoned experts present from the eastern wilderness. Golden light surged, accompanied by the tremors of dragon shadows reverberating throughout the surroundings. Each strike delivered by Yi Xian was immensely powerful, far surpassing the capabilities expected from one at the Divine Bridge realm. However, at this moment, as the black and white luminescence swirled around Lin Yuan, it seemed to transmute the very essence of the surrounding matter into shades of black and white. Every blow unleashed by Yi Xian was effortlessly neutralized by Lin Yuan. His aura had grown exceedingly peculiar, as if it resonated closely with the Tao, exuding an air of indifference and transcendence. How could it be? What sort of constitution does Lin Yuan possess, that even the fully manifested dragon spirit body fails to inflict harm upon him? At this juncture, astonished voices erupted from below as they gazed at Lin Yuan, cloaked in the black and white radiance, their eyes filled with confusion. It was indeed baffling. Yi Xian, a prince at the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm, was supposed to hold a superior status over Lin Yuan, who was at the Dao Child realm. Yet, observing the present situation, it appeared that Lin Yuan was not only unyielding but seemed to possess an upper hand. Boom, boom, boom. Gazing at the fierce battle in the sky, the onlookers were overwhelmed with shock and bewilderment. The combat prowess displayed by Lin Yuan exceeded their wildest imaginations. Initially, they had believed that after Yi Xian's breakthrough, combined with his formidable dragon spirit body, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. This was a common consensus among those present. Yet, at this moment, that belief seemed to be inverted in the face of Lin Yuan. It is worth noting that prior to this, not only did the other sect cultivators present harbor no hopes for Lin Yuan, but even Xiao Zhantian from the Qingyan Dao sect had not held any expectations. Ha ha ha, how delightful. It seems my old eyes have failed me. Just how much power has this lad been concealing, to have even my master kept in the dark? At this moment, Xiao Zhantian, who had previously been deeply concerned for his disciple Lin Yuan, was now laughing heartily, his aged visage glowing with excitement. He had already prepared to disregard all rules of engagement to ensure Lin Yuan's safety, even breaking the convention that forbade elder cultivators from interfering in battles among prodigies. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Lin Yuan was fully capable of overcoming the so-called prince of the Diyu dynasty on his own merits. One must understand that the top prodigies from Zhongzhou had historically found themselves unmatched in the eastern wilderness. Yet today, Lin Yuan was set to shatter that myth against the reigning prince of the Diyu dynasty. A young cultivator endowed with a dragon spirit bodied. Is the first senior brother truly this formidable? Xiao marveled. Although Lin Yuan had already gained considerable renown in the eastern wilderness, prior to this moment, it had merely been tales passed around, despite Xiao never having set foot in Zhongzhou. She had heard that it was a paradise in the eyes of cultivators from the Xiantian continent, a place brimming with prodigies, each beyond compare with those from the eastern wilderness. Yet, she had not anticipated that even the top-tier Yi Xian among the prodigies of Zhongzhou would be utterly dominated by her senior brother in this very moment. Reduced to a state of utter helplessness, boom, boom, boom. At this instant, the battle between Lin Yuan and Yi Xian had reached a fever pitch. In the throes of combat, what did a breakthrough mean? The full eruption of a dragon spirit body. The assumed superiority of a prince? But what are all these possessions before me? Lin Yuan radiated an exquisite brilliance of black and white light, treading upon the void, his long black hair swirling, and his expression devoid of emotion, mocking Yi Xian across from him. At this juncture in battle, even though he was not entirely aware of his own circumstances, Lin Yuan had come to understand that his constitution was undoubtedly beyond that of the so-called first constitution of the Xiantian continent. The dragon spirit body, with each of Lin Yuan's strikes, crack, the golden dragon scales embedded in Yi Xian's skin shattered, blood oozing from the wounds, and the dragon shadow behind the dragon spirit body began to fade. Yi Xian's body swayed precariously, his prior arrogance evaporating, replaced by an expression of unwillingness. Already shaken internally, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, causing concern to flash across Lu Shue's face from a distance. How can this be, Brother Yi? At this moment, Lu Shue was profoundly shaken, unable to accept the scene before her. She could not comprehend how Lin Yuan, whom she had previously held in disdain, had become this formidable. Chapter 11. The guardian of Yi Xian arrives in terms of talent and status. In Lu Shue's eyes, Brother Yi was the man she admired most. Previously, she had even considered it a disgrace to compare Lin Yuan with her brother Yi. Yet now, her heart trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She was lost, confused, and perplexed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, high above in the void, Yi Xian's defeat seemed inevitable, as countless gazes observed intently. Who would have thought? Is it possible that an invincible prodigy will emerge in this generation of the eastern wilderness? Rumors of the Diyu royal family's dragon spirit body being invincible since ancient times echoed, even amidst the clouds of Zhongzhou. Yet now, who could have anticipated? the scene erupted into chaos as many cultivators from the eastern wilderness expressed their shock and astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. They were astounded by the failure of the Xiantian continent's first constitution, the dragon spirit body, and equally astonished by the unfathomable depth of Lin Yuan, the current Dao child of the Qingyun Dao sect. After all, while Lin Yuan's fame had grown and many sects in the eastern wilderness had heard of him, he had been confined to the eastern wilderness. Yet now, even an invincible prodigy from Zhongzhou was on the verge of defeat at Lin Yuan's hands. The phoenix has fallen, and the sparrow has triumphed. Indeed, prior to this, countless observers had viewed Yi Xian from the Diyu dynasty as that exalted phoenix, while Lin Yuan, as the Dao child of the Qingyun Dao sect, was merely a diminutive sparrow in comparison. At this moment, many cultivators could already envision that it would not be long before Lin Yuan's name echoed throughout Zhongzhou, stirring waves of commotion. "Father, please save Brother Yi." Clad in flowing white, her complexion fair and her figure tall and delicate, Lu Shue's voice trembled as she looked at her father, Lu Tsong, imploring him to intervene for her brother Yi. Even at this moment, Lu Shue stubbornly believed that Lin Yuan must have merely stumbled upon some fortuitous luck to achieve victory over Yi Xian. She firmly believed that the dragon spirit body would only grow stronger with time, and that her brother Yi would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse renowned throughout the Xiantian continent, destined to be the emperor of the Diyu dynasty. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was merely a fleeting stroke of luck. As time passed, he would inevitably fade into obscurity. Lowly is lowly, and an ant is an ant. That is the fate one is born into. How could the illustrious legacy of the Diyu dynasty be compared to Lin Yuan's momentary fortune? "Do not worry, I am well aware," replied Lu Tsong, his demeanor refined as he spoke, his gaze fixed firmly on the battle unfolding in the void. Regardless of the circumstances, it was undeniable that Yi Xian, the prince of the Diyu dynasty, could not come to harm. He had long been aware of his daughter's admiration for Yi Xian and was in complete agreement with it. Had it not been for Yi Xian's timely appearance, the marriage proposal would not have materialized today. Fortunately, the prince of the Diyu dynasty had finally made his presence known at the last moment. As for Lin Yuan, he should have been aware of his place once the prince appeared. Lu Tsong's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he regarded Lin Yuan, the esteemed leader of the Piaoxue Dao sect, one of the three great Dao sects of the eastern wilderness. His power had long reached the Dao Palace realm. Even though Lin Yuan's displayed prowess was impressive, it still fell short in his eyes. Just as Lu Tsong prepared to intervene, a stern voice rang out. "Lu Zongzhu, do not forget, you are also a person of the eastern wilderness." At that moment, it was Xiao Zhantian's voice. He had been observing the actions of the Lu family duo and had made his decision when Lu Tsong was willing to employ the innate Holy Lotus to restore Yi Xian's injuries and elevate his realm. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Zhantian could hardly believe what was unfolding. For years, the Qingyun and Piaoxue sects, both among the three great Dao sects of the eastern wilderness, had maintained a good relationship. However, now, this Lu Zongzhu seemed ready to strike against his own disciple in order to curry favor with the Diyu dynasty. "Xiao Xiong, you should understand what the foundation of the Diyu dynasty represents. If anything befell Yi Xian today, can your Qingyun Dao sect bear the consequences?" Lu Tsong, with a refined demeanor, wore a faint smile of derision. Issuing his threat, a mere Lin Yuan could not possibly compare to Yi Xian. Should anything happen to Yi Xian today, the entire eastern wilderness and its numerous sects would be unable to withstand the wrath of the Diyu dynasty. That colossal entity, the might of the immortal dynasties of Zhongzhou, could not be provoked by anyone. Even the Qingyun Dao sect, one of the preeminent sects of the eastern wilderness, would appear as insignificant as dust before such an immortal dynasty. Just as Lu Tsong and Xiao Zhantian found themselves at an impasse, a rumble echoed through the air. Thunderous roars echoed through the void. "Where was your former arrogance?" Lin Yuan's relentless assault continued, his gaze imbued with chilling indifference. In stark contrast, Yi Xian stood before him, disheveled and staggering, blood pouring from his lips. He had been utterly defeated, his body in tatters, his breath reduced to a mere whisper. How could this be? A voice trembled in disbelief as Yi Xian's eyes glazed over. Born of noble lineage, he had stood atop the clouds, regarding his contemporaries in the central continent with disdain, and had never considered the practitioners of the eastern wasteland worthy of his attention. Yet now, he found himself vanquished by one he had always deemed insignificant. This was a scenario he could never have fathomed in the past. As he gazed at Lin Yuan across from him, a chill gripped his heart. He realized that if this continued, he would surely perish. As a prince of the Diyu dynasty, he was naturally not alone in this venture. At that moment, a golden token materialized in Yi Xian's hand. He chuckled. This prince has traversed the Xiantian continent, battling countless prodigies. I must concede, you possess some measure of strength. Blood continued to flow from his mouth. Yet even now, Yi Xian had not relinquished his pride, looking down upon Lin Yuan with an air of superiority. However, the disparity in their statuses dictated the distance between them. Before me, you shall forever remain a humble insect. With a cold smirk, Yi Xian spoke. Suddenly, the golden token in his hand shattered. A last resort, his means to resolve all troubles. Though such tactics were scorned in battles among prodigies, his status rendered him one to be revered by the natives of the eastern wasteland. As Yi Xian's token, representing the prince of the Diyu dynasty, shattered, a resounding tremor reverberated through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Above the Qingyun Dao sect, a hazy figure materialized in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura, vast and magnificent. I have arrived late. I hope the prince will forgive me. This was Yi Xian's protector, a formidable being at the half-step ascendance realm, whose immense pressure enveloped the entire Qingyun Dao sect, instilling fear in all. Chapter 12. Lin Yuan's resolve. The ascendance realm stands at the pinnacle of strength in this world, a level at which one can ascend to the coveted higher realms sought by all practitioners. Yet, such beings are merely the stuff of legend in the eastern wasteland. At this moment, even the arrival of a half-step ascendance being was beyond the comprehension of countless practitioners present. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Qingyun Dao sect trembled before Yi Xian's protector. How audacious! A mere sect from the eastern wasteland dares to harm our prince. Death is the only penalty. The ancient voice echoed throughout the Qingyun Dao sect, resonating like a mighty bell. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward. The intensity too terrifying to fathom. At an instant, many practitioners of the eastern wasteland turned pale. Some of the weaker cultivators spat blood, and the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence after a moment of stillness. A trembling gaze turned towards Yi Xian's protector, filled with utmost reverence. This elder has already cultivated to the half-step ascendance realm. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in shock. Half-step ascendance. Is this the foundation of the undying dynasty? Gasps of astonishment spread like wildfire. At this moment, the scene was filled with whispers of disbelief. The strongest among the eastern wasteland, such as the sect leaders Lu Tsong and Xiao Zhantian, were merely at the Dao Palace realm. Yet even so, they were the most formidable figures in this remote land. A single thought could determine the fates of countless sects in the eastern wasteland. However, now, a half-step ascendance being stood before them. A level of strength they had only heard of in tales. Furthermore, what left them even more astonished was the humility displayed by this mighty being in the presence of Yi Xian. Addressing himself as an old servant, this was the foundation of the undying dynasty of the central continent. From the moment Yi Xian's identity was revealed, a top-tier protector at the half-step ascendance realm had been at his side. Such foundation was, indeed, unfathomable to the practitioners of the eastern wasteland. With an air of supreme confidence, Yi Xian surveyed the crowd of practitioners, relishing their astonished expressions. He reveled in this sensation. His status was one that demanded reverence from the natives of the eastern wasteland, a superiority that had never been challenged. Even if Lin Yuan surpassed him in strength, what of it? In the face of such an absolute disparity in status, all was rendered futile. Long ere was the protector at Yi Xian's side. Today, This prince sought to see who in this meager eastern wasteland could possibly challenge him. Feeling triumphant, Yi Xian wore a cold smile, particularly directed at Lin Yuan. Now you should understand, compared to me, you are but a mere insect. How dare you covet what belongs to this prince? Do you think yourself worthy? With the spiritual pills handed to him by his protector Long Air, Yi Xian's pale complexion swiftly regained its vigor. His waning aura rejuvenated, the black and gold robes billowed in the wind as he stood proudly in the void. Given the current circumstances, Yi Xian truly possessed the qualification to look down upon all. A protector at the half-step ascendant's realm could easily annihilate everyone present, should he wish to. That I knew that with brother Yi Xian's status, he could never be compared to Lin Yuan, who merely stumbled upon fleeting luck. Once brother Yi Xian's protector appears, crushing Lin Yuan will be as effortless as squashing a mere insect. Below, Lu Xue chuckled. Dressed in flowing white, her fair complexion and delicate figure radiated grace, her long hair cascading like a celestial maiden. Though she possessed an exquisite appearance, the expression on her face was one of disdain. Utterly repugnant, forming a partnership with Lin Yuan had merely been a means to compel Yi Xian to reveal himself. She had never regarded Lin Yuan as anything more than a tool. Now, with her beloved by her side, the fate of Lin Yuan and the countless practitioners of the Qingyun Dao sect was of no concern to her. The situation had completely reversed. The once assured victory had turned into a dire crisis for Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyun Dao sect with the arrival of Yi Xian's protector. The pressure emanating from a half-step ascendant's being was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if Lin Yuan bore the weight of countless mountains upon his shoulders. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space compressed, an unrelenting force surged toward Lin Yuan, causing his bones to creak in agony, as if they might shatter at any moment. Drip, 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 cold sweat poured down him like rain. You possess some strength, being able to withstand even a fraction of this old one's aura. The voice carried a note of surprise. Clad in black and shrouded in shadows, Long Air sneered, his crimson eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan. He had never anticipated that a mere practitioner of the Divine Bridge realm could exhibit such tenacity. At this moment, even Long Air, the protector, could not deny the reason behind this young man's ability to defeat their prince. However, it was a pity that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how great one's talent, it was ultimately inconsequential. The fallen prodigies were merely corpses. To stand against the prince was your sin. Like a deity passing judgment upon Lin Yuan, the Diyu dynasty was known for its unyielding dominance. Not only in the eastern wasteland, but even in the central continent, where countless strongmen dwelled, their words were akin to divine edicts. Those who obeyed thrived, while those who resisted perished. How could anyone dare to harm their prince? Yi Xian, that was an unforgivable crime. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Lin Yuan once more. His bones creaked as if they might break, with unwavering resolve and a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Yuan refused to yield. Bearing the immense weight of pressure, the dual-colored light surrounding him began to dim at the brink of life and death. Lin Yuan recalled a memory from long ago. The one who had brought him to this realm was an elder. Chapter 13. The crisis. The gap was too vast. The Qingyun Dao sect had indeed provoked a force they should not have. Who could be blamed for this? Offending whom was not wise. Yet they chose to offend the Diyu dynasty. Who could have imagined the prince's identity was so exalted, having a half-step ascendant's being as his protector, at this moment, gazing at the figure in black above. The defiant Lin Yuan, voices of disbelief filled the air. Some shook their heads, lamenting, there is no hope before a half-step ascendant's being. Lin Yuan is undoubtedly doomed. The entire Qingyun Dao sect faced an immense crisis, potentially facing annihilation. The Diyu dynasty was far too powerful. What they had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Truly unaware of the vastness of the world, he dares to act so arrogantly before Elder Long. This boy is hopeless. A voice resonated, laced with derision, echoing throughout the venue. It was Lute Song, his demeanor refined, who could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, eager to dissociate from the Qingyun Dao sect. After all, the grand wedding today had ties to their own Piaoxue Dao sect. Offending the Diyu dynasty would spell doom for Lin Yuan, and no one could save him. It was imperative to clarify his stance. Lu Tsong was counting on his daughter's connection with Yi Xian to elevate their sect to new heights. It was easy to foresee that after today, even if the Qingyun Dao sect managed to escape annihilation, they would undoubtedly be severely weakened at the entire Donghuang region. There were 3 major Dao sects, and with the backing of the Diyu dynasty, Piaoxue Dao sect might just unify all the sects across Donghuang. Lu Tsong respectfully bowed to Long Air, his heart swelling with excitement at the thought. They required little more than the willingness of this esteemed protector of Yi Xian, Long Air, to assist them. Brother Xiao, am I not correct? Lu Tsong sneered coldly at Xiao Zhantian. The foundation of the Diyu dynasty is beyond your imagination. Your disciple may perish, but do not deceive yourself, for today could very well mark the downfall of your entire Qingyun Dao sect. While he appeared to be dissuading Xiao Zhantian, the leader of the Qingyun Dao sect, from acting rashly, Lu Tsong was acutely aware of his old friend's temperament. Unyieldingly righteous, the more he spoke, the more impulsive his friend would become. This was precisely the outcome Lu Tsong sought. He wanted the old fool, Xiao Zhantian, to clash with that esteemed elder. Long in doing so, Piaoxue Dao sect would have the opportunity to consume Qingyun Dao sect. Though Donghuang regarded their sect as one of the 3 great Dao sects, Lu Tsong knew full well that in terms of overall strength, Qingyun Dao sect reigned supreme, and they still had a considerable distance to cover. Perhaps today was their chance. Father, senior brother, a melodious voice chimed, delicate and beautiful. Lu Yu, with her graceful brows and dressed in a flowing azure gown, stood beside Xiao Zhantian. Xiao's voice trembled with concern as she gazed into the void above. Where Lin Yuan was on the verge of collapse, facing imminent death, a half-step to the ascendant realm was indeed formidable. Xiao Zhantian, with a resolute expression and a towering figure, his hair as white as snow, sighed deeply. Though he had already reached the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, few could rival him in Donghuang. Yet, against a half-step ascendant, he knew he was no match. Such a powerful being was but a step away from reaching the pinnacle of this realm. However, this was merely a protector of the prince, in his aged eyes. There was no trace of retreat. Xiao Zhantian understood that in some matters, yielding would bear no fruit. Offending the Diyu dynasty could very well lead to the annihilation of the Qingyun Dao sect today. Dooming all so, are you afraid? A faint smile graced Xiao Zhantian's lips as he turned to his only daughter. I do not wish for senior brother to die. Xiao's response was succinct, devoid of embellishment. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space began to compress, and the relentless pressure from the half-step ascendant seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of reality. This moment, the burden Lin Yuan bore was unimaginable. It seemed that his adversary did not wish for him to die in agony, but intended to crush him, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. His body was fracturing, covered in myriad wounds. Blood streaming from the gashes, drip, 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 through the grotesque openings. One could glimpse Lin Yuan's white bones, splitting apart. So, this is the consequence of offending this prince. With an air of supreme arrogance, his icy gaze piercing, Yi Xian donned a black and gold-embroidered dragon robe, continuing to mock. This moment, with a mere command, he could order Long Air to obliterate Lin Yuan entirely. However, born into privilege, he had never endured humiliation in front of so many. Especially not before his woman. Yi Xian would not allow Lin Yuan to perish so easily. Instead, he sought to inflict unbearable pain, to dismantle Lin Yuan's very spirit until he begged for mercy. Only then would he slake his thirst for vengeance. Yet, much to Yi Xian's surprise, even now Lin Yuan showed no signs of capitulation. His attire, soaked in blood, Lin Yuan remained silent, his gaze cold and unwavering. Though he was aware of his identity, he had yet to meet the protector who had brought him to this realm. Lin Yuan was oblivious to the whereabouts of his savior, and when they might appear. Perhaps today would be the day he met his demise. He lamented internally, yet he felt an undeniable sense of resentment. However, with his current power, facing a half-step ascendant was an insurmountable gap. Long ere deal with him, Wei Yixian had lost patience, observing Lin Yuan, whose body and bones were crumbling. He could not fathom how one could endure such excruciating pain without begging for mercy. "Yes, Your Highness," Long ere replied respectfully. At this moment, Lin Yuan appeared as nothing more than an ant, ready to be crushed. "Kid, some identities are beyond your capacity to offend. Take heed in your next life," Long ere sneered, preparing to strike down Lin Yuan. Just then, a voice erupted from below. "Who dares to harm my disciple?" A radiant sword light sliced through the void, hurtling towards them. It was Xiao Zhantian, in a pivotal moment, as Lin Yuan lay on the brink of death. Blood seeping from his eyes, tracing down his pallid cheeks, his long hair cascading to obscure half his face, he beheld the aged figure. His heart stirred. He understood that the intervention of his master signified grave consequences for the entire Qingyun Dao sect. Thousands would perish because of him. Lin Yuan did not wish for the elder who had nurtured him to suffer due to his actions, nor for his fellow disciples to share in this calamity. Though Lin Yuan had only recently traversed into this realm, the merging of his memories with the original owner rendered them indistinguishable. He was now the original owner, and the original owner was him. "Do not worry, with this old man here, no one can harm you." Holding the Zhutian sacred sword, Xiao Zhantian assured Lin Yuan, his aged gaze resolute. The Qingyun Dao sect had endured for countless years in Donghuang, and within its ranks were powerful individuals who had ascended to higher realms. This Zhutian sacred sword was a divine artifact left behind by those who had ascended. However, even with the aid of this sacred weapon, facing a half-step ascendant was still a daunting challenge. With his current strength, he could not fully wield this sacred artifact. Yet, some matters warranted action, even when the outcome was foreseen. Lin Yuan had been found in the snow nearly 2 decades ago, and over that time, Xiao Zhantian had come to regard him as a true son. Lin Yuan had never disappointed him. Merely a Dao Palace realm, thinking that wielding a sacred artifact can save this kid? Such folly from within the black mist. Long Air's cold laughter rang out. "Long Air, today I shall ensure the demise of this boy and the entire Qingyun Dao sect." Yixian sneered, still fuming over his previous defeat at Lin Yuan's hands. A humiliation witnessed by many, he sought to establish his authority through the blood of Lin Yuan and countless cultivators from the Qingyun Dao sect, demonstrating to the indigenous people of Donghuang the dire consequences of offending a prince of the Diyu dynasty. His identity dictated that he be revered by all present. Any who dared challenge him would pay with their lives. "Yes, Your Highness," Long Air responded respectfully, turning his gaze toward the approaching Xiao Zhantian. Though the Dao Palace realm was close to the Ascendant realm, the disparity between the two was vast. Even a half-step Ascendant was not comparable to Xiao Zhantian's Dao Palace strength. First, eliminate Xiao Zhantian. After all, Lin Yuan cannot last much longer. Boom, boom, boom. Long Air surged forward, enveloped in black mist, his eyes gleaming with crimson light. A colossal white claw emerged from the darkness, casting a shadow over the entire Qingyun Dao sect. Descending upon Xiao Zhantian, causing the surroundings to dim, the might of a half-step ascendant unleashed in full force was terrifying, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the cultivators within the Qingyun Dao sect. "Is this the power of an ascendant?" some murmured, trembling in disbelief. "No, this is merely a half-step ascendant, yet a single strike could likely obliterate us all." Others shook their heads helplessly. The gap was insurmountable. Even with this sacred artifact, it would be challenging for Xiao Zhantian to withstand such an assault. Voices of concern echoed throughout the Qingyun Dao sect as all eyes turned toward the elder, whose hair was white yet whose posture remained resolute, under the shadow of the colossal claw, and no one believed Xiao Zhantian could withstand such a blow, and all of this turmoil stemmed from Lin Yuan. Countless gazes were fixed upon the unfolding drama. Clang! The sound of a sword's resonance pierced the air as a brilliant golden blade ascended to meet the impending doom. merely the light of a firefly. The sacred artifact in your hands is nothing short of a travesty, and shrouded in black mist, the visage of Long Air remains shrouded in obscurity, his derisive voice echoing through the air, lofty and disdainful. He regards all beneath him as mere ants, insignificant in the grand scheme of existence. The sacred artifact can only be forged by those of a sacred realm. Such formidable beings do not exist in this world. Only the upper realm can lay claim to them. With the prowess of Xiao Zhantian, he is utterly incapable of unleashing the true potential of the celestial sword of annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. The claw marks collide with the celestial sword of annihilation. At this very moment, splutter. In the midst of the fray, Xiao Zhantian spews forth a mouthful of blood, his once majestic stature now faltering, his figure sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Blood flows freely, staining the earth, rendering him gravely wounded. Ants must possess the awareness befitting their station. They are but futilely attempting to halt the inexorable march of a chariot. In the void above, amidst the black mist, Long Air emits a cold snort. Xiao Zhantian has fallen, yearning to intervene and rescue Lin Yuan, yet he remains powerless. Father, sect master, master? Countless figures encircle the prostrate Xiao Zhantian. There is Xiao, the elders of the sect, and disciples, all filled with concern. They gaze upon their severely injured and unconscious sect master, then cast their eyes upward into the void, where Lin Yuan, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life, lies equally on the brink. And one anticipated that what was to be a joyous occasion for the Qingyun sect, a day marked by the invitation of numerous cultivators from the eastern wilderness, would culminate in such a dire predicament. The Diyu dynasty is overwhelmingly powerful. Even Yi Xian, the prince accompanied by his protector, remains a force beyond the humble Qingyun sect's capacity to counter, and this may merely be the tip of the iceberg regarding the Diyu dynasty's might. Today could very well signify the downfall of the Qingyun sect, as they stand helpless against the immortal dynasty that casts its shadow over the entire Xiantian continent. No soul in this world can save them. At this moment, within the sect, apart from the disciples of the Qingyun sect, faces are etched with fury. The rest are engulfed in a profound silence, none daring to utter a word. They have all witnessed the scene unfold, the prowess of one who stands at the cusp of ascension. Under Long Air's imposing presence, even the mightiest of the three great sects of the eastern wilderness cannot escape the threat of annihilation today. After today, the eastern wilderness shall no longer bear witness to the Qingyun sect. Upright and dignified, adorned in a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, he stands in the void, exuding unparalleled arrogance. Yi Xian gazes at Lin Yuan, seeking to discern the expression he desires to see upon Lin Yuan's countenance. Yet, disappointment washes over him. Within those blood-soaked, profound eyes lies only an endless chill that stirs unease within Yi Xian's heart. Long Air, just as Yi Xian prepares to command the obliteration of the entire Qingyun sect before Lin Yuan's eyes, a series of footsteps resound from afar, reverberating throughout the Qingyun sect. The void quakes, akin to a placid lake rippling with disturbance. What commotion is this? Countless onlookers, including Yi Xian, Long Air, and numerous cultivators present, hear the sound, while many scramble to ascertain the source of the footsteps. Crack. At this moment, the fabric of space rends, and a figure steps forth. Young master, after so many years apart, do you still remember this old man? Before them stands an elder clad in gray, his hair a cascade of silvery white, emanating an aura that commands respect without anger. The very air around him trembles, as if unable to bear his presence, threatening to shatter under the weight of his being. It is Lin Jiu, having emerged from the ancient forbidden grounds. Upon his arrival, he surveys the scene with a smile, searching for Lin Yuan, though years have elapsed since their last meeting. Among those present, only Lin Yuan possesses the physique of one from the upper realm. Thus, his gaze sweeps across the crowd, landing upon the bloodied and near-lifeless form of Lin Yuan. In an instant, The smile that adorned Lin Jio's face is replaced with a visage of frost. Chapter 15. Half-Step to Ascension. Merely a wretched creature, the Lin family of the Imperial Clan ranks among the forbidden families of the Upper Realm. Renowned across the myriad domains, and Lin Yuan is the son of the Lin family patriarch. It was only due to the constraints of family regulations that he was sent to this lower realm to hone his skills. Lin Jio fully understands the trust bestowed upon him by the patriarch when he entrusted the infant young master into his care. Yet at this moment, witnessing Lin Yuan bloodied and marred with countless wounds, his bones shattered, a torrent of guilt, rage, and murderous intent surges within Lin Jio's heart. Standing in the void, clad in gray, his white hair framing a visage that, while seemingly unassuming, renders the entirety of existence before him diminutive in comparison. Once a guest elder of the Lin family in the Upper Realm, bestowed with the Lin surname, Lin Jio's strength is such that not only would he surpass the trifling Xiantian continent, but he is also considered a formidable force even within the Upper Realm. I truly feel unworthy of the patriarch's trust from back then. His gaze falls upon Lin Yuan, whose form is gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Jio's voice trembling with emotion, as he speaks, boom, with a single step forward. His speed is akin to instantaneous movement, and Lin Jio appears before the gravely injured Lin Yuan, his face etched with concern. His palm, resembling withered bark, rests upon Lin Yuan as an immense surge of spiritual energy transforms into a life force, streaming relentlessly into Lin Yuan's body, mending his injuries. Before delving into the specifics of the situation, who could possibly have inflicted such grievous harm on Lin Yuan? Ensuring Lin Yuan's safety takes precedence. Only then shall the reckoning come. Cough, 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 feeling the shattered meridians and broken bones within himself begin to mend and regenerate under the overwhelming flow of spiritual energy, Lin Yuan, whose consciousness has waned, gradually regains some lucidity, his gaze locking onto the elder before him. He understands that it is this individual who is saving him. However, what perplexes Lin Yuan is that, under normal circumstances, with Long Heir's power, there should be no one left in the Qingyun sect capable of rescuing him, until Lin Jio's appearance aligns with a figure etched in the deepest recesses of his memory. It is you. His feeble voice resonates, and Lin Yuan's pupils constrict as he recognizes Lin Jio, the very elder who had once escorted him to the lower realm. Young master, do not speak unnecessarily. Focus on recovering your strength. I shall ensure that certain individuals pay the price they owe. After assessing Lin Yuan's condition, Lin Jio's initial apprehension dissipates. Normally, such injuries would spell doom for an ordinary cultivator, yet Lin Yuan's unique constitution has preserved a sliver of life within him. In this moment, Lin Jio silently rejoices at his timely arrival. Had he been even a moment later, the consequences of any misfortune befalling the young master are too horrifying to contemplate. In the final moments of crisis for the Qingyun sect and Lin Yuan, an enigmatic elder suddenly appears. At this moment, the multitude of cultivators from the various sects of the Eastern Wilderness, including the Lu family, as well as Yi Xian and his protector Long Heir, stand in bewilderment. Who are you to dare save the enemy of this prince? Conceited and arrogant, Yi Xian questions Lin Jio with an air of superiority. Does this old fool not realize that the one he is healing is the enemy of the prince of the Diyu dynasty? How dare he act so brazenly, utterly disregarding Yi Xian's authority? Indeed, Lin Jio's sudden emergence has left Yi Xian momentarily stunned. However, recalling that this is merely the Eastern Wilderness, and that he represents the Diyu dynasty, Yi Xian feels no restraint and the vast expanse of the Xiantian continent. Is there anyone who dares to oppose the Diyu dynasty? As the query reverberates, Lin Jio, engaged in healing Lin Yuan, is suddenly filled with murderous intent. Fully aware that Lin Yuan's injuries are tied to this individual, nonetheless, his priority remains the restoration of Lin Yuan's health. He pays no heed to Yi Xian's words. "My prince is addressing you. Have you not heard?" As the black mist billows, observing his prince's words met with indifference, Long Heir's fury ignites. How pretentious. I shall see what strength you possess that emboldens you to act so arrogantly. Just moments prior, when Long Air probed the Elder's realm, he found himself unable to discern it. After all, he is a formidable being on the cusp of ascension. How could there be anyone in this insignificant eastern wilderness whom he cannot fathom? Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming might of his half-step ascendant prowess surges forth, bearing down upon Lin Jiu. It is worth noting that when he previously struck Xiao Zhantian, Long Air had not exerted his full strength. Yet, for reasons unknown, he now feels a hint of oppression before this inexplicable elder. With a cold snort, he unleashes his full power, seeking to unveil Lin Jiu's true realm. At this moment, countless gazes are riveted upon this unfolding spectacle. Yet, to the astonishment of the multitude, the elder who had only just appeared to heal Lin Yuan remains utterly unmoved, entirely focused on restoring Lin Yuan's health, as though naught else in the world holds significance compared to a single hair on Lin Yuan's body. Among the crowd stands a figure draped in flowing white, her complexion fair, her figure tall and delicate, with 3,000 strands of hair cascading down. This is Lu Xiu, and oh wonder Lin Yuan was able to defeat brother Yi Xian earlier. It must be related to this person. Casting a scornful glance at Lin Jiu, who was healing Lin Yuan's injuries, Lu Shui sneered. Brother Yi Xian's protector is a formidable half-step to the Ascension realm. What use is saving Lin Yuan? It merely delays the inevitable demise. Boom. 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 In the void above, Long Air unleashed a powerful strike towards Lin Jiu, finally sensing that the last trace of danger within Lin Yuan had dissipated. Lin Jiu rose to his feet. His gray garments billowed, and a chilling indifference radiated from his eyes. A terrifying aura surged from Lin Jiu, causing the heavens and earth to change color, and the cosmos to tremble. Half-step to the Ascension realm? Merely a wretched creature. Boom, boom, boom. With a casual palm strike, he blocked the sky, an endless surge of violet energy cascading down towards Long Air. Chapter 16. A strike that shocked the entire venue. News brought by Lin Jiu. The void echoed ominously, and the entire Qingyuan Dao sect trembled under Lin Jiu's presence. I am the face of such a blow. How could this be possible? Long Air, who had been brimming with confidence, now spoke in confusion. The power was utterly beyond his imagination. As the palm print loomed over the heavens, descending upon Long Air, he was thrown into a panic, unable to resist or fend it off. Pfft! Blood stained the void as Long Air's battered body fell like a shooting star, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rose and fell like the tide, and several nearby grand halls collapsed. Dust swirling up and obscuring everything around. As this scene unfolded, a profound silence enveloped the area. Time passed, and the dust began to settle. This moment, how could a being of the half-step to the Ascension realm withstand a single strike from this elder? Some present gazed in astonishment, their hearts shaking violently. A being with such power must mean this elder had truly reached the Ascension realm. Some looked up at Lin Jiu in the void, exclaiming in wonder, how strange. Although the Qingyuan Dao sect is not insignificant in the eastern wilderness, when did it ever possess such potent warriors? Voices arose around, most belonging to cultivators from the eastern wilderness. In their eyes, the Ascension realm was merely a legendary strength. As for those who surpassed the Ascension realm, such notions were entirely beyond their imagination. Only the fabled upper realm could harbor such beings. Thus, in their understanding, the concept of the strongest being was confined to the Ascension realm, and the majority unanimously regarded Lin Jiu's power as that of an elder from the Ascension realm. At this time, above in the void, under Lin Jiu's care, Lin Yuan, who had been on the brink of death, had recovered from his injuries. Although he had yet to regain his peak state, he was no longer in grave danger. Though the highest realm attainable in this world was the Ascension realm, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel that his protector, Lin Jiu, was far beyond such a simple classification. With curious eyes, Lin Yuan turned towards the elder beside him. "Surely, you are not merely at the Ascension realm?" he inquired. "Just call me Lin Jiu, young master. I am unworthy of being addressed as elder. Lin Jiu hastily bowed, as the protector of the young master. He felt immense guilt for nearly allowing Lin Yuan to perish in this trivial realm of Xiantian. Even now, he was plagued by remorse, believing he had failed the family head's charge from years past. In response to the young master, I am but at the mid-stage of the sacred realm. What a jest! The Lin family of the upper realm was a taboo clan that overshadowed all domains. And with Lin Yuan's status as the family head son, how could a mere Ascension realm practitioner serve as his protector? Lin Jiu smiled faintly. Unfortunately, their conversation was too quiet for others to hear. Otherwise, the mention of the sacred realm would have sent shockwaves through all present. The sacred realm? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, regardless of whether in the upper realm or this Xiantian continent. He had been aware since the beginning of his cultivation that the realms of the world were classified from low to high: body refinement, qi gathering, spirit condensation, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascension, pre-sacred, sacred realm, pre-emperor, and emperor realm. In this realm, the ascension realm was already the pinnacle, invincible across the continent. Yet, the protector assigned to him by his true family was a powerful being of the sacred realm. The direct bloodline of the Lin family must undergo trials across the myriad domains at a young age. I am sure the young master is already aware of this, Lin Jiu continued, his gaze somber. Each direct descendant of the Lin family, during their infancy, undergoes a sealing of their family's inherited memories within their consciousness, which only fully awakens upon reaching adulthood. Now that Lin Yuan has come of age, he should have awakened those memories of the family that I, under the family head's orders, chose this realm for the young master as trials, for another reason. A relic of a great emperor lies hidden within this realm, and this relic is intricately connected to your true constitution. I have searched for over 20 years, and this is also my gift to you for your coming of age. A relic of a great emperor. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart trembled. What the emperor represented needed no elaboration. Anything associated with an emperor was forbidden. Yet, what puzzled Lin Yuan was how a relic of an emperor's legacy could be concealed in this lower realm. No wonder Lin Jiu had not been by his side all these years. He had been seeking the legacy of a great emperor for him. Furthermore, was the mystery of his true constitution about to be revealed. Lin Yuan and the others stood in the void, their voices too low for anyone to discern what they were discussing. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Dao sect, the scene was one of devastation. However, none of the Qingyun disciples would blame the elder who was conversing with the master brother Lin Yuan for the destruction of their sect. Instead, they were filled with curiosity and immense joy. Previously, countless disciples and elders within the Qingyun Dao sect had fallen into despair, prepared to face death alongside their sect. After all, the oppressive presence of long air, a half-step to the Ascension realm practitioner, had been utterly hopeless. Yet, at the most critical moment, the elder, seemingly acquainted with the master brother, had appeared with a single strike, just one strike. It was enough to render the once dominant long air oblivious to his fate. The appearance of this elder had saved the entire Qingyun Dao sect. I grew up alongside the master brother, but when did he come to know such a powerful being? I have no idea, exclaimed Xiao Xiao, supporting Xiao Zhantian, her small face brimming with curiosity. Xiao Zhantian, still pale, had awakened from his unconscious state after being treated by several elders. However, after being severely injured by long air, his already aged body seemed even more frail than before. He had long been aware that Lin Yuan harbored secrets, having watched him grow up. He had known early on that Lin Yuan's mysterious constitution was not something this realm could produce. The subsequent defeat of the strongest in this realm, the dragon spirit body, at Lin Yuan's hands only reinforced Xiao Zhantian's beliefs. Yet, he was astonished that an elder who had reached the Ascension realm would be acquainted with Lin Yuan. Such a level was indeed the apex of this realm, and among the top tier even in the central state. Chapter 17, Yi Xian's Confusion, the Time-Space Evasion Talisman. How could this be? This is impossible. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze was filled with profound confusion. unable to accept the scene before him. His protector, Long Heir, a powerful half-step to the Ascension realm, was a top-tier warrior even within the Dayu Empire. Yet here, in the eastern wilderness, a remote area, someone had managed to injure Long Heir with a single blow, leaving his life uncertain, especially since the one who could injure Long Heir had undoubtedly stepped into the true Ascension realm. Although there was only a half-step of difference between the half-step to the Ascension realm and the true Ascension realm, the disparity was often as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian could not comprehend it. As a prince of the Dayu Empire, his status was exceedingly noble, yet he could not command the protection of a true Ascension realm expert, and Lin Yuan was merely a disciple of a small sect in the eastern wilderness. A creature born into insignificance. What right did he have? Yi Xian stood there in a daze, paralyzed by fear as his protector, Long Heir, lay uncertain of his fate, eye in the past, whenever Long Heir appeared. He had always been able to resolve all his troubles, but this time, what was a girl from a small sect and a mere prince of a minor dynasty? Lin Jiu's voice resonated. His gaze indifferent as he swept over Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Having conversed with Lin Yuan earlier, he had grasped the entire situation. He felt a tinge of sorrow for his young master, who encountered such a chaotic scene on the day of his marriage, the esteemed scion of the Lin family, having set his sights on a mere mortal woman from the lower realms. One might have thought that was the extent of the absurdity, yet, to his dismay, she did not even reciprocate his affections. Should word of this reach the upper realms, it would surely elicit derisive laughter from other imperial clans and various taboo powers. Lin Jiu had resolutely decided that upon returning to the upper realms, he would never breathe a word of this embarrassment. After all, Lin Yuan represented the dignity of the entire Lin family. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Jiu contemplated the situation. Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, sensed the fleeting gaze of Lin Jiu beside him. Perhaps out of concern for his own status, Lin Jiu refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yet Lin Yuan could still perceive the trace of helplessness in his companion's eyes. But could this be blamed on himself? If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at the original owner of his body. That infatuated fool. Having just traversed into this realm, he was swiftly dragged into marriage, only to have a haughty prince of the Dayu dynasty proclaim that he had snatched away Lin Yuan's woman. When engaged in combat, the prince displayed a lack of martial ethics, and when he found himself at a disadvantage, he resorted to calling for reinforcements. And thus, here they were. Lin Yuan had endured his share of suffering and had nearly met his demise. Boom! At that moment, Lin Jiu, standing beside Lin Yuan, casually pointed a finger towards Yi Xian, and oh! Yi Xian emitted a piercing scream. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed, as if he were on the brink of fragmentation. Enduring the torment Lin Yuan had previously suffered, yet now experiencing even greater agony. For Lin Jiu, eliminating someone like Yi Xian was a trivial task given his prowess. However, he deemed it far too lenient to allow Yi Xian to die so easily. Considering the torment his own master had previously endured, you come here as well. Boom! Lin Jiu's hand hovered in the air, grasping at the direction where Long Heir had fallen. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, debris flew as a battered figure ascended uncontrollably from the ruins. Transforming into a fleeting light, standing alongside Yi Xian, both enduring endless suffering, it was Long Heir, who had not perished, though half of his body was missing. No, senior. His voice seemed to carry an infinite burden of pain. At this juncture, Long Heir finally comprehended why Lin Jiu's previous strike had been so devastating. Logically, it should have been enough to slay him, yet inexplicably, as the palm descended, the power seemed to retract, leaving him grievously injured instead. It dawned on him that Lin Jiu intended to torment both himself and the prince to the point of death. We are of the Dayu dynasty. We implore you, senior, to spare our lives for the sake of our dynasty. Long Heir and Yi Xian pleaded, hoping to invoke the might of their backing to instill a sense of caution in Lin Jiu. After all, what the Dayu dynasty represented on this continent was well known, and none dared to slight them. Long Air, being a half-step into the celestial realm, was merely Yi Xian's protector, although the elder before them was undeniably powerful. Being a formidable figure in the celestial realm, there were indeed ancestors who had reached that level within their illustrious dynasty, and not just one. Why Yi Xian, the sole dragon spirit body among the current princes, was of paramount importance for the future succession of the Diyu dynasty. Should any misfortune befall him here, the consequences would be beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Oh, you seek to threaten me with your so-called royal dynasty? A cold chuckle escaped Lin Jiu, clad in gray with white hair, standing imperiously above them. His aura emanated such power that the surrounding void trembled, as if unable to contain his presence, the very fabric of space threatening to shatter. His gaze upon Yi Xian and Long Air resembled that of a predator observing mere insects. The sacred realm transcended this world, yet many remained ignorant, mistakenly believing Lin Jiu to be merely of the celestial realm. Given the constraints of this domain, he could not fully unleash the true might of the sacred realm. However, annihilating a small dynasty like the Diyu was more than sufficient. Ultimately, insects were still insects. Unaware of the vastness of true existence, with an air of authority tinged with a hint of murderous intent, a fuming sacred realm cultivator could alter the very colors of the heavens. This was dire, still enduring unending agony. Long Air's heart sank in alarm. He discerned that Lin Jiu indeed harbored murderous intent on slaying both him and the prince, with no regard for the Diyu dynasty's reputation. Long Air, save me. Beside him, Yi Xian was genuinely terrified, his hair standing on end, heart gripped by dread. Born into nobility, he had never envisioned that one day he would meet his end in this insignificant eastern wilderness. Both felt the looming specter of death. Yi Xian's protector, Long Air would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life to ensure Yi Xian's safety. It was not merely loyalty that drove him. Rather, his family, descendants, and loved ones were all under the sway of the Diyu dynasty. If Yi Xian were to perish today, their fates would be sealed. With determination in his eyes, Long Air's body, now shattered, glowed with a radiant rune entwined with the laws of time and space. Your Highness, I shall assist you in escaping this place, but please, take care of my kin, Long Air conveyed quietly to Yi Xian. Once, a venerable ancestor of the Diyu dynasty had gifted Long Air a time-space escape talisman, meant to be activated in moments of crisis for Yi Xian. The Diyu dynasty's influence loomed over the entire Xiantian continent. Far more complex than it appeared, even in the upper realms, there were those who wielded power, and this talisman, rumored to have originated from the upper realms, was extraordinarily precious. Fear not, Long Air, as long as you can save this prince. I shall ensure your kin's safety. Yi Xian's heart raced as he conveyed his urgent thoughts. He was willing to pay any price to survive. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of blood light erupted from Long Air's battered form, staining the void crimson. The time-space escape talisman was an artifact of the upper realms. Even in his prime, it would have been impossible for Long Air to fully activate it without expending an immense amount of spiritual energy. Your Highness, flee, Long Air bellowed, blood-colored flames igniting around him as he prepared to sacrifice all his strength. Blood sacrifice was a last resort for a cultivator, unleashing unimaginable power at the cost of their very existence. Once a cultivator resorted to such means, they had already accepted their fate of death. Endless crimson radiance converged into the talisman, and Long Air's form vanished. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the forces of time and space surged. Golden light enveloping Yi Xian. Crack, a rift in space materialized, drawing Yi Xian within. Not good, it's the time-space escape talisman, Lin Jiu exclaimed, his brow furrowed. Everything transpired too rapidly, in the blink of an eye. Even in the upper realms, the time-space escape talisman was considered a rare treasure, capable of tearing through the void to transport one across vast distances. However, Lin Jiu was taken aback that such a small dynasty from the lower realms possessed such an artifact. Gazing at the vanishing portal, he lamented his own oversight. acting without further thought. Boom! Lin Jiao unleashed a palm strike, knowing that if Yi Xian escaped, he would be left with a tarnished reputation. From within the portal, a heart-wrenching scream echoed. Yi Xian! Even the space constructed by the talisman shattered under Lin Jiao's assault, collapsing into countless fragments. Puffed! From the ruptured portal, a severed limb of Yi Xian emerged, drenched in blood, cleaved by the fragments of space. Yet, Yi Xian's upper body was nowhere to be seen. He had managed to escape, dragging along his remaining form. I am at fault. Please punish me, young master. Lin Jiao's expression darkened as he bowed to Lin Yuan. Filled with self-reproach, his carelessness had allowed the enemy to flee, and he felt a deep sense of guilt. There's no need for such lamentation. At least long heirs perished. Yi Xian will have many opportunities to deal with him in the future. Lin Yuan hastily helped Lin Jiao to his feet, a smile gracing his lips. Had it not been for Lin Jiao's timely intervention, Lin Yuan knew he would have already met his demise. In both sentiment and reason, he had no grounds to blame the man before him. Thus, the crisis of the Qingyun Dao sect was averted. Originally, today was meant to mark the union of Lu Shui and Lin Yuan as partners in the Dao. Yet the unfolding events had taken an unforeseen turn, one that likely no one present had anticipated. Even the powerful prince of the Diu dynasty, who commanded the entire Xiantian continent, had gained nothing from this encounter. Instead, they watched as a formidable half-step celestial realm powerhouse perished, his essence scattered, while the noble prince of the Diu dynasty barely managed to escape, dragging his battered form away through long heirs' sacrifice. The outcome of these events was beyond the imagination of countless cultivators present, a truly surreal spectacle, impossible. How could it come to this? Yi Xian had escaped, yet at this moment, the Lu family father and daughter remained rooted in place. Below, amidst the crowd, a figure in flowing white robes, with fair skin and a slender, delicate frame, her tresses cascading like a celestial being in a painting. This was Lu Shui. Her face was marred by despondency, her complexion pallid. Even at this moment, she remained unable to accept the scene before her. Her elder brother, Yi Xian, had been defeated, barely escaping with his life after sustaining grave injuries. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was merely a tool to her, a means to compel Yi Xian to appear through the guise of marriage. Now, the person she had eagerly awaited, the destined one, had lost, and that tool she had never regarded with much seriousness. Lin Yuan had emerged victorious? Who could have foreseen that the outcome would unfold in such a manner? He was a prince from the Great Yu dynasty. With a bitter smile, Lu Tsang could only shake his head in resignation. He had miscalculated, placing all his hopes upon Yi Xian initially. He had envisioned leveraging the prince's relationship with his daughter to elevate their sect, the Piaoxue Dao sect, to dominance over the eastern wilderness. It had long been Lu Tsang's ambition to see his sect crowned as the foremost in the eastern wilderness. He had even gone so far as to offer the prince the heavenly sacred lotus, a treasure preserved for countless years by the Piaoxue Dao sect, yet in the end, it had all amounted to naught. Is it merely a matter of relying on a strong cultivator at the Ascendant Realm? I have heard Yi Xian mention that within the Great Yu dynasty, there is more than one ancestor at the Ascendant Realm. With a disdainful curl of her lip, Lu Shui's gaze drifted toward Lin Yuan in the distance. Even now, she remained unconvinced, for when she had traveled to the central continent and fallen in love with Yi Xian, she had witnessed firsthand the almost immortal grandeur of that dynasty. This day. She firmly believed that once Yi Xian returned to that dynasty and healed his injuries, it would not be long before he came to claim her. She was confident that her judgment would never falter. As for Lin Yuan, he was only deserving of remaining in this remote corner of the eastern wilderness. Oh, the previously bitter Lu Tsang's eyes brightened upon hearing his daughter's words. There truly are several Ascendant Realm powerhouses within that dynasty? Upon hearing this, Lu Tsang was astonished. If that were the case, his investments might still yield returns. Today, the one who revived the entire Qingyun Dao sect was merely that elder beside Lin Yuan. acknowledged by the gathered cultivators as an invincible powerhouse at the Ascendant Realm. Father, why would my daughter deceive you? This is what Yi Xian himself told me back then. With this thought, Lu Shui felt her despondency lift, and her heart was once again filled with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 19. The Young Master. The Qingyun sect was astounded. Master, your injuries, accompanied by Lin Yuan stood before Xiao Zhantian, his expression one of reverence. Had it not been for his master's relentless efforts to thwart that long ere earlier, Lin Yuan knew he might not have made it in time to see Lin Jiao. Thus, he held immense respect for his master. Haha, these minor injuries are nothing. With the threat to the Qingyun sect averted, Lin Yuan, now recognized by Xiao Zhantian as the sole heir to the sect, was alive. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Zhantian exuded a bold spirit. Though his injuries had yet to heal, his stature was no longer as imposing, and he appeared even more aged than before. His gaze swept over Lin Yuan before resting on Lin Jiao. Thank you, Senior, for saving the lives of all in the Qingyun sect. For some reason, the elder, who appeared to be at least at the Ascendant Realm, seemed to regard Lin Yuan with a certain respect. However, that was of little concern to Xiao Zhantian. He believed one should always show reverence to the powerful. You flatter me, Sect Master Xiao. I must also express my gratitude for your years of nurturing our young master. Lin Jiao replied with a calm smile, devoid of any airs befitting a powerful figure. Although Xiao Zhantian did not know him, Lin Jiao was well acquainted with him, upon bringing Lin Yuan down to this realm. He had observed Xiao Zhantian secretly for quite some time before deciding to entrust Lin Yuan to him for cultivation. Moreover, he had stealthily followed Xiao Zhantian when he returned Lin Yuan to the Qingyun Dao sect, before finally feeling secure enough to venture forth across the Xiantian continent in search of the relics of the Yuan Tian Emperor. However, with his strength, no one in the Xiantian continent could discover him if he chose to remain hidden. Lin Yuan, merely in his 20s, had already cultivated to the Divine Bridge realm. Aside from his formidable constitution, Xiao Zhantian's guidance had been instrumental in this achievement, a fact that alone earned Lin Jiao's respect. Young master? At that moment, when Lin Jiao addressed Lin Yuan as such, Xiao Zhantian, along with Xiao, the elders of the Qingyun sect, and numerous disciples, were all left utterly astonished. Regarding Lin Yuan's origins, it was known among the older elders that Xiao Zhantian had once returned with an infant. This was common knowledge within the Qingyun sect. This was an elder from the Ascendant Realm, the pinnacle of this world, calling Lin Yuan young master. In an instant, countless members of the Qingyun sect gazed at Lin Yuan with astonishment. Aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. Regardless of his future identity, I, Lin Yuan, will forever remain a disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect, Lin Yuan declared with a smile. His memories had fully merged. He felt an overwhelming familiarity with every blade of grass and every tree here. In contrast, his original family, the Lin family from the upper realm, felt like a distant memory. Merely existing in the legacy of family recollections, Lin Yuan would not forget that the previous crisis had arisen because of him, nearly leading to the destruction of the entire Qingyun Dao sect. In the face of such peril, his master, Xiao Zhantian, had stepped forward, and no member of the Qingyun sect bore him any resentment. They were willing to face death alongside him. One must not forget their roots. Though immensely curious about Lin Yuan's true identity, the elders and members of the sect refrained from questioning, as both the elder and Lin Yuan had not elaborated further. Senior brother, I never imagined you possessed such an identity. You must not forget your little junior sister. Her voice was melodious, her beauty radiant. It was Xiao, clad in a flowing green dress, smiling brightly. She had grown up alongside Lin Yuan, and perhaps soon her senior brother would return to his true family. She feared she might not see him again. How could that be? Lin Yuan replied with a smile, ruffling his little junior sister's hair, disheveling her locks. He had long regarded the girl before him as a younger sister, having grown up together in close camaraderie. From this day forth, the Qingyun Dao sect and the Piaoxue Dao sect shall have no further ties. At that moment, The numerous cultivators from various sects in the eastern wilderness, who had come to partake in the banquet and had yet to depart, were met with Xiao Zhantian's furious gaze directed at the Lu father-daughter duo. Although the Piaoxue Dao sect had refrained from exploiting the Qingyun sect's crisis, their actions had clearly aligned with the prince of the Great Yu dynasty. Not resolving the matter with the Lu family on the spot had already been a display of leniency. For they were both part of the three great sects of the eastern wilderness and had maintained a decent relationship over the years. However, from this day forward, the relationship between the two sects would plummet to an all-time low. Since sect master Xiao has stated so, I shall take my leave. With a calm gaze, upon grasping the true strength of the Great Yu dynasty, Lu Tsong felt there was still hope, as for the relationship with the Qingyun Dao sect. Once he harnessed the might of the Great Yu dynasty, he would aim to dominate the entire eastern wilderness, and at that time, conflict with the Qingyun sect would be inevitable. Let us depart. With a command from Lu Tsong, Lu Shui and the cultivators of the Piaoxue Dao sect followed suit. TCH, what is there to be smug about? It's merely reliance on an ascendant realm powerhouse. As they left, Lu Shui scoffed, her voice low, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lin Yuan. Her original plans had been completely thwarted, and even her brother Yi Xian had nearly perished because of Lin Yuan. Thus, Lu Shui now harbored not just disdain but palpable hatred for the entire Qingyun Dao sect and Lin Yuan. Though her voice was soft, Lin Yuan caught wind of it amidst the crowd. Clad in black, with a stern visage, Lin Yuan regarded the unfolding events. Knowing they all stemmed from this woman, a surge of killing intent welled up in his eyes. The matter of marriage was never one he had looked upon favorably. Her refusal had been a blessing in disguise. However, she should not have jeopardized the entire Qingyun Dao sect and their lives merely for her own benefit, had it not been for Lin Jiu's timely intervention. He and the entire Qingyun Dao sect might have been annihilated due to her selfishness. Just wait. I am eager to discover how formidable that so-called Great Yu dynasty truly is. With a cold laugh, Lin Yuan fixed his gaze forward. Chapter 20. The mystery of the original constitution. As the events concluded, countless cultivators who had participated in the wedding banquet began to depart. Days later, news spread widely among the cultivators of the eastern wilderness. Lin Yuan, the Dao child of the Qingyun Dao sect, had defeated a prince from the Great Yu dynasty of the central continent. Upon the announcement, the entire eastern wilderness was thrown into an uproar. Is that true? That is a prodigy from the central continent. When has the eastern wilderness ever produced such a genius? No way. The Great Yu dynasty is the most powerful force in the Xiantian continent. Gasp. How could this be? A powerhouse at the half-step ascendant realm has been slain. Historically, cultivators from the eastern wilderness had always looked up to the central continent, whether in terms of spiritual energy or sectal power. The disparities between cultivators were vast. Thus, whether among the elder generation or the younger, the cultivators of the eastern wilderness cannot possibly compare to those from the central continent. The disparity is simply too vast. The Qingyun Dao sect's chamber exudes an ancient charm, occupied solely by two individuals. The realm of the Divine Bridge is commendable. It appears that the young master has diligently pursued his cultivation over the years. Lin Jiu remarked with a smile, "You flatter me." Lin Yuan responded, shaking his head slightly. "According to the teachings of my master, Xiao Zhantian, my ability to surpass my contemporaries in the pace of cultivation over these years should be attributed to my unique physique. However, the enigma surrounding my physical constitution remains unclear to me even at this moment. The person before me likely possesses knowledge of my true condition." Lin Yuan mused with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. Standing opposite Lin Yuan, Lin Jiu, seemingly perceiving his inner thoughts, smiled and said, "In the myriad realms, there exist 3,000 distinct physiques. Young master, are you aware of which physiques rank among the top 10? Rather than revealing Lin Yuan's true physique, he spoke cryptically of the 3,000 physiques and the exalted 10 among them. 3,000 physiques in the myriad realms. The top 10, hearing these words. Lin Yuan stood in bewilderment, shaking his head in confusion. The top 10 physiques of the myriad realms, known as the 10 supreme physiques, are the most exceptional among all. After a deliberate pause, Lin Jiu began to elaborate. Even Lin Jiu, a figure of the sacred realm, spoke of the 10 supreme physiques with profound admiration in his aged gaze. It can be said that any prodigy possessing one of the 10 supreme physiques is destined to be a ruler among their peers. Invincible within their realm, and crossing boundaries in battle is never a problem. Among these 10 supreme physiques, one is named the Supreme Tao Physique. This physique is hailed as the child of the Great Tao. As Lin Jiu singled it out, his gaze towards Lin Yuan underwent a notable change. The Supreme Tao Physique? Lin Yuan's voice was laced with confusion. Hearing Lin Jiu mention it so deliberately, he felt an inexplicable connection between this seemingly immensely powerful physique and himself. Young master, your true physique was originally the Supreme Tao Physique among the 10 supreme physiques. However, due to certain circumstances, your original supreme physique underwent some transformation. It was only at this moment that he began to reveal the truth about Lin Yuan's physique. The Supreme Tao Physique, ranked among the 10 supreme physiques, is of unparalleled stature in the upper realms. The emergence of such a physique is exceedingly rare. Even across the myriad realms, it takes 100,000 years to bear one. Moreover, once a Supreme Tao Physique appears, the myriad realms cannot produce another for several 100,000 years. Strangely, however, over 20 years ago, Lin Yuan, possessing the Supreme Tao Physique, descended to this realm, not long after the fall of a previous emperor who also bore the Supreme Tao Physique. The eventual outcome was that Lin Yuan's new Supreme Tao Physique was suppressed by the forces of the rules, transforming into the lower-tier physique, known as the Innate Tao Physique. The Innate Tao Physique ranks in the 90th position among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realms, which is quite respectable, yet it pales in comparison to the Supreme Tao Physique, often referred to as one of the 10 supreme physiques. At this moment, Lin Jiu began to slowly explain the events of the past to Lin Yuan. So, my physique was originally the Supreme Tao Physique. 20 years ago, due to the suppression of the forces of the rules, it transformed into the so-called Innate Tao Physique. Lin Yuan's face reflected disbelief. The revelation was overwhelmingly shocking to him. The power of the Innate Tao Physique had already allowed Lin Yuan to surpass countless individuals within this realm. Yet now, his protector suddenly informed him that he had never been an Innate Tao Physique, but rather originally one of the 10 supreme physiques from the upper realm. It is related to the Yuan Tian Emperor, Lin Jiu gradually explained, mentioning the name of an emperor. The ruins he had been searching for over the past 2 decades belonged to the emperor who once possessed the Supreme Tao Physique. To allow Lin Yuan to awaken his Supreme Tao Physique once again, all mysteries must converge upon the last remnants of the Yuan Tian Emperor, according to the calculations of Lin Yuan's father, the head of the Lin clan. That ruin holds the potential to restore Lin Yuan to his former self. This is one of the reasons for my descent. At this moment, Lin Yuan understood that his true purpose for descending was not only due to the clan's regulations, but also to restore his true physique, all intricately linked to the legacy of that emperor. Indeed, young master, the head of the clan expended considerable resources to deduce the location of the Yuan Tian Emperor's legacy for you. Lin Jiu chuckled, noting the significance of awakening the Supreme Tao Physique. This was also the reason Lin Jiu had abandoned Lin Yuan at the Qian Dao sect upon his own descent. Days passed since Lin Yuan learned of his physique. Within his chamber, a resounding boom echoed as a torrent of spiritual energy surged, signaling Lin Yuan's breakthrough. It seems that the life and death crisis I faced that day has brought me unexpected fortune. Although Lin Yuan was pulled back from the brink of death by his protector, Lin Jiu, his injuries had yet to fully recover. Between life and death, crises and opportunities coexist. The room trembled, and a black and gold aura enveloped him, coalescing into a Taiji phantom that hovered behind Lin Yuan. Smoothly, he expelled a breath of turbid air and rose to his feet. The Divine Bridge realm, within the entire Eastern Wilderness, likely finds only Lin Yuan among the younger generation who has reached this level. Such is the power of the Innate Tao Physique. I wonder how formidable the Supreme Tao Physique, known as one of the 10 supreme physiques, truly is. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Lin Yuan felt a surge of curiosity. Rising to his feet, He spoke to himself as he made his way outside. Chapter 21. The Great Universe Dynasty arrives at the Forbidden Land. The Qiyun Hall, grand and majestic, serves as the main hall of the Qiyun Dao sect. At this moment, within the hall, Xiao Zhantian wore a worried expression as he addressed Lin Yuan, as you embark on your journey to the ancient Forbidden Land, I must trouble you, senior, even though he was already aware that the person before him, Lin was Lin Yuan's protector. Having demonstrated his might at the lowest level of ascension, Xiao Zhantian still felt a twinge of unease. After all, that place is the ancient Forbidden Zone, feared by all on the Xiantian continent. Haha, please rest assured, Sect Master Xiao, even if I, Lin were to lay down my life, I shall ensure the young master's safety, Lin remarked with a slight shake of his head and a smile. Recognizing the concern etched on Xiao Zhantian's face, internally, he sighed, realizing that his choice of this sect leader had indeed been wise. Soon, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. What are the two elders discussing? Just a casual chat. Lin replied with a smile. As the young master broke in through again, he immediately sensed that Lin Yuan's aura had grown considerably stronger than before. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck following his life and death crisis. If only I could experience that a few more times, Lin Yuan murmured, his eyes shining bright. A few more times? Upon hearing this, even Lin a figure of the sacred realm, stumbled, nearly collapsing. Once was sufficient for him. If there were to be more, it would be utterly unacceptable. His voice was urgent. Lin genuinely feared what danger Lin Yuan might encounter in the future. His old bones still wished to live for a few more years. Lin Yuan intended to venture into the ancient Forbidden Zone, a place dreaded by all on the Xiantian continent. Before long, many individuals gathered in the Qiyun Hall. This outing may entail peril. I have nothing to bestow upon you. Here is the Zhutian Holy Sword for your protection. After all, it will eventually be entrusted to you. The Zhutian Holy Sword is a relic held only by the sect leaders of Qiyun. However, after much contemplation, Xiao Zhantian chose to present this sword to Lin Yuan, his sole designated successor, the Zhutian Holy Sword. At this moment, as the sect leader handed over the proof of the Qiyun Dao sect's legacy to Lin Yuan, astonished murmurs erupted among the elders and peak masters present in the hall. The sound of the sword resonated, its blade gleaming brilliantly, radiating golden light, with several runes floating around it, illuminating the grand hall. This is a holy artifact. This sword is remarkable. Lin standing nearby, couldn't he help but exclaim. Holy artifacts can only be forged by those of the sacred realm, yet Lin was well aware that with his current strength, he could not create such a holy artifact. Curiosity swelled within him. How could a sect such as Qiyun Dao sect, located in the eastern wilderness, possess such a holy artifact? Master, this item is far too precious. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Accept it. Without further ado, Xiao Zhantian calmly insisted. Yes, Master. Lin Yuan bowed deeply in respect. He had always held immense reverence for the elder before him, aside from Xiao Zhantian. All the Qiyun disciples gazed at Lin Yuan with curiosity regarding his status. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Yuan followed Lin out of the Qiyun Dao sect. Lin let us depart. Yes, young master. Leading the way, Lin guided Lin Yuan as they soared through the skies toward the far eastern edge of the eastern wilderness. In the remote eastern expanse of the East Wilderness lies the ancient Forbidden Land. Meanwhile, within the sovereign realm of the Great Universe Dynasty in the central continent, the Imperial Dragon aura soars to the heavens, and the palaces stand tall and magnificent, epitomizing splendor. The Supreme Hall. Atop a purple golden dragon throne, clad in a black dragon robe and adorned with a golden crown, sits the formidable Emperor Yi Tu, exuding an aura of immense power. His gaze, filled with concern and a hint of fury, fixates on the battered figure of Yi Xian, who has just emerged, dragging his injured body. The indomitable emperor of the central continent, now thoroughly enraged, demands, "Who dares to harm you in such a manner?" "Father, save me. It was the Qiyun Dao sect. Yi Xian, having narrowly escaped with his life thanks to the blood sacrifice of his protector, long heir and the time-space evasion talisman, finally reaches the great universe dynasty. However, he is merely carried into the hall by the guards, and upon seeing his father, he utters the words Qingyan Dao sect before collapsing entirely. As Yi Xian receives treatment from the dynasty's powerful healers. Yi Tu's expression darkens, and a murderous intent surges within him. I must know what transpired with Xian when he ventured to the East Wilderness and the Qingyan Dao sect, and where is long heir? His voice reverberates with authority, causing the entire dynasty to tremble at his countenance. With a single command, the great universe dynasty springs into action. This immortal dynasty, which exerts its dominance over the entire Xiantian continent, holds sway not only over the central continent, but also influences the other 4 continents. Soon, in the deep of night, the whereabouts of the first prince have been uncovered. This matter is linked to the Qingyan Dao sect and, it is said, involves a woman. While long heir perished in his attempt to save the first prince, each emperor of the great universe dynasty is known as the Emperor of the Universe. The messenger kneels, fear etched upon his face. The great universe dynasty is resplendent, and each ruler is a formidable force upon the Xiantian continent. Yi Tu, the current emperor of the universe, reigns supreme. His rule is characterized by iron-fisted governance. Those who comply thrive, while those who resist perish. Countless sects across the central continent bow before his formidable presence. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers incessantly strike the dragon throne, producing an echoing sound in the vast hall, reflecting Yi Tu's fluctuating emotions. All because of a woman? Regardless of the reason, a mere Qingyan Dao sect, I shall see who possesses the audacity to harm my royal son. Time passes, I end the East Wilderness, at the farthest reaches. Does the ancient forbidden land truly lie ahead? Lin Yuan's voice trembles with awe as he stands in the void, gazing forward. The undulating ridges rise majestically, exuding grandeur and spectacle. Unlike ordinary mountains, the peaks ahead are sparsely vegetated. Imbued with a primal essence, an ancient and weathered aura that approaches him, this is a true forbidden land, a place where no one dares to tread upon the Xiantian continent. Indeed, young master, your opportunity to ascend to the supreme Dao body may very well lie within this place. I have searched tirelessly for many years to finally find it for you. Many years ago, after casting Lin Yuan into the Qingyan Dao sect, Lin Jiu scoured the entire Xiantian continent, traversing the 5 continents, until he ultimately discovered this hidden realm within the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 22. Finding the Secret Vault. Entering the ancient Forbidden Zone, dark clouds gather, and in the void, purple lightning roils, resembling a sea of thunder that envelopes the forbidden area. Here, one cannot soar through the air, otherwise, they will face the shock of the thunderous sea. Naturally, the saintly Lin Jiu fears nothing, but does he not bring Lin Yuan along? The mountains and earth are devoid of life, presenting a desolate gray-white landscape that sends shivers down one's spine. This is the forbidden zone for cultivators of the Xiantian continent. Aside from the terrifying environment, it is also home to countless powerful alien beasts. It can be said that even the alien beasts at the Ascension realm are common in this cultivator-s forbidden zone. Roar, roar, roar. Not long after Lin Yuan follows Lin Jiu, a massive white tiger, with wings sprouting from its back and piercing green eyes, appears before them, blocking their path. Towering like a mountain, its overwhelming ferocity reveals it to be an Ascension realm beast. Merely a great demon with a trace of the white tiger bloodline. Lin Jiu states calmly. With a resounding crash, he casually strikes down, and a colossal palm descends, sending shockwaves through the air. The mountain collapses, the earth splits, and the Ascension realm beast, towering dozens of feet high, is slain effortlessly before Lin Yuan's eyes. Is this the might of a saint? Lin Yuan's gaze flickers with astonishment. Although he was aware that his protector Lin Jiu was a saintly cultivator, he had yet to grasp the true extent of the power embodied by the term saint. The strength Lin Jiu displayed when defeating Long Air had already left a profound impression on Lin Yuan. Now, amidst this ancient forbidden zone, witnessing the casual emergence of such a formidable beast, whose aura shakes the heavens and earth, far surpassing that of Long Air, he begins to re-evaluate his protector. Do not be surprised. Young master, I am but an ordinary figure in the Lin family of the upper realm. Lin Jiu chuckles, maintaining a humble demeanor before Lin Yuan, showing no airs of superiority. As he gazes at Lin Yuan, he reflects, perhaps the young master only knows that he hails from a royal family in the upper realm, unaware of the true significance of his identity. Perhaps this is the reason the Lin family has endured through the ages. Remaining resplendent across the myriad realms, the direct bloodline of the Lin family, despite its noble birth, is bound by family rules to undergo trials in the lower realm, alone and unaccompanied, with only a protector by their side. Those who truly rise and return to the Imperial Lin family are few and far between, and those who manage to return, without exception, are the CR de la CR of the upper realm's younger generation in terms of talent, character, and perseverance. Among the descendants of the Lin family sent to the lower realm alongside Lin Yuan, Lin Jiu knows of hundreds, each from different realms, upon their return to the Lin family in the upper realm. These individuals, along with Lin Yuan, will compete for the title of the current Lin family's divine son. Lin Jiu still remembers the words of the family head from years past. Lin Jiu, no matter what. Please ensure you find the inheritance of the Emperor Yuan Tian for Yuana before descending to the lower realm. This was the family head's charge to him. Even then, Lin Jiu could detect a hint of pleading in the head's tone. He was merely a servant of the Lin family, and being granted the Lin surname was already a tremendous honor. What could he possibly do to warrant such a request from the family head? Thus, for the sake of that plea, he has diligently sought for nearly 20 years, and at last, he has found it and brought the young master to this location. Come, young master, the inheritance left by the Emperor Yuan Tian lies just ahead. Lin Jiu leads the way, his frail form appearing somewhat stooped, yet the aura radiating from him makes the entire realm seem insignificant in his presence. Their journey proceeds with minimal danger. The might of the saint is sufficient to suppress all. As they delve deeper into the ancient forbidden zone, the surrounding dangers intensify. Months pass, and they lose track of how far they have ventured. This area is immense, likely rivaling the entirety of the East Wilderness. In such a vast expanse, only remnants of past human presence can be seen in the periphery. As for their progress thus far, it is likely that only the two of them have ever set foot here across endless ages of the Xiantian continent. At last, young master, we have arrived. There lies the entrance to the inheritance of the Emperor Yuan Tian. Following Lin Jiu's gesture, Lin Yuan gazes ahead. A colossal golden gate, towering 1,000 feet high, stands before them. Radiating golden light and swirling with purple mist, it emanates an overwhelming force of laws that transcends all, connecting heaven and earth, as if the entire ancient forbidden zone exists solely because of this power. That is the power of the imperial path, which should not manifest in this humble lower realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, it has formed this ancient forbidden zone upon the Xiantian continent. The true inheritance of the Emperor Yuan Tian lies hidden within that luminous gate. Only by entering can one hope to attain it. Imperial, that is the power of the imperial path. Even from a distance, the supreme and transcendent force invokes a feeling of insignificance akin to an ant gazing up at the heavens. Having never set foot in the upper realm, Lin Yuan has only encountered the concept of imperial through texts during his upbringing in the Qingyan Dao sect. The might of Lin Jiu, as a saint, has left him in awe throughout their journey. Yet, gazing upon the true power of the imperial path, he finds himself at a loss for words, his heart suddenly echoing the phrase, "All beings are but ants." The Emperor Yuan Tian was the last of the supreme Dao bodies in this world. Beside him, Lin Jiu's voice resonates, filled with admiration. If Lin Yuan could restore such a physique, combined with the background of the imperial family, I cannot fathom what heights he might reach in the future. the inheritance of an emperor in the upper realm, is a treasure that would drive countless sacred grounds, immortal sects, and even imperial families into a frenzy. Heaven knows the immense cost the Lin family incurred back then to deduce the existence of this realm of inheritance. Chapter 23. The Land of Inheritance, Taiching Palace. Young master, stay close to me. Gazing at the luminous gate ahead, radiating the laws of the Emperor's Tao, even Lin Jiao did not dare to let his guard down. After all, this was a remnant left behind after the fall of a great emperor. Despite the passage of endless years, it was not something a mere sacred realm cultivator could afford to underestimate. Boom! As he spoke, Lin Jiao pointed forward, and purple energy surged, forming a protective barrier around Lin Yuan to ensure his safety. The two advanced, with the colossal gate still some distance away. It is said that 100,000 years ago, the Emperor Yuan ascended from the lower realms, though he was merely a cultivator from the lower realms. The Yuan Emperor of that era suppressed all formidable opponents with an invincible demeanor, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of power. If my old guesses are correct, the lower realm where the Yuan Emperor resided back then should be this Xiantian continent. Perhaps even the Eastern Wilderness. At this moment, Lin Jiao was recounting the experiences of the Yuan Emperor to Lin Yuan. 100,000 years is an eternity, even for cultivators of the upper realms. The deeds of a great emperor have only been recorded within imperial families such as the Lin clan. After descending to the lower realms, Lin Jiao had discovered this during his travels across the 5 continents. Among these 5 continents, only the Eastern Wilderness had the most meager spiritual energy. Perhaps the Emperor of your exhausted all the fortunes of the Eastern Wilderness. Thus, the current Eastern Wilderness ranks at the bottom among the 5 major regions of the Xiantian continent. Both in terms of the number of powerful cultivators and the potency of spiritual energy, the people of the Eastern Wilderness, with their unparalleled might, dominated all, ultimately achieving the title of emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a profound reverence for this emperor. With the memories of his family's legacy, Lin Yuan understood well the unimaginable gap between the prodigies of the upper and lower realms. What kind of extraordinary presence could compel such an emperor to suppress all in that era? Yet, tragically, such an emperor fell unexpectedly after 100,000 years. Before his fall, he utilized his unparalleled imperial laws, transforming one into 3, establishing 3 hidden realms, and this place is merely one of them. Lin Jiao sighed, stating that an emperor, transcending all, should represent invincibility in the world. However, he inexplicably fell 100,000 years ago. Even now, the circumstances surrounding the fall of the Yuan Emperor remain a mystery in the upper realms, with no one knowing the true cause. As they conversed, the two had already arrived before the luminous gate. Golden rays surged, and purple mist billowed, with endless brilliance cascading down. This was the power of the laws of the emperor left behind after a great emperor's demise, even under the protection of Lin Jiao. A sacred realm cultivator, Lin Yuan still felt an overwhelming sense of oppression wash over him. His complexion turned pale, and his body trembled. Is this the might of the emperor's Tao? Lin Yuan's heart quaked. His face ashen, beads of sweat rolling down as his body quaked. He was not under attack, yet merely approaching such extreme power was beyond the imagination of a cultivator at the divine bridge realm. It felt as if he bore the weight of countless mountains, on the verge of being crushed by this force. At this moment, Lin Yuan could hardly fathom that had Lin Jiao not shared the burden of this overwhelming pressure, he would likely have been instantly obliterated by this law's power. This was merely the residual strength of a fallen emperor, a mere fraction of its former glory. Crack, crack, crack. The closer they drew, the more terrifying the pressure became, causing Lin Yuan's bones to creak as if they were about to shatter. It seemed that the Yuan Emperor had not overly burdened the next generation when establishing this place of inheritance. The secret treasures of an emperor are not so easily obtained. Even with Lin Jiao's protection, the pressure Lin Yuan endured was truly terrifying. This was even with Lin Yuan possessing an innate Tao body. Had it been another divine bridge cultivator, they would have been crushed instantly by such power. But according to Lin Jiu, the Yuan Emperor had not set insurmountable obstacles. Young master, hold firm. Once we cross this gate, we shall enter the true realm of inheritance. Lin Jiu's expression was filled with concern as his spiritual energy surged, shielding Lin Yuan from most of the imperial pressure. There was little more he could do. The rest depended on Lin Yuan himself. Thank you, Elder Lin. Rest assured, I, Lin Yuan, am not so feeble. Previously, when faced with a life-and-death crisis, Lin Yuan had shown no fear. The pressure of the Emperor's Tao was indeed terrifying. Yet it was not enough to deter him. Clad in black, Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute. Crack, crack, crack. His bones trembled, on the brink of shattering. Each step forward was an arduous endeavor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, they were but a step away from crossing this portal. Steadfast and decisive, Lin Jiu, observing Lin Yuan, nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. This was also one of the reasons for sending Lin Yuan to experience the lower realms, with the resources of the Imperial Lin family. Even if they were to pile them up, they could not guarantee Lin Yuan would become an emperor, but they could elevate him to the sacred realm without issue. However, the Lin family sought not merely a second-generation heir, a pretty but useless figure, but rather a transcendent prodigy capable of competing for the singular imperial throne in this era. Although realm, cultivation, and talent are crucial, what truly determines how far a cultivator can go is their heart of Tao. Throughout the myriad worlds and the long passage of time, those who have reached the Emperor's throne, which of them did not possess an invincible heart of Tao? Boom! At that moment, with immense difficulty, he stepped through the final threshold. At last, Lin Yuan's figure traversed the portal, vanishing from sight as he entered the true realm of the Yuan Emperor's inheritance. It seems the young master's heart of Tao is far stronger than I had imagined. Smiling with relief, Lin Jiu understood that, given the pressure Lin Yuan had just endured, he himself in his youth might not have been able to withstand it. Taking a step forward, Lin Jiu followed suit. Crossing into the realm, however, just as he entered, Lin Yuan likely did not notice that the Zhutian sacred sword, gifted to him by his master Xiao Zhantian and stored within his spatial ring, suddenly flickered with a faint glimmer. Time shifted and space distorted, as if entering another realm. This was within an imperial palace, grand and towering, surrounded by boundless chaotic mists. An ancient and weathered aura greeted them, as if everything here had long been forgotten by time. The surroundings were vast and eerily silent. Is this the realm of the Yuan Emperor's inheritance? Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, puzzled. He had just been in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this imperial palace, under the cover of chaotic mist. The scenery around was somewhat dim. This is the Taiching Palace of the Yuan Emperor. Just then, Lin Jiu's figure appeared beside Lin Yuan. Remarkable! Lin Jiu recognized the origins of this imperial palace. Chapter 24, The Supreme Dao, the possibility of advancement. Taiching Palace, the Yuan Emperor's transformation into three. Once one of the three great imperial palaces, before the Yuan Emperor's imminent fall, he concealed all his secrets within these three imperial palaces, transmitting them to various realms, and no one knew where these three palaces were hidden. And at this moment, this one within the ancient Forbidden Zone is the Taiching Palace. Just as Lin Jiu was astonished, the surrounding chaotic mist began to swell and churn. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, from the imperial throne, the endless chaotic mist surged toward it, forming a chaotic vortex, as if something terrifying was about to be birthed. Countless beams of Tao light ascended, and intricate patterns of light emerged and coalesced, giving rise to an indescribable aura. Suddenly, a singular eye appeared, emerging from the boundless, chaotic Tao light, transcendent, supreme, and towering above all. Within its pupil seemed to contain myriad paths. Wherever its gaze fell, that was the essence of the Tao. The aura was overwhelmingly fearsome. Could this be the supreme Tao Eye of the Yuan Emperor from back then? At this moment, upon noticing the sudden emergence of the Dao Eye within the Taiqing Palace. Lin Jiao was taken aback, his voice laced with disbelief, his breath quickening. The aim was to facilitate Lin Yuan's advancement to the supreme Dao body, while there are many prodigies in the world with powerful physiques. Historically, the top 10 physiques stand apart. These 10 physiques are referred to by cultivators as the 10 supreme bodies, signifying that, barring unforeseen circumstances, those who possess these physiques are destined to ascend to the imperial throne. The supreme Dao Eye? Gazing at the singular eye imbued with myriad paths, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable voice within him urging him to seize it. His body seemed to move of its own accord, drawn toward the Dao Eye as if he were originally the supreme Dao body, and this eye was rightfully the supreme Dao Eye. At this moment, observing Lin Yuan, Lin Jiao began to explain the differences between the supreme Dao body and the innate Dao body. The innate Dao body is innately close to the Dao, excelling in both cultivation and combat. In the upper realm, the innate Dao body, even among the myriad of 3,000 constitutions, is sufficiently formidable to rank within the top 100. At this moment, gazing at Lin Yuan, Lin Jiao sighed. An innate Dao body that can secure a position in the top 100 of the upper realm is undeniably powerful. However, when compared to the supreme Dao body, a paragon among physiques, it pales in comparison. It can be asserted that any prodigy possessing one of the 10 supreme physiques is destined to be a sovereign among their contemporaries, invincible within their realm, effortlessly dominating all, and crossing boundaries to engage in battle is never a concern. Curiously, there exists a peculiar connection between the innate Dao body and the supreme Dao body that has persisted since ancient times. It is said that while one's constitution is innate and unalterable by acquired means, among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, only the innate Dao body and the supreme Dao body are exceptionally unique, both closely aligned with the Dao. However, while Lin Yuan's innate Dao body merely signifies proximity to the Dao, the supreme Dao body is also referred to as the son of the great Dao. At this moment, Lin Jiao meticulously conveyed these details to Lin Yuan. This also elucidates why Lin Yuan was able to regress to an innate Dao body and preserve his life when the supreme Dao Eye first manifested. My body instinctively yearned to draw closer, as if an inner voice urged me to seize it. Lin Yuan articulated his recent inner turmoil, although he had transformed into an innate Dao body due to circumstances in the past. He could still sense a faint connection to that eye. Lin Jiao bore a subtle smile as the supreme Dao Eye made its appearance. He understood that this time, the ascension to the supreme Dao body was an inevitability. Initially, he had thought there might be a slight chance, given the slim hope, yet even if relying on the legacy of the primordial emperor to amplify the young master's strength was a gain, it would ensure his advantage when contending for the position of divine son upon returning to the Lin family in the upper realm. However, now, gazing at the supreme Dao Eye, Lin Jiao was certain of success. Regardless of the cost, today I shall elevate the Lin family with a supreme Dao body. His aged gaze was resolute, brimming with excitement. That is the supreme Dao body, one of the 10 supreme physiques. With Lin Yuan's status and the formidable backing of the Imperial Lin family, such a foundation and abundant resources could lead to unimaginable heights if coupled with the supreme Dao body. Lin Jiao could hardly fathom the extent of Lin Yuan's future potential, the supreme Dao body. Lin Yuan murmured, lost in contemplation. This moment, fixated on that eye, his body was consumed by an insatiable desire, as if it belonged to him alone. Now, having learned from Lin Jiao the significance of the 4 characters supreme Dao body, even in the upper realm, Lin Yuan grasped their weight. If I can assist you, young master, in obtaining the supreme Dao body, even if it costs me my life, I would not hesitate. I shall never forget the kindness of the family head from years past. Lin Jiao laughed heartily, his gaze directed forward, the surroundings eerily empty, save for the imperial throne above the Taiqing Palace. Above the throne, chaotic Dao light surged, a multitude of Dao runes swirling like tadpoles, encircling the supreme Dao Eye, which hovered silently. Within its pupil lay the essence of myriad paths. Wherever its gaze fell, the great Tao manifested. This aura was overwhelmingly transcendent. Merely gazing at it seemed to reveal the very manifestation of the Tao. Though the primordial emperor had fallen for 100,000 years, the remnants of his imperial Tao laws still lingered within the supreme Tao To integrate the young master's innate Tao body with Si. Transforming it into a true supreme Tao body, I must erase the imperial Tao laws contained within. Only then can the young master be assured of success. At this moment, Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. The power of the imperial Tao is insurmountable. Even now, the residual power of the Tao laws within the primordial emperor Si, after 100,000 years, is but a shadow of its former self. Yet, the peril involved in erasing that power is unfathomable. The opportunity lies before us, a chance for the young master to rise. Even if it costs me my life, I must see it through. The jest earlier was merely to ease Lin Yuan's mind. This time, I must fight with all I have, Lin Yuan whispered, barely audible, as he ascended further. Chapter 25. The Voice of the Primordial Emperor. The shattering of the Jade Ruler amidst the chaotic mist. The surroundings were dim, save for the resplendent Tao light flickering. Under such power, the Taiqing Imperial Palace trembled violently. The might of the imperial presence is not something ordinary cultivators can contend with. Even someone as formidable as Lin Yuan, a Saint Realm expert, bore an expression of grave concern when facing the supreme Tao. He was poised to erase the imperial Tao laws within it, allowing Lin Yuan's innate Tao body to merge with it. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the supreme Tao ceased its absorption of the surrounding chaotic mist, its contained power having grown significantly stronger than when it first appeared. In its gaze, a hint of sentience flickered, sweeping over Lin Yuan and the approaching Lin Jiud. It must be noted that since the fall of the primordial emperor, the supreme Tao had become a lifeless entity. Yet now, it seemed to exhibit a spark of consciousness. Boom, an overwhelming pressure emanated from within the pupil, descending upon Lin Yuan and Lin Jiu. The palace shuddered, resounding with a thunderous roar. Had this not been the Taiqing Palace, the entire imperial edifice would have undoubtedly shattered. Like an eye of annihilation, it threatened to obliterate all existence. Such power was utterly terrifying. Lin Jiu, be careful, Lin Yuan exclaimed with concern, watching the elder stand protectively before him. The Dao seemed to possess some arcane allure that compelled Lin Yuan to draw near, to claim it. It was the voice of his innate Dao body calling to him. Yet, Lin Yuan did not wish for others to take risks on his behalf. Haha, young master. Rest assured, though my strength in the Lin family is modest, it is merely a lifeless entity without a master. Allow me to retrieve it for you. Laughing heartily, Lin Jiu projected an air of calm confidence. But this was primarily to reassure Lin Yuan behind him. It was no jest. Even after the primordial emperor's countless years of demise, the supreme Tao remains a force that mere Saint Realm cultivators cannot easily confront. Clad in gray, his robes billowed without wind, his ancient eyes filled with gravity, obscured from Lin Yuan's view. Boom! A jade ruler materialized in Lin Jiu's grasp, enveloped in purple radiance, illuminating the dim palace. This was a sacred artifact, his life-bound weapon intertwined with his very essence. Lin Yuan had never seen Lin Jiu wield a Dao weapon before, assuming he was unskilled in its use. Yet now, Lin Yuan understood. With the strength of a Saint Realm expert, previous encounters had hardly warranted the use of such a weapon to subdue everything with a single hand. However, the present situation was different. Lin Yuan stood at the back, watching intently. Boom, boom, boom. Ahead, Lin Jiu's mid-stage Saint Realm aura surged, his frail form suddenly brimming with boundless power, reaching its zenith in an instant. Break! A mighty shout erupted. The Jade Ruler swung forth, unleashing a torrent of purple energy, an immense light that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, countering the oppressive force of a supreme Dao. Boom! 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 The void trembled as the space appeared to shatter. Colossal waves of collision reverberating throughout the Imperial Palace. Is this the power beyond the Saint Realm? Lin Yuan felt his hair stand on end, his heart shaken, as he struggled to maintain his footing. Nearly toppling over. Given his strength at the Divine Bridge realm, had it not been for the Elder's protective stance, he would have likely been crushed in an instant, though aged and bearing a sense of decay. He stood as the most formidable barrier against the overwhelming pressure for Lin Yuan. Boom! The purple light surged, battering against everything within the Taiqing Imperial Palace, a strike unleashed by Lin Jiu with his life-bound sacred weapon. The pressure descending from the supreme Tao I was actually shattered by this ruler. Haha, how about that, young master? I told you I wasn't lying. Laughing heartily, Lin Jiu remained forward, not turning back, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. A sight Lin Yuan could not see from his position. Lin Jiu is formidable, Lin Yuan exclaimed in admiration, astonished by the previously unimaginable pressure from the supreme Dao, which Lin Jiu had effortlessly dispelled. At least, that was how it appeared to Lin Yuan. Watch as I retrieve this supreme Dao for you, young master. Lin Jiu's steps were steady as he advanced toward the supreme Dao. His eyes sparkled with determination. He aimed to forge a supreme Dao body for this generation of the Lin family, but at that moment, from above, boom, 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 the Dao light shone brilliantly, encircled by the runes of the great Dao. When suddenly, a voice echoed from within the supreme Dao, "Ants, perish." The voice was grand, resonating like a mighty bell, shaking the Imperial Palace. It seemed to transcend time and space, imbued with unimaginable authority, supreme, utterly sacred. Irresistible and defiant, any who dared to oppose it would face annihilation, as it loomed above all. Could this be the voice of the primordial emperor? With a mere utterance, Lin Jiu, the Saint Realm powerhouse, coughed up blood. His body struck as if by lightning, staggering backward. Every great emperor reigns over the entire world, instilling awe in beings across the vastness of time and space. Such entities possess the power to shatter the heavens with a mere thought, compelling all living beings to submit. Yet, at this very moment, within the depths of the supreme Dao, the voice of the primordial heaven emperor resonates. This is merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. At this instant, the supreme Dao, quietly suspended above the imperial throne, radiates brilliance, causing the heavens to tremble. Surrounding the luminous gaze, countless Dao patterns are aligning and intertwining, ultimately transforming into chains of divine order, descending towards Lin Jiu and Lin Yuan. This power is terrifying beyond measure, far beyond what Lin Yuan, a mere being in the Divine Bridge realm, can withstand. The breath of death spreads, enveloping Lin Yuan. He is paralyzed. Cloaked in black, Lin Yuan stands dazed, as though locked in place by that overwhelming force, unable to move a single muscle. Internally, he struggles to break free, but the disparity is insurmountable, akin to an ant attempting to shake the heavens. Boom! The chains of divine order, imbued with imperial might, are about to descend, determining life and death in an instant. Young master, be careful. Observing the impending chains, Lin Jiu is alarmed. After much difficulty, he has brought the young master to this place of inheritance, granting him the opportunity to become the supreme Dao body. However, now imperial might is truly descending. Boom! With no time to ponder further, he steps forward, appearing instantly before Lin Yuan, positioning himself defensively, without a hint of concealment. Lin Jiu unleashes the full extent of his sacred realm power, far surpassing his previous strength. In his hand, the jade ruler swings, emanating a magnificent purple light, dazzling to the extreme as it resists the chains of divine order that embody imperial might. Crack! The jade ruler shatters into countless fragments, dimly shimmering, scattering across the imperial palace. Chapter 26. The Emperor's Shadow Across Time and Space. The source, the innate Dao weapon, is of utmost significance to any practitioner in the world. Cultivated from one's own path, blood, and soul, it connects through bloodlines, wielding power that transcends its rank in the hands of its master. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that any damage to the innate Dao weapon brings immense backlash to its owner. Furthermore, at this moment, Lin Yuan's innate sacred weapon lies utterly shattered, reduced to countless shards. Boom! Cloaked in black, Lin Yuan stands frozen, warm blood splattering across his face, staining his handsome features. He gazes at the elderly figure who had just bravely shielded him. The old man's complexion is as pale as paper, his breath weak to the extreme, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Lin, elder? Lin Yuan is lost in a daze, his heart shaken, his expression complex, filled with guilt. Had it not been for the elderly man standing in front of him just now, he might have already perished. With a gasp, he expels blood, the shattering of the innate Dao weapon rendering Lin Yuan utterly weakened. I had hoped to see the young master become the supreme Dao body, but it seems I, Lin Yuan, have overestimated my abilities, putting the young master in such peril. Lin Yuan collapses to the ground. His voice growing faint, a dignified sacred realm powerhouse, he would be capable of establishing a sect in the upper realm, although the recent injury has not yet brought him to the brink of death. The chains of divine order, infused with imperial might, still loom above, ready to descend once more. However, the earlier obstruction merely delays their demise. Without any unexpected turn of events, both are destined to perish. This is something Lin Yuan could never have foreseen. If it were merely the power of the supreme Dao, it would ultimately be an unclaimed entity. With his sacred realm strength, it should have sufficed to allow Lin Yuan to merge with the supreme Dao. Yet, unexpectedly, the voice of the primordial heaven emperor emerged, transcending time and space, as if imbuing the supreme Dao with the very soul of the emperor in his lifetime. It is my fault. I have betrayed the trust of the family head from years past. The ancient voice carries a hint of unwillingness. This moment, gazing at the old man who had suffered grievous injury to save him. Lin Yuan realizes that even now, he harbors guilt. Elder Lin, there is no need for further words. It is but a death. Lin Yuan speaks calmly, bowing silently to the elder. I am the face of impending death. He feels no fear, his gaze serene, even exhibiting a touch of nonchalance. He has never considered his identity to be particularly special, nor does he regard himself as noble simply for being a member of the imperial family from the upper realm. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the radiant light of the Dao, formed by countless patterns into the chains of divine order, trembles in the void, descending upon Lin Yuan and the elder. This time, no one will stand before Lin Yuan. The power surpassing that of this realm binds him in place, rendering him incapable of movement. Unable to resist, Lin Yuan's eyes remain calm, having already accepted the fate of imminent death. Yet, just then, crack! The spatial ring in Lin Yuan's hand bursts open, clang. A sound of a sword's song reverberates throughout the imperial palace as a golden sword body, radiant with brilliance, positions itself above Lin Yuan. A shocking revelation unfolds. This is the celestial extermination sacred sword. The voice resonates, carrying a hint of surprise, but it does not belong to Lin Yuan or Lin Jiu. Instead, it emanates from the supreme Dao atop the throne of the Ta Qing Palace. It is the voice of the primordial heaven emperor, who seems to recognize this celestial extermination sacred sword. Boom! The chains of divine order, originally descending, halt their approach, quietly suspended in the void, the sense of impending doom dissipating. What is happening? Lin Yuan's face is filled with bewilderment. The celestial extermination sacred sword, left behind by the founding patriarch of the Qingyun Dao sect, is an artifact possessed by the sect's successive leaders. Before departing from the Qingyun Dao sect, it was bestowed upon him by his master. However, what puzzles Lin Yuan is that the celestial extermination sacred sword, at most, is merely a sacred artifact and cannot possibly withstand the imperial might that was just unleashed. The disparity is too vast. Have we not seen Lin Yuan's innate sacred weapon shatter? Yet why would it elicit such astonishment from an emperor? The primordial heaven emperor seems to recognize this sword in the young master's hand. As the threat of death recedes, just when Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao are filled with confusion, suddenly, rumble, 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 the entire Taqing Imperial Palace begins to shake violently, as if it were about to split apart. An incredibly ethereal figure appears to transcend the ages, emerging from within the supreme Dao Eye and descending into this imperial palace, with hair as white as snow, flowing in the air, and clad in azure garments. He radiates brilliance, causing the heavens to drown in his light. This is a young man, with stars swirling in his eyes. Beneath his feet myriad pathways resound in unison, all bowing to him, the center of his brow. There exists a singular eye, identical to the supreme Dao Eye within the Imperial Palace at this moment. From where did you obtain the celestial extermination sacred sword? He gazes at Lin Yuan, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. The primordial Heaven Emperor? He has appeared, transcending the ages, his ethereal form manifesting before Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. The aura he exudes is supremely exalted, surpassing all else. Boom! Lin Yuan feels an immense pressure, even though the Emperor has not exerted force upon him, merely asking about the origin of the celestial extermination sacred sword. This sword belongs to the successive leaders of my Qingyun Dao sect, given to me by my master before my departure. Meeting the Emperor's gaze without flinching, Lin Yuan returns with unwavering resolve, calm and composed. Oh, Qingyun Dao sect. Do you know who the founding patriarch of the Qingyun Dao sect is? Upon hearing Lin Yuan mention the Qingyun Dao sect, the primordial Heaven Emperor suddenly smiles. I am the presence of an emperor. There are scarcely any secrets to conceal. This moment, the primordial Heaven Emperor discerns the power of the celestial extermination sword art that Lin Yuan has cultivated within him. Nodding slightly, the smile upon his lips widening, the founding patriarch of the Qingyun Dao sect, as the Dao son of the Qingyun sect, already predetermined as the next sect leader, Lin Yuan is naturally aware. He recalls his master mentioning that the ancestor of the Qingyun Dao sect is the Taqing Daoist, who, countless eons ago, ascended to the upper realm. Lin Yuan contemplates briefly, noting that the Qingyun sect has endured without interruption for countless years. This place is the Taqing Imperial Palace, Taqing Daoist. Lin Yuan murmurs softly. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his previously calm expression transforms into one of incredulity, shock evident as he gazes at the primordial Heaven Emperor above. Chapter 27. Meeting the Ancestor. You come from the Lin family of the upper realm? In those days, this emperor created the imperial law, transforming one into 3 pure beings, among them, one incarnation reincarnated on this Xian Tian continent. You guessed correctly. The Taqing Daoist is indeed one of the 3 pure beings of this emperor. The ethereal figure of the primordial Heaven Emperor speaks with a smile, as he reminisces. Boom! The celestial extermination sacred sword, belonging to Lin Yuan, transforms into a beam of golden light, soaring towards the primordial Heaven Emperor. The sacred sword possesses spirit, presenting itself before the primordial Heaven Emperor like a child. Its golden body shimmering brilliantly, singing out. Even Lin Yuan has never witnessed the sword manifest such strength. After all, compared to Lin Yuan, it was created by one of the emperor's incarnations. Thus, it can be said that this emperor is also considered a founding ancestor of your Qingyun Dao sect. The Taqing Daoist was indeed one of the primordial Heaven Emperor's incarnations, and this statement holds no flaw. Grasping the celestial extermination sacred sword, the primordial Heaven Emperor reminisces about the past. He has long since fallen. What appears now is merely a fragment of consciousness lingering within the supreme Dao Eye. Little did he anticipate that upon awakening, he would encounter Lin Yuan, a junior disciple of the Qingyun sect. He is acutely aware that, according to the rules established by his own avatar, only the sect leader of Qingyun is authorized to wield the sacred sword of heaven's judgment. Yet in this generation, that sword is held in the hands of this young man before him. Disciple Lin Yuan pays homage to the ancestor, upon learning that one of the avatars of the primordial emperor is their sect's revered ancestor. Lin Yuan's heart swells with astonishment. Clad in black, he stands below, his expression one of reverence. his gaze tinged with astonishment as he bows deeply to the primordial emperor, his demeanor humble, regardless of his sect's prestige. The presence of an emperor alone commands his utmost respect. Indeed, it is remarkable that at such a young age, you have succeeded to the position of sect leader of Qingyun at this moment. Upon discovering that the sacred sword of heaven's judgment rests in Lin Yuan's grasp, the primordial emperor mistakenly believes that Lin Yuan himself is the current leader of the Qingyun sect. What extraordinary talent must this young man possess? The primordial emperor is deeply intrigued by Lin Yuan, for his youth is striking. Although one cannot judge a cultivator's age merely by their appearance, some ancient beings, having lived for millennia, possess techniques that make them appear as youthful as Lin Yuan. Surely an emperor can discern the true age of a cultivator. At this time, the primordial emperor scrutinizes Lin Yuan. Above, his gaze holds no malice. Yet to be observed by an emperor, Lin Yuan cannot help but feel an overwhelming pressure. He feels as if he has lost control of his own body, akin to an ant standing before a soaring dragon. Thump, thump, thump. His heart races noticeably faster than usual. Is this the oppressive aura of an emperor? Lin Yuan reflects, having only read about emperor-level cultivators in ancient texts. He has never experienced this firsthand, but now, he truly understands what it means to be under imperial majesty. It is not only Lin Yuan who feels this, even the severely injured Lin Jiao, now a Holy Realm cultivator, shows immense respect before this imperial shadow. The notion that all beneath an emperor are mere ants is not simply rhetoric. Moreover, it must be noted that the primordial emperor's spectral form is not the true body. It is merely a remnant of his soul. The imperial might should not be gazed upon directly. The atmosphere is silent, and in this moment, an innate Tao body, the primordial emperor, assessing Lin Yuan, recognizes his true constitution. No wonder you have become the sect leader of Qingyun at such a young age. The more the primordial emperor gazes at Lin Yuan, the more satisfied he becomes. The innate Tao body ranks among the top 100 constitutions in the 3,000 of the upper realm. While to someone of his stature, the innate Tao body may not seem extraordinary, only the top 10 supreme bodies would warrant significant attention. This is merely the Xiantian continent, a lower realm. Tio possess an innate Tao body here speaks volumes about the current state of the Qingyun sect's development. Moreover, his own supreme Tao body has always held a certain connection to the innate Tao body. This moment, the primordial emperor contemplates this. As for the ancestor's words, that disciple has not yet inherited the position of sect leader. The sword was simply bestowed upon me in advance by my esteemed master. Seeing that the primordial emperor mistakenly believes he is already the leader of the Qingyun sect, Lin Yuan feels a flush of embarrassment and hastily clarifies. What does it matter? If I declare you are, then you are. The voice carries an authoritative, domineering tone, exuding an air of undeniable certainty. Upon hearing the primordial emperor's words, Lin Yuan stands frozen, momentarily dazed. Am I to be recognized by the ancestor? The primordial emperor? At this moment, the gaze of the primordial emperor shifts to Lin Jiao below. Clad in blood-stained gray, his aura is feeble, the destruction of his life vessel leaving him severely wounded and slow to recover. It was Lin Jiao's earlier confrontation with the supreme Tao I that roused the lingering remnant of the primordial emperor's consciousness within, a holy realm cultivator. The imposing, exalted presence bears down upon Lin Jiao. Compared to his attitude towards Lin Yuan, the primordial emperor's treatment of Lin Jiao is entirely different. Standing in the void, with countless paths bowing beneath him, the primordial emperor's voice resonates as he questions. At this point, the primordial emperor has confirmed that this holy realm cultivator appearing in his Ta Qing palace bears no connection to the Qingyun sect, as there is no trace of their spiritual energy within him. Lin Jiao, still injured, lies on the ground, fully aware that he cannot presume to speak while in the presence of an emperor. Observing this, Lin Yuan swiftly assists Lin Jiao to his feet. Reply to the emperor. I am Lin Jiao, from the Imperial Lin family of the Upper Realm. If my presence here in the Ta Qing Palace with the young master has caused any offense, I beg the emperor's forgiveness. Although a Holy Realm cultivator is considered a powerhouse in the upper realm, before an emperor, they seem somewhat insignificant. Lin Zhou bows, glancing respectfully at Lin Yuan as he recounts the events to the primordial emperor. The previously imposing primordial emperor, in deep thought, ponders why this junior disciple Lin Yuan has attracted the attention of a Holy Realm cultivator. Suddenly, upon hearing Lin Zhou mention the upper realm's Imperial Lin family, his expression shifts. Wait a moment. Are you saying that both of you hail from the Imperial Lin family of the Upper Realm? The primordial emperor's voice carries a hint of astonishment. Everything becomes clear. Just moments ago, he was perplexed as to why his junior disciple Lin Yuan possessed an innate Dao body, a rarity in the lower realm, and why a Holy Realm cultivator would accompany him. Now he understands completely. The Imperial Lin family, a force that has dominated the myriad realms for countless ages, is ancient yet ever resplendent. Even before the primordial emperor ascended to his status, the Lin family was already at the pinnacle of the world. A true taboo imperial lineage. Therefore, he is well aware of the necessity for young scions of the Lin family to undergo trials and tribulations. Additionally, there is a matter concerning the Imperial Lin family that the primordial emperor had yet to repay before his fall. In his youth, he gained renown, conquering the path to imperial status and becoming invincible. However, just before achieving his own ascension, he faced the pursuit of a forbidden zone. The forbidden zones of the upper realm are remnants of ancient, indomitable forces, and non-emperor stands little chance against their relentless pursuit. Only a few ancient imperial families could contend with such a threat across the myriad realms. Fortunately, it was the Lin family's assistance that allowed him to evade that peril and ultimately attain emperorhood. Thus, upon hearing Lin Zhou's words, the primordial emperor's demeanor softens significantly. Chapter 28. The primordial emperor's self-sacrifice. Elevating Lin Yuan, do you wish to use this eye of mine to transform your innate Dao body into a supreme Dao body? The ethereal form of the primordial emperor hovers above, a smile gracing his lips as he gazes at Lin Yuan and his companion. At this moment, the primordial emperor has discerned the true purpose of Lin Yuan and his companion's appearance in the Ta Qing Palace. In the days before his demise, he had split his essence into three and sent his three imperial palaces to various realms, concealing their locations using the power of imperial laws. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary forces to uncover any trace of these three palaces. However, he did not expect that these two hail from the Imperial Lin family. With such a forbidden lineage, the primordial emperor realizes that this task is not beyond their capabilities, as a former supreme Dao body. The primordial emperor is also keenly aware that the innate Dao body and his own supreme Dao body are fundamentally of the same nature, inherently close to the Dao. The only difference lies in the quantity of Daoic will contained within the body. Utilizing his supreme Dao, I could indeed allow this junior disciple to undergo a true transformation into a supreme Dao body. Yet, at this moment, the primordial emperor is contemplating another matter. The Dao Eye within the Ta Qing Imperial Palace is a fragment of his being prior to his fall. Desecrating an imperial corpse is intolerable to any emperor. I shall comply. Suddenly, at this moment of silence, the primordial emperor declares, I will actively dissolve this consciousness, before Lin Yuan and his companion can fully grasp the situation. The primordial emperor continues, To enable Lin Yuan to merge with the supreme Dao I at merely the divine bridge realm would likely overwhelm him with the imperial might lingering within, crushing him instantly. However, at this moment, the primordial emperor has voluntarily chosen to dissolve this consciousness. This means that the last remnant of his awareness in this world will dissipate into the cosmos, leaving no trace behind. Ancestor. You, Emperor? Lin Yuan addresses him as Ancestor, while Lin Zhou refers to him as Emperor. Their voices are filled with shock. They had initially thought that the emergence of the primordial emperor's consciousness in the Ta Qing Palace would extinguish Lin Yuan's hope of ascending to a supreme Dao body. Yet now, they find that it is indeed the primordial emperor himself who has proposed this transformation. Haha, no need for surprise at my decision. After all, I owe your Lin family a debt of gratitude that I have yet to repay. Utilize this supreme Tao eye to repay the debt. With hair as white as snow, dancing in the air, adorned in a robe of azure, radiating brilliance, the heavens are in turmoil. The youthful visage of the Emperor of Yuan Tian appears. He fell from grace midway through his ascension, yet has not truly reached the ultimate limit of imperial realm. Beneath his feet, myriad paths resonate in harmony, and within his eyes, brilliance akin to the Milky Way sparkles. At this moment, his gaze pierces through the imperial palace. Looking outward, it sweeps across the Xian Tian continent, surveying the myriad realms of the heavens, the 9 heavens of the upper realm, the boundless vastness of the starry sky, and an ancient path that traverses time. All of this is captured in his sight. This is his final glance at the world. He eradicates the last remnants of his own lingering thoughts, completing the legacy for a junior disciple of the Divine Bridge realm. If Lin Yuan were merely a disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect, it would not suffice for him to do this. However, upon discovering that Lin Yuan is a member of the direct bloodline of the Lin family from the upper realm, along with his innate Dao body, it all seems too coincidental, as if he were to repay a debt owed from years past. At this moment, the Emperor of Yuan Tian feels a sense of relief. Boom, boom, boom. At this instant, the entire imperial palace trembles violently, shaking as the aura of imperial demise envelopes it. Upon the imperial throne stands the figure of the Emperor of Yuan Tian. Beneath him, the myriad paths begin to fracture, his form transforming into countless specks of radiant light, gradually dissipating, like a candle flickering in the wind. Farewell, ancestor. Farewell, Emperor. Below, Lin Yuan and another person respectfully bow towards the remnants of the Emperor's self-destruction. Haha, this Emperor has long since fallen. Today is merely a final farewell to this world. By the way, apart from this Taiqing Imperial Palace, I once possessed the Upper Qing and Jade Qing Imperial Palaces, hidden in the upper realm. Whether you can find them depends on your luck. Amidst the endless light rain, clad in azure robes, the Emperor exudes an air of nonchalance, laughing heartily as he gazes down at Lin Yuan. Ultimately, with the last strand of imperial power shattering, he vanishes. The Taiqing Imperial Palace falls into complete silence, with only the supreme Dao Eye remaining, quietly suspended above the imperial throne. Unexpectedly, I, an old man, have witnessed the sight of an emperor's demise. Standing still, breath still weak, disregarding his own injuries, Lin Jiu's heart is profoundly moved by the recent spectacle amidst the thunderous roars. I end this era devoid of emperors. The fall of a great emperor is a sight that cannot be denied. Today, he has witnessed it with his own eyes. Although it was merely the dissipating remnant of the Emperor of Yuan Tian, it remains a heart-stirring sight. Within the supreme Dao Eye, the lingering imperial majesty fades. Seemingly becoming gentler than before, a voice arises. It is Lin Yuan, his gaze fixed upon the supreme Dao Eye resting on the imperial throne. The desire to merge with that eye has reached its zenith. A powerful impulse not stemming from Lin Yuan himself, but from his innate Dao body, every cell rejoicing in jubilation. The Emperor of Yuan Tian personally erased his own consciousness. This is far beyond what an old man could achieve. Now it is truly an unclaimed object. Merge with it, young master. Lin Jiu's gaze is equally fervent. A supreme Dao body, one that ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques in the myriad realms, is about to emerge. Chapter 29, Merging with the Supreme Dao Eye. The radiance of the Dao shines brilliantly as a singular pupil quietly hovers above the imperial throne. The imperial majesty within has been completely dissipated, losing its previous sense of oppression. Step by step, Lin Yuan approaches, as black and white radiance rises around him, a Tai Chi phantom slowly manifesting behind him. There is no hint of rejection. The supreme Dao Eye and Lin Yuan's innate Dao body appear to be in perfect harmony. As if drawn by the Tai Chi phantom behind Lin Yuan, the supreme Dao Eye floats towards him, seemingly an effortless task. With a handsome visage, Lin Yuan wears a slight smile. After all, it is the eye of a former emperor. Merging with it, from any perspective, would likely require considerable effort. Yet at this moment, the outcome surpasses Lin Yuan's expectations, as if that eye and his innate Tao body share an innate connection. This is the Emperor's personal intervention. Erasing all traces of himself, a voice sounds. It is Lin Jiu, still weak and feeble, compared to what was originally anticipated. The situation has improved immensely. Lin Jiu is acutely aware that with his mere saintly strength, completely erasing the imperial power within the supreme Dao Eye, along with all traces of the Emperor of Yuan Tian, is undoubtedly a fool's errand. At most, it would allow the Dao Eye to reach a state where Lin Yuan could forcibly merge with it. However, even in that case, a trace of the Emperor's essence would remain within. If Lin Yuan were to merge, even if he ultimately transformed into the supreme Dao body, it would still be flawed. Nothing could be more perfect than the Emperor of Yuan Tian actively erasing his own traces. As the two converse, the supreme Dao Eye integrates into Lin Yuan's brow. Perfectly flawless, it becomes one with him. Unlike something acquired later. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an overwhelmingly vast radiance of the Dao surges from Lin Yuan's body, shining brilliantly, transforming into countless mysterious Dao patterns, densely suspended around him. Blood and bone, including meridians, every cell. And everything within him seems to undergo a sublime transformation under the radiance of the Dao, akin to a rebirth. The changes are so immense that Lin Yuan's aura begins to rise steadily. Merely having recently merged, yet at this moment, a presence emerges from within Lin Yuan that even Lin Jiu, a saintly powerhouse, cannot overlook, albeit faintly. This is the aura of a supreme body, already beginning to manifest. Disregarding his own weakened state, Lin Jiu observes Lin Yuan, his eyes gleaming, his hair, now completely white, trembles, unable to conceal his overwhelming excitement. The supreme body, one of the top 10 physiques of the upper realm, signifies something that requires no further elaboration. The 10 supreme bodies do not rank in order. It solely depends on how far each generation's prodigies with such physiques can develop their potential. In summary, when this physique emerges in the world, they are the true paragons of heaven, invincible among their peers, and that speaks to them. Of course, it is precisely because of this that ascending to the supreme body is no simple feat. It requires a certain amount of time. At the very moment Lin Yuan merges with the supreme Dao Eye within the ancient forbidden area of the Taiqing Imperial Palace, simultaneously in the central state. Within the Great Yu Dynasty's Imperial Hall, dragon energy soars into the sky, the seat of power for the entire central state. Inside the hall stands a figure, tall and imposing, clad in a black-gold interwoven dragon robe. Strikingly handsome, it is Yi Xian. After the Great Yu Dynasty expended immense resources, in just a few months, he has resurrected from his severed limbs, his injuries entirely healed. Moreover, the aura emanating from him subtly feels even stronger than before. He has broken through to the later stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Surviving a catastrophe has only propelled his strength further. At this moment, he is brimming with confidence. Father, my injuries have healed. And I have broken through again. This time, I shall not disgrace the Great Yu Dynasty, the Qingyan Dao sect, and that Lin Yuan will pay the price. His voice resonates with overwhelming arrogance as he bows to the imposing figure seated upon the dragon throne above. Previous failures were entirely due to the unexpected appearance of that elder from the ascending realm. The incident was sudden, and he could not promptly contact the dynasty's powerhouses. Otherwise, in Yi Xian's view, he would not have been defeated. This incident has caused him to lose face before the natives of the eastern wilderness and before the woman he cherishes, shaming not only himself as a prince, but also the entire Great Yu Dynasty. This is a humiliation he cannot tolerate. Born noble, standing high above, he is destined to inherit the throne and lead the Great Yu Dynasty. He must reclaim his lost dignity. Anyone daring to oppose him will ultimately perish in endless suffering and regret. Xianer, remember, your identity represents the entire dynasty. Having failed once, I only hope this will be the last time. Clad in a black dragon robe, adorned with a purple gold crown, noble and aloof, he sits upon the dragon throne. His countenance is exceedingly stern, and his aura is overwhelming. He is Yi Tu, the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty, possessing the most powerful force in the Xian-Tian continent and himself a powerhouse of the ascending realm. His name is taboo throughout the central state. A single thought can determine the fate of billions of beings on the Xian-Tian continent. Those who comply prosper, while those who oppose perish. Even if a cultivator of the ascending realm dares to oppose the Great Yu dynasty, they shall meet their end. His voice is filled with authority and dominance. He has already learned of the reasons behind Yi Xian's previous failure. As he speaks, Yi Chu's gaze shifts towards the palace's exterior, deep into the heart of the Great Yu Palace, a forbidden ground for the entire dynasty. Xianu, your journey to the eastern wilderness requires the accompaniment of 2 supreme elders. Haha, as the emperor commands, we shall naturally comply. Just a mere cultivator from the eastern wilderness. What of the ascending realm? 2 grand voices resonate from the depths of the palace's forbidden ground. Boom, in an instant. Within the imperial hall, the space contorts until slowly revealing 2 aged figures, one clad in a blood robe, the other in a green Dao robe, both appearing quite decrepit. The breath is subtle and elusive. As if merging with the heavens and the earth, before me stand 2 cultivators of the ascendant realm, a sight beyond imagination. You must understand, the ascendant realm represents the pinnacle of strength in this world. A position of unparalleled supremacy, not to mention the remote corners of the other 4 states. Even in the most prosperous regions of the central state, ascendant realm cultivators have become the stuff of legend. Yet here, within the imperial hall, with the addition of the Emperor Yi Tu, the Yu dynasty openly boasts 3 formidable ascendant realm experts. With the assistance of these 2 ancestors, annihilating the mere Qingyun Dao sect is but a trifling matter. At this moment, upon witnessing the emergence of the 2 ascendant realm cultivators, Yi Xian's gaze was filled with astonishment and uncontainable joy. The elder who aided Lin Yuan was merely one individual, and a cultivator from the eastern wilderness at that. His strength within the ascendant realm could not be overly formidable. Little did he anticipate that his father would deploy 2 ascendant realm cultivators for his sake. Furthermore, these 2 were not ordinary individuals, but members of their royal lineage, the Yi family. In other words, they were Yi Xian's ancestors. This time, he felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. Filled with exuberance, he resolved to make Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyun Dao sect pay back tenfold. Chapter 30. The foundation of the Yu dynasty. In addition to sending the 2 grand elders to the eastern wilderness to deal with the Qingyun Dao sect, there was another matter at hand. The holy envoy from the upper realm recently issued a decree, instructing our Yu dynasty to seek out a hidden treasure. At this moment, seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Yi Tu spoke of this additional matter. Oh, the holy envoy's order. Upon hearing the title of the holy envoy, the expressions of the 2 grand elders shifted from pride to one of utmost respect. The Yu dynasty, renowned as the immortal dynasty across this continent, holds sway over the entire Xian-Tian continent not only due to its own strength, but also because it maintains connections with the upper realm, a place every cultivator yearns to reach. After all, since ancient times, many powerful members of the Yi royal family have ascended to the upper realm. On this matter, even Emperor Yi Tu found himself perplexed. He did not understand why the decree from the upper realm contained only vague references. Save for mentioning the eastern wilderness, we cannot defy the holy envoy's command, he declared. Thus, I have resolved that you shall proceed to the eastern wilderness, subjugating that barbaric land under our dynasty's rule while simultaneously searching for this so-called hidden treasure. We shall begin by exterminating the Qingyun Dao sect, instilling fear in the small sects, for those who submit shall live, while those who resist shall perish. His voice was cold and resolute, and with a single command, Emperor Yi Tu had determined the fates of countless sects in the eastern wilderness. The implication was clear. All sects in the eastern wilderness could survive if they submitted to the Yu dynasty. But the Qingyun Dao sect must be erased. Not only would this allow him to avenge the humiliation suffered by Prince Yi Xian, but it would also serve to intimidate those smaller sections. After all, The Qingyun Dao sect has historically held significant influence in the eastern wilderness. Thus, this plan would yield multiple benefits. Listening to his father's imposing words, Yi Xian, standing below, felt his blood surge with excitement. This is the foundation of our Yu dynasty. In the upper realm, our Yi royal family possesses formidable experts. Within the imperial hall, Yi Xian listened attentively to the discussions between his father and the two grand elders. His already upright posture straightening even further, his nostrils flaring with pride. Time passed, in the eastern wilderness. The world was enveloped in a blanket of white. The Snowfall Dao sect, located in the far north of the eastern wilderness, is perpetually covered in snow. Yet at this moment, within a particular courtyard, the seasons appear to spring, with babbling brooks and delicate bridges. I wonder how Brother Yi Xian is faring. That damned Lin Yuan has disrupted my well-laid plans. Standing in the courtyard, adorned in flowing white garments, with fair skin and a delicate figure, her long hair cascading down, was Lu Shui. After the events that had transpired, she had returned to the Snowfall Dao sect. Reflecting on past occurrences, her heart still simmered with discontent. Her original plan had been to force her brother Yi Xian to reveal himself during the wedding, showcasing to the people of the eastern wilderness the true nature of the man she had chosen. The prince of the Yu dynasty, possessing the most illustrious physique on the Xiantian continent, the dragon spirit body, was worthy of her. She had envisioned a scene where, amidst the despairing gaze of Lin Yuan and the admiration of ignorant cultivators, Brother Yi Xian would take her away. However, the unfolding events had surpassed Lu Shui's wildest expectations. Her brother Yi Xian had been gravely injured, nearly losing his life, and had to escape in a severely weakened state. Even a protector who was half a step into the ascendant realm had fallen. Her plans lay in ruins, all due to Lin Yuan. Bitterness and hatred marred her beautiful face. Sighing deeply, just as Lu Shui lamented the unfairness of fate, a voice echoed, "Shui, I have arrived," dressed in a resplendent black and gold dragon robe, with a tall and imposing figure and an undeniably handsome visage. It was none other than Yi Xian, who had come from the central state. A self-satisfied smile graced his lips. Brother Yi Xian, the elegant figure turned around, and upon seeing the figure she had longed for, tears of joy streamed down her face as she rushed into his embrace. "Rest assured, this time I will take you away. However, we must first eliminate Lin Yuan and eradicate the Qingyun Dao sect." Yi Xian replied with a calm smile, filled with confidence, "But Lin Yuan is accompanied by an ascendant realm expert." Lu Shui expressed her concern. Merely an ascendant realm cultivator from the eastern wilderness. How formidable can he truly be? This time, I have brought along two grand elders from the Yu dynasty. They are ascendant realm experts as well, and this is merely the surface strength of our Yu dynasty. With an air of arrogance, Yi Xian brimmed with pride. What? This is merely the surface strength? Upon hearing that two ascendant realm experts were accompanying Yi Xian, Lu Shui's face was filled with astonishment. Although she had heard Yi Xian speak of the Yu dynasty's foundation before, she had never anticipated that such an immortal dynasty could casually dispatch two ascendant realm experts, if that were the case. What was Lin Yuan but a petty man who had found momentary success? And if this was merely the surface, how terrifying could the true foundation of the Yu dynasty be? Even within the upper realm, our Yu dynasty possesses formidable experts. This time, I have come not only for revenge, but also to fulfill the decree of the holy envoy from the upper realm to unify the eastern wilderness, while searching for something else. With a boastful demeanor, Yi Xian declared, "I knew it." Lin Yuan could never compare to Brother Yi Xian. He was merely a petty man enjoying fleeting success. Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration. The connection to the upper realm was indeed unexpected, and she realized her discerning eye had never failed her. Chapter 31. The storm approaches thus. The prince has come to unify the entire eastern wilderness for the Yu dynasty. Within the Snowfall Hall, astonished voices erupted. The refined figure of Lu Tsang was present. Upon hearing this news, his heart trembled with excitement. It was well known that the Diyu dynasty had no foothold in the eastern wilderness. A powerful sect was needed to govern the entire region on behalf of the Diyu dynasty, and given the strength of his own Snowfall Dao sect, coupled with the sight of his daughter, so intimately close to this prince, who else but Lu Tsang and his Snowfall Dao sect could undertake such an important task? This opportunity aligned perfectly with his long-held aspirations, and this deal was simply too valuable, Uncle Lu. I shall never forget the favor you bestowed upon me with a holy medicine to help me break through. Rest assured, once the eastern wilderness is unified, the foremost sect in the region will naturally be the Snowfall Dao sect. Provided, of course, that Uncle Lu and the entire Snowfall Dao sect pledge fealty to the Diyu dynasty, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Shui, clad in a black and gold dragon robe. With an air of haughty confidence, Yi Xian spoke with a smile. To unify the entire eastern wilderness, they needed to support a formidable force, and the Snowfall Dao sect before them was the most suitable candidate. It would be our honor to be under the banner of the Diyu dynasty. Lu Tsang showed no signs of refusal and accepted eagerly. May I ask who these two esteemed seniors are? He inquired, glancing at the two concealed but potent presences behind Yi Xian, which seemed to merge seamlessly with the heavens and the earth. Lu Tsang's heart quaked, and as he attempted to probe their realms, he found that his efforts sank like a stone into the ocean. They are the Grand Elders of our Diyu Dynasty. Two Ascendant Realm experts. With an air of pride, Yi Xian replied with a calm smile. Previously, when a single Ascendant Realm expert had appeared by Lin Yuan's side, the situation had turned dire, forcing him to flee an injury. This time, however, he had brought along two. He was eager to witness the expressions of fear that would cross Lin Yuan's face, as well as that of the entire Qingyun Dao sect. Two Ascendant Realm experts. Lu Tsang gasped, his heart racing with disbelief and shock. Indeed, the Diyu dynasty has proven to be a wise investment. Since the return from that incident, Lu Tsang has been lamenting the fate of his treasured Tianshan Holy Lotus. It is a sacred herb, one he has been reluctant to consume himself. Yet, in retrospect, it seems he has not merely broken even but has greatly profited. Lu Tsang, a master of the Ascendant Realm and one of the three great sect leaders of the Eastern Wasteland, is acutely aware of this. With these two esteemed elders at his side, they could undoubtedly sweep through the entirety of the Eastern Wasteland. Moreover, as formidable figures of the Diyu dynasty, they are incomparable to the elder beside Lin Yuan. With these thoughts in mind, I assure the prince and the two venerable elders that I shall contact the other sects of the Eastern Wasteland. In 10 days, we shall launch an expedition against the Qingyun Dao sect. We vow to ensure that Lin Yuan pays the price he deserves, avenging the prince's previous grievances. As time passed, within just a few short days, countless sects throughout the Eastern Wasteland stirred with restless energy. The Dao Peak towered majestically, its spiritual essence soaring. This is the Qingyun Dao sect. Although it is one of the three major sects of the Eastern Wasteland, its overall strength far surpasses that of both the Piaoxue and Tiangang sections. With nearly 10,000 disciples, aside from the sect leader Xiao Zhantian, there are 10 elders and numerous peak masters, all possessing formidable power. At this moment, within the Qingyun Hall, a youthful voice rang out. "Father, where is senior brother? No one is here to play with me." A delicate girl, about 16 or 17, with enchanting features and dressed in a flowing green gown, blinked her big eyes, embodying the essence of youth. Xiao wore a troubled expression as she inquired of her father. "Xiao Zhantian, your senior brother is away on important business. Have you completed your training for today?" Always preoccupied with play, Xiao Zhantian, with a weathered yet resolute visage and flowing white hair, had visibly aged since his previous serious injuries. He was no longer as upright as he once was. With a resigned expression, he gazed at his only daughter, lamenting her sluggish progress in cultivation. Despite years of effort, she remained at the qi gathering stage, a stark contrast to his own achievements at her age. "And you haven't." Xiao's gaze faltered. Sigh. Xiao Zhantian recalled that his disciple Lin Yuan had already broken through to the Divine Bridge realm at her age. Both had been raised under his guidance, so why was there such a disparity? Do not even compare yourself to your senior brother. Even those disciples who joined later have surpassed you. At this rate, you may set a record for the slowest progress in our sect. When I am gone, who will take care of you? In a flurry of reprimands, Xiao Zhantian expressed his frustration. Father, when you are gone, I still have senior brother? Xiao blinked her innocent eyes, displaying a childlike naivety. The moment her words left her mouth, silence fell over the hall. Xiao Zhantian's beard trembled as he struggled to suppress the urge to reprimand his rebellious daughter. The disciples present hurriedly lowered their heads. Pretending not to have heard anything, the sect remained tranquil, as always. Just then, a voice echoed throughout the Qingyun Dao sect. Sect leader Xiao, we meet again. A group of figures appeared in the skies above the Qingyun Dao sect. At the forefront was Yi Xian, exuding an air of arrogance, his gaze icy as he was flanked by two formidable Ascendant Realm warriors. Alongside them were Lu Tsang, Lu Shui, and numerous powerful figures from the Piaoxue Dao sect, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Having offended the prince, one should have anticipated such a fate. Today, the Qingyun Dao sect shall be annihilated. Lu Tsang's voice resonated as he occasionally glanced at the proud-faced Yi Xian. The plan to besiege the Qingyun Dao sect had been orchestrated by Lu Tsang ever since receiving authorization from Yi Xian. Upon recognizing the true strength of the Deu dynasty, countless sects across the eastern wasteland had expressed their submission. Only the Qingyun Dao sect, regardless of their allegiance, was destined for destruction, having offended the wrong individuals. At this moment, Lu Tsang's chilling laughter filled the air. Soon, once the Qingyun Dao sect was eradicated, his long-held ambition to rule the entirety of the eastern wasteland would finally be realized. A storm was brewing. Within the Qingyun Dao sect, chaos erupted. Stay within the hall and do not venture outside. Xiao Zhantian advised Xiao with a grim expression. Inform the elders and peak masters to prepare for battle. With a heavy heart, he strode out of the hall, issuing commands as the sect prepared for the impending confrontation. Chapter 32, Sect Crisis. Lu Tsang, I spared you last time out of respect for the long-standing relationship between our Piaoxue Dao sect and Qingyun. Yet you dare to bring your forces to our sect to curry favor with the Deu dynasty. With a voice booming like thunder, Xiao Zhantian glared at Lu Tsang and his entourage hovering in the sky. As fellow members of the three great sects of the Eastern Wasteland, our relationship has been anything but distant over the years. However, now, sect leader Xiao, your words are misguided. Before Lu Tsang could respond, another group descended from the skies above the Qingyun Dao sect. Leading them was a man clad in blue robes, with white hair and youthful features, exuding an ethereal presence. It was Tian Shuzi, the leader of the Tiangang sect, one of the three great sects of the Eastern Wasteland, situated far to the west, unexpectedly arriving at this crucial moment. Tian Shuzi, what brings you here? Are you also seeking to emulate the Piaoxue Dao sect? Xiao Zhantian regarded Tian Shuzi with a cold smile. Unlike his earlier fury, he felt less anger at the arrival of the Tiangang sect, for they had long harbored animosity towards the Qingyun Dao sect. Today marks the end of your Qingyun Dao sect, Tian Shuzi declared with a chilling laugh, glancing slightly towards Yi Xian with a respectful nod. Having offended the royal family of the Deu dynasty, you Qingyun Dao sect deserve the calamity that befalls you today. For Tian Shuzi, the long-standing grudge against the Qingyun Dao sect would finally be settled. The Qingyun Dao sect, situated in the heart of the Eastern Wasteland, was renowned for its abundant spiritual essence. Many years ago, a fierce sect war had erupted between the Tiangang sect and the Qingyun Dao sect over this fertile land. The Tiangang sect had ultimately suffered defeat and was forced to relocate to the far west, where the spiritual essence was scarce and the land vast but empty. As time passed, their sect had gradually withered. They had thought that they would never have the opportunity to avenge themselves against the ascending Qingyun Dao sect. However, just a few days ago, a message from Lu Tsang of the Piaoxue Dao sect reignited Tian Shuzi's hope for vengeance. The message revealed that the Deu dynasty had dispatched two Ascendant Realm warriors to annihilate the Qingyun sect. Upon receiving this news, Tian Shuzi swiftly gathered numerous powerful members of the Tiangang sect and rushed here. As he listened to the unfolding drama, Yi Xian's impatience grew. He had come seeking revenge. Yet after searching for some time, he had failed to locate Lin Yuan or the elder of the Ascendant Realm. Where's Lin Yuan? Have him come out to face me. This time, the prince was determined to see how Lin Yuan could possibly prevail against him. With two esteemed ancestors standing behind him, Yi Xian brimmed with confidence. Moreover, having recently broken through to the late Divine Bridge realm, he believed that Lin Yuan, in this remote corner of the Eastern Wasteland, was likely still stagnant at the early Divine Bridge realm. The Diyu dynasty possessed countless treasures, and merely displaying one would leave these local cultivators in awe, something they could scarcely fathom. This was the insurmountable gap. One that could not be envied. What nonsense is this about a prince? He is nothing more than a pawn beneath my disciple, Xiao Zhongtian scoffed, shaking his head slightly in response to Yi Xian's words. Although Lin Yuan had departed hastily with Lin Jiao to the ancient Forbidden Zone, Xiao Zhongtian perceived that his disciple's identity was far from ordinary. Could it be that he fears my brother Yi Xian and has sought refuge? Previously, he was quite arrogant with an Ascendant Realm cultivator by his side. Has he now lost his nerve? A mocking voice chimed in from beside Yi Xian, belonging to Lu Shui, her face radiating pride. The moment Lu Shui spoke, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, especially among the disciples of both the Piaoxue and Tiangang sects. Astonished glances turned towards Yi Xian's entourage. Two Ascendant Realm warriors. So this is the might of the royal prince of the Diyu dynasty. No wonder the Diyu dynasty can impose its will over the Xiantian continent. Previously, many had thought that Lin Yuan was merely fortunate. But seeing this display made it evident that he was indeed incomparable to the prince. At this moment, the confidence of the disciples from both the Piaoxue and Tiangang sects surged. Two formidable beings of the Ascendant Realms stand guard. Instilling fear in none. 10 days ago, Lu Tsong dispatched messages to the various sects of the Eastern Wasteland, and it was not merely the Tiangang sect, located far west, that received his missive. The majority of the prominent sects across the Eastern Wasteland were informed, particularly upon learning that the Diyu dynasty had dispatched two Ascendant Realm experts for this endeavor. The message specified that the Diyu dynasty aimed to unify the entire Eastern Wasteland. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. The encirclement of the Qingyun Dao sect serves as a declaration of intent. Those who do not comply will face consequences after the fact, with the presence of the Piaoxue Dao sect and the Tiangang sect. Two of the Eastern Wasteland's major sects, countless figures of various sects soon emerged around the Qingyun Dao sect. Some of these sects, once closely allied with Qingyun Dao sect, now sought its annihilation in the face of survival. Master Lu. Master Li, how can you betray us? Their disbelief was palpable as Xiao Zhongtian looked upon the two figures that had appeared. Even the sects that had once relied on the Qingyun Dao sect for their ascendance had come. Master Xiao, do not blame us. We cannot afford to offend the Diyu dynasty. It is regrettable that your disciple has crossed the prince of the Diyu dynasty. If we do not obliterate Qingyun, we cannot survive. Within the crowd, the two sect leaders, who had always maintained a close relationship with Xiao Zhongtian, spoke coldly. At this moment, it seemed that the Qingyun Dao sect had become an outcast in the entire Eastern Wasteland. Hovering in the sky, having learned of Lin Yuan's absence, Yi Xian felt a bitter resentment. It was here that he had nearly lost his life as a most esteemed prince. His gaze turned icy. Kill. Leave none alive. With a single command from Yi Xian, the order to slay was given. Lu Tsong emanated a chilling aura, his gaze as cold as ice. This time, the Piaoxue Dao sect's experts had all been summoned. A multitude of powerful presences followed Lu Tsong, charging towards the innumerable cultivators of the Qingyun Dao sect. In the distance, the Tiangang sect exuded a murderous intent. The time for vengeance had come. The grievances of years past would finally be avenged today. Holding a whisk, Tian Xuanzi, with an ethereal demeanor, now resembled a malevolent spirit. Countless figures from the Tiangang sect followed him, converging upon the Qingyun sect from all directions. to annihilate without mercy, leaving not a single survivor. This was the decree from the prince of the Diu dynasty, and not a single sect dared to defy it. Countless sects, large and small, from the eastern wasteland surged into action. The sounds of battle and roars echoed throughout this ancient sect, which had withstood the test of time. Since the founding of the Qingyun Dao sect by the Ta Qing Daoist, countless years had passed without interruption in its lineage. Yet it had never faced such peril. However, now, the Qingyun sect had been forsaken by the entirety of the eastern wasteland. A whale falls, all life thrives, perhaps, for the myriad sects of the eastern wasteland. The Qingyun Dao sect was merely a tempting morsel, each cultivator eager to take a bite. In times past, they would have dared not entertain such thoughts against the Qingyun Dao sect, but now, faced with the might of the Diu dynasty, the Qingyun sect was but an ant. Boom, 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 the halls collapsed and entire buildings crumbled. Amidst the ruins, numerous disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect clad in blue perished. Among the three great sects, Qingyun, Piaoxue, and Tiangang, the Qingyun sect had always ranked high in overall strength. Yet now, with the cooperation of these two major sects, along with countless other sects of varying sizes from the eastern wasteland, they surged forth to annihilate. To force the Qingyun Dao sect to extinction, we will take some of them down with us. With a heart-wrenching roar, the 10 elders and peak masters of the Qingyun Dao sect gazed upon their fallen disciples, opting for a blood sacrifice to take their enemies down with them. The enemy was too numerous, a tide that engulfed the entire Qingyun Dao sect. Endless blood flowed, eventually converging into rivers, staining the main peak of Qingyun and all the great peaks red. This battle was horrific. Outside Qingyun, Lu Tsang had already stationed powerful figures in all directions to prevent any disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect from escaping. "What are you doing out here?" The aging and frail Xiao Zhantian, still recovering from previous injuries, was bloodied yet brimming with fighting spirit. Behind him, a blue figure approached. Xiao. Everything transpired far too swiftly. She witnessed her familiar brothers and sisters perish. "I saw my uncle, my elder, and the elders, all dead, father. I understand. We shall all die today, won't we?" Tears streamed down her youthful face. Boom. With a single strike, Xiao Zhantian repelled several formidable foes from the Piaoxue and Tiangang sects. He turned to face his only daughter, his expression complex. "Do not fear. Father will protect you." As he spoke, a black stone, the size of a thumb, appeared in Xiao Zhantian's hand, inscribed with minuscule Dao patterns. Seemingly unremarkable, long ago, before ascending, the founder of the Qingyun Dao sect, Ta Qing Daoist, left behind two items. One was the revered Zhutian sacred sword held by the sect's successive leaders, and the other was this inconspicuous black stone. Yet, despite the passage of countless years and the changing of many sect leaders, none had discerned the stone's secret. Now, as the Qingyun Dao sect faced potential annihilation, Xiao Zhantian had initially intended to pass this object to Lin Yuan after his death. But now, he placed the stone into Xiao's hands, hoping for even a glimmer of miracle in the end. Casting one last glance at Xiao, his aged eyes brimmed with reluctance, exhausted and covered in wounds. The frail figure turned resolutely, striding boldly into the fray. "You, Lu, and that old man Tian Xian, come, let us battle for 300 rounds." His voice resonated with boundless fighting spirit. At this juncture, still holding bravado, "You are merely a dying ember." Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, Xiao Zhantian clashed with Lu Tsang and Tian Xuanzi. With a will to die, Xiao Zhantian fought with unparalleled fervor, even managing to suppress the two. At this moment, in the heavens above, Yi Xian, who had remained aloof, quietly observed the unfolding drama below, his expression revealing impatience. It was taking far too long to eradicate a mere Qingyun Dao sect. "I implore the ancestor to intervene and swiftly resolve this battle." Yi Xian bowed deeply to the two elders, one clad in red, the other in green robes, both aged and cold, concealed their true power. Blending seamlessly with the fabric of the cosmos, The two Ascendant Realm elders stood silently behind Yi Xian, their expressions proud and indifferent, saying nothing. For battles of this magnitude, they regarded the proceedings with calm detachment. As if observing a mere domestic squabble, unwilling to engage, their status rendered them beyond Yi Xian's command. They had come to confront the so-called Ascendant Realm expert behind Lin Yuan. Regrettably, the individual they had heard about was not present at the Qingyun sect. However, seeing the prince's invitation, as he belonged to their clan, it was only fitting to grant him this courtesy. Very well, let this old one take action, the elder clad in red spoke, his expression devoid of enthusiasm. His piercing gaze surveyed the scene below. Insects, perish. His voice was devoid of warmth. With a mere flick of his finger, akin to a withered branch, blood-colored radiance enveloped it. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, bloodlight surged forth as an immense finger imprint descended from the clouds, targeting Xiao Zhantian amidst the battle. Dead. All dead, blood pooled into rivers amid the ruins, where a figure clad in blue stood in a daze. Father is dead. All my brothers and sisters are gone. The elders, too. It was Xiao, her youthful face still bearing traces of innocence, tears streaming down as she murmured helplessly, having only survived to this point under the protection of an elder. She now found herself utterly alone, her gaze turned skyward. She beheld the prince named Yi Xian, whose disdainful eyes swept over her and all the fallen disciples of Qingyun. She saw Lu Xue standing beside Yi Xian, clad in pristine white, radiating brilliance, a resounding victory, particularly for the previously weaker sects of the eastern wasteland. This was a grand feast, plundering the treasures that once belonged to the Qingyun Dao sect. How is there still one here? Observing the scene, it seemed a fish that had slipped through the net of the Qingyun Dao sect. The prince has decreed that not a single disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect shall escape. Kill her. Ultimately, a blue figure fell amidst the blood-soaked ground, blood dripping onto a black stone in her hand. The stone, stained with blood, had its minute runes pulsating, flickering with a faint light. Chapter 34. The Supreme Dao Body. Lin Yuan's unease in the ancient Forbidden Zone, Taqing Imperial Palace. Several months have passed, chaotic energy permeated, and the surroundings were shrouded in dim light. At this moment, a radiant figure emerged. It was Lin Yuan. Boom, 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 an overwhelmingly profound aura erupted from Lin Yuan, shaking the entire imperial palace beneath its might. With a slender figure and a delicate visage, every inch of his skin radiates a luminous glow. Embodying the essence of the Dao in his eyes, an endless brilliance flows, harboring the transformations and evolutions of the myriad phenomena of the world. At the center of his brow, a fissure opens, swirling in black and white. An eye. The supreme Dao Eye has seamlessly merged into Lin Yuan's being, as if it were his natural state. Within the Dao Eye lies the essence of countless paths, intertwining in a labyrinthine dance, wherever its gaze falls. There lies the path of the great Dao. This aura is utterly terrifying, transcendent, and supreme, towering above all else, albeit for merely a fleeting moment. The spiritual energy required to wield the supreme Dao Eye is overwhelmingly formidable. At Lin Yuan's current level, he cannot fully master this eye. Has it succeeded? Below, excited voices erupt, clad in gray robes, with long, grizzled hair. Lin Jiu gazes on with anticipation, his agitation palpable, his hair trembling. Months have passed, yet the wounds left by the shattering of his innate sacred weapon remain unhealed. Ignoring his own injuries, he forces himself to rise and looks towards Lin Yuan. Upon sensing the aura radiating from Lin Yuan, even this saintly figure is taken aback. Such a physique, only possessed by the top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm, speaks of unparalleled power compared to the likes of the ancient sacred body or the celestial overlord body, which boast unmatched vitality and earth-shattering strength. The supreme Dao body exudes an even greater sense of transcendence, perpetually enveloped in the essence of the Dao, akin to a true child of the great Dao. Bloodstains mar Lin Jiu's gray attire, and though his aura is waning, The expression on his face suggests a joy that surpasses even his own possession of a supreme body. The fusion has succeeded. In response to the elderly man's hopeful gaze, Lin Yuan merely smiles faintly. For some reason, a fleeting sense of unease flashed through his heart just moments ago, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Let us hope nothing untoward occurs, Lin Yuan muses inwardly. He then directs his gaze back to Lin Jiao. However, I am still unable to fully master the supreme Tao I sense that only when I have completely mastered it will the unique manifestations of the supreme Tao body awaken. Lin Yuan inquires with curiosity. Despite the smooth progression of the fusion over these months, he cannot fathom where the issue lies. Through his conversations with Lin Jiao, he has gleaned some understanding of the supreme Tao body. Each of the top 10 supreme bodies in the upper realm possesses its own unique manifestations. It is the emergence of these manifestations that empowers these supreme bodies to dominate all other physiques. Yet now, his own manifestation remains inaccessible. To his surprise, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Jiao responds with an expression of obvious understanding. Young master, do you know what the supreme Tao body represents? It is one of the 10 most powerful physiques in the history of the world. The lower realm's Tao is incomplete. The myriad methods are fragmented. Only by returning to the upper realm can you fully master the supreme Tao and awaken its manifestation. Lin Jiao replies calmly. He harbors no worries about this matter, knowing that only by returning to the upper realm can Lin Yuan's manifestation fully awaken. Must I return to the upper realm? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan feels a weight lift from his heart. This fusion of the supreme Tao is not merely about his ascent to the supreme Tao body. It is far more profound. His palm, akin to jade and imbued with the essence of the Tao, clenches gently. Boom! The surrounding space erupts in a thunderous roar, like a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by ripples, the surging waves of spiritual energy within him, which previously resembled a gentle stream, now surge forth like a mighty river, ceaseless and unstoppable. Compared to before, Lin Yuan's power has multiplied 100-fold. Mid-stage Tao Palace. Indeed, before his arrival, he was merely at mid-stage Divine Bridge. But now, through the fusion with the supreme Tao and drawing upon its inherent power, Lin Yuan has broken through to mid-stage Tao Palace, a leap of an entire realm, and just a few months. Such an occurrence would sound fantastical even in the Xiantian continent, let alone the upper realm. Yet, one must not forget that the supreme Tao belonged to an emperor, even if the Yuan Tian emperor erased all traces of his imperial Tao laws. The latent spiritual power contained within remains astonishing. Furthermore, even now, there exists a residual spiritual energy from the fusion with the supreme Tao within Lin Yuan, yet to be absorbed. As events conclude, Lin Yuan prepares to depart. For reasons unknown, the unease in his heart grows clearer. Young master, I will accompany you. Lin Jiao stumbles, his form unsteady, and oh need. Lin Lao, you should remain here and recover your injuries with the chaotic energy within this imperial palace. I can manage alone. Observing the elderly man who had sustained grave injuries while rescuing him, his aura feeble, Lin Yuan reflects on the profound impact the shattering of an innate Tao weapon has on a cultivator. It is a miracle he is still alive. The imperial palace still harbors a wealth of chaotic spiritual energy, perfectly suited for healing. Otherwise, given Lin Jiao's saintly realm, complete recovery in the outside world would be a matter of ages. With Lin Yuan's current mid-stage Tao Palace realm, combined with the supreme Tao body, his true combat power remains a mystery even to himself. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingers in his heart. Old man, I possess a time-space escape talisman that can aid you in leaving this ancient forbidden zone. Noticing the furrowed brow of his young master, Lin Jiao manifests a talisman in his hand. Silver light swirls, entwined with the power of time and space. For cultivators of the upper realm, such items are indispensable, although precious. Ordinary cultivators cannot afford such luxuries. Yet, one must remember where Lin Jiao hails from, the Imperial Lin family of the upper realm. Even the Great Universe Dynasty could provide one for Yi Xian's protection. Given Lin Jiao's status, he is certainly not lacking in such items. Chapter 35. Lin Yuan's remorse within the Taiqing Palace. The silver light blazes forth, and the surrounding power of time and space surges wildly. I, in the past, long ere had barely activated the time-space escape talisman through a blood sacrifice. However, at this moment, Lin Jiao, gravely injured and weakened, merely stirs the spiritual energy in his hand. Crack, a spatial passageway leading to an unknown destination opens before Lin Yuan. Take care, Lin Lao. Lin Yuan clenches his fist and turns to step into the passage. Young master, remember, if you encounter a formidable enemy, there's no need to engage. Just wait for me to arrive. Lin Jiu stands rooted, his gaze fixed on the dark spatial passage. Blood-stained gray robes, a feeble aura, and an aging face reflect evident concern. The last trip to the Qingyun Dao sect had indeed frightened him greatly. It was a near miss, I understand, comes Lin Yuan's voice from within the soon-to-close passage. Boom! With a resonant spatial tremor, Lin Yuan vanishes. Qingyun Town, nestled beneath the Qingyun mountain range, derives its name from the Qingyun Dao sect. Each year, when the sect recruits disciples, the town becomes a hubbub of lively activity, with countless talented youths flocking to it. This year, however, the recruitment period has long since passed, rendering the town somewhat desolate compared to usual. The sky is overcast, sweet candied hawthorn, large and delectable, fills the streets, where vendors call out their wares, brimming with the essence of everyday life. Point to skewers of candied hawthorn, please, clad in black, with a handsome countenance. Lin Yuan, having just arrived from Taiqing Palace, hands over a low-grade spirit stone, faintly pulsating with spiritual energy. Whenever he returns to Qingyun Dao sect, he always brings 2 skewers of candied hawthorn for his little junior sister. All right, the vendor's voice rings out, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the spirit stone. Being close to a cultivation sect, the transactions in the town can be conducted with spirit stones, making them far more desirable than mundane gold or silver. Lin Yuan has spent considerable time in this world, and as his memories merge, he sometimes questions whether he truly traversed here, or if he has always belonged to this realm. Your candied hawthorn is ready, bright red and crystal clear, as Lin Yuan gazes at the skewers in his hand. A fragment of memory stirs within him. He recalls sneaking down the mountain with his little junior sister, Xiao, to this town to sample various delicacies. At that time, Lin Yuan was merely 6 or 7 years old, while Xiao was just 4, adorably exquisite, of course. Before descending the mountain, Lin Yuan always instructed his little junior sister to pilfer spirit stones from their master to fund their escapades. Upon returning to the sect, it was inevitable that they would be discovered. Faced with their master's stern expression, Xiao, ever loyal, never revealed Lin Yuan's involvement, insisting that the spirit stones were her own theft. A smile dances upon his delicate features as Lin Yuan reminisces. Just as he becomes lost in thought, nearby voices intrude upon his memories. Have you heard? Just a few days ago, the entire Qingyun Dao sect was annihilated, not a single soul left alive. On that day, the mountains trembled. Even those in the town below felt the earth-shattering tremors. A truly terrifying spectacle. The news has spread. It is said that the Pai O Su Dao sect from the far north united with countless sects from the eastern wastes to carry out the deed. There are even whispers of some imperial dynasty from the central continent involved. The surrounding voices continue to resonate. Given their proximity to the Qingyun Dao sect, the town is not devoid of scattered cultivators without sect affiliations, from whom the news has spread. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yuan staggered, his figure swaying. With a resounding thud, the candied hawthorn skewers in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, akin to a gust of wind, vanishing from the town. Was I merely imagining things? The vendor, gazing at the black-clad man who had just stood before him, rubbed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the spirit stones in his hand and the broken skewers scattered upon the ground. Momentarily dazed, the mountain gate lay in ruins. The once grand entrance of Qingyun sect had crumbled into countless massive fragments, strewn haphazardly around. Dried bloodstains stained the earth a deep crimson. The halls had long since collapsed. And amidst the shattered walls and endless debris lay an uncountable number of corpses. The bluestone tiles had been upheaved, revealing the ground beneath, tainted red by the blood of countless disciples of Qingyun sect. This scene resembled a hell on earth. Thud, thud, thud. Clad in black, Lin Yuan walked through the place where he had grown up. Though he hailed from the upper realms, his memories began in this Qingyun Dao sect. Here, he had spent 20 years of his life. As he proceeded forward, his gaze trembled, taking in the faces of the deceased around him, each familiar to him beyond measure. There were his uncles, elders, the leaders of various peaks, and countless brothers and sisters. How could this happen? His voice trembled, unable to accept the scene before him. Just before he departed, they had stood alive before him, yet now they had all lost their breath. Meeting a tragic end, the once mighty main hall of Qingyun Palace had also collapsed, reduced to ruins. Before the hall lay an aged corpse, hair as white as snow, devoid of any breath. It was Xiao Zhantian, his master. Beside him was a delicate figure, her pallid face still bearing a hint of youthful innocence, now fallen into a pool of blood. It was his junior sister, Xiao. They are all dead, murmured Lin Yuan, his voice barely audible as he could not bring himself to move forward. He stood there, frozen like a statue, lost in thought. His body trembled, his heart twisted in pain, his gaze vacant, devoid of all light, shrouded in profound desolation. Piaoxue Dao sect, Du dynasty. They came to kill me. I am the one who has brought ruin upon the entire sect. Thus, master, junior sister, they all perished because of me. Regret, guilt, and endless self-reproach surged over Lin Yuan like a tidal wave, threatening to drown him, suffocating him. Thud, trembling uncontrollably, Lin Yuan sank to his knees, feeling as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Bang, bang, bang. His forehead struck the ground, disregarding the bloodstains beneath him, as he prostrated himself, tears streaming forth. This was the only way he could assuage his inner turmoil. He was the one responsible for the deaths of everyone in Qingyun. Chapter 36. A knight of white-haired Qingyun Dao sect, established in the eastern wasteland for countless ages, was one of the oldest sects in the region, its lineage never having been severed. However, not long ago, a piece of news shook the entire cultivation world of the eastern wasteland. The once prominent Qingyun Dao sect, which seemed poised to become the foremost sect, had been utterly annihilated months ago, with countless disciples meeting a tragic fate, leaving not a single survivor. Upon the announcement of this news, countless cultivators were thrown into an uproar. Some watched with cold detachment, while others sighed in secret. How could this be? Qingyun Dao sect was now the greatest sect in the eastern wasteland, with nearly 10,000 disciples. Who could stand against them? Indeed, I have heard that beside the Daozi Lin Yuan, there was even a powerful figure of the Ascendant Realm accompanying him this time. Rumors, surely mere rumors. Initially, some cultivators from the eastern wasteland who had not participated in that battle found it hard to believe. Until later, what is Qingyun Dao sect compared to the Du dynasty? Just a slightly larger ant. I have heard that the Du dynasty dispatched 2 Ascendant Realm experts. The small Qingyun Dao sect is hardly worth mentioning. They brought this upon themselves, daring to offend even the prince of the Du dynasty, truly ignorant of their own insignificance. Countless mocking voices echoed from various sections. After all, those who had besieged Qingyun Dao sect had a hand in it. The slaughter of Qingyun disciples and the plundering of the entire sect had allowed many sects to profit. However, following the plunder of Qingyun Dao sect, most of the treasures ended up in the hands of that prince. Yi Xian, under the leadership of Piaoxue Dao sect, numerous sects in the eastern wasteland had decided to submit to the Du dynasty, willingly becoming their lackeys, while some cultivators who had not participated in that battle were still reeling from the news of Qingyun Dao sect's downfall. Shortly after, a message was transmitted from Piaoxue Dao sect. Our Piaoxue Dao sect intends to summon all sects in the Eastern Wasteland to discuss the division of Qingyun's territory as the sect leader of Piaoxue Dao sect. Lu Tsong decided to issue an edict calling upon those who had participated in that battle. Although it was framed as a discussion for territorial division, the underlying purpose was to use this as an excuse to unify all sect forces in the Eastern Wasteland. With Qingyun destroyed, it was only natural for Piaoxue Dao sect to seize control over the Eastern Wasteland. Moreover, with his daughter Lu Shui's connection to the Prince Yi Xian of the Diyu dynasty, Piaoxue Dao sect was supported by the entire Diyu dynasty, becoming its representative in the Eastern Wasteland. Their rise was destined to be unstoppable. The news sent shockwaves throughout the land, who in the Eastern Wasteland was unaware that the only way to climb the ranks of the immortal dynasty was to foster good relations with Piaoxue Dao sect. After all, who could deny that sect leader Lu had given birth to a wonderful daughter who had caught the eye of the crown prince of the Diyu dynasty? There were even rumors circulating that Lu Shui would soon marry Prince Yi Xian in Zhongzhou, forming a fated partnership. Soon, numerous cultivators from various sects in the Eastern Wasteland flocked to Piaoxue Dao sect, eager to establish connections ahead of time. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, within the shattered Qingyun sect, it resembled a hellish landscape, eerie and terrifying. A frail and emaciated figure knelt silently on the ground, enveloped in utter silence. Boom! Dark clouds gathered, and the sky was riven with fierce lightning, tearing through the pitch-black night. The rain poured down in torrents, washing away the filth and dried blood from the ground. Kneeling with both knees on the earth, clad in black, Lin Yuan was drenched, the penetrating chill coursing through him, rendering him completely oblivious to his surroundings. His pupils were hollow, his complexion pallid, suffocated by an overwhelming sense of guilt. A voice echoed within him, questioning and accusing. It was I who caused their demise. Time passed. The rain fell relentlessly throughout the night. The ground, once stained with blood, began to lose its crimson hue, washed away by the downpour. Morning arrived, yet the sky remained shrouded in gray. Lin Yuan's black attire clung to him, soaked through with rainwater. He remained kneeling there, silent and unmoving. Drip, 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 the sound of water dripping from his hair echoed in the stillness. His once jet-black hair had turned stark white overnight, a night of white hair. He was merely 20 years old, yet now his hair resembled snow, and one knew what Lin Yuan had endured that night. The suffocating sense of guilt weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Though he had faced death before, the Qingyun Dao sect had always shielded him well over the years, leaving him with a lingering innocence. But now, his gaze had transformed, in the wake of that night of white hair. His once handsome features bore a pair of eyes filled with an eerie stillness, indifference toward all things in the world. His heart felt as if it had been encased in ice. Unable to thaw, Master, junior sister, I shall avenge the entire Qingyun sect. The debt of blood shall be repaid with their blood. His voice was hoarse, yet within those lifeless eyes, there was a determination, a resolute conviction. The chill radiating from Lin Yuan at that moment sent shivers down one's spine. Piaoxue Dao sect, and all the innumerable sects in the Eastern Wasteland that had besieged Qingyun, Lin Yuan had no intention of sparing a single one. Even that ancient and self-proclaimed immortal Diyu dynasty would face annihilation at his hands, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He would leave no one alive. This was Lin Yuan's vow to all those who had perished tragically within the Qingyun Dao sect. Time passed. 3 days later, within the shattered sect, the once gruesome scene of corpses strewn about had vanished. Amidst the remnants of broken walls and endless ruins, new graves had sprung forth, the earth freshly turned. In those few days, Lin Yuan had personally buried the familiar faces he had once known. From this moment forth, there would be no more Qingyun Dao sect in the Eastern Wasteland. Only this cemetery remained. Boom! A coffin thudded to the ground, within which lay an aged man with a head full of white hair, Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhangtian. Years ago, he had found Lin Yuan in the snow, and for 2 decades, he had nurtured him as his own. He had even planned to pass the future position of sect leader to Lin Yuan, despite opposition. "Master, I will ensure you witness the despair etched upon their faces as they perish." His voice was hoarse. Casting one last glance, Lin Yuan slowly closed the coffin lid, careful not to disturb the elder's eternal slumber. Bending down, the frail figure hoisted the coffin upon his shoulders, draped in black attire. With snow-white hair flowing in the wind, the figure bore a frostbitten visage, and in his gaze lingered an abyss of desolation. Lin Yuan, carrying a coffin, traversed the void, journeying toward the extreme north of the eastern wilderness. That very direction was also the path leading to the Snowfall Dao sect. Chapter 37. Arrival at the Snowfall Dao sect in the eastern wilderness. The world was cloaked in a shroud of white. Snow-capped peaks towered majestically, their summits resembling vast, flat surfaces, as if carved by a celestial blade, smooth and unmarred. The Snowfall Dao sect was established atop these heights, adorned with pavilions and numerous halls. Beneath the entire sect lay a continuous spiritual vein, enveloped by the sect's magical formations. Thus, within the confines of the Snowfall Dao sect, one would not feel the chill of winter. But on that day, Master Lu displayed his formidable prowess, earning admiration from all. Haha, what is the Qingyun Dao sect compared to this? In my eyes, the Snowfall Dao sect is the preeminent sect of the eastern wilderness. Henceforth, I hope Master Lu will extend his favor. Representatives from the various major sects of the eastern wilderness arrived in droves. All prominent figures of renown, they had all participated in the battle against the Qingyun Dao sect, where countless disciples of Qingyun met their demise at their hands. The atmosphere was rife with noise and excitement. With countless cultivators arriving from afar, look, even the formidable Tiangang sect from the far west is here. In the distance, a group approached, led by a figure clad in a blue Taoist robe, with hair like a crane's and a youthful visage. Exuding an ethereal aura, he wielded a whisk, revealing himself to be Tian Xuanzi, who had wreaked havoc at the Qingyun Dao sect. Following him were numerous strong practitioners from the Tiangang sect, all adorned in blue. We, the Tiangang sect, have long resided in the frigid western lands, and today, we shall seize the territory of the Qingyun Dao sect. Tian Xuanzi spoke with a hint of greed in his eyes. Fixated on the position of the Qingyun Dao sect, time flowed swiftly. Soon, the Snowfall Dao sect was bustling with cultivators, all of whom were the leaders and elites from various sects, in a vast martial arena. Typically a training ground for the disciples of the Snowfall Dao sect, the area was now filled to the brim with spectators. Haha, it is a great honor to have you all here today. Bringing glory to the Snowfall Dao sect, a voice rang out, elegant and composed, belonging to Lu Tsang, who laughed heartily at the sea of faces below. The Snowfall Dao sect had now been supported by the Diyu dynasty, becoming the representative of the dynasty in the eastern wilderness. The long-cherished dream of unifying the eastern wilderness was finally within reach. Soon, his daughter would wed the Prince Yi Xian in the central continent, further solidifying the bond with the Diyu dynasty and possibly granting him an audience with the emperor. Hailed as the strongest in the current Xiantian continent, the thought filled him with exhilaration. With a series of joyous events unfolding, the smile on Lu Tsang's face was unrestrained. The invitation extended to numerous cultivators from the major sects of the eastern wilderness was to establish his authority in the region. Without waiting for Lu Tsang to speak, flattery naturally flowed from the crowd. We, the Changhong Valley and Qianhe Hall, shall from this day forth heed Master Lu's every command. Rising from the multitude, two sect leaders bowed respectfully to Lu Tsang, expressing their allegiance. Master Lu, Leader Li, you are too kind. Lu Tsang replied with a warm smile, though internally he harbored disdain for the two. Changhong Valley and Qianhe Hall were once subordinate sects of the Qingyun Dao sect, thriving under its protection. With a letter from him, the mere mention of the Diyu dynasty was enough to prompt these two sects to turn their backs and attack Qingyun. Who could say whether they would not seize the opportunity to betray again when the Snowfall Dao sect's fortunes wane? After all, such traitors are seldom trusted. Yet, with so many prominent figures present from the eastern wilderness, maintaining appearances was essential. Indeed, Even traitors have their uses. A.S. Liu and Li publicly declared their submission to Lu Tsang. A chorus of voices soon followed suit. I, from the Bitao Hall, I, from the Lingsha Hall. One by one, the prominent sect leaders of the Eastern Wilderness echoed their allegiance, for it was clear to all present that the might of the Diyu dynasty loomed behind the Snowfall Dao sect, rendering its rise unstoppable. Given this, it was prudent to submit early. After all, even the once mighty Qingyan Dao sect had been obliterated under Lu Tsang's command. Witnessing and participating in that massacre, they were unwilling to face a similar fate. "Thank you all for your esteemed recognition," Lu Tsang proclaimed. "From this day forth, the Snowfall Dao sect shall serve as a paragon for the Eastern Wilderness, fostering mutual prosperity among all sects." His smile was broader than ever. As Lu Tsang realized the Snowfall Dao sect's ascendance had become an unstoppable tide. Meanwhile, Tian Xuanzi observed the scene with a complex gaze, feigning indifference. Though he was envious, he could do nothing, despite being one of the three major Dao sects of the Eastern Wilderness. He lacked the backing of a Diyu prince. The Tiangang sect has come solely to claim the territory of the Qingyan Dao sect. Anything beyond that is of no concern to us. Tian Xuanzi stated calmly, awaiting the delineation of the Qingyan Dao sect's lands. This was a grand spectacle, with countless cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness congregating within the Snowfall Dao sect, a scene of unparalleled revelry. Each of them bore the blood of Qingyan disciples on their hands. Just as discussions commenced on the division of the Qingyan Dao sect's territory, at that moment, outside the Snowfall Dao sect, a frail figure approached, carrying a coffin with hair as white as snow billowing in the biting wind. Clad in black, his face was as cold as frost, exuding an air of unyielding chill. Once a youthful boy, Lin Yuan's eyes now held a haunting emptiness, a void indifferent to the world. His aura had transformed. He now resembled an ancient slab of ice, evoking an instinctive dread. As he arrived, a hoarse voice resonated, surveying the entirety of the Snowfall Dao sect from above. Chapter 38. The eerie demise to obliterate the Qingyan Dao sect. Each of you has played a role, Lu Tsang declared passionately, as countless cultivators below awaited eagerly. After all, the Qingyan Dao sect was the most spiritually abundant place in the Eastern Wilderness. Even a mere fraction of its territory could propel numerous sects to greatness. As the commotion reached a fever pitch, just as Lu Tsang was about to continue, suddenly, Lin Yuan's voice pierced through the air. "I, from the Qingyan Dao sect, with 13,862 lives, have perished at your hands." His slightly hoarse voice echoed throughout the Snowfall Dao sect. Though not particularly loud, it was imbued with a resonant power, imbibing the air with an inexplicable chill. In an instant, the crowd erupted. "Who speaks? Isn't this the Dao child from the Qingyan Dao sect? The one the royal prince Yi Xian sought to kill? When we annihilated the Qingyan Dao sect, he was absent. I thought he had fled for his life." Voices rose in confusion, scanning the surroundings for the source of the words. Boom! Ethereal lights surged above. Intricate and unfathomable Dao patterns floated and combined, forming layers of steps descending from the heavens. Lin Yuan descended upon these steps, the massive coffin he bore nearly obscuring his fragile form. In his lifeless gaze, a flicker of brilliance emerged for the first time in days, a chilling glimmer infused with boundless killing intent, striking fear into the hearts of all who met his gaze. Under his scrutiny, souls seemed to tremble with dread. Lin Yuan surveyed the assembly of cultivators, including Lu Tsang, Tian Xuanzi, and those who had once thrived under the Qingyan Dao sect's protection but had turned against it. Having broken through to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm and possessing a superior Dao body, Lin Yuan returned with a heart ablaze. There, he had spent over 20 years. Every blade of grass and every familiar face in the sect was etched in his memory. Yet, upon his return, what did he find? A shattered Qingyan Dao sect, the remnants of once living bodies, including his master and junior sister, all brutally slain at the hands of these very individuals, all for the decree of a noble prince from the Diyu dynasty, which commanded the utter annihilation of his sect, and now they were discussing how to divide the spoils. Ah, little beast, When we obliterated Qin Yun, you were fortunate enough to escape. Yet here you are, willingly walking into your own demise. Amidst the clamor, two voices emerged, the leaders of Changhong Valley and Qianhe Hall, the very traitors. Their aged faces wore expressions of feigned respect as they clasped their fists toward Lu Tsang. Stepping forward with malice in their gazes directed at Lin Yuan, though they had participated in the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect, they were eager to distance themselves from any association with it. In the present day, Lin Yuan, the once esteemed Daozi of the Qingyun sect, has voluntarily presented himself before them, which is precisely what they desired. Well then, I shall trouble the two of you, with a refined countenance. Lu Tsang's gaze swept over Lin Yuan, laced with disdain. The mere appearance of Lin Yuan had indeed startled Lu Tsang. It was not Lin Yuan himself that he feared, given his Dao Palace realm, but rather the formidable figure who had accompanied Lin Yuan, a powerful being of the Ascendant realm. His son-in-law, Yi Xian, along with his daughter, had long since returned to Zhongzhou, preparing for their imminent wedding. However, before departing, they had left a directive for the Piaoxue Dao sect to lead countless sects across the eastern wasteland in search of some elusive supreme secret vault. Supreme secret vault. What on earth are those? To this day, Lu Tsang remained utterly perplexed. Originally, he intended to command the multitude of cultivators present to aid in this quest after today's matters were resolved. Yet unexpectedly, a neglected disciple of the Qingyun sect had emerged. No matter how extraordinary his talents, in Lu Tsang's eyes, a mere early-stage God-bridge cultivator was but an insignificant insect. How fortuitous it would be to present Lin Yuan's lifeless form to his son-in-law Yi Xian, thus providing a delightful surprise for the latter on his wedding day. Master Lu is too courteous. Boom. Boom. Two waves of surging spiritual energy erupted from the bodies of Master Lu and sect leader Li. At the late stage of the God Bridge realm, the two would find it exceedingly simple to deal with an early-stage practitioner. At this moment, the gathered crowd's perception of Lin Yuan remained rooted in the past. During Lin Yuan's wedding banquet, whispers arose around them. Utterly disregarding Lin Yuan, it seemed evident that the Qingyun sect would face total annihilation today. Master Lu and sect leader Li were not to be trifled with. If Lin Yuan had come to his demise, who could he blame? The atmosphere buzzed with chatter as the once revered Daozi of the Qingyun sect became the subject of mockery. After all, each individual present was a prominent figure in the eastern wasteland. A young prodigy, devoid of backing, would hardly merit their regard. Little beast, meet your end. Two resounding shouts echoed as spiritual light surged forth, transforming into afterimages that hurtled toward Lin Yuan like a tempest. Bang! The coffin was gently placed on the ground by Lin Yuan. As if to avoid disturbing the peace of those resting within, with a tranquil gaze, devoid of ripples, Lin Yuan stood his ground, calmly observing the two descending figures, Master Lu and sect leader Li, who had once sworn allegiance to the Qingyun sect. Lin Yuan recognized them well. Truly, they had taken shamelessness to an unprecedented level. A cold smirk graced Lin Yuan's lips, akin to that of a spectator regarding two jesters. Dealing with such scum required no effort on Lin Yuan's part. Black and white luminescence flickered at his fingertips, pulsating with energy. Boom! With a mere flick of his finger, crack, crack, it was Lu Tsang and Li, rushing forth with cruel expressions plastered on their faces. However, the two aged, colossal heads atop their bodies suddenly exploded, showering the ground in a crimson cascade. The headless corpses collapsed before Lin Yuan. Thud, thud. Their fall rendered the surroundings eerily silent. An unsettling contrast to the earlier clamor. What just happened? What on earth is going on? This cannot be. A chorus of shock reverberated through the crowd. They were two late-stage God Bridge powerhouses, the leaders of their sects. Distinguished figures of the Eastern Wasteland, and yet they had fallen so quietly before Lin Yuan. Chapter 39. The arrogant Master Tianshu. When Lin Yuan first appeared, the crowd paid him no mind, an early-stage God Bridge cultivator. What storm could he possibly stir? Instead, they mocked him for seeking his own demise, willingly walking into death's embrace. Those present today represented the pinnacle of Eastern Wasteland's martial prowess. Astonishment washed over the onlookers. Their gazes shifted between the two lifeless bodies, and Lin Yuan. One could not deny that this former young prodigy had surpassed most sect leaders in the Eastern Wasteland. Alas, today, the Piaoxue Dao sect and the Tiangang sect stood united. Even a casual deployment of one of their formidable members could easily extinguish this youth. Without the Qingyan sect, the so-called identity of the Qingyan Daozi held little value. Who would pay him any heed? Around them, derisive and scornful voices rose in a cacophony. They watched Lin Yuan with disdainful laughter. After all, with the Qingyan sect's demise, the Piaoxue Dao sect and the Tiangang sect emerged as the strongest. The recent deaths of those two sect leaders had indeed momentarily stunned the crowd, but it was merely a fleeting moment. Among those present, the strength of the deceased was hardly considered top tier. Dressed in black with white hair, Lin Yuan stood amidst the two headless corpses, the blood flowing steadily from their severed necks and pooling at his feet, in the midst of the throng of cultivators. Unperturbed by the taunts and scorn, Lin Yuan maintained a placid demeanor. After all, why should he concern himself with a gathering of soon-to-be corpses? Come at me together, his voice, tinged with a slight rasp, swept over everyone present as he spoke with an even tone. Within the Almighty Imperial Palace, he had ascended to the supreme Dao body, ranking among the top 10 in the upper realm. His own realm had thus ascended to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace. In the face of these insignificant figures, Lin Yuan regarded them with utter indifference. It was a pity that countless individuals from the Qingyan sect had perished at the hands of such lowly foes. Join forces against me. The moment Lin Yuan's words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted in uproar. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never to such an extent. After all, it had been less than a year since that fateful wedding banquet at the Qingyan sect. Many of those present had witnessed the clash between Lin Yuan and Yi Xian, an early-stage Godbridge cultivator. Even if Lin Yuan had displayed prodigious talent, what breakthroughs could he have made in under a year? They assumed Lin Yuan was blinded by vengeance, utterly oblivious to the reality of his situation. What an arrogant fool! How brazen! Do you even know who you are? Do you realize that your entire Qingyan sect has fallen to our hands? Laughter erupted around him. Even a sect as formidable as the Qingyan Dao sect, which was on the verge of becoming the foremost sect in the Eastern Wasteland, would find itself obliterated under their combined strength. Let alone this young lad before them, who was utterly deluded and unaware of his own insignificance. Just as the mocking laughter crescendoed, an elderly figure stepped forward, clad in a blue Taoist robe. With a youthful countenance despite his white hair, exuding an air of celestial grace while wielding a whisk. Are you the disciple of that old man Shao? Do you know that your master met his end at my hands? His tone bore the weight of a seasoned expert chastising a junior. Tianshu regarded Lin Yuan with a cold smirk, his gaze condescending. It was ironic. On that day, he and Lu Tsang had been forced to retreat repeatedly against Xiao Zhantian, nearly meeting their own demise, only to have a powerful ascendant intervene and slay Lin Yuan's master. Yet now, Tianshu had the audacity to claim credit for that kill, but it mattered little for Tianshu. Most had not witnessed that day's events, making it an opportune moment to bolster his own reputation before the gathered crowd. Who would have thought that Xiao Zhantian fell to the hands of elder Tianshu? The Tiangang sect has long been one of the three major sects of the Eastern Wasteland. It is only natural for an elder of such prowess to exist. A ripple of admiration swept through the crowd as Tianshu made his entrance. After all, Xiao Zhantian, the leader of the Qingyan sect, had long held a formidable reputation in the Eastern Wasteland, and even he had met his demise at Tianshu's hands. Yet the onlookers failed to notice Lu Tsang, whose expression turned visibly uncomfortable upon hearing Tianshu's proclamation. It seemed true. The older one got, the thicker their skin. Murmurs barely audible escaped Lu Tsang's lips. He refrained from undermining Tianshu's words. Presently, the Piaoxue Dao sect and the Tiangang sect were in alignment, and any internal discord would only invite ridicule. Old dog, with your meager strength, You dare to claim superiority over my master. A cold laugh escaped Lin Yuan's lips as he discerned Tianshu's true level of power, early-stage Dao Palace. To Lin Yuan, who had attained his current realm, Tianshu's self-proclaimed arrogance was transparent and utterly devoid of substance. Moreover, Lin Yuan was well aware of the Tiangang sect. For years, they had been at odds with the Qingyun sect. So his involvement in this conflict did not surprise Lin Yuan in the slightest. Little beast, facing death, you still dare to speak defiantly. Very well. Old fool, I shall send you to reunite with the remnants of your Qingyun sect. Feeling his deceit unraveling, Tianshu's expression darkened. He had always considered himself superior, yet a mere junior was treating him with such disdain. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was the disciple of his adversary. Tianshu's emergence had been intended to ensure that Lin Yuan, the last surviving remnant of the Qingyun sect, met his end at his hands, thus providing a fitting conclusion to the long-standing animosity between their sections. With a thunderous roar, Tianshu's robe billowed, and his hair danced in the wind. Boom! A magnificent surge of spiritual energy ascended around Tian Xuanzi, radiating a blue luminescence that surged forth in all directions. The whisk in his hand elongated against the wind, and a myriad of silver threads obscured half of the void as they pierced towards Lin Yuan. Dense and formidable, infused with a softness that belied their strength, these threads possess the power to rend and penetrate all. Is this the extent of Tian Xuanzi's prowess? Truly, he is worthy of being the leader of the three great sects of Donghuang. His strength is utterly terrifying. This young man, why provoke Tian Xian? He is courting his own demise. Within the vast martial arena of the Snowfall Dao sect, numerous powerful figures from various sects stood, voices rising in a chorus, and no one believed that Lin Yuan could rival Tian Xuanzi. Chapter 40. With your blood, I shall atonement for Qingyun. Even though the Tiangang sect had suffered defeat against the Qingyun Dao sect in their conflicts of events from a century past, the overall strength of their sect remained firmly within the top three of Donghuang. Thus, Xiao Zhantian, Tian Xuanzi, and Lu Tsang have long been recognized as the three formidable figures of Donghuang. The initial stage of the Dao Palace realm is not comparable to the flourishing cultivation found in places like Zhongzhou. In Donghuang, those who reach the Dao Palace realm are indeed regarded as top-tier powerhouses. At this moment, a renowned top-tier powerhouse faced a young prodigy, and naturally, no one deemed Lin Yuan a worthy opponent for Tian Xuanzi. After all, in the eyes of the countless spectators present, the disparities between them in terms of status, cultivation prowess, and renown in Donghuang were insurmountable. Boom, boom, boom. Without holding back in the slightest, Tian Xuanzi unleashed his full might upon the disciple of his adversary. Emanating a palpable killing intent, and his ancient gaze, a cruel glimmer emerged. Boy, are you afraid? Alas, it is too late for fear. With hair as white as snow and clad in black, Lin Yuan appeared remarkably calm. Standing stilled, Tian Xuanzi, this posture only suggested that this arrogant youth had been reduced to a state of utter panic. Old dog, too bad you won't witness the downfall of the Tiangang sect. Lin Yuan's voice echoed with indifference. What do you mean? Tian Xuanzi, caught in the throes of attack, wore a puzzled expression. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged from Lin Yuan, the torrential spiritual energy soaring skyward, shattering the dark clouds above, mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. Moreover, having broken through to this stage with the supreme Dao body, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yuan were beyond Tian Xuanzi's imagination. If the spiritual energy within Tian Xuanzi was likened to a river, then Lin Yuan was an expansive ocean. Wah! How could this be? Wasn't he merely at the initial stage of the Divine Bridge realm? Why? This is impossible. It cannot be. No matter how monstrous he is, such a transformation in just a year. Voices of shock erupted around the Snowfall Dao sect. They could not fathom what had transpired within such a brief span. Even the most ignorant among them recognized the gravity of the situation. This is the strength of the mid-stage Dao Palace realm. In Lu Tsang's eyes, confusion and disbelief prevailed as he stood nearby. Lost in thought, He knew that he had toiled all his life merely to reach the initial stage of the Dao Palace realm, on par with Tian Xuanzi, only to be surpassed by a young man of about 20. Kill, a single, succinct command, with a tall, slender frame and an exceedingly stern countenance. Lin Yuan appeared far too youthful at the age of 20, his white hair contrasting starkly against his visage, without the need for Dao weapons. His own body was sufficiently powerful. Boom! A single punch was unleashed, transforming into a fist imprint, the black and white Dao light radiant and overwhelming, causing the void to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, the multitude of silver threads from Tian Xuanzi's whisk, imbued with blue spiritual light, rippled like azure waves, were shattered and dissolved beneath the might of Lin Yuan's fist, offering no resistance whatsoever. How could this be? An expression of incredulity filled Tian Xuanzi's ancient gaze. This whisk, crafted from the silk of the 10,000-year-old cold spider, was immensely resilient, invincible in battles against opponents of the same realm. Yet now, with but a single punch, his Dao weapon lay utterly destroyed, leaving him with nothing but a bare rod in hand. Tian Xuanzi fell into contemplation. However, before he could regain his composure, Lin Yuan's fist light did not wane after shattering Tian Xuanzi's Dao weapon. The black and white radiance intertwined, descending with a suppressive force. The aged body, clad in a blue Dao robe, exploded, blood staining the void. Tian Xuanzi, one of the 3 sect leaders of Donghuang, perished, killed by Lin Yuan with a single strike. It was unimaginable that the renowned leader of the Tiangang sect had fallen to the hands of a youthful prodigy in his 20s. Leader, master, only the Tiangang sect's followers, who had accompanied Tian Xuanzi, gazed upon the ground littered with shattered remnants, soaked in crimson blood, their eyes burning with wrath as they glared at Lin Yuan. Yet, they completely forgot the cruelty they had exhibited when they slaughtered the disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect. Now that they faced their own reckoning, they could scarcely endure it. It was no wonder, for Tian Xuanzi held immense significance for them. Without a Dao Palace realm powerhouse to secure the Tiangang sect, they would be stripped of their status among the 3 great sects of the past Donghuang. Having slain the esteemed elder Tian Xuanzi, the crowd erupted in uproar, their gazes fixed on Lin Yuan, who stood at the center, gasping in astonishment. After all, every person present had participated in the massacre of the Qingyun Dao sect. If Lin Yuan were not dealt with today, the countless sects present would face a similar fate. Today, this little beast could not be allowed to escape. They must unite to slay him here. Not far off, Lu Tsang, whose demeanor had been dignified and composed, now felt a tremor of unease as he witnessed Lin Yuan's overwhelming display of strength. Having just slain Tian Xuanzi, after all, his own realm was on par with that of Tian Xuanzi. In a true confrontation, he would barely surpass Tian Xuanzi. Now, as he gazed at Lin Yuan's figure, a sliver of panic crept into Lu Tsang's heart for the first time. Kill. Today, either he dies or we perish. I refuse to believe he can withstand our numbers, especially with Lu Zongzhu among us. He must not be allowed to escape. The atmosphere was charged, and countless voices filled with murderous intent erupted. If previously the crowd had merely been spectators, now, as Lin Yuan's true strength revealed itself and the death of Tian Xuanzi transpired, they could no longer remain idle. The mid-stage Dao Palace realm, such power commanded the admiration of those present. They must join forces. Not a single individual shall escape. An endless surge of spiritual light flowed from the bodies of the countless cultivators present. Boom, boom, boom. Ascending towards the heavens, the void above seemed to transform into a vast ocean. This moment, the Snowfall Dao sect trembled. Join forces? Unfortunately, it will be of no use to me. Your blood shall serve to atone for the fallen of Qingyun. With hair as white as snow, Lin Yuan's gaze was one of utter stillness, yet within it burned an infinite madness. Chapter 41. Killing until the heart quakes. 9 Dragons Universe Formation. Poot, poot, poot. Blood dripped as cultivators fell like grass. limbs severed and their deaths horrific, akin to the massacre that transpired on the day of the Qingyun Dao sect's annihilation. Yet this time, the scene unfolded within the Snowfall Dao sect, and it was a single individual slaughtering a multitude. Those present today were all prominent figures of Donghuang, sect leaders of great renown, their hands stained with the blood of Qingyun Dao sect disciples. However, today, their blood would surely saturate every inch of the Snowfall Dao sect's land. "Do not spare me. He is a demon." A cacophony of anguished and terrified voices echoed, their cries hoarse. Fearful screams and the sounds of shattering bones unfolded within the Snowfall Dao sect, resembling a hell on earth. Drip, drip, drip. Blood flowed from countless shattered bodies, oozing from severed limbs, pooling upon the ground and eventually converging into a river of crimson. "Kill!" Lin Yuan's voice boomed, reverberating throughout. Amidst his snow-white hair were flecks of scarlet, strands swirling wildly without the need for wind. In his eyes, a frigid void emerged, devoid of light and emotion, chilling to the bone, standing amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. He was consumed by madness. Visions of familiar faces flooded his mind. His master, his junior sister, countless disciples and elders of the Qingyun Dao sect, all of whom Lin Yuan had buried with his own hands. He had always believed that it was his fault that they perished. The Qingyun Dao sect, with its 13,862 lives, represented vibrant existence. The weight of guilt bore down upon him like a tidal wave, suffocating him in recent days. Before him lay his enemies, their shattered corpses and the blood they shed, the despair, fear, and regret in their eyes before they fell, ignited a flicker of redemption within Lin Yuan's heart, propelling him into a frenzy. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. There is nothing more to say. The murderous intent surged like a demon risen from hell. The atmosphere of fear reached its zenith. Is he truly the Daozi of the Qingyun Dao sect? Such a cruel and murderous individual must not be spared. Though this sentiment was expressed, a quivering voice emerged, and in that moment, none dared to approach. Instead, they fled in a frenzy. The aura of Lin Yuan, at the midstage of the Dao Palace realm, erupted completely, augmented by his possession of the supreme Dao body. It was an overwhelming display of power. The disparity was insurmountable, like a force that effortlessly crushed everything in its path, with no opponent capable of countering it. After all, among those present, one of the two formidable figures, Tian Xuanzi, had already been obliterated by Lin Yuan with a single punch. Everyone remained calm, came the trembling voice. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Lu Tsong felt a chill run down his spine. Was this truly the Lin Yuan he once knew? The transformation in his demeanor was too drastic. Moreover, in merely a few months, he had ascended from the early stage of the Divine Bridge realm to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. How had he accomplished such a feat? Lu Tsong's heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. However, this was not the time for contemplation. "Assist me, everyone, with the formation of the Piaoxue Dao sect. Let us vanquish this wretch," a commanding voice boomed. The chaotic and tumultuous atmosphere around them fell into silence. Clearly, as the leader of the Piaoxue Dao sect and the instigator of this incident, Lu Tsong's words held sway. In an instant, he became the anchor of hope for the remaining 100 cultivators, whose frantic gazes turned towards him. "Disciples of the Piaoxue Dao sect, heed my command." His expression grave, a token resembling ice crystal materialized in Lu Tsong's hand, shimmering with silver light and exuding a chilling aura. With a single decree, the air was filled with thunderous roars from all directions. Figures clad in white emerged, consisting of elders, hall masters, and disciples of the Piaoxue Dao sect, densely surrounding Lin Yuan. "Activate the grand formation." As he spoke, Lu Tsong's spiritual energy surged, coalescing within the token in his grasp. With a resounding boom, a resplendent silver light erupted from the token, soaring into the heavens, resonating with the protective grand formation enveloping the entirety of the Piaoxue Dao sect. Above, the brilliance was blinding, the space rippling like the surface of a lake, as the silver radiance intertwined with the protective formation. roars echoed. In an instant, the sound of dragon chants filled the air, reverberating through the heavens. Yet, only the sound was heard. No dragon figures were visible. Clearly, even Lute Song, the sect master, could not fully unleash this power. At that moment, Lute Song, situated below, was straining immensely, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from his brow. "Everyone, hasten to assist me. This formation cannot be activated by my strength alone," Lute Song cried out. "Yes, sect master," voices rang out from all directions. The newly arrived powerful figures of the Piaoxue Dao sect evidently aware of the formation's significance. Streams of spiritual light converged from all sides, infusing into the ice crystal token held by Lute Song. With the newfound support, Lute Song's expression eased momentarily. The dragon roars grew ever more resounding. The space warping above, a dazzling silver light materialized, revealing the ethereal visage of a dragon's head, radiating an overwhelming aura of draconic majesty. This the 9 dragons and heaven formation of the Piaoxue Dao sect. Lin Yuan, surrounded by countless corpses, gazed upward at the void. He recalled hearing his master, Xiao Zhongtian, mention that among the 3 great Dao sects of the Eastern Wilderness, the Piaoxue Dao sect possessed the most formidable protective formation. The 9 dragons and heaven formation was said to be lethal to all below the Ascension realm. Even a half-step Ascension cultivator, should 9 silver dragons manifest, would suffer severe injury, if not death. However, since the founding of the Piaoxue Dao sect, no sect master had ever been able to fully summon all 9 dragons, as the energy expenditure was simply too great, just as Lin Yuan pondered the so-called first protective formation of the Eastern Wilderness. The resonant dragon roars overwhelmed the entire Piaoxue Dao sect. The dazzling silver light was blindingly brilliant, revealing the spectral forms of dragons, exuding a chilling aura of immense power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, through the combined strength of Lute Song and all the powerful figures of the Piaoxue Dao sect present. 6 dragon figures were manifested. This is the 9 dragons and heaven formation of the Piaoxue Dao sect, the premier protective formation of the Eastern Wilderness. The cultivators, who had once been paralyzed with despair by Lin Yuan's ruthless rampage, now gazed upward in awe at the 6 colossal dragons spiraling and dancing amidst the shimmering silver light, their draconic majesty overwhelming the heavens. Hope ignited. If they could indeed summon all 9 silver dragons, then dealing with Lin Yuan would be more than sufficient. After all, it was rumored that when all 9 dragons gathered, even half-step Ascension cultivators would not emerge unscathed, and considering Lin Yuan's revealed realm, mid-stage Dao Palace, the presence of 6 dragons was a promising omen. Let us combine our powers to summon the remaining 3 dragons and eradicate this evil. The despair vanished from their faces, replaced by expressions of fervent determination, each one embodying a righteous spirit as if they were the true champions of the Eastern Wilderness. Lin Yuan, the murderer of so many cultivators, had been branded as the common enemy that must be vanquished. Lu Sect Master, we come to assist you. Such a menace to our Eastern Wilderness cannot be spared. Echoed the voices of the gathered cultivators, filled with righteous indignation, eager to deliver justice for their fallen comrades. They spoke. Overwhelming waves of spiritual energy surged from the hundreds of cultivators, coalescing around Lute Song's ice crystal token. The token, now shimmering brilliantly, illuminated the surroundings and cast a radiant glow upon the faces of all present. It was as if this was the embodiment of their righteous quest to eradicate Lin Yuan. The embodiment of evil. Oh, so I have become the embodiment of evil. Lin Yuan, with his blood-stained white hair and garments soaked in crimson, regarded the scene with keen interest. A hint of a smile appeared on his previously frosty visage, one that was laced with mockery. Faced with the Danyu dynasty, these individuals would have eagerly knelt to kiss its feet. They united to annihilate the Qingyun Dao sect, leaving not a single survivor, and subsequently looted its treasures. Today, they gathered at the Piaoxue Dao sect to conspire on how to divide the spoils of the Qingyun Dao sect. To them, Lin Yuan became a ruthless demon, a slaughter devoid of morals. Throughout history, so-called justice has always aligned with the majority. Today, Lin Yuan stood alone. In a battle of words, he could not hope to prevail. Yet, to Lin Yuan, it mattered little. If this was their version of justice, he would simply shatter it beneath his boot. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roars echoed through the heavens, shaking the very firmament. 6 silver dragons coiled majestically above. At that moment, with the contributions of countless cultivators, 3 additional silver dragons emerged, their claws bared, soaring into the sky. 9 dragons. The 9 dragons and heaven formation was complete. Haha, now let us see how he continues to act so arrogantly. Laughter erupted, resonating throughout the Piaoxue Dao sect, as excitement illuminated their expressions. With cold gazes, they turned towards Lin Yuan, ensconced beneath the swirling dragons. It has finally succeeded. This is the first time I have witnessed the complete 9 dragons and heaven formation. Amidst the crowd, Lu Tsong wiped the sweat from his brow, his face pale and refined, yet equally exhilarated. At this moment, Lu Tsong and all the cultivators present brimmed with confidence. This was the premier formation of the Eastern Wilderness. And now that the 9 dragons had gathered, it was the first successful manifestation of the 9 dragons and heaven formation since the founding of the Piaoxue Dao sect. Not even Lin Yuan, at mid-stage Dao Palace, could withstand such an onslaught, let alone a half-step ascension cultivator. Thus, none believed that Lin Yuan could endure this strike, and no matter how formidable his talents, his ruthless actions would not be tolerated by the heavens. Lu Tsong's gaze swept over the corpses at Lin Yuan's feet, looking at him with righteous indignation, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As for the countless lives lost at Lin Yuan's hands, Lu Tsong cared little, provided they were not disciples of the Piaoxue Dao sect. Yet, with so many powerful figures from other sects present, it was the perfect opportunity to display his prowess. Lu Tsong envisioned that after Lin Yuan's demise, tales would soon spread across the Eastern Wilderness. The remnants of the Qingyun Dao sect, the elusive Lin Yuan, had slaughtered countless righteous individuals and descended into the path of evil. Ultimately, under Lu Tsong's leadership, with the righteous forces of the Eastern Wilderness, they would vanquish this demon at great cost. If he sought to unify the Eastern Wilderness, this was an excellent opportunity to establish a brilliant and illustrious reputation. Indeed, as Lu Tsong's voice rang out, a chorus of sycophantic praise erupted. Sect Master Lu, so righteous. You, boy, dying beneath the 9 dragons and heaven formation shall be considered a privilege. Indeed, the visage of those who perished before the Qingyun Dao sect was far more tragic than yours. Laughter erupted around, mocking Lin Yuan with unbridled confidence, completely forgetting the disarray they had previously exhibited in his presence. Oh, is that so? With a calm countenance, Lin Yuan remained indifferent to the surrounding jeers. Merely responding with a faint remark, he lifted his gaze towards the vast emptiness above. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 dragons soared across the sky, their silver light illuminating the entire Snowfall Dao sect, the aura of their dragon might enveloping the heavens and earth. Descending upon him, that might was indeed beyond the capability of a mid-stage Dao Palace cultivator to withstand. Do you truly believe that this 9 dragons and heaven formation can ensnare me? This lad speaks with such bravado. He regards the complete formation of the Eastern Wilderness with utter disdain. How audacious! Who does he think he is? Derisive voices echoed around, the atmosphere rife with hubris. They were convinced of their victory, awaiting Lin Yuan's demise beneath the might of the Eastern Wilderness foremost formation. Your vision is dreadfully limited, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an incredibly intense beam of Dao light erupted from Lin Yuan's body, causing the void to tremble violently. This unparalleled physical power seemed poised to shatter the surrounding space. His snow-white hair danced in the air, his figure tall and imposing, his countenance stern. Every inch of his skin radiated a luminous glow. Imbued with the essence of the Dao, his eyes shimmered with boundless brilliance. concealing the myriad transformations and evolutions of the world. This aura was terrifying, transcending the very confines of this realm, an ultimate Tao body. Chapter 43. The fist print shatters the 9 dragons. Lute Song's despair. What manner of physique is this? The aura emanating from Lin Yuan's transformation elicited a grave expression among the assembled cultivators. Even the dragon spirit body, revered as the mightiest in the Xiantian continent, could not possibly compare to the terrifying essence radiating from Lin Yuan. Regardless of his physique, I refuse to believe he can withstand the foremost formation of the eastern wilderness. Indeed, our Snowfall Dao sect's 9 dragons and heaven formation is more than sufficient to vanquish this youth. Only Lute Song, along with countless powerful figures within the Snowfall Dao sect, held unwavering confidence in their protective formation. It was no jest. Since the establishment of their sect, this was the first time the 9 dragons had gathered. Could a mid-stage Dao Palace prodigy possibly break through this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, as they spoke. Above in the void, roar, 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 the 9 dragons soared, their silver brilliance dazzling, their formidable forms shimmering with a chilling aura, each dragon measuring over 100 meters in length, obscuring the sun, their roars resonating through the air. The entire Snowfall Dao sect trembled in response. Their claws, capable of rending gold and splitting stone, plunged downwards, intent on suppressing Lin Yuan, just 9 mere eels. His voice was calm, filled with confidence. Boom! In the face of the overwhelming might of the 9 dragon phantoms. Lin Yuan advanced rather than retreated. With a single step, the ground beneath him cracked, deep fissures forming. Lin Yuan ascended into the air, charging towards the 9 silver dragons. Kill! A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the surroundings. His snow-white hair billowed, his black robes fluttered in the wind, and the Tao light surrounding him reached a dazzling zenith. Since time immemorial, the ultimate Tao body has ranked among the top 10 supreme physiques across all realms. With each one being invincible within its own tier, and transcending realms in battle has never been a monumental task, especially not in this lower realm. Boom, 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 the black and white Tao light illuminated the heavens. The battle intent unmatched, as his fist prints shattered everything, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The formation known as the foremost formation of the eastern wilderness, the 9 dragons and heaven formation, was now crumbling beneath Lin Yuan's fist strikes. Crack, crack, crack. The dragon bodies splintered, severed limbs and shattered forms, the once resplendent silver radiance dimming, losing its former brilliance. Roar, roar, roar. The anguished roars of the dragons echoed, their broken bodies transformed into countless specks of silver light, scattering across the sky. How is this possible? He truly is merely at the Tao Palace realm? This is the foremost formation of the eastern wilderness. How could it? Below, Lute Song and the multitude of powerful figures from the Snowfall Dao sect witnessed Lin Yuan's onslaught. Leaving only a scant 100 eastern wilderness cultivators alive, their hearts trembled, reverberating with intense confusion, their minds clouded with disbelief. The 9 dragons and heaven formation was a collaborative effort of everyone present. Yet now, under Lin Yuan's formidable assault, the formation lay in ruins, and the assembled crowd could not escape severe injuries. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Their faces turned pale, blood spewing forth. Some of the weaker cultivators bled from all 7 orifices. Appearing utterly wretched, they gazed upwards, looking at the young man standing amidst the void, exuding overwhelming might. Lost in a daze, they knew that the 9 dragons and heaven formation was a barrier even a half-step to the celestial realm cultivator would struggle to breach. At just around 20 years of age, he had already attained such heights, surpassing even half-step celestial realm cultivators with a mid-stage Tao Palace strength. Everything seemed too fantastical. Perhaps we should not have participated in the annihilation of Lin Yuan. Apart from the strong figures of the Snowfall Dao sect, the other cultivators could only bitterly smile. They had lost. What awaited them now was death. A twinge of regret flickered through their minds as they looked at Lin Yuan. Recognizing that someone who could achieve this at such a young age might truly be capable of overturning the so-called immortal Deyu dynasty in the future. This was the genuine reflection in the hearts of countless spectators. But it was too late for regrets. Their hands were stained with the blood of the Qingyun Dao sect cultivators. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. With a pale visage, Lu Tsong murmured, unable to accept the scene before him. Once self-assured and elegant, he now appeared utterly lost, as though his soul had been stripped away. Confusion, bewilderment, and an inability to comprehend. They were so close to realizing their long-held aspiration of unifying the Eastern wilderness. Just a step away, truly just a step away. Yet now, even the revered Nine Dragons and Heaven formation of the Snowfall Dao sect had been effortlessly dismantled by Lin Yuan. He had no cards left to play against Lin Yuan. The plan to eradicate the Qingyun Dao sect, though commanded by the Deyu dynasty, was orchestrated by Lu Tsong himself, who understood all too well that Lin Yuan would not spare him. The Snowfall Dao sect would likely meet the same fate as the Qingyun Dao sect, being utterly exterminated in a single day. Lu Tsong was acutely aware that Lin Yuan possessed the strength to do so. Sect Master? A voice from an elder nearby jolted Lu Tsong from his stupor. There must be a way. There must be. Lu Tsong appeared as if he had lost his soul, pleading, I implore you all to face death. Lin Yuan plunged into the crowd, his gaze filled with a chilling emptiness, indifferent and ruthless. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Bodies fell like mere weeds at Lin Yuan's feet. There were powerful figures from the Snowfall Dao sect, as well as other cultivators. His eyes remained icy, devoid of any flicker of emotion. Lin Yuan's heart had been frozen the moment he witnessed the annihilation of the Qingyun Dao sect. The blood surged, splattering and dripping, yet it could not thaw this heart encased in ice. To slay his foes, utterly obliterating them without leaving a single one alive. This was Lin Yuan's vow to the 13,862 souls who perished in the shattered Qingyun Dao sect. At this moment, he was fulfilling the promise he'd made. Thump, thump, thump. Severed heads rolled, dismembered limbs scattered, and the once vibrant pool of crimson blood on the ground surged once more. In the blink of an eye, no one stood before Lin Yuan. The remaining 100 cultivators, alongside all the powerful figures and disciples of the Snowfall Dao sect, met their demise at Lin Yuan's hands. Only Lu Tsong remained, standing dumbfounded, gazing at all this, his mind unraveling, his eyes filled with intense hatred as he looked upon Lin Yuan. Today, you slaughter my Snowfall Dao sect. Tomorrow, when the Deyu dynasty's experts arrive, you too shall perish. Shuer is about to marry Prince Yixian. You will never comprehend the formidable foundation that lies within that dynasty. Lu Tsong seethed with malice. It was Lin Yuan who had obliterated everything he cherished. Chapter 44. The realization of Lin Yuan's true identity. Lu Tsong's regret Deyu dynasty. A derisive scoff escaped Lin Yuan's lips. Upon hearing these 4 words once more, his heart brimmed with animosity. The true architect behind the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect was this so-called dynasty. He had never regarded the Deyu dynasty with any measure of respect. Lin Yuan's original intention was to return to the Almighty Imperial Palace and then proceed to the central continent. Especially since Yixian had previously escaped his grasp, he had never intended to let that prince off the hook. However, Lin Yuan had not anticipated that before he could exact his vengeance, the scoundrels of the Eastern Wilderness, alongside Prince Yixian, would obliterate the entire Qingyun Dao sect, a sea of blood and deep-seated enmity. The Snowfall Dao sect and the Eastern Wilderness were merely the beginning. Yixian was to wed Lu Shui in the central continent. Was he not? Such a splendid occasion could not possibly exclude Lin Yuan. Would the bloodied wedding banquet satisfy the attending parties? Deyu dynasty? A prince? He is not even worthy of the privilege to hold my shoes. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the figure before him. Lu Tsong, Lin Yuan, oh Lin Yuan, today you have triumphed, but I never anticipated that you would be so arrogantly self-important. The Piaxue Dao sect has been utterly annihilated by this individual. shattering my lifelong aspirations. Given the circumstances, Lu Tsang resolved to cast aside his fears. With defiance, he declared, "You are merely an orphan picked up from the wilderness by those old men. What right do you have to compare yourself to my esteemed son-in-law?" The nobility of bloodline and the disparity of status are concepts you will never comprehend. Gently shaking his head, his disheveled black hair cascading around him like a shroud, Lu Tsang appeared utterly worn. As if aged by years within a mere moment, his expression was one of unwavering determination as he gazed at Lin Yuan with disdain. In the past, the Piaoxue Dao sect had maintained a cordial relationship with the Qingyun Dao sect, and Lu Tsang was somewhat aware of Lin Yuan's background. In his view, he was just an orphan, unworthy of comparison with the first power in the Xiantian continent, the eldest prince of the Diyu dynasty. His son-in-law, Yi Xian, had the potential to inherit the throne and command the mightiest forces of this realm. In due time, he would surely avenge himself and the entire Piaoxue Dao sect, even on the brink of death. He remained so steadfast. It must be said that Lu Shui and Lu Tsang were indeed cut from the same cloth, sharing the same perceptions and personalities, as if molded from one form. "I am indeed the orphan that my esteemed master found in a snowfield," Lin Yuan replied calmly, nodding slightly. Regarding matters of the past, his master, Xiao Zhantian, had informed him of this incident during his childhood. There was no need for further elaboration. Just an orphan." Upon hearing these words, Lu Tsang's disdain intensified in his eyes, had it not been for Lin Yuan's fortuitous encounter with Xiao Zhantian during his childhood. He would not have been able to compare to even the lowliest disciple fetching water within his own sect, let alone the noble prince of the Diyu dynasty. But who told you that an individual picked up from the wilderness must be without parents? "I hail from the imperial lineage of the upper realm, the Lin family," Lin Yuan declared nonchalantly. "The revelation of the upper realm? The imperial lineage." Confusion flickered in Lu Tsang's eyes. Boom. Upon hearing those words, an inexplicable dread washed over him, as if those syllables represented a forbidden truth. Just as the words were about to escape his lips, an overwhelming sense of foreboding coursed through him. The world around them fell silent, as if time itself had been frozen. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Lu Tsang felt as if he could hear the frantic beating of his own heart. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow. After a brief moment of silence, he finally broke free from the strange atmosphere. He gasped for air, feeling utterly drained. "You claim to come from the upper realm, the imperial lineage. How? How is that even possible?" His disbelief was palpable, and Lu Tsang's expression was a tempest of emotions as he regarded Lin Yuan, whom he had always looked down upon. Ever since Lin Yuan pursued his daughter, he had held his origins in contempt. A mere orphan who stumbled upon good fortune. What right did he have to marry his daughter? The only reason he had previously consented to an engagement between Lu Shui and Lin Yuan was due to Lin Yuan's growing reputation among the young talents of the eastern wilderness over the years. Coupled with a promise made by Xiao Zhantian to pass the leadership of the Qingyun Dao sect to Lin Yuan, it was only then that he reluctantly agreed. However, on the day of the wedding, Yi Xian, the prince of the Diyu dynasty, had arrived. In that instant, Lu Tsang had completely reversed his decision. An orphan, even one who might inherit the leadership of the Qingyun sect, could never be compared to a prince of the Diyu dynasty. He even went so far as to present the Tianshan sacred lotus to Yi Xian during Lin Yuan's wedding, resolutely aligning himself with the Diyu dynasty. He was even willing to unite with the other sects of the eastern wilderness to obliterate the Qingyun Dao sect, all to secure favor with the mighty Diyu dynasty. But now, what had he just heard? A once disdained orphan's true identity was that of a being from the upper realm, a place all cultivators below yearned to reach. After enduring countless tribulations and grave challenges, only those who transcended to the heavenly ascension realm could ascend to the upper realm. The arduous nature of this journey needed no further elaboration. The absence of even a single half-step heavenly ascension cultivator among the countless cultivators of the eastern wilderness attested to the sheer difficulty of ascending to the upper realm and the imperial lineage. What a joke! Body refining, Qi gathering, spirit condensation, divine bridge, Tao palace, heavenly ascension, quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor, emperor realm. Even a novice in cultivation understands the weight of the term imperial. It signifies invincibility in the upper realm. How could a member of the imperial lineage be compared to a mere royal dynasty in the lower realm? In that moment, Lu Tsong was utterly bewildered. You say you are, so you are? Lu Tsong's heart was plagued with disbelief as he spoke. Suddenly, he scrutinized Lin Yuan, whose unknown physique and the aura emanating from him were indeed far beyond what a lower realm cultivator could possess. Moreover, he recalled the venerable elder who had appeared beside Lin Yuan during the wedding, referring to him as young master, and the inexplicable, taboo-like sensation he had experienced when he nearly uttered the words imperial lineage Lin family. Perhaps it could be true? Enough of your prattle. Lin Yuan's tone grew impatient. I hear that your son-in-law and that wretched person are to be wed soon. Allow me to use Lu Tsong's head as my congratulatory gift. With that, a flash of light flickered between Lin Yuan's fingers. Splatter, blood spilled forth. Lu Tsong fell, his gaze fixed upon Lin Yuan in a daze, filled with confusion and a hint of regret. Chapter 45. Lin Yuan's breakthrough within the Piaoxue Dao sect. A fierce battle had come to an end. Countless grand halls lay in ruins, towers toppled, and the corpses were innumerable. All the cultivators of the Piaoxue Dao sect, from the sect leader to the elders and hall masters, down to the direct disciples and outer disciples, were obliterated without exception. There were also powerful figures from various sects of the eastern wilderness, all prominent individuals in the region, but now they were merely one among many corpses in a sea of blood. Blood flowed, staining the entire sect crimson, rivaling the catastrophic events that had befallen the Qingyan Dao sect on that fateful day. It was unfortunate that they had chosen the wrong side, mistakenly believing that by allying with the so-called indomitable Du dynasty, they could secure their safety. Yet today, Lin Yuan's appearance delivered a harsh lesson. Blood debts are always repaid in blood. Amidst the endless wreckage, a coffin lay upon the ground, brought by Lin Yuan. Inside the coffin rested an elderly man, the very one who had taken Lin Yuan in and raised him, considering him his only heir. Initially, he had even intended to pass the leadership of the Qingyan Dao sect to Lin Yuan. But now, everything related to the Qingyan Dao sect had been annihilated in that massacre. Thud, ignoring the blood-soaked ground, Lin Yuan knelt before the coffin, his face turned toward it. Master, can you see? Those who caused the demise of the Qingyan sect have paid the price they deserved. His black attire was drenched, resembling snow, and his head of white hair was stained with crimson droplets. His youthful features bore an expression of deep emotion. In that moment, the boy who had slaughtered with the ferocity of a demon shed his icy facade. The souls of 13,862 members of the Qingyan sect weighed heavily on Lin Yuan's heart. He believed their deaths were his fault. This remorse crushed him, and he carried the burden of guilt on his shoulders. Within the shattered Qingyan Dao sect, he knelt for an entire night, in a single night, his black hair turned white. The coffin remained silent, devoid of response. That moment, the surroundings felt like a hellish purgatory. Steeped in silence, having avenged only half of his grievances, Lin Yuan's tightly wounded heart finally experienced a moment of release. Perhaps it was a flicker of self-forgiveness. Boom! At that instant, a surge of immense spiritual power erupted around Lin Yuan. Was he about to break through? A voice, still somewhat hoarse, shattered the surrounding silence as he sensed the changes within his body. This spiritual power was the residue left over from merging with the supreme Tao I within the Ta Qing Imperial Palace. Understanding the source of his impending breakthrough, Lin Yuan realized that even after reaching the Tao Palace realm, remnants of the spiritual energy from that fusion still lingered within him. Now, that last vestige of energy would be completely consumed. Propelling Lin Yuan's realm forward once more, amidst the blood-soaked ruins of the Piaoxue Dao sect, Lin Yuan was engulfed in the process of breaking through. Meanwhile, across the eastern wilderness, strange occurrences unfolded. It was peculiar that the powerful figures who had ventured to the Piaoxue Dao sect days prior had not reported any news in the 10 days that followed. For several consecutive days, it seemed as if the entire Snowy Path sect had vanished from the world. Logically, such a grand event would have been preceded by rumors, yet none emerged. The Snowy Path sect, the Heavenly Gang sect, and the myriad powerful sects of the Eastern Wasteland appeared as if they had evaporated from existence, with not a whisper of news concerning them. Ahead lay the Snowy Path sect. This place is indeed quite frigid. The Snowy Path sect has always resided in my extreme northern territory, so it is certainly cold. The heavens and earth were enveloped in a blanket of white. While some wandering cultivators braved the heavy snow, forging ahead, in terms of sheer numbers, wandering cultivators outnumbered others, scattered throughout the eastern wasteland. Not everyone possesses the qualification to join a sect, in recent days. The disappearance of countless powerful figures from the eastern wasteland, in conjunction with the curiosity it sparked, drew numerous wandering cultivators to this extreme northern region, eager to uncover the truth. Remember, once we arrive, we must show utmost respect given our status. Otherwise, with our abilities, a mere disciple from the Snowy Path sect could easily annihilate us. Among the wandering cultivators, an elder with considerable experience spoke with an air of arrogance. Although he was a wanderer, years ago, he had the fortune to visit the Snowy Path sect and witness what it means to be one of the most formidable sects in the Eastern Wasteland. Upon arrival, we shall ascend this snow-capped peak. The elder led the way, though his heart was somewhat unsettled. Before him stood a colossal snow peak, towering into the sky, its summit remarkably flat. Driven by curiosity, a group of several dozen wandering cultivators began their ascent. The cold wind howled as they gasped for breath, climbing for several hours. However, upon reaching the summit, the sight before them left everyone dumbfounded. The grand hall lay in ruins, the pavilion shattered, and among the endless debris were countless corpses. The blood on the ground had not yet dried after all these days. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly potent, permeating the shattered Snowy Path sect. This is the Snowy Path sect? The entire sect, along with countless powerful figures from the Eastern Wasteland, has perished. The group of dozens was shaken to their core, their hair standing on end. Who could have accomplished such a feat, slaying so many powerful beings? At the forefront stood an elder clad in rough black garments, known as Wu Yi, who, at over 70 years of age, had barely reached the Qi-gathering realm. With his extensive experience, he held a measure of prestige among the wandering cultivators in this extreme northern land. Before him lay countless corpses, each one a figure he had once needed to revere and look up to. Yet now, they were merely lifeless bodies. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment and curiosity, a thunderous rumble echoed. At that moment, the entire shattered Snowy Path sect and the very snow peak beneath them began to tremble violently. A radiant figure ascended from the endless ruins, an aura radiating freely around them, shaking the surroundings and capturing the attention of the wandering cultivators who had just arrived. Finally, a breakthrough. Black and white light surged around, and within him, a torrent of spiritual energy coursed through his body. The brilliance of Tao light transformed into countless mysterious runes, densely floating around him. His aura grew increasingly formidable, climbing steadily. Boom! He shattered the final barrier of the mid-stage Tao Palace realm, and his internal spiritual energy surged to several times its previous magnitude. It was Lin Yuan. After nearly half a month, he had advanced to the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. Chapter 46. Direction, Central State, Du Dynasty. At the late stage of the Tao Palace realm, Lin Yuan's strength rivaled that of renowned sect leaders such as Lu Tsong of the Snowy Path sect, Tian Shuzi of the Heavenly Gang sect, and Xiao Zhantian, the leader of the Qingyan sect, who had all never reached this pinnacle in their lifetime. They were revered as the three great powerhouses of the Eastern Wasteland. Yet now, at only around 20 years of age, Lin Yuan had achieved the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. Merely in terms of realm, Lin Yuan now stood unrivaled across the entire Eastern Wasteland. And this was only from a realm perspective. It is important to note that prior to his breakthrough, Lin Yuan had shattered the Nine Dragons and Heaven Array, a formation said to be capable of severely injuring even those at the half-step ascendant realm. Therefore, with the supreme Tao body, Lin Yuan's true combat power could not merely be measured by realm alone, and I wonder if I possess the strength to contend against a true ascendant realm cultivator now. With Tao light radiating around him, he hovered in the air, slowly opening his eyes, which had been shut for half a month. Sensing the changes in his internal spiritual energy, Lin Yuan spoke calmly. The Ascendant Realm represents the pinnacle of strength in the entire Xiantian continent. It is said that such powerful beings possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas, to create and destroy worlds. There is a saying in this realm, no matter how exceptional your talent or brilliance, beneath the Ascendant Realm, all are but ants. However, Lin Yuan now wished to test whether his current realm, combined with the supreme Tao body, could contend with the Ascendant Realm. Who would be stronger or weaker? The Diyu dynasty. With a piercing gaze, Lin Yuan looked into the distance, towards the direction of the Central State. Among the 5 states of the Xiantian continent, the Central State is richest in spiritual energy, where cultivation flourishes. It is rumored that countless prodigies reside there, each like a dragon, and the number of powerful figures is beyond comparison with the other 4 states. What concerns Lin Yuan even more is that the culprit responsible for the destruction of his Qingyan sect, the Diyu dynasty, lies within the Central State, now having broken through and reached the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. He must go to the Central State without delay. Just as Lin Yuan pondered his next steps, a voice called out from below, "Dare I ask, are you Lin Yuan, the Tao child?" At that moment, a young man in green clothing spoke, his heart racing. He gazed up at Lin Yuan, his voice trembling with curiosity. His name was Han Xi, a mere wandering cultivator who had trained for many years but still lingered at the body refinement stage. Years ago, he had the fortune to meet Lin Yuan, who was then a renowned prodigy supported by the Qingyan sect, one of the 3 great sects of the Eastern Wasteland. Lin Yuan had exuded an aura of nobility and confidence, yet remained approachable, treating even wandering cultivators like Han Xi with kindness. But now, gazing at the youth with white hair, an aura transformed, cold like ice, exuding a chilling presence. Even Han Xi felt uncertain if this was indeed the same Tao child of the Qingyan sect. The change was so drastic that he almost failed to recognize him. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, looking down at the group of cultivators, all at most at the Qi-gathering realm. With chaotic internal energies and shallow foundations, he recognized them as mere wandering cultivators. "I am Lin Yuan," he declared calmly, devoid of arrogance or superiority. Though the Qingyan sect had been annihilated, grievances have their roots, and debts their owners. These individuals before him lacked even the qualification to participate in the battle that led to the downfall of the Qingyan sect. Although Lin Yuan harbored resentment, he would not stoop to venting his anger on those weaker than him. He despised such conduct. As for the leaders of the Snowy Path sect and the other major sects, Han Xi and the other wandering cultivators glanced around, trembling with fear yet brimming with curiosity. It was common knowledge that the Qingyan sect had been exterminated not long ago, and even the wandering cultivators in this extreme northern region had heard of it. The ones who led the annihilation of the Qingyan sect were none other than the Snowy Path sect and the Heavenly Gang sect. Now, within the Snowy Path sect, the entire sect, along with the leaders and powerful figures from various sects, had been slaughtered to the last breath. Lin Yuan's presence here left no room for speculation. It seemed evident that he was the one responsible for the scene before them, reminiscent of a hell on earth, as the former Tao child of the Qingyan sect. However, the spectacle was so shocking and horrifying that, despite the possibility that Lin Yuan was the perpetrator, they dared not confirm it until he spoke the words himself. "It was I who did this," Lin Yuan stated calmly, hovering in the air. Boom! The moment he uttered this, the scene erupted into chaos. Dozens of gazes turned toward Lin Yuan, filled with disbelief. How long had it been? Though Lin Yuan had already gained immense fame across the Eastern Wasteland, It had been primarily among the younger generation. Now, it was unimaginable that he single-handedly annihilated the entire Eastern Wasteland's major sects, extinguishing their lineages. Such a ruthless individual was almost an unattainable existence for them. A mere thought could reduce them to ashes. Clad in black, the bloodstains still adorned the youth, and while his icy aura sent shivers down their spines, the dozens of wandering cultivators present felt no trace of malice emanating from Lin Yuan, who had brought about the obliteration of the major sects in the Eastern Wasteland. He was merely speaking calmly with them. "It is time to depart." Without acknowledging those present, Lin Yuan approached the coffin. His figure was slender and frail, nearly obscured by the coffin, yet within him seemed to reside boundless strength. Bending down slightly, he exerted effort to lift it and hoisted it onto his back. Boom! With a single step, Lin Yuan departed, leaving the Snowy Path sect, the resting place of countless powerful figures from the Eastern Wasteland. His destination was the Central State, with the goals set upon the Diyu dynasty. Little did he know that his name would soon evoke tremendous upheaval throughout the Eastern Wasteland. Chapter 47. The name Lin Yuan shakes the Eastern Wasteland, arriving in Central State days later. A piece of news reverberated throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland, leaving countless cultivators in disbelief. In the realm of the Snowdrift sect, the two paramount sects, the Snowdrift sect and the Tiangang sect, along with countless renowned powerhouses, were utterly annihilated within the confines of the Snowdrift sect, leaving not a single soul behind. Upon the revelation of this news, countless cultivators across the world erupted in fervor. The source of this information stemmed from a group of rogue cultivators in the far north. Initially, people found it nearly impossible to believe. What a jest! This represented the entirety of the supreme combat power of the Eastern Wasteland, completely eradicated? Such rumors must be mere fabrications, alas, in today's Eastern Wasteland. Rumors have indeed spiraled into the absurd, are those who spread such tales devoid of reason. At first hearing, not a soul chose to believe. The news was simply too outrageous, especially when it was later discovered that the slaughter of such formidable beings was solely the work of one individual. These rogue cultivators seemed intent on gaining fame, uttering whatever came to mind. Do they not consider the plausibility of such an event, the moral decay of society, and the fading of human integrity? Lamented some. The majority remained skeptics, until, when a cultivator genuinely ventured to the far north and witnessed the scene within the Snowdrift sect, akin to a hell on earth, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Buried beneath the rubble, each shattered remnant could very well have been the sect master or elder of a major sect in the Eastern Wasteland. Even the formidable Tangshuanzi was reduced to nothing but ashes. Lu Tsong was left with only a headless corpse. This time, disbelief would no longer prevail. That scene was too shocking. It was true. Countless powerful beings in the Eastern Wasteland had perished within the Snowdrift sect. Numerous formidable sects had been decimated, their legacies extinguished. Who could possibly accomplish such a feat? Countless cultivators gathered in the far north, within the Snowdrift sect, their hearts racing at the sight of the devastation. It was nearly unimaginable. Surely only those who had truly ascended to the celestial realm could achieve such a thing. Thus, the first thought that crossed many minds was that it must be a powerhouse from the central continent. For within the Xiantian continent, aside from the central continent, no other region could possibly give rise to celestial realm cultivators. But at that moment, amidst the crowd, a figure clad in green emerged, none other than Song Ci. One of the rogue cultivators who had exchanged a few words with Lin Yuan, revealing the true cause behind the events. Confronted with the curiosity of the masses, he spoke. It was Lin Yuan Daozi. On that day, when the division of the Qiongyan sect's territory was discussed within the Snowdrift sect, it was Lin Yuan Daozi who had attended. He had slain every single powerhouse present, dressed in azure. Song Ci felt a twinge of anxiety. He was merely a rogue cultivator. Under the scrutiny of so many formidable beings, the pressure was immense. When he uttered the name Lin Yuan Daozi, his eyes sparkled, and his expression conveyed profound admiration. The destruction of the Qiongyan sect, burdened by a sea of blood and resentment, was avenged by a lone figure who carried the coffin of his master and bloodily cleansed the entire Snowdrift sect. What sort of person could achieve such a feat? It must be noted that the Snowdrift sect and the Tiangang sect are the two foremost sects of the Eastern Wasteland, not to mention the prominent figures present, all of whom commanded respect across the Eastern Wasteland. Any one of these individuals would be a figure to whom Song Ci would normally defer with utmost reverence. Yet, in the hands of Lin Yuan Daozi, they were akin to mere fodder. Perhaps such a character indeed deserved the title of a child of heaven. Song Ci's heart brimmed with admiration, waves of emotion surging as he gazed into the distance. That direction was towards the central continent. It was also the path Lin Yuan had taken after his departure. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this name, the crowd trembled. The attendees were well aware of the prior extermination incident involving the Cheongyun sect. Regardless of the perspective one took, the sole survivor of the Cheongyun sect had every reason to undertake such actions. How had he managed to achieve this? Some among the crowd felt a stirring within, whispering to one another. Subsequently, the tale of the deaths within the Snowdrift sect, along with those of the various sect powerhouses, spread far and wide. The demise of the Tiangang sect, the Snowdrift sect, and the other sect powerhouses was beyond doubt. The one responsible for this calamity was none other than Lin Yuan, the former Daozi of the Cheongyun sect. This verdict would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Eastern Wasteland, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. From that moment onward, the name Lin Yuan became a taboo for countless sects in the Eastern Wasteland. Some praised Lin Yuan for avenging the deep-seated grievances of his sect. After all, if a person could disregard the vengeance owed to those who nurtured them, what worth could their talent or strength hold? Conversely, others deemed the massacre carried out in pursuit of personal vengeance as excessively cruel, believing it would inevitably lead one down the path of darkness. Of course, these were merely the opinions of outsiders. Even if Lin Yuan himself were to learn of this, he would merely scoff in disdain. Etio, spare his enemies. What could possibly alleviate the grievances of the 862 souls lost from his Cheongyun sect, just as the Eastern Wasteland was still reverberating with the name Lin Yuan, far from the continent, upon the horizon of the sea. A Chu, clad in black with flowing, white hair, bearing a coffin upon his back, Lin Yuan soared through the skies. Suddenly, he sneezed twice in quick succession. What is happening? Who is speaking of me? Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. With his current prowess at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, could he truly be affected by a chill? That was evidently impossible. Not dwelling on it further, he continued his flight, casting his gaze downward. The endless expanse of azure waves rippled beneath him, with occasional towering surges reaching heights of 100 feet. Now and then, he spotted distant islands, traces of cultivators visible upon them. However, none of this concerned Lin Yuan. His destination was the central continent, the Diyu dynasty. The 5 regions of the Xiantian continent were all separated by boundless oceans. With my Dao Palace realm strength, I have been flying away from the Eastern Wasteland for over half a month, yet I still have not reached the central continent. A sigh escaped Lin Yuan's lips as he could not help but acknowledge the vastness of the Xiantian continent. With his current speed, even traversing the entirety of the Eastern Wasteland would take but a few days at most. Time passed swiftly, and a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. At last, before him, on the horizon of the sea, an immense landmass, several times larger than the Eastern Wasteland, came into view. The central continent had arrived, a gravelly voice echoed. Gazing ahead, a fierce intent surged within Lin Yuan's deep-set eyes. The Snowdrift sect and the various sects of the Eastern Wasteland were mere pawns in his path. The true perpetrators behind the demise of his master, his junior sister, and the entire Cheongyun sect were Yi Xian and the Diyu dynasty. His purpose for this journey was to obliterate this ancient and seemingly immortal dynasty of the Xiantian continent. Chapter 48. The Wedding of Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Lin Yuan arrives at the central continent. Rich in spiritual energy, the central continent stands as the most prosperous region for cultivation within the Xiantian continent. Countless immortal sects and Daoist houses flourish here, with powerhouses abounding, far surpassing the other 4 regions. Sects like the Tiangang sect and the Snowder sect, which are considered top-tier forces in the Eastern Wasteland, are commonplace in the Central Continent. Among the myriad powerful factions, one immortal force reigns supreme, the Diyu dynasty. Dominating all, the Central Continent is divided into 36 domains, with the Royal Dao domain, where the Diyu dynasty resides, located in the heart of the continent. The royal dragon aura ascends to the heavens. Surrounded by magnificent palaces, this moment, within the grand palace of the Diyu dynasty, the atmosphere was festooned with lights and decorations, red silks adorning the ground, joy radiating as countless powerful factions from the Central Continent gathered. Congratulations, congratulations! The Crown Prince is a renowned genius of our Central Continent. Today is a momentous occasion for his wedding. Our Tianlong Dao House has prepared a modest gift as a token of respect. Haha, the only one among the current dynasty's princes to possess the dragon spirit body, and now the Crown Prince. How could my Lili Dao sect miss out on this grand wedding? Within the grand palace of the Diyu dynasty, innumerable powerful beings arrived, each bearing lavish gifts and wearing smiles. The occasion was none other than the wedding of Yi Xian, the Crown Prince of the Diyu dynasty, to Lu Shui. The news had circulated months prior. Ordinarily, even a royal wedding would not warrant such an influx of powerful figures from the Central Continent. However, Yi Xian's esteemed status was unparalleled among the current dynasty's princes. It is important to note that not every prince born into the Diyu royal family possesses the rare dragon spirit body. The most esteemed physique since ancient times within the Xiantian continent. Coupled with Yi Xian's status as crown prince, it was almost certain that he would ascend to the throne as the next emperor of the Diyu dynasty. Thus, forming early connections with his future emperor was deemed essential for numerous powerful factions across the Central Continent. The guests were numerous, and the palace was bustling with activity, although they were all formidable beings. They respectfully entered the palace on foot. It would be absurd to attempt to soar above the imperial palace. No one had dared to do so since the establishment of the Diyu dynasty, as it would be akin to courting death. The grand feast was about to commence, the scene filled with jubilance and merriment. This moment, within a certain hall of the palace, a figure clad in red stood tall and proud, exuding an air of nobility and striking beauty. This was Yi Xian. "What is this thing?" A voice rang out, filled with curiosity. In his palm lay a thumb-sized, pitch-black stone, covered in a myriad of mysterious runes. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with curiosity as he scrutinized the object before him. This item was a trophy he had collected during his journey to the Eastern Wilderness, on the day he annihilated the Qingyan Dao sect. It appeared to be merely a stone, yet an intangible sense whispered to him that it was far from simple. It resembled neither stone nor wood. This material was something he had never encountered. Even within the vast treasury of the Diyu dynasty, if it were merely the material's uniqueness, it would not have captured the attention of someone as distinguished as the Grand Prince. What intrigued Yi Xian most were the myriad of intricate runes inscribed upon it, ancient and seemingly carved by nature itself. Thus, amidst the countless precious spoils from the Qingyan Dao sect, he had chosen this particular item. However, it had been some time since his return from the Eastern Wilderness, and he still had not unraveled its mysteries. Just as Yi Xian was lost in thought, gazing at the object in his palm, a voice called out from outside the hall, interrupting his contemplation. "Grand Prince, the auspicious moment is approaching. Miss Lu has already arrived at the wedding venue." Understood. He regarded the stone inscribed with mysterious runes as a treasured possession. Stowing it away, rising to his feet, Yi Xian strode out of the hall, making his way to the wedding celebration. "Look, there is the Grand Prince, the strongest prodigy of the Central Continent, the dragon spirit body, a unique and formidable constitution of the Yi royal lineage, has long been hailed as the finest in the Xiantian continent. Have you heard? This Grand Prince is marrying a mere girl from a small sect in the Eastern Wilderness." Those who had come to attend Grand Feast included not only the powerful figures from various sects across the Central Continent, but also many contemporaries of Yi Xian. Men and women alike whispered among themselves as Yi Xian's figure appeared. natives of the central continent, they held an inherent disdain for cultivators from the other four continents, thus, to many present. Lu Shui, hailing from the eastern wilderness, was merely a rustic who had inexplicably ascended to prominence, that moment, within the wedding venue. Amidst the crowd, Lu Shui, clad in red, her fair complexion and slender figure accentuated by cascading strands of hair, listened to the flattery around her with immense pride. Upon spotting Yi Xian approaching, she eagerly waved her delicate hand. "Brother Yi Xian, I am here." Her enchanting eyes swept across the attendees, all of whom were the true powerhouses of the Diyu dynasty and the central continent, capable of obliterating the Qingyun Dao sect with but a breath. Today, however, she was one of the key figures in this event. This was her true aspiration. A mere Qingyun Dao sect, represented by Lin Yuan, was hardly worthy of her, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. How laughable! Lin Yuan, an orphan, possessed no merits or abilities, and now that the Qingyun Dao sect had been annihilated by her brother Yi Xian, what was left of it, without the Qingyun Dao sect? He was but a stray dog. How could he ever compare to her brother Yi Xian? At this moment, Lu Shui felt her decision was undeniably correct. The wedding was on the verge of commencing. Within the Diyu Imperial Palace, the elite of the central continent gathered, along with the formidable powers of the dynasty itself. It could be said that nearly half of the prominent figures of the central continent had converged here, awaiting the official union of Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Simultaneously, outside the palace, a figure clad in black, with a head of white hair and an aura of chilling severity, bore a coffin on his back. Disregarding the peculiar gazes of those around him, the Diyu dynasty? Quite impressive. It was Lin Yuan, who had come from the eastern wilderness, nodding slightly as he gazed upon the magnificent palace. He could not deny that the Diyu dynasty, as the sovereign of the central continent, far surpassed the sects of the eastern wilderness. Yet, he pondered whether this so-called immortal dynasty would still exist after today. A cold smirk escaped his lips. Within the silence of the crowd, an unending glint of coldness seemed poised to freeze the world, sending shivers down spines. The souls of the 13,862 deceased from the Qingyun Dao sect were destined to find resolution today. Chapter 49. The figure bearing the coffin within the imperial palace. At that moment, the palace buzzed with excitement, countless gazes fixed upon Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Lu Shui, her face flushed with shyness, was filled with anticipation. She had awaited this day for far too long. Her brother Yi Xian was destined to be the sole heir to the throne of the Diyu dynasty, and when that time came, her heart raced with exhilaration. From this day forth, her status was destined to become precious, no longer something the rustic natives of the eastern wilderness could comprehend. Who would have thought that a girl from a small sect in the eastern wilderness could attain such heights? How ironic! This was fate. Rumor spoke of the eastern wilderness being a place of scarce spiritual energy, with its desolate mountains and rivers, and its cultivators lacking in talent. Those born in the central continent inherently bore a sense of superiority. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, casting glances at Lu Shui. To claim they were not envious would be a lie. They observed how even the prominent figures of the central continent were striving to curry favor with Prince Yi Xian. What was the goal? Was it not to establish a connection with the future emperor of the Diyu dynasty? Yet, they could not compare to a girl from the eastern wilderness as time passed. The auspicious moment arrived. "Please," boomed a voice with a duck-like timbre, that of a senior steward from the palace, a trusted confidant of the current emperor, Yi Tu, presiding over the wedding ceremony for Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Suddenly, at that moment, the very fabric of the palace trembled violently, shaking the air itself. This sudden upheaval disrupted the order of the wedding. Thud, 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 the sound of footsteps echoed. With each step, the space rippled as if a tranquil lake had been disturbed. Above the palace, a figure strode through the air, with hair as white as snow and a somewhat delicate face. Clad in black, his aura cold and imposing, he bore a coffin far larger than himself upon his back. It was Lin Yuan in an instant. This occurrence sent shockwaves through the crowd. Since the establishment of the Yu dynasty, no one had dared to traverse the air above the palace, for it was akin to courting death. Yet now, this unspoken rule had been shattered. Moreover, from a distance, this was a remarkably young individual, his age comparable to many of the central continent's prodigies present. The wedding had been interrupted, and the scene erupted in chaos. "Who are you, to dare tread upon the air above the imperial palace? To come to a wedding while bearing a coffin, truly ignorant of the consequences." Mocking voices filled the air, standing beside Lu Shui. Adorned in festive red, Yi Xian's gaze was laced with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Yuan. The last time he had ventured to the eastern wilderness with the two esteemed ancestors of the Yu royal family was to exact vengeance upon Lin Yuan. However, he had not been present, and they had been left with no choice but to slaughter the Qingyun Dao sect in their rage. He had presumed Lin Yuan would henceforth be a stray dog, hiding in the shadows. Yet, on the very day of his wedding, Lin Yuan dared to appear in such a grand manner. "Brother Yi Xian, this stray dog Lin Yuan's appearance is undoubtedly a death wish, perfectly fulfilling your desires." Lu Shui chimed in with a charming laugh, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Yuan's presence, even finding it amusing. What place was this? The Yu dynasty, not to mention the hidden powers within the depths of the palace. In Lu Shui's eyes, any random figure from the central continent could effortlessly crush Lin Yuan. With a haughty gaze directed at Lin Yuan, Lu Shui resembled a noble phoenix. Today was her wedding day, a grand occasion where nearly all the formidable sects of the central continent had gathered. It was the perfect opportunity for Lin Yuan, who had grown up in the eastern wilderness, to witness the vast chasm between her current status and the meager Qingyun Dao sect he had once known. A wretch and a dog, a fitting pair indeed. Lin Yuan, suspended in the air, spoke calmly, his gaze fixed upon Yi Xian and Lu Shui, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smirk. As he spoke, Lin Yuan produced a severed head from his hand, bloodied and gruesome, tossing it lightly, a wedding gift for the newlyweds. The head rolled, ultimately landing at the feet of Yi Xian and Lu Shui. It was none other than the head of Lu Tsang. On the day of their wedding, presenting the severed head of one's father as a gift was a feat only Lin Yuan could accomplish. Indeed, as Lu Shui looked down, the joyous smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling countenance. "Lin Yuan, today I shall rend you limb from limb." Originally adorned for her wedding, her enchanting visage now radiated with venomous hatred. Lu Shui glared at Lin Yuan, wishing nothing more than to tear him to shreds. Ignoring Lu Shui, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over all present, finally resting upon Yi Xian. "Not long ago, my Qingyun Dao sect, with all its 13,862 members, perished at the hands of the Yu dynasty, annihilated without a single survivor. I am Lin Yuan, and I have come from the eastern wilderness today solely to cleanse the Yu dynasty in retribution for my sect's destruction. All those of you who do not wish to perish, you may disperse." With hair as white as snow and clad in flowing black robes, Lin Yuan hovered in the air. His voice was calm, yet resonant, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Within his lifeless gaze lay an unwavering determination, resolute beyond measure. One can never forget that he carries the weight of 13,862 souls upon his shoulders. Lin Yuan has always believed that their deaths were a consequence of his actions. Now, he seeks vengeance for those 13,862 souls, nothing more, nothing less, aside from the great Yu dynasty. The sects present in Zhongzhou hold no animosity towards him. However, what Lin Yuan does not realize is that his declaration does not drive anyone away. Rather, it instantly ignites a chorus of mockery and disdain among the attendees. Especially upon learning Lin Yuan's identity as a youth hailing from the eastern wasteland, their incredulity only deepens. Did I hear that correctly? A native from the eastern wasteland. What audacity fuels his brashness? What a farcical sect, the Qingyun Dao sect. I've never even heard of it. The great Yu dynasty annihilating his clan is already a generous consideration. Wait, am I to understand that a cultivator from a remote backwater dares to challenge the entire great Yu dynasty? At that moment, the venue erupted in laughter, for it was the most amusing thing they had heard in years. Zhongzhou, positioned at the heart of the Xiantian continent, brims with spiritual energy, far surpassing the other four states. Where everyone is as formidable as dragons, thus, those born here inherently possess a sense of superiority over cultivators from other states. But now, what have they heard? A native cultivator from the eastern wasteland has come to Zhongzhou, to this royal palace, boldly proclaiming his intent to wipe out the Great Yu dynasty. Is there anything more ludicrous than this? Chapter 50. The Prodigy of Zhongzhou. One slap to end it all. Ha, foolish boy, who gave you the audacity to run rampant in Zhongzhou? Brother Yi, allow me to handle this fellow. I shall ensure he pays for his words. Before Yi Xian could respond, a young man in white, graceful and handsome, stepped forward. His voice rang out directed at Yi Xian, his gaze filled with contempt as he turned to Lin Yuan. Clearly, this man held some prominence among the prodigies of Zhongzhou. As his arrival immediately sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd, It's Lu Xian, one of the most renowned prodigies of Zhongzhou, on par with the great Prince Yi Xian, the current holy son of the Liuli Dao sect. Possessing formidable strength, with Lu Xian stepping in, this ignorant boy from the eastern wasteland is no match at all. Surrounding voices of flattery echoed as they recounted this individual's background. His status, even in Zhongzhou, is remarkable. The Liuli Dao sect is one of the premier Dao sects in Zhongzhou, second only to the Great Yu dynasty. Then it falls to you, Brother Lu. This boy possesses some strength and warrants caution. In response to Lu Xian's appearance, Yi Xian voiced his thoughts. When he battled Lin Yuan in the Qingyan Dao sect, Lin Yuan was merely at the Divine Bridge stage. He presumed that Lin Yuan had not progressed significantly since then. Today, being his wedding day, it would be unwise to shed blood. Additionally, Yi Xian sought to observe Lu Xian to see just how far Lin Yuan had come. Rest assured, Brother Prince, although our Liuli Dao sect may seem lacking, we are not to be compared with just anyone. With the strength of my nephew Lu Xian, dealing with this individual will be more than sufficient. Upon hearing Yi Xian suggest that his nephew exercise caution, an elder in black, stroking his white beard, stepped forward, laughing derisively at Lin Yuan. This is Lu Qingdao, the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, who has brought a group of younger disciples to attend Yi Xian's wedding. Besides exposing the younger generation to the world, the paramount objective is to forge a good relationship with the great Prince Yi Xian. After all, he, as an elder, finds it easier to converse with the youth. Lu Xian, being the son of their sect, is exceptionally gifted, his strength among the top of his generation. This moment, seeing his nephew take the lead against the native from the eastern wasteland, Lu Qingdao beamed with delight. This act not only strengthens ties with the Great Yu dynasty, but also showcases the prowess of the Liuli Dao sect in front of so many witnesses. It is a win-win situation. Truly, my nephew Lu Xian knows how to seize opportunities. Lu Qingdao nodded, praising him. Bang! Gently placing the coffin he carried onto the ground, Lin Yuan's calm voice resonated. Today is my reckoning with the Great Yu dynasty. Are you certain you wish to involve yourself? His gaze fell upon Lu Xian, assessing him as a late-stage Divine Bridge cultivator. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the strength of Zhongzhou. At such a young age, achieving the late stage of the Divine Bridge was indeed impressive and nearly unparalleled among his peers in the Eastern Wasteland. However, this does not include Lin Yuan himself. With his current strength, only those at the Ascendant Realm, the pinnacle of this realm, could rival him. Lin Yuan, a late-stage Divine Bridge cultivator, was akin to an ant. The individuals who had perished within the Piaoxue Dao sect were no weaker than this so-called prodigy from Zhongzhou. Boy, it seems your prolonged stay in the remote eastern wasteland has left you woefully ignorant. Kneel before me and the great prince, and I, the holy son, might consider sparing you, clad in white, exuding an air of superiority. Lu Xian regarded Lin Yuan haughtily. It is no wonder that Lu Xian possesses such arrogance. In Zhongzhou, few among the younger generation could challenge him, let alone this native from the eastern wasteland. In terms of talent, the paths they cultivate and their strength, it is he who deserves to look up to the native before him. This is the chasm that separates them. Boy, consider yourself fortunate that Lu Xian, the Holy Sun, has offered to demonstrate a few moves. There's no need for Lu Xian to intervene. I could easily handle this boy. Ignorance is not a fault, but being both ignorant and arrogant is a grave sin. If he perishes today, he has only himself to blame. The voices of Zhongzhou's prodigies continued to resonate. None believed that a mere boy from the eastern wasteland could pose a challenge to Lu Xian. The disparity between them was akin to clouds and mud. Ah, how foolish! With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. Strike if you dare, otherwise, you may find yourself without an opportunity. He had long heard of the unparalleled arrogance of the people from Zhongzhou, and now he witnessed it firsthand. Though his vendetta was against the Great Yu dynasty, it appeared that no one was willing to leave the scene. They were adamant about participating in his quest for vengeance. In that case, he would hold no remorse for what transpired next. Clad in black with white hair, his eyes filled with a chilling stillness. Lin Yuan had already sentenced all present to death. How audacious! Boom! Clad in white, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, Lu Xian's aura surged with radiant light, a manifestation unique to the Liuli Dao sect, strikingly powerful. With sword in hand, he unleashed a brilliant sword light aimed at Lin Yuan. Allow me to demonstrate the path of my Liuli Dao sect. The sword light sparkled, tearing through the void. Lu Xian's strike surpassed the might of ordinary late-stage divine bridge cultivators by unfathomable degrees. The moment he struck, applause erupted throughout the venue. Excellent. As expected of Lu Xian, the Holy Sun. Let this ignorant boy learn a lesson. A mere flicker of light dares to compete with the brilliance of the Holy Sun Lu Xian. Voices of praise echoed among the Zhongzhou prodigies. Even Yi Xian, who was also at the late stage of the divine bridge, was astonished by Lu Xian's strike. I didn't expect Brother Lu's strength to reach this level. I suspect I must be cautious even with my dragon spirit body to withstand this blow. Yi Xian nodded slightly, coldly regarding Lin Yuan. Perhaps it will not even be necessary for me to intervene. How incomprehensible that this level of strength would dare to stand forth and challenge me. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Death. With a casual palm strike, he unleashed a resounding boom. Above the void, a palm print materialized. Descending from the heavens, thud, the sound of flesh meeting the ground, crushed into oblivion. The so-called most powerful prodigy of Zhongzhou, Lu Xian, was obliterated by Lin Yuan's single strike. The ground of the royal palace was left a bloody mess. Not even a bone remaining. The once boisterous mockery and derision surrounding them fell into a stunned silence with this spectacle unfolding. Chapter 51. Shock and Fury in the Palace. What? How is this possible? The Holy Sun Lu Xian was defeated by a mere native from the eastern wasteland, and with a single blow, hiss. After a moment of silence, the venue erupted in astonished exclamations, especially for the young men and women of Zhongzhou. This scene was utterly beyond belief. The name Lu Xian is among the most powerful prodigies in the current generation of Zhongzhou, rivaling even Yi Xian, who possesses the dragon spirit body. How could he possibly lose? Bewilderment enveloped them. This moment, within the palace, youthful gazes were fixed upon Lin Yuan, whose delicate features contrasted sharply with his snow-white hair. Their eyes reflected shock, horror, and incomprehension, for in their understanding, cultivators emerging from the remote eastern wasteland could never be compared to those of Zhongzhou. The two were worlds apart, and now, the long-standing perceptions have been shattered by Lin Yuan, dressed in black. He stood before the crowd with an air of calmness, feeling no pride in effortlessly annihilating a young prodigy from Zhongzhou. After breaking through to the Dao Palace realm, coupled with his extraordinary supreme Dao body, he was inherently incomparable to any young genius within this Xiantian continent. His sole ambition was to confront the ascendant powers of the Yu dynasty. Yet, what awaited him was a fool who sought his own demise. Since the opponent had boldly stepped forth to court death, Lin Yuan would graciously oblige him. Only through personal strength can one possess the foundation of confidence. Standing within the Diyu Imperial Palace, reputed to be the strongest force in the Xiantian continent, Lin Yuan felt utterly unrestrained, his gaze, indifferent, swept across all present, ultimately resting on Yi Xian next. The three words resonated with a tranquil authority. Undeniably a provocation toward Zhongzhou. Among the crowd, even Yi Xian, who had previously exuded confidence, now wore a grim countenance. His nemesis Lin Yuan had invaded his territory, exhibiting such arrogance. Why, Yi Xian contemplated making a move. But the memory of Lin Yuan easily dispatching Lu Xian, who was nearly his equal in strength, sent a chill of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Though reluctant to admit it, he was compelled to recognize the truth. His mortal enemy, a mere stray dog, had surpassed him in such a brief span of time. How could this pitiful creature, just a wandering dog, have grown so formidable in a matter of months? Brother Yi Xian. A voice broke through, belonging to Lu Shui, who tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve, her eyes filled with confusion and a simmering hatred for Lin Yuan. This wedding banquet had been disrupted beyond recognition. At this moment, Lu Shui began to suspect that Lin Yuan, that wretched sycophant, had learned of her marriage and, out of jealousy, sought vengeance. First, he had slain her father, and now, by some cruel twist of fate, he had chosen this very occasion to create chaos. Yes, it must be so. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Lu Shui had always been confident in her beauty and grace. Why else would Lin Yuan have chosen this precise moment to appear? It was clearly an act of spite born from unrequited love, intended to humiliate her. Back in the East Wilderness, he had relentlessly pursued her, yet how could someone of her stature ever regard such a person? Now that he had gained a modicum of strength, he dared to flaunt it. Alas, she was destined to ascend to greatness in the Diyu dynasty. A mere orphan, he had even exterminated her family. The Qingyan Dao sect, a stray dog, rest assured, this is my Diyu dynasty. Just a few months have passed. How strong could he possibly become? At most, he might have barely entered the early stages of the Dao Palace realm. Such cultivators may seem formidable outside, but within my Diyu dynasty, they amount to nothing. Soon, I shall ensure he has no place to rest in death. With a cold laugh, Yi Xian proclaimed proudly. Indeed, he had been momentarily astonished by Lin Yuan's displayed strength. But now he reminded himself that he was within his own imperial palace. Allowing a dying man to revel for a moment mattered little. With a single strike, Lu Xian was vanquished, and the arena erupted in chaos. Yet, this tumult was confined to the younger generation. Barely a moment had passed since Lu Xian's demise. That instant, a voice filled with venom and age rang out. "You ignorant child, how dare you harm my disciple Lu Xian? So young, yet so merciless. I shall grind your bones to dust." The speaker, his face ashen with rage, was none other than the Grand Elder of Liuli Dao sect, Lu Qingdao. Moments ago, he had marveled at Lu Xian's brilliance, believing that by eliminating this native of the East Wilderness, they could enhance their sect's prestige and fortify ties with the Diyu dynasty. Yet, in an instant, even he, a late-stage Dao Palace cultivator, had failed to respond before his disciple was struck dead by Lin Yuan. Lu Xian was their sect's future hope. Now reduced to nothingness, I had extended an opportunity for you. You chose to seek death. Who can you blame? Lin Yuan's gaze was icy. As for grinding my bones to dust. Old dog, if you dare, feel free to try. His eyes, filled with an aura of death, radiated a palpable killing intent. It seemed that in the eyes of these Zhongzhou cultivators, only those from the East Wilderness were permitted to perish. While any death among their ranks was intolerable, as soon as a junior fell, the elders would leap forth. The moral high ground was, it appeared, always claimed by them. Well, a fine little beast, even if you had 10 lives. They would not equate to a single one of my disciple Lu Xian's. The elder's voice dripped with malice. In your remaining days, I shall ensure you endure unfathomable suffering, as the Grand Elder of Liuli sect. Lu Qingdao, a late-stage Dao Palace cultivator, was among the elite in Zhongzhou. There was no way he would regard Lin Yuan as a threat. Prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Lu Qingdao's white hair danced wildly as he summoned a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. His fingers, frail like dry wood, began to weave a seal, conjuring a blazing torrent of golden lightning that surged skyward. In an instant, the heavens darkened, transforming into a vast sea of golden thunder, shaking the very ground. Above the Diyu Imperial Palace, the heavens roared. Thunder rolled, filling the void like countless golden serpents slithering through the air, relentless and infinite. The overwhelming pressure left not only the young prodigies astounded, but even the elder cultivators of Zhongzhou. "This is the thunder-severing golden lightning technique of Liuli Dao sect," exclaimed a powerful figure from Tianlong Dao Mansion, which, like Liuli sect, stood as a premier force in Zhongzhou, second only to the Diyu dynasty. He recognized the formidable strike of Lu Qingdao. Liuli Dao sect was one of the top sects in Zhongzhou, renowned for its 3 great lightning techniques. The strike Lu Qingdao unleashed now was one of those 3. It was said that even a fellow late-stage Dao Palace cultivator would not dare to underestimate this attack, lest they meet their demise under the torrential golden lightning. Consequently, astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. What can a mere junior from the East Wilderness hope to achieve that warrants the esteemed Elder Lu unleashing such a strike? To die beneath this assault would be a mercy. They heard that in the East Wilderness, not even a single late-stage Dao Palace cultivator could be found, thus allowing this ignorant boy a chance to broaden his horizons. Around the palace, derisive voices echoed. Their gazes towards Lin Yuan filled with disdain, especially among the young prodigies of Zhongzhou. Lin Yuan's earlier slaying of Lu Xian had struck a painful blow to their pride. Now, seizing the opportunity, they condemned Lin Yuan to worthlessness. Though they often clashed fiercely over the title of the strongest, when faced with a native they deemed inferior, they united against him. The long-held biases against Lin Yuan had been broken, and they could not bear it. Look. Elder Lu is a grand elder of Liuli Dao sect. His strength is unparalleled. We need not even call forth the might of our Diyu dynasty. Elder Lu alone is sufficient to claim his life. What a fool! Thinking he could boast here, likely just having broken through to the Dao Palace realm, Yi Xian said, his brow unfurrowing as he raised his chin, speaking to Lu Shui beside him. Indeed, this Lin Yuan must have stumbled upon some fortuitous event, merely having lucked into a rise in strength. I have faith that you, Brother Yi Xian, could easily crush him. Clad in red, her fair skin and graceful form accentuated by cascading tresses. Lu Shui smiled, seemingly envisioning Lin Yuan's impending demise. Amidst the scorn, mockery, and even curses surrounding him, Lin Yuan stood serenely, his gaze untroubled. After all, who would bother to engage in discourse with a throng of soon-to-be corpses? Thunderous might. He lifted his head, gazing into the void above, sensing the overwhelming golden lightning. One could not deny the prowess of these top sects from Zhongzhou. Their techniques bore remarkable intricacies. His own Qingyun Dao sect also specialized in lightning. Yet in terms of finesse, they paled in comparison to this so-called Liuli Dao sect. Alas, it was still insufficient. Lin Yuan murmured softly, barely audible since becoming a supreme Dao body. Even he was unaware of the extent of his physical prowess at this moment. After all, in this mortal realm, even without resorting to any mystical arts, no one has ever been able to breach his corporeal form in previous battles, nor compel him to exert his full strength. Lacking a reference point, Lin Yuan has always been curious about the nature of the supreme Dao body. Boom, boom, boom. Above the void, a tempest of thunder surged forth, resembling a golden tide that enveloped the heavens, shaking the very corners of existence, as if the sky itself were about to be torn asunder. Bolts of lightning continued to coalesce and solidify, the oppressive force growing ever more terrifying. An endless expanse of golden lightning transformed into numerous golden serpents, swirling around Lu Qingdao, numbering in the hundreds. The sheer pressure emanating from them was so formidable that it could hardly be borne by an ordinary cultivator. You, with your status and strength, are utterly unworthy of provoking me with such a move. To dare slay the holy son of my Liuli Dao sect, Your sins are unforgivable. I shall unleash the might of this thunder to shatter your body and extract your soul, forcing you to endure the agony of burning day after day. Towering above, his silver hair billowing like a storm, Lu Qingdao resembled a divine being amidst the lightning, gazing down upon Lin Yuan as if passing judgment. Old dog, you prattle too much, a mere meager path dares to speak so arrogantly. I shall see if your so-called thunderous arts can harm me in the slightest. With a slight shake of his head, Lin Yuan expressed his exasperation. His opponent was far too verbose. Die! A thunderous cry resonated through the void. Boom, boom, boom. With a mere point of his finger, Lu Qingdao summoned hundreds of golden lightning serpents, swirling and coiling in a dense formation. Crack! They pierced through the void, appearing before Lin Yuan in an instant. As if teleporting, hiss, 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 the lightning serpents danced, radiating golden arcs, engulfing Lin Yuan in their brilliance. The space there warped, as if the very void were on the brink of collapse, obscuring Lin Yuan's condition. This was the price of arrogance, thinking that mere strength would allow one to rampage in my central continent. Although Lin Yuan's fate was unclear, the cultivators present from the central continent perceived him as just a trifling junior from the eastern wilderness. Could he possibly withstand this strike? How absurd! Just as the crowd, including Lu Qingdao himself, believed Lin Yuan had been utterly obliterated, suddenly, what is that? The ground of the palace, where the golden lightning serpents had engulfed, had turned pitch black, yet the golden lightning still flickered. Boom, boom, boom. With hair as white as snow swirling around him, it was Lin Yuan. Every inch of his skin glowed, imbued with the essence of the Tao. Radiant and resplendent, impervious to all forms of attack. Chapter 53. The Tao of Central Continent. A single finger crushes. The golden light surged, emanating a power of thunder so overwhelming that not even the hem of Lin Yuan's garments was torn. The unique physique of the supreme Tao body, enveloped in the radiance of the Tao, rendered all incoming force null and void. Of course, this was under the condition that the disparity in strength was not too great. Lu Qingdao was merely of the same realm as Lin Yuan, and his every assault felt little more than a tickle to Lin Yuan. I ask this your true strength, how remarkably weak, with a calm gaze. Lin Yuan's voice resonated, a hint of disappointment flickering between his brows. Indeed, such a degree of power posed no threat to him whatsoever. Even Lin Yuan himself was unaware of the extent of his physical prowess at this moment. He had long been curious about the nature of the supreme Tao body, but now his earlier conjecture had been validated. Standing still, even a full-force strike from a cultivator of the same realm could not inflict any harm upon him. In that moment, the previously boisterous atmosphere turned eerily silent, particularly for those who had mocked Lin Yuan earlier. With the unfolding of this spectacle, their faces were thoroughly trampled into the ground by Lin Yuan. The first to be unable to accept this was the disciple of the Liuli Dao sect, rendered utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. How can this be? It was one thing for their own Lu Xian holy son to be defeated by a native from the eastern wilderness, as they could attribute that to the whims of fate. However, what about now? Their esteemed Grand Elder, Lu Qingdao, renowned even within the central continent, a top-tier figure of the Liuli Dao sect, had unleashed his full might. Yet his opponent remained unmoved, unable to even tear the hem of his garments. This was indeed absurd. Dressed in black, with hair like ash, Lu Qingdao now looked upon Lin Yuan with a gaze that was utterly stunned. Lost in confusion, just moments ago, he had confidently proclaimed his intent to crush Lin Yuan's body and extract his soul, subjecting him to a relentless cycle of torment, yet in the blink of an eye, he had been slapped back to reality. At this moment, the scene erupted into chaos. Eyes turned toward Lin Yuan, filled with incredulity. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Lin Yuan calmly stated, "Old dog, you just claimed you would extract my soul. Sadly, you are far too weak. Watch as I strike you down." Amidst the countless gazes within the palace, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, his deep-set eyes brimming with murderous intent as he pointed at Lu Qingdao. Although both were in the late stages of the Dao Palace realm, Lin Yuan had already discerned that dealing with such a foe required but a single blow. Perhaps this was the reason why the Supreme Dao body was ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm. His true combat power could not be merely classified by realm. Young man, I must concede, to withstand an attack from this old man, you indeed possess some measure of strength, but do not presume that this grants you the right to be arrogant. With a contemptuous snort, Lu Qingdao dismissed him. A Grand Elder of the Liuli Dao sect, his strength was not something an ordinary late-stage Dao Palace cultivator could compare to a junior cultivator. Capable of withstanding his heavenly thunder-severing technique, may have exhausted all their spiritual energy. To think he could strike him down was nothing short of a delusion. This lad is truly conceited. Believing he can slay our esteemed Grand Elder of the Liuli Dao sect, it was uncertain who had instilled such confidence in him. Merely a native from the eastern wilderness, he thought he knew his own worth. Echoing their Grand Elder's sentiments, several disciples of the Liuli Dao sect immediately turned their venomous gazes upon Lin Yuan, each rife with hatred. Without a doubt, this individual had utterly tarnished the reputation of the Liuli Dao sect today. Seizing the opportunity, they began to deride Lin Yuan. Unmoved by the surrounding clamor, Lin Yuan uttered a single word. Die. This word seemed to pronounce Lu Qingdao's doom, and no need to exert his full strength. That would be giving his opponent too much credit. Boom. Light swirled around his fingertip as Lin Yuan casually pointed. Boom. Like a pillar reaching for the heavens, a colossal finger imprint descended from the void. Aimed squarely at Lu Qingdao. Young man, you are underestimating me. Lu Qingdao sneered, glancing skyward. Boom! The spiritual energy surrounding him surged forth, transforming into a mighty golden bell that enveloped him securely within. He was utterly confident in this technique. The Dao arts of the Liuli Dao sect were beyond the comprehension of cultivators from the eastern wilderness. At this moment, standing at the center of the crowd, Yi Xian observed the scene with a detached expression. Glancing at Lin Yuan with a smirk, the Liuli Dao sect had always maintained a good relationship with their Dao dynasty. He was somewhat familiar with the Dao arts of the Liuli Dao sect. Recognizing the golden light protective technique as something that could not be easily unraveled, this young man, having gained a modicum of strength, began to speak with such bravado. Yi Xian scoffed, directing his comments toward Lu Shui. Unbeknownst to him, his own strength had been overshadowed by Lin Yuan, his eternal rival, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, where he was the main character, and yet, in the presence of his own bride. Pride kept him in a state of prejudice against Lin Yuan. Brother Yi is right. The formidable arts of the central continent are certainly beyond the comprehension of Lin Yuan, a mere stray from the Qingyun Dao sect. Lu Shui nodded in agreement with Yi Xian. Having been born in the eastern wilderness, she possessed a clearer understanding of the disparity between the Dao arts of the central continent and those of the eastern wilderness. As their conversation continued, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. Boom, boom, boom. Above the void, Lin Yuan's strike, a colossal finger imprint, descended, causing the space to tremble violently as if on the brink of collapse, facing the golden bell protective shield surrounding Lu Qingdao. It swept through effortlessly, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Crack! With a sharp sound, the protective barrier, along with Lu Qingdao himself, was utterly shattered. A massive crater formed upon the palace floor, accompanied by the splatter of shattered bones and blood. Chapter 54. The overwhelming defeat of Yi Xian's hubris. A single finger crushed Lu Qingdao, a formidable figure in the late Dao Palace realm. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes continued to reverberate as the immense pressure left countless cultivators within the palace in utter shock, their hearts trembling and resonating with a cacophony of disbelief. In the midst of the scene, some practitioners from Zhongzhou, possessing relatively low cultivation levels, turned pale, with blood trickling from their ears. At that moment, countless astonished gazes were fixed upon the youth clad in black with flowing white hair, Lin Yuan. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Previously, They might have found excuses to ridicule Lin Yuan, but now they were utterly bereft of any justifications. Unlike Lu Xian and Lu Qingdao, who were renowned as formidable experts even within the entirety of Zhongzhou, capable of serving as the Grand Elder of the Liuli Dao sect. How could they be mere trifles? A youth, seemingly no more than 20, hailing from the eastern wilderness, had audaciously spoken and acted with such authority, effortlessly slaying Lu Qingdao. Such a feat, even in the annals of Zhongzhou's history, was nothing short of legendary. How could this be? In just a few months, what had granted him such prowess? Unwillingness, fury, and disbelief twisted Yi Xian's once handsome visage, a prince of the Diyu dynasty. He was regarded as one of the most esteemed prodigies of Zhongzhou, yet now he found himself overshadowed by an adversary, a mere native of the eastern wilderness. His gaze, filled with jealousy and hatred, was locked onto Lin Yuan. Yi Xian's eyes. Such strength rightfully belonged to him, not to a contemptible native from the eastern wilderness. Brother Yi Xian, do not worry. He is but one man, no matter how strong he is. How can he contend against the dynasty? Draped in resplendent red, adorned with exceptional beauty, Lu Shui shared a similar astonishment at Lin Yuan's displayed strength. The individual she had always looked down upon, whom she had considered a sycophant, had unexpectedly reached such heights. This was beyond her wildest imagination. Yet, even so, Lu Shui believed that despite Lin Yuan's extraordinary abilities, he remained insignificant compared to the might of the Diyu dynasty, the most powerful force on the Xiantian continent. After all, she had met the current Emperor Yu and witnessed the pinnacle of strength within the realm of the Ascendant, and this immortal dynasty. There was more than one such figure. What did personal strength matter when faced with the might of the Ascendant? Ultimately, like his Qingyun Dao sect, he too would face annihilation. After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted once more. However, compared to before, the proud and arrogant practitioners from Zhongzhou, who had always held a sense of superiority, found their voices subdued in the presence of Lin Yuan, whose murderous intent was palpable and whose aura was terrifying. Perhaps this was the awe that immense power commanded. The initial disdain had transformed into a palpable reverence for Lin Yuan, yet not everyone shared this sentiment. At that moment, voices emerged from the crowd. This man is ruthless. Our Grand Elder of the Liuli Dao sect, Lu Xian, and the Holy Sun have perished at his hands. Let us unite to vanquish him. The cries of the young disciples of the Liuli Dao sect echoed through the air. Fueled by an unrestrained hatred towards Lin Yuan originally, they had accompanied their Grand Elder to witness the world, but now, with the deaths of both the Holy Sun and the Grand Elder, their animosity had reached unprecedented levels. As their voices rose, a stir spread through the crowd. Yet, in light of Lin Yuan's earlier display of strength, the attendees hesitated, torn between their desire for vengeance and the instinct for self-preservation, with his white hair cascading over his shoulders. Lin Yuan exuded an aura of authority without uttering a word, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. His gaze fell upon the disciples of the Liuli Dao sect, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. The enmity between him and the Diyu dynasty had begun with the provocative actions of that so-called Holy Son of the Liuli Dao sect. Now, with the deaths of both him and the old dog who had threatened to extract Lin Yuan's soul, it was clear that the blame rested upon them. The Liuli Dao sect had come, under Lu Qingdao's leadership, to attend Yi Xian's wedding, and now, along with the Holy Sun, they had lost numerous young elites. The Liuli Dao sect. Very well, I shall send you to reunite with your Holy Son and Grand Elder. Without further ado, Lin Yuan coldly smirked. As he spoke, he struck out with a palm towards the one who had just spoken. Boom! The force of his hand obscured half the void, the impact resounding through the A, I, R, and O. Seeing that none of their fellow Zhongzhou practitioners came to assist, the remaining members of the Liuli Dao sect were thrown into a panic. Under the weight of Lin Yuan's palm, they screamed and howled in terror. Lin Yuan's murderous intent surged forth, He had no intention of leaving any survivors. The sounds of bodies being crushed echoed. And in the blink of an eye, dozens of mangled corpses littered the palace floor, blood pooling on the smooth tiles beneath the feet of the onlooking Zhongzhou practitioners. Such ruthless methods. The Liuli Dao sect had truly met their demise. Fortunately, the Liuli Dao sect had drawn the ire of Lin Yuan. Otherwise, we might have been the ones to perish. Whispers filled the air as fearful glances were cast towards the bloodthirsty Lin Yuan. Yi Xian, it is time to settle our debts. Lin Yuan's voice was icy as his gaze shifted to Yi Xian, who stood beside Lu Shui. What had just transpired was merely an appetizer. Compared to the likes of the Liuli Dao sect, Yi Xian and the Diyu dynasty were the true targets of Lin Yuan's vengeance. The massacre of the Qinyan Dao sect, with its 13,862 souls, was all due to Yi Xian, the prince of the Diyu dynasty. Let us not forget, this is the Diyu dynasty. Do you truly believe you are worthy to take my life? Dressed in crimson. Yi Xian's face turned an ashen hue as he glared at Lin Yuan, his tone dripping with disdain. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he was painfully aware that he was no match for Lin Yuan. However, as the prince of the Diyu dynasty, his noble status rendered him incomparable to the likes of Lin Yuan. In the 55th chapter, the ascendant expert Yi Wudao, with a single strike, forced both sides to retreat several steps. The Diyu dynasty. Today, I shall slaughter your Diyu dynasty. Lin Yuan's eyes, devoid of life, glimmered with a chilling coldness the moment he had inadvertently allowed Yi Xian to escape from the Qinyan Dao sect. He had ventured to the realm of the Emperor Yu's inheritance. Upon returning to the Qinyan Dao sect, he discovered the gruesome sight of countless corpses. The place where he had grown up, filled with familiar faces, had been utterly annihilated, with not a single soul remaining. This enmity was irreconcilable. Why, Yi Xian must die. The entirety of the Diyu dynasty must be eradicated today. For this, Lin Yuan would pay any price. For blood must be repaid with blood. Let it begin with you. His voice resonated calmly as Lin Yuan advanced towards Yi Xian. Step, step, step. With each step, the ground quaked, and the grandiose palace buildings trembled violently. His aura surged, climbing higher and higher. Standing tall, with a graceful figure and a refined countenance, Lin Yuan's white hair billowed as every inch of his being radiated brilliance, embodying the essence of Tao. His eyes shimmered with an endless, fervent light, containing the transformations and evolutions of all things in the world. In but a few breaths, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged around Lin Yuan. Although he was merely at the late stage of the Tao Palace realm, the might he exuded surpassed even that of a half-step ascendant. No, this aura is unlike any other, under the immense pressure of Lin Yuan's formidable presence. Yi Xian felt as if his very being was on the verge of being crushed. His voice trembled, and the arrogance that had once filled his gaze transformed into terror. He watched Lin Yuan approach. He was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, a chill seeping into his heart. He could not move. His body felt as though it had been immobilized, unable to respond. The immense pressure rendered him breathless, his hair standing on end, and his body trembled involuntarily as his breathing quickened. What realm had he reached? He had once believed that Lin Yuan's strength had merely reached the level of a half-step ascendant, capable of defeating Lu Qingdao of the Liuli Dao sect. Why, Yi Xian was all too familiar with the power possessed by his former protector, Long Air, who was at that rank. Yet now, he sensed that the figure advancing towards him was far more than a half-step ascendant. Disbelief, confusion, and overwhelming fear consumed him. This was impossible. Yi Xian cried out in shock. What to do? Brother Yi Xian, he truly intends to kill us. Beside him, Lu Shui's voice trembled with fear. Like Yi Xian, she found herself unable to move, her body feeling as if it would be crushed beneath the overwhelming force. Death, with lifeless eyes and an aura chilling to the bone. Lin Yuan launched his attack. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a blow. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled violently, a colossal imprint of a fist hovering above the palace, descending upon Yi Xian, Lu Shui, and the countless Zhongzhou practitioners surrounding them. Lin Yuan had warned that this day was meant for him to settle the score with the Diyu dynasty. The scattered onlookers should have departed. Yet, what he received in return was the derision of those haughty practitioners from Zhongzhou. Thus, he could not be blamed. Among so many present, perhaps some were innocent, but from Lin Yuan's perspective, the 13,862 souls of the Qingyun Dao sect, who among them was not innocent? Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming force was terrifying, distorting and shattering the surrounding void beneath the impact of the fist. A palpable sense of impending death loomed. And no, this matter has nothing to do with us. If you kill us, you will meet the same fate. This is the great universe dynasty. The wedding banquet here in Central State is a grand affair, attracting numerous powerful sects, and although there are countless strong individuals present, the aura emanating from Lin Yuan at this moment surpasses that of a half-step ascendant realm. The only ones who could possibly contend with him are the supreme powers of this realm, those who have reached the ascendant realm. Yet, at this moment, no one in attendance is capable of achieving such a level. The atmosphere was rife with clamor, roars, fear, and curses, especially for Yi Xian and Lu Shui, whose eyes now reflected sheer terror. Absent any unexpected turn of events, this was an almost certain death trap. But just then, a voice resounded from deep within the Great Universe Palace. That place is a forbidden zone within the entire Great Universe dynasty. Not even Yi Xian, the crown prince, is qualified to enter there. A mere junior from the eastern wilderness dares to intrude upon my Great Universe Palace, seeking death. The voice was thunderous, echoing throughout the entire palace. Upon hearing this voice, the fearful expression on Yi Xian's face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It was the ancestor. An ancient figure clad in a crimson robe emerged from the depths of the palace. His aura concealed yet harmonized with the heavens and earth. This was Yi Wudao, one of the two ascendant realm powerhouses who had once accompanied Yi Xian to the eastern wilderness to annihilate the Qingyun Dao sect. Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian, had perished at his hands. He traversed the void as if in an instant, having seemingly been far away just moments ago, yet now stood before them, observing Lin Yuan's powerful strike. A flicker of surprise crossed the ancient man's eyes, some strength, but still insufficient. As he spoke, Yi Wudao pointed a finger. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal finger imprint descended from the clouds, shielding Yi Xian and the many central state cultivators present from Lin Yuan's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The finger imprint collided with Lin Yuan's fist, shaking the palace, with fierce waves sweeping in all directions. Crack, the surrounding halls crumbled, dust rising from the ground. An ascendant realm powerhouse. Ha ha ha, I knew it. This is the Great Universe Palace. That eastern wilderness brat is doomed. The initial despair around them transformed into excitement with the arrival of the ascendant realm powerhouse Yi Wudao. What a joke. An ascendant realm, especially one of the ancestral level of the Great Universe dynasty. To the countless central state cultivators present, dealing with a mere native from the eastern wilderness was childish play. From every angle, the two were not on the same level. It was time for this eastern wilderness brat to pay a bloody price. This was the shared sentiment of Yi Xian, Lu Shui, and everyone present. A gaze turned to the void above, watching the confrontation unfold. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao both unleashed a strike. That moment, both figures began to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. With each step, the void trembled and the earth quaked. Chapter 56. Battle against the Ascendant Realm Powerhouse. How is this possible? The ancestor was unable to kill him. He was even forced back. The crisis had been averted, yet deep within Yi Xian's heart, shock reigned supreme. What a joke! That was his own ancestor, an existence at the pinnacle of this realm, being repelled by Lin Yuan with a single strike. His mind buzzed. Not just Yi Xian. What step has he reached and why? That was an ascendant realm powerhouse, yet he couldn't harm Lin Yuan in the slightest? with her fair complexion, tall and delicate figure adorned in festive red. Lu Shue's voice rang out, her gaze towards Lin Yuan now infinitely complex. Is this still the Lin Yuan I once regarded as a mere sycophant, someone I looked down upon months ago, within the Qingyun Dao sect? Lin Yuan was just at the Divine Bridge realm, not to mention facing a true Ascendant Realm powerhouse. He had no means of resisting even against Yi Xian's protector, Long Air, who had easily suppressed him. But what transpired just now? The ancestor of the Great Universe dynasty made a move and failed to slay him, instead being forced back. Lu Shui had witnessed the scene when this ancestor had once acted within the Qingyun Dao sect. Now he had repelled the ancestor of the Great Universe dynasty. At this moment, a clamor erupted within the palace. In a time of crisis, an ancestor of the Great Universe dynasty appeared and safeguarded them. While the immediate threat had been averted, countless people were left with a question in their hearts. How could a youth who looked to be no more than 20 possess such formidable strength? Capable of contending with an Ascendant Realm powerhouse. This was even more shocking than Lin Yuan's earlier declaration to annihilate the entire Great Universe dynasty. What does the Ascendant Realm represent? It signifies the pinnacle of this realm. One with the qualification to ascend to the upper realms. For countless years, even within the entirety of Central State, the emergence of a single Ascendant Realm powerhouse in a lifetime was already remarkable. A half-step into the Ascendant Realm is the utmost limit for the countless strong in Central State today. Though merely a half-step away, this gap has thwarted countless exceptionally gifted cultivators throughout history. Now, a young lad from the Eastern Wilderness has achieved this level? Boom! The scene erupted, gazes fixated on Lin Yuan, who had just retreated and stabilized himself. Yet, some believed this was merely a fluke. They thought that Lin Yuan had expended all his strength, while the ancestor of the Great Universe dynasty had merely made a casual strike. However, even achieving that was already astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Blood surged within Lin Yuan, his body trembling as his white hair danced wildly, halting his retreat. This is the true power of the Ascendant Realm. It seems to align closely with my previous conjectures. With the Supreme Dao body, I am indeed capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Ascendant Realm powerhouses. A flicker of seriousness crossed Lin Yuan's gaze as he regarded the newly appeared elder, Yu Dao. The gap between late Dao Palace realm and true Ascendant Realm cultivators is indeed unfathomably vast. Throughout the long history of the Xiantian continent, no one has ever been able to contend with true Ascendant Realm powerhouses with merely late Dao Palace realm cultivation. The disparity is simply too great. Even the most gifted individuals of this era cannot achieve it. It is worth noting that Yu Dao, as an ancestor of the Great Universe dynasty, possesses the dragon spirit body, the foremost physique in the Xiantian continent. His strength is even more terrifying than that of an average Ascendant Realm cultivator. Yet, regrettably, Lin Yuan does not fall into this category. The Supreme Dao body ranks among the top 10 supreme physiques throughout history. Even in the myriad realms and upper realms, these 10 supreme physiques do not manifest in this lower realm. Thus, Lin Yuan's ability to contend with Ascendant Realm powerhouses at the Dao Palace realm is a singular exception. And indeed, a unique one. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient figure also began to retreat, his crimson robe billowing. Struggling to stabilize himself, Yu Dao's gaze flickered with surprise as he looked at Lin Yuan. And oh wonder, even my Great Universe dynasty's Prince Yi Xian was previously defeated by you. The defeat was not unjust. Who would have thought that such a monstrous talent would emerge from the Eastern Wilderness in this era? Lin Yuan is far too young. So young that Yu Dao found it somewhat hard to believe. However, he had indeed only made a casual strike just now, not giving it much thought. At this moment, Yu Dao merely assumed that Lin Yuan had exerted his full strength to repel him. Yet, even so, it was still astonishing why Yu Dao's aged gaze swept over the coffin behind Lin Yuan, recognizing the person within as someone he had personally slain within the Qingyun Dao sect. A fleeting sense of admiration vanished without a trace. Such a young prodigy, yet a remnant of a Qingyun Dao sect, destined to be an enemy of my Great Universe dynasty. if that is the case. Then this old man cannot let you live, his gaze turning cold. He stood poised in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura, vast and mighty, filled with murderous intent. If you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the strength to do so. Otherwise, it will be you who dies. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud but resonated powerfully, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Just now, he had yet to unleash his full power. However, after this probing, Lin Yuan had confirmed that with the supreme Tao body, he could indeed cross realms and contend with the Ascendant Realm. Hey, young man, do not be too arrogant. Do you truly believe that what you just witnessed was my true strength? You are still too naive. A cold laugh escaped his lips, and in Yi Wudao's ancient gaze, boundless murderous intent surged forth. Lin Yuan's youth instilled a sense of crisis within him. Given time to grow, he could become a calamity for the great universe dynasty. Yet fortunately, the other party was far too impatient. And no matter how astonishing your talent, a fallen genius is merely a corpse. Feeling a flicker of relief, Yi Wudao spoke, and the ground trembled once more. Boom, boom, boom. The aura, no longer concealed, emanating the might unique to a transcendent master, was fully revealed. Despite the decay of his physique, aged and frail, a resounding roar erupted from Yi Wudao, enveloping him in a magnificent dragon's chant. A blood-red radiance surged forth, vibrant and striking, instantly shrouding the surroundings in a crimson mist, within which the silhouette of a dragon flickered ominously, shaking the very heavens. As the ancestor of the Diyu dynasty, he possessed the same dragon spirit body as Yi Xian, the foremost physique in the Xiantian continent. Yet, compared to Yi Xian, Yi Wudao's power was unfathomably more terrifying. Chapter 57. The Panic of Yi Wudao. This is impossible. The blood mist enveloped the void, the dragon's roar resonating throughout the imperial palace, its overwhelming might reverberating in all directions, as if even the sky itself trembled. The aura of ascension was too fearsome, leaving countless cultivators from Zhongzhou in shock. By a flourishing realm like Zhongzhou, only one transcendent master could emerge in a lifetime. Presently, on the Xiantian continent, if any faction possessed a transcendent ancestor, it could only be the Diyu dynasty, a colossal entity that had dominated Zhongzhou for countless ages. Thus, even the myriad cultivators present were witnessing such a forbidden powerhouse for the first time. Is this what a transcendent master truly is? An existence standing at the pinnacle of this world, deemed invincible. This is the ancestor of the Diyu dynasty. That lad has regretted it too late. Below, voices echoed, including Lu Shui and Yi Xian, as everyone's gaze turned to Lin Yuan. This time, no one believed that the indigenous man from the eastern wilderness could turn the tides. To the many cultivators present, Lin Yuan's earlier ability to repel the ancestor of the Diyu dynasty was merely a result of Lin Yuan exerting all his strength, while Yi Wudao had only made a casual strike. Now, with a transcendent master fully showcasing his power, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly no match. After all, they had not sensed the unique aura of a transcendent master, one that melded with the heavens and earth. Emanating from Lin Yuan, they concluded that Lin Yuan had yet to step into the realm of transcendence. Clad in black, tall and graceful, Lin Yuan stood atop the imperial palace, his white hair dancing in the wind amidst the endless blood mist, which was dense and obscured vision. One could hear the thunderous dragon's roar and feel the overwhelming aura unique to a transcendent master. It seems I've been underestimated. With a calm smirk, Lin Yuan's gaze was serene. The strike that had just slain Yi Xian and the others was deflected by Yi Wudao. However, for Lin Yuan, eliminating them was not enough to warrant the use of his full strength. At that moment, a fierce shout erupted from the blood mist. It was Yi Wudao, launching his attack. Youth, prepare to die. The void rumbled ominously. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with swirling blood mist, surging and roiling as if it were about to transform into a sea of blood. Accompanied by the colossal dragon's roar, a dragon's silhouette soared into the air, its claws extending forth. Beneath the dragon's claws, cracks began to form in the surrounding void, densely scattered, as if the space itself were a smooth mirror shattering. It surged towards Lin Yuan with lethal intent. "I am the face of this onslaught." Lin Yuan's voice rang out defiantly. "Tio, kill me. You are not yet worthy." An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from his being. His eyes shone with an unending brilliance, embodying the transformations and evolutions of all things in the world. Radiant paths of light surrounded him, as mysterious runes emerged from the divine light. Boom! In an instant, the boundless sea of crimson mist retreated and dissipated under the radiance of his path light, vanishing without a trace. The supreme Tao body, known in the higher realms as the Son of the Great Tao. When the path light enveloped him, all evils retreated, and no laws could invade. Even the power of transcendence had to yield to the brilliance surrounding Lin Yuan. "Kill!" A mighty shout echoed as Lin Yuan stepped forward into the void. Boom! The space beneath his feet trembled, his figure transforming into a beam of light rushing towards Yi Wudao. What kind of physique is this? Sensing the power emanating from Lin Yuan, which seemed unbound to this realm, Yi Wudao inexplicably felt a flicker of doubt. The dragon spirit body, renowned as the premier physique of the Xiantian continent, was being suppressed by the black and white light radiating from Lin Yuan. How could this be possible? In the Xiantian continent, the dragon spirit body had always dominated others. It was unthinkable to encounter a situation where his own dragon spirit body was subdued by another. Lost in thought, Yi Wudao struggled to comprehend the young man before him. The battle erupted boom, 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 in a fierce clash between the late stages of the Tao Palace realm and the Transcendent realm. Powerful fluctuations swept in all directions, threatening to shatter the very void itself. Roar, roar, roar. The blood-colored dragon silhouette soared across the sky, its roar echoing through the heavens. The dragon god technique of the Yi clan. Utilizing the dragon spirit body allowed this technique to reach its zenith, rendering it invincible among peers. However, at this moment, the massive dragon silhouette, with its crimson scales, began to shatter under Lin Yuan's relentless assault. Its nearly 1,000-meter-long body being continuously repelled. Those were the marks of his fists, overwhelming the space with brilliant light, possessing the power to obliterate all. It was Lin Yuan attacking, harnessing the power of the supreme Tao body. He required no other techniques or divine weapons for Lin Yuan. His very body was the most formidable weapon. Among the top 10 supreme physiques of the higher realms, each had its merits, and the supreme Tao body was not known for sheer power. If one were to witness this scene, even Lin Jiao, who had witnessed Lin Yuan ascend to the supreme Tao body, would be left dumbfounded, questioning whether his young master had truly attained the supreme Tao body, or if he had somehow become the legendary ancient sacred body. Renowned for its unparalleled vitality and might across the realms, it was evident that Lin Yuan had deviated somewhat from his original path. Boom, 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 at this moment, gazing at the battle above the heavens. Countless cultivators from Zhongzhou, including Yi Xian and Lu Shui, stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Their confidence shattered. They stood frozen in place. Prior to this, they had confidently asserted that against a true transcendent master, Lin Yuan would surely be no match. They had only contemplated how many blows Lin Yuan could withstand. Yet now, especially Yi Xian, watching as his own ancestor was being forced back by Lin Yuan, found himself at a loss for words, his eyes clouded with confusion. This is impossible. What kind of person is the ancestor? In his youth, he swept across the entire Xiantian continent, claiming invincibility among the talented of his era. Later, he ascended to the transcendent realm, standing at the apex of this world for 200 years. His exploits remained legendary within Zhongzhou to this day. Afterward, he withdrew from worldly affairs and the matters of the dynasty. Hiding deep within the forbidden grounds of the Liu dynasty, solely focused on preparing for ascension, he had thought that aside from the depths of the dynasty's forbidden grounds, where another like him had devoted a century to ascension, no one could rival him. But now, what has transpired? Facing a young man from the eastern wilderness, one who had obliterated his sect, he found himself at a disadvantage. Defeated, You have certainly not reached the transcendent realm. How did you achieve this step? Yi Wudao's voice continued, his aged face stained with blood, confusion and incomprehension reflected in his gaze as he looked at Lin Yuan, a transcendent master, through their previous battle. He could clearly ascertain that the youth before him had not reached the same realm as himself, yet the strength he displayed surpassed his own. This was an even more terrifying reality. What a joke, at such a young age, merely around 20, yet possessing the strength to cross realms and defeat him. Why, Yi Wudao stared intently at Lin Yuan, unable to comprehend, in response to Yi Wudao's words. Lin Yuan calmly asserted, "You are already old, frail and depleted." The battle intent surged around him, his aura towering. However, between a transcendent master and himself, a late-stage Dao Palace cultivator, there remained a half-step to transcendence. Logically, even with the supreme Dao body allowing him to battle across realms, it should not have been so effortless as it had just been, yet, in the midst of the conflict, Lin Yuan had discovered. Before Lin Yuan stood Yi Wudao, whose formidable presence remained despite the waning vitality within. This was one of the reasons he had managed to prevail so effortlessly, had he faced a peak-level ascendant realm expert. The outcome might have been far less assured. At this moment, the dialogue between Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao was crystal clear to the multitude of central state cultivators below. They were astonished that even an esteemed ancestor of the Yu dynasty could not subdue this young man. Although Elder Yu was aged, his cultivation was intact. It was hard to believe he was merely an indigenous person from the eastern wilderness. Whispers echoed among them as they regarded Lin Yuan, struggling to accept the scene. Here was someone who appeared younger than many of the central state prodigies present, yet he had reached a level where even the pinnacle of this realm was helpless against him. The Ascendant Realm Elders represented the apex of strength within the Xiantian continent. Thus, only one possibility remained. He was certainly not from the eastern wilderness. The spiritual energy there was thin, ranking as the weakest among the 5 states of the Xiantian continent. How could such a figure possibly emerge from that meager region? To the countless central state cultivators, such a prodigy was only deserving of their land, a place rich in talent and resources. To be accepted, with her fair complexion and slender figure, Lu Shui, in this moment, experienced an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity towards Lin Yuan. Though he was still the same person, the distance he now seemed to impose was insurmountable. A fleeting regret flickered within her. Had the events at the Qingyun Dao sect's wedding unfolded differently, the subsequent downfall of the sect might have been averted. However, in an instant, that regret was extinguished. Setting aside Lin Yuan's act of killing her father, the animosity between them had been irrevocably cemented. Alas, this was the Yu dynasty, and there was not just one ascendant realm expert present. If she could contend with one, how could she withstand 3? Ultimately, death awaited. Murmurs arose, barely audible, even to Yi Xian beside her, and Lu Shui's eyes. No matter how powerful Lin Yuan appeared today, he could not escape the fate of death. Deep within the palace, there was more than one ascendant realm ancestor of the Yi clan, a fact she had witnessed firsthand. Furthermore, there was also the emperor of the Yu dynasty, whose presence loomed over the entire central state. This dynasty had remained unrivaled in the Xiantian continent for an extended period, with an overwhelming foundation. After today, Lin Yuan would meet his demise. At most, tales of a prodigy breaching the palace would circulate, only to fade into obscurity soon thereafter. Meanwhile, she, Lu Shui, would become the Dao partner of the crown prince, potentially rising to prominence within the empire. The identity she yearned for, everything she possessed, was destined to be beyond Lin Yuan's reach. At this moment, in the void above, Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao confronted each other across the expanse. "I have grown old," Yi Wudao remarked, a hint of acknowledgement in his voice. "I must admit, I underestimated you before. But alas, this is the Yu dynasty, and today, it is fated that you shall perish here." His expression cold, he gazed at Lin Yuan, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, as he spoke. His gaze shifted towards the depths of the palace's forbidden area, from whence he had come. Old friend, it is time for you to stretch your limbs." At that moment, a mighty aura surged from the depths of the palace. It rose with an overwhelming power, seamlessly merging with the very fabric of the world, an essence only an ascendant realm expert could possess. The magnitude of this presence surpassed even that of Yi Wudao. "I never expected you to struggle against a mere junior for so long. Very well, let us join forces to slay this youth." From afar approached another elder clad in green robes. With a single step, he covered 1,000 miles, appearing before Yi Wudao in an instant. His gaze glimmered with a ghostly green light, and his demeanor was chilling. This was Yi Ming, one of the 2 ascendant realm experts who had accompanied Yi Xian to the central state. Upon his arrival, Yi Wudao cast a mocking glance at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial detail he had previously neglected to mention. "By the way, that old man in the coffin behind you, your master, named Xiao Zhantian, I crushed him with a mere finger in the Qingyun Dao sect, like squashing an ant." Yi Wudao chuckled darkly, extending his finger downward with a gesture of disdain. "I ask at you?" Lin Yuan's expression shifted, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him. Although he was aware that the Qingyun Dao sect had been annihilated under the Diyu dynasty's orders, hearing that his master, the very man who had picked him up as a child and raised him, had been slain by Yi Wudao struck a deep chord within. Hatred, his heart ached as if being torn apart, his eyes reddened with fury, the desire for destruction overwhelming his reason. The cultivators of the central state, annihilating a small sect from the eastern wilderness, might seem as simple as crushing an insect. Yet that was Lin Yuan's home, the cradle of his memories, familiar faces and places now obliterated, all because of this Diyu dynasty, his sect, his master, his junior sister. Countless familiar faces had perished, all for the sake of this dynasty. To seek revenge, he must confront the 2 ascendant realm experts before him. Though Lin Yuan had appeared relaxed when battling Yi Wudao earlier, he now faced the combined might of 2 ascendant realm experts. Moreover, the newly arrived elder in green emitted a powerful aura, indicating his vitality was far from depleted, and he was considerably stronger than Yi Wudao. With his late-stage Dao Palace cultivation, facing 2 ascendant realm experts combined was nearly an impossible feat, even within the Xiantian continent. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan had no option to retreat. He sought vengeance, for the Qingyun Dao sect, for the 13,862 souls that perished. "Kill!" Lin Yuan roared, his voice resonating through the heavens and shaking the very ground. The ferocity of his intent eclipsed all rational thought. Thus, the aura he exuded now surpassed even that of his previous clash with Yi Wudao. His snow-white hair billowed as he stood tall, surrounded by brilliant light and countless mysterious runes floating around him. With a decisive step forward, the void beneath him collapsed, shattering into fragments as he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Yi Wudao. Just a junior dares to act fiercely in my Diyu dynasty. He seeks his own demise." The elder in green, Yi Ming, regarded the charging Lin Yuan with an icy smile, considering him beneath contempt. "Do not be careless, assist me." Yi Wudao's voice bore a hint of surprise as he observed Lin Yuan's formidable charge, an aura more terrifying than before. It was unthinkable that a mere junior from the eastern wilderness could unleash such overwhelming might. If he were alone, he might not be able to contend with Lin Yuan. The battle erupted. The very palace of the Diyu dynasty trembled. The skies darkened, the space quaked, and waves of potent spiritual energy cascaded like a storm. Above, 3 figures of unparalleled strength clashed, a spectacle rarely witnessed even in the annals of Central State history. What astonished the spectators further was Lin Yuan's audacity to face 2 ascendant realm elders alone. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the history of the Central State. The cultivators who had attended the wedding, now witnessing this extraordinary confrontation, were shaken. Under the immense pressure, their faces turned pale. Yet none retreated. Eyes were fixed upon the unfolding miracle of battle, eager to see who would ultimately emerge victorious. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, the unparalleled prodigy of the Xiantian continent would be a person from the eastern wilderness? Voices exclaimed in astonishment. Not only in this era, but throughout the long history of our central state, has anything like this ever occurred? But what of it? In the end, he is still destined for death. No one can single-handedly oppose the united front of two ascendant realm experts. Within the palace, voices echoed. Regardless of the outcome, from this day forth, the name Lin Yuan would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the central state. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Yi Xian, clad in red and strikingly handsome, wore an expression of fury. How many times had Lin Yuan disrupted his wedding since his appearance? It can be said that each time Lin Yuan demonstrated his formidable strength. It dealt a severe blow to Yi Xian's pride, and at this moment, it had utterly trampled his face into the ground. He had always regarded Lin Yuan as his rival, as his enemy. Going so far as to venture into the eastern wilderness to obliterate the Qingyun Dao sect, he yearned to defeat Lin Yuan in a direct confrontation, to make the latter aware that the disparity between them was not merely one of status, but also of strength. He believed that Lin Yuan was unworthy of being compared to him, a prince of the Diyu dynasty. Yet now, faced with Lin Yuan, who single-handedly battled against his two esteemed ancestors, Yi Xian found himself devoid of the courage to even engage him. Unbeknownst to him, he had been surpassed to such an extent. I refuse to believe that you can prevail against the combined forces of my two ancestors from the Diyu dynasty. The natives of the eastern wilderness, with their despicable status and bloodlines, no matter how powerful you may be, you will still meet your demise. Yi Xian's gaze was filled with venomous resentment as he looked towards the sky. Where Lin Yuan's figure was embroiled in battle, the only source of confidence he had left was his identity as a prince of the Diyu dynasty. He hoped fervently for Lin Yuan's swift demise. Only then could he maintain his own dignity. Rest assured, Brother Yi Xian, he won't last much longer. The voice of Lu Shui interjected. She too harbored the desire for Lin Yuan's death, severing any lingering regret within her heart. The wedding banquet had been interrupted, leaving her anxious. Only with Lin Yuan's death could she wed Yi Xian and be rightfully integrated into this dynasty, transforming her identity entirely, as the next generation of the Diyu royal lineage. Her status would be immensely exalted. She had waited far too long for this day. This moment, within the imperial palace, the atmosphere was tumultuous, and countless gazes remained fixed on the fierce battle unfolding in the heavens above. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between both sides had escalated to a fever pitch. The heavens trembled, and the space quaked. Kill! Amidst the endless black and white radiance of Dao, with silver hair billowing and bloodied black garments. Lin Yuan stood, his body drenched in blood. Completely disregarding his own injuries, he fought with reckless abandon, trading wounds for wounds, directing all his assaults towards Yi Wudao. Chapter 60. Yi Wudao's death. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yuan continued his relentless onslaught, his aura resonating with thunderous force, suffused with an overwhelming intent to kill, as if his power could shake the very heavens, descending upon Yi Wudao. The aged body of Yi Wudao, already weakened from a previous encounter with Lin Yuan, was now on the brink of collapse, blood spilling from his mouth. Witnessing Lin Yuan's tireless pursuit to eliminate him, Yi Wudao shouted towards the green-robed elder, "Yi Ming, come assist me. This lad is surely mad." His eyes widened in horror, fear taking root within him. The surrounding space quaked as Yi Wudao, frail and elderly, desperately dodged, a twinge of regret surfacing within him. Had he known better, he would not have revealed to this young man the details of his slaying of Xiao Zhantian. Ignoring the unfolding chaos, he realized that Lin Yuan was hell-bent on his destruction. "Old dog, meet your end." Lin Yuan thundered, his momentum surged, an inexhaustible fighting spirit emanating from him, ignoring the attacks from the green-robed elder and another formidable being behind him. He braced himself head-on, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth, swearing to vanquish Yi Wudao. Clad in a green robe, the elder's aged figure was shrouded in an endless green mist, radiating immense power. This was Yi Ming. What a peculiar layer of Dao light envelopes this lad. What kind of physique does he possess to nullify most of my attacks? His cold visage revealed an unusual expression. Gazing at the resplendent Dao light surrounding Lin Yuan, he found that his most formidable techniques were rendered ineffective. With vitality surging and strength at its peak, he realized that his power was incomparable to that of Yi Wu Dao. Struggling to comprehend this situation, he found himself facing a challenge he had never encountered in countless years. He could not afford to linger. Otherwise, Yi Wu Dao would inevitably perish at the hands of this youth. A loss that would be intolerable for the Diyu dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. The intent to kill permeated the air as the green-robed elder unleashed a powerful palm strike, golden light swirling within his grasp. An infinite radiance ascending, intricate and profound runes dancing, the palm imprint overshadowing the heavens, akin to a world-destroying hand, descending towards Lin Yuan. Child, perish. This strike was immensely powerful, even in the eyes of a transcendent being. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan remained undeterred, his black garments billowing in the wind, his aura reaching its zenith. Sensing the overwhelming strike descending upon him, he understood that if he did not eliminate Yi Wu Dao now, he might never have another chance. His heart remained resolute. He charged towards Yi Wu Dao, driven not only by vengeance for his master, but also by necessity. He could not afford to linger. This was the Diyu dynasty, and he needed to swiftly resolve one of the transcendent beings alone. He faced two. He was merely at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, relying solely on the power of the supreme Dao body to contend. His gaze was resolute, his determination unwavering, an endless fighting spirit emanating from Lin Yuan. Die! This was also his most powerful strike, summoning all his strength. Boom! The mysterious Dao pattern surrounding him, unique to the supreme Dao body, began to writhe and spiral, merging into Lin Yuan's punch as it descended upon Yi Wu Dao. Crack! As the fist imprint passed, space crumbled inch by inch, fracturing. This strike could transcend realms, slaying those at the transcendent level. No! The voice trembled, steeped in unfathomable dread. With his vitality utterly depleted and his body frail, Yi Wu Dao was struck with terror by Lin Yuan's blow. He had nowhere to flee or hide, surrounded by the shattered rifts of space. His hair stood on end, fear gripping his heart. Crack! As the fist imprint passed, Yi Wu Dao's body erupted, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and blood, staining the void. His remains were obliterated, and the blood mist that enveloped the area served as proof of Yi Wu Dao's existence. A transcendent being, hailed as invincible in this realm, had perished, killed by Lin Yuan, who was barely 20 years old. At this moment, boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming palm imprint from behind had also descended upon Lin Yuan. The resplendent Dao light surrounding him shielded him from much of the force. Even though the supreme Dao body repelled all evils and myriad laws could not penetrate, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, enduring the blow in his quest to slay Yi Wu Dao. He spat out a mouthful of blood, scattering it into the void, his hair disheveled, his body reeling as he coughed blood, his aura waning. Though he had slain Yi Wu Dao, he had also been injured by the elder's strike. Master, did you see? The one who sought to kill you is now dead. His handsome visage appeared pallid, as if made of paper. With a calm demeanor, Lin Yuan steadied himself, gazing downward at the coffin that contained the lifeless body of Xiao Zhantian. Bearing the coffin, he had annihilated the entire Snow Flurry Dao sect, slaughtering countless powerful figures from the eastern wilderness. Now, he had brought this coffin to the Diyu Palace, determined to let the elder who had raised him witness how the true culprits behind the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect met their demise. How could this be? Yi Wu Dao is dead. This lad withstood my most formidable strike and merely sustained injuries. Observing Lin Yuan, who appeared only to be gravely wounded, Yiming was utterly astonished. He could not comprehend how a junior who had not yet reached the transcendent realm could withstand a strike and still kill Yi Wu Dao. Ultimately emerging with only severe injuries, after contemplating for a time, he began to grasp why this youth dared to venture into their Diyu Palace alone. The key was that Lin Yuan appeared far too youthful, making it easy for others to underestimate his true strength. Chapter 61. Yi2 emerges within the Dayu Palace. Today was originally meant to be the grand wedding day for Prince Yixian. Just as Lin Yuan's arrival turned this grand banquet upside down, at the same time, in the Imperial Hall, the Great Hall was magnificent, surrounded by an eerie silence. Upon a dragon throne crafted from purple gold sat a figure draped in a black dragon robe. Adorned with a purple gold crown, exuding an air of nobility and indifference, this was none other than the current emperor of the Dayu dynasty, Yi2's Boom. The surrounding space surged with fluctuations, and before Yi2, a rift in space, dark and unfathomable, opened, with intermittent sounds echoing from the other side. The celestial envoy from the upper realm is about to descend. Boom! The fissure before him vanished, simultaneously, on Yi2's solemn visage. A grave expression loomed. Although he held the esteemed title of the current emperor of the Yu dynasty, the most revered figure in the central continent and even across the Xiantian continent, he was compelled to show utmost respect towards the celestial envoy from the higher realms. This was no trivial matter. Despite the myriad powerful beings that had ascended from their dynasty to the upper realms since time immemorial, establishing their own dynasty there, the Yu dynasty was merely a subordinate force of a sacred land, reliant on its patronage for survival. As Yi2 was aware, this sacred land was known as the Jade Clear Sacred Land, which governed 4 major dynasties beneath its aegis. The Yu dynasty was but one among those 4. The envoy, a revered maiden of the Jade Clear Sacred Land, was poised to descend, her status extraordinarily exalted. It was rumored that her arrival pertained to the search for a hidden treasure related to the primordial celestial sovereign, yet, until now, Yi2 had been entirely oblivious to the existence of such a treasure. Alas, he mused, once the envoy arrives, they could deliberate on that matter further. He had just been engaged in conversation with the ancestor of his own Yi royal lineage who had ascended to the upper realms. Consequently, on the auspicious day of his son Yi Xian's wedding, he had been unable to make an appearance at the ceremony. After all, when compared to matters of the upper realms, what significance did a prince's wedding hold? Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the ground trembled incessantly, causing the entire Yu palace to shake violently, rousing the attention of the emperor. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Yu palace? His stern countenance bore a frown. Imbued with fury, as an overwhelming aura radiated from him, It was imperative to remember that this was the Imperial Palace, and the day marked his son's joyous occasion. Who would dare disturb such a sacred event? Boom, boom, boom. Within the palace, the void above was engulfed in the tumult of battle. It was Lin Yuan and Yi Ming engaged in fierce combat. Clad in a green robe, with a cold demeanor and shrouded in a veil of green mist, he exuded an aura of unparalleled might, a powerful force at the Ascendant realm. You dare to slay a powerful ascendant of the Yu dynasty? Death is your only fate. Yi Ming's voice dripped with murderous intent. Since the establishment of the Yu dynasty, such an event had never transpired. An ascendant ancestor had been slain by a prodigy from the eastern wilderness within the confines of the Yu palace. This was not merely a loss of a formidable figure. It represented the face of the Yu dynasty itself. Should Lin Yuan not be vanquished here, one could only imagine how the myriad factions of the central continent, long suppressed by the Yu dynasty, would perceive them. Their dignity would be shattered, and their authority would be called into question. Such a scenario was intolerable. Lin Yuan must perish. His countenance darkened further, and his onslaught grew increasingly formidable. Pfft! White hair billowed, black robes fluttered. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Yuan's form was stained with blood. When he had just slain Yi Wudao, he had fully withstood one of Yi Ming's most potent strikes. Although he had fortuitously survived by utilizing the power of his supreme Dao body, he was still left reeling, his internal vital energy surging tumultuously, his breath faltering. This moment, under the relentless assault, the radiance of his Dao dimmed further. Yet he did not retreat an inch. His gaze remained resolute, his fighting spirit unwavering. Kill! With a resounding roar, an intense battle spirit erupted from Lin Yuan, a formidable aura that sent shivers through the air. It was precisely this fervent fighting spirit that enabled the battered Lin Yuan to not only withstand Yi Ming's assault, but to push him back several steps. Boom, boom, boom. The green mist shattered as Yi Ming was forced to retreat 3 steps. Is this kid's body made of iron? After enduring my most potent strike, he is still capable of unleashing such power. His voice trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment, as he gazed upon the battle-hardened Lin Yuan. A prodigy, yet to reach the ascendant realm, achieving such heights was utterly outrageous. Nevertheless, Yi Ming discerned that Lin Yuan, having battled continuously, was now at the brink of exhaustion, barely holding on. Merely a desperate struggle. I shall see just how long you can endure. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged on. At this moment, Lin Yuan fought solely on the strength of his unwavering conviction, but sometimes misfortunes come in pairs. Amidst his duel with Yi Ming, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a profound sense of impending doom. Not good, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm, sensing an overwhelming threat looming over him, a harbinger of true death. In a flash, Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of light, deftly sidestepping the danger. Boom! The space where he had just stood erupted violently. A torrent of purple-golden light surged forth from the direction of the Imperial Hall, resembling a great river that tore through the very fabric of the space he had occupied moments before. Simultaneously, a voice resonated from afar, a mere junior, who gave you the audacity to trespass into my U-Palace. The voice reverberated throughout the entire U-Palace. A figure of overwhelming strength stood atop the Imperial Hall, gliding through the air, radiating purple-golden brilliance, clad in a black dragon robe and adorned with a purple-golden crown. He exuded an air of noble indifference, his countenance radiating authority. As this figure emerged, the entire U-Palace erupted in fervor. It is the Father Emperor. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. The Emperor had appeared. The true sovereign of the central continent. The genuine master of the Yu dynasty. We pay our respects to the Emperor. A chorus of voices echoed throughout the palace, as countless gazes filled with reverence turned towards the newly arrived figure, Emperor Yi Tu, who was met with an avalanche of kneeling subjects. We pay our respects to the Emperor. Clad in a green robe, even the esteemed ancestor of the Yu dynasty, Yi Ming, inclined his body slightly in deference to Yi Tu's presence. Boom, boom, boom. As he descended gracefully before the gathered multitude, Yi Tu nodded slightly. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, a frown knitting his brow. His sudden arrival suggested that he was still unfamiliar with the current situation. Who are you? Chapter 62. Confusion. Emperor Yi Tu, the strongest figure in the central continent, the dominance of the Yu dynasty over the entire central continent and the Xiantian continent was inextricably linked to this sovereign. His methods were resolute, embodying the essence of an iron-blooded monarch. The factions that bowed beneath his banner trembled in fear before his presence, never daring to provoke his formidable authority. Yet at this moment, faced with Yi Tu's inquiry, Lin Yuan remained silent. With the emperor's arrival, the matter should reach its conclusion. Who would have thought he would witness the emperor in person? This audacious youth, the emperor inquired. And yet he dared to remain mute. Below, as Yi Tu manifested, the clamor around them did not subside. Witnessing the emperor directly question Lin Yuan, who remained unresponsive, provoked the ire of those present who had already harbored discontent towards him. This was the emperor, a being before whom countless sect leaders trembled. Who would dare exhibit such arrogance in the presence of this monarch? Father Emperor has finally appeared. The previously battered Yi Xian, feeling rejuvenated, puffed out his chest with newfound pride, his nose pointed skyward. Despite being of the same generation, Lin Yuan had already slain his ancestor, leaving Yi Xian with an immense blow to his pride. Yet now, with his father's arrival, Yi Xian believed that no matter how strong Lin Yuan was, his father could easily crush him with a single strike. The two were not comparable in the slightest. Is this truly the emperor of the Yu dynasty, fair-skinned and delicate, with cascading tresses? Lu Shui gazed up at the imposing figure in the sky, although she was soon to wed Yi Xian. Her status still did not grant her the privilege to meet the emperor. The name of this sovereign resonated throughout the central continent, and she, too, could not remain aloof. She had heard tales long before. Yet witnessing him in person was an entirely different experience. In the presence of the emperor, Lin Yuan, "You are destined to perish," Lu Shui scoffed, her disdain palpable. What significance did genius hold in the face of this sovereign? Ultimately, he would merely become a lifeless corpse. At this very moment, voices echoed from all directions. En front, two formidable ascendants stood resolute, particularly the recently appeared Emperor Yi Tu, whose overwhelming aura Lin Yuan could distinctly perceive. The strength of this figure was beyond the comparison of Yi Wudao and Yi Ming. Drip, 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 blood dripped from Lin Yuan's body, leaving him drenched, though he had narrowly evaded the emperor's devastating strike through instinct. He had still sustained severe injuries. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Yuan found himself surrounded by enemies. "I ask this where I meet my end." His voice was faint, tinged with despair, as he murmured to himself. He had never regretted any of his actions. On that fateful night, kneeling amidst the ruins of the Qingyun Dao sect, his heart had been frozen in time, sustained solely by the desire for vengeance. The souls of the 13,862 deceased members of his sect bore witness to his resolve. 4 days on end, he had been unable to find peace, his mind relentlessly questioning his own choices. Lin Yuan bore the weight of responsibility for the annihilation of the Qingyun Dao sect entirely upon himself. He had long believed that the downfall of the sect was due to his own failings. At this moment, even before engaging in battle with the Emperor of the Great Universe, Lin Yuan comprehended that he was now facing a genuine life and death crisis. Death might be imminent, yet for the sake of vengeance, Lin Yuan feared not the end of his life. "Are you the Emperor of the Great Universe?" Lin Yuan raised his head, his face marred with blood. "All of it his own," and turned his gaze towards Yi Tuesday. Unlike others who showed reverence, his eyes were calm and frigid. "My Qingyun Dao sect was destroyed because of you, the Emperor of the Great Universe. Even if I die today, I shall ensure that your wretched dynasty pays the price." The hatred in Lin Yuan's voice was palpable and unquenchable. His black robes were tattered, revealing the ghastly fissures that marred his body. Blood oozing from the wounds, on the brink of collapse, he struggled to maintain his posture, refusing to bow before his adversary. At this moment, the spiritual energy within him had nearly been depleted, and his complexion was deathly pale. The Qingyun Dao sect, to me, it is no more than a mere ant." The emperor's voice rang with authority, cold laughter echoing around him from his lofty perch. He looked down upon all, a mere Qingyun Dao sect. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's mention, he might have long forgotten it. Countless sects had fallen to his hand. How could he possibly remember them all? However, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yi Tu began to realize Lin Yuan's true identity. A survivor from a small sect in the eastern wilderness, it seemed that the last extermination of the Qingyun Dao sect had not been thorough enough, suspended in the air, surrounded by a resplendent golden light. Yi Tu emanated an overwhelming aura of imperial might, as if he were a sovereign reigning over the 4 seas and 8 realms. His presence was terrifying as he scrutinized Lin Yuan. His gaze was laden with confusion. Even someone as esteemed as he could not fathom how Lin Yuan, who had yet to ascend to the heavenly realm, could cause the death of an ancestor of the great universe empire. Even Yi Ming struggled to subdue him. It seemed that within this young man lay some extraordinary secret. It could be a precious artifact, or perhaps an unfathomable opportunity, but regardless, it was something that even the Emperor of the Great Universe found alluring. Whatever the case may be, he was determined to possess it. "This child is quite stubborn. Let me," the old man, pry his secrets from him, shatter his teeth beside him. Yi Ming's aged voice resonated as he bowed respectfully to Yi Tu. Then turned to Lin Yuan with a cold snort. Previously, he and Yi Wudao had joined forces, yet Lin Yuan had managed to slay one of their own, which left him feeling humiliated, especially now in the presence of the Emperor. "No need. Let me see how he has come this far." The Emperor, brimming with self-confidence, believed that his power was sufficient to control the situation entirely. He could not fathom that this disciple from a minor sect in the eastern wilderness could stir up any significant trouble in his presence. Arrogance, pride, strength, and tyranny. This was the essence of Yi Tuesday Chapter 63. Lin Jiu takes action. Lin Yuan wreaked havoc at the wedding banquet, turning the entire great universe empire upside down, ultimately prompting the appearance of Emperor Yi Tuesday. At this moment, countless sect leaders and venerable elders across the central continent received news from the great universe palace, sending shockwaves through them. Although there were many powerful figures attending Yi Xian's grand wedding, it was not enough to stir the entire central continent into a frenzy. However, upon learning that a prodigy from the eastern wilderness had slain an ancestor of the great universe empire, forcing the unique ruler of the central continent to appear, an uproar erupted throughout the region. How could a mere individual from the eastern wilderness cause such turmoil within the great universe empire? Interesting. I must see for myself who this remarkable figure is. That even the emperor has made an appearance. What? Members of my Liuli Dao sect ventured to the great universe empire, from the esteemed elders to the holy sons, all slain by that native of the eastern wilderness? Across the various domains of the central continent, powerful figures soared into the sky, heading towards the imperial domain, the great universe palace. They sought to witness what sort of prodigy could achieve such feats. After all, such events had never transpired on the central continent since time immemorial. Just as countless powerful figures from the central continent were heading towards the great universe empire simultaneously, in the eastern wilderness. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, in the Ta Ching Emperor Palace, the great hall was dimly lit, surrounded by swirling chaos. At this moment, the chaotic energy converged like a vortex towards an elder seated cross-legged on the ground. Clad in coarse gray robes stained with his own blood and with disheveled gray hair, it was Lin Jiu. Several months had passed since he parted ways with Lin Yuan, previously, in aiding Lin Yuan's ascension to the supreme Dao body. The shattering of his innate sacred weapon had left him gravely wounded. During this time, he had been recuperating in the palace, harnessing the chaotic energy around him to heal his injuries. After all, in this lower realm, the Xiantian continent, apart from this palace, there were no other treasures or locations capable of restoring his strength to its peak at his level of cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an immensely powerful aura surged from Lin Jiu's body, causing the entire palace to tremble. His aged features, which had remained tightly shut for months, slowly opened, thanks to the spiritual energy of the Ta Ching Emperor Palace. He had managed to restore about 80 to 90% of his strength in these few months. I wonder how the young master is faring. His aged gaze revealed concern. When Lin Yuan departed, he was in the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. Combined with the supreme Dao body, Lin Jiu believed that within the eastern wilderness, his young master was invincible. Suppressing his aura, Lin Jiu rose to his feet. It was time to leave. Boom. With a single step, Lin Jiu's figure vanished from the Ta Ching Emperor Palace. At this moment, within the great universe palace of the central continent, powerful figures from across the region had gathered. The lowest of them possessed late-stage Dao Palace cultivation, with some even being half-step heavenly realm experts. I pay my respects to the Emperor. I, the old man, pay my respects to the Emperor. These were the leaders and ancestors of various sects in the central continent, whose very presence could cause the ground to tremble. Yet, at this moment, within the great universe palace, each one displayed utmost respect, bowing towards the Emperor Yi Tu above them. Soon after, their gazes shifted to the bloodied youth in black robes before Yi Tu. It was Lin Yuan. Was this the prodigy from the eastern wilderness? Under the immense pressure of the Emperor, he still stood unyielding. It seemed the rumors were true. At this moment, in the void above, the sound of dripping echoed. Drip. Drip, drip. His tattered black robes hung in shreds, and his body was marred with ghastly cracks, blood cascading from the wounds. Streaks of his own blood stained his white hair. His broken form floated in the void, encased within a golden cage of light, trapping Lin Yuan inside. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed from within the cage. as 9 slender dragon shadows pierced through Lin Yuan's body, tearing at his flesh and shattering his bones. Through the gaping wounds, his white bones were visible. Pain, an endless tide of agony engulfed Lin Yuan. "Speak your secret, and I shall grant you a swift death." A voice resonated before the cage. It was Yi Tu. Standing with arms behind his back, his expression imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure, his cold gaze fixed upon Lin Yuan within the cage, interrogating him. The purple light swirling in his palms manifested the cage he had created. He sought to extract Lin Yuan's secrets. Tio Slay, a heavenly realm expert with late-stage Dao Palace cultivation, was undoubtedly a foolish dream. Yet now, this young man had accomplished it. Why, Yi Tu believed that Lin Yuan harbored secrets capable of driving any practitioner in this world to madness. And this was why he had yet to kill Lin Yuan, only tormenting him until the truth was revealed. Crack, 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 the pain intensified, bones shattering, secrets. Lin Yuan, trapped within the cage, did not bow his head, standing tall despite the torment. His lifeless gaze was resolute, and a cold smile crept across his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Your Emperor of the Great Universe was simply too weak. Regrettably, today I cannot wipe out your great universe empire to avenge the destruction of my sect. His voice was weak. Under such torture, most would have long succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes burned with resentment, unwillingness to accept that he could not annihilate the great universe empire and seek vengeance for his sect. Even in the face of death, he remained defiant. "I shall see just how resilient your bones truly are." With a slight furrow of his sword-like brows, Yi Tu's impatience reached its peak. Boom! The surrounding space trembled. The cage compressing, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth, as if it intended to completely shatter Lin Yuan's fragile body. "Am I to die?" The voice was faint, as Lin Yuan gazed despondently. Even at this moment, he harbored no regrets about his decision. Despite this great emperor of the cosmic realm being his foe, Lin Yuan could not deny that, with his cultivation at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, coupled with a supreme Dao body, he was no match for this sovereign. This instant, the looming threat of death enveloped Lin Yuan. The immense pressure felt as if it could grind him into dust at any moment. Unless I can forcibly awaken the manifestation of the supreme Dao body, confined within the cage, something suddenly sparked in Lin Yuan's mind, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his previously desolate gaze. Chapter 64. A desperate situation. The supreme Dao body ranks among the 10 supreme physiques of the higher realms. This physique has historically represented invincibility within the same realm and has never found it difficult to confront those from higher realms. Its power stems not only from its inherent strength, but also from a crucial element, the manifestation unique to the supreme physique. Only those possessing this manifestation can truly unleash their complete power and overwhelm all adversaries. In other words, even though Lin Yuan had previously defeated foes at the ascending realm level while in the Dao Palace realm, the strength he had exhibited was not the full potential of the supreme Dao body. Being in the lower realms, where the Dao is fragmented and the myriad laws are incomplete, he had been unable to awaken his own manifestation. However, at this moment of life and death, Lin Yuan could no longer afford to hesitate. Even if it meant paying the ultimate price, though the likelihood was slim, he had to try. That brat truly has a hard mouth. How dare he act so recklessly before the cosmic emperor? A voice echoed, laced with disdain for Lin Yuan. This time, within the grand cosmic palace, as powerful figures from various regions of Zhongzhou gathered, the atmosphere grew overwhelmingly crowded. It could be said that the leaders and ancestors of the major sects were present. The name of the cosmic emperor, which dominated Zhongzhou, resonated like thunder. Yet, Yi Tu, the ruler of the grand cosmic dynasty, had remained a legend within Zhongzhou, never having shown himself for many years. Moreover, a prodigy from the eastern wilderness had dared to stir chaos within the grand cosmic dynasty. Compelling the emperor to make an appearance, for whatever reason, it was sufficient for the formidable beings of Zhongzhou to come and witness for themselves. The crowd buzzed with noise. countless gazes fixated on the void above. Where they beheld Lin Yuan, his body on the verge of collapse within the cage. Word had it that this young man had previously slain an ancestor of the Grand Cosmic Dynasty. Showcasing audacity that was indeed remarkable at such a tender age, it was unfathomable how he had achieved such feats. Before the Grand Cosmic Dynasty, no matter how terrifying his talent, he cannot escape the fate of death. As cultivators of Zhongzhou, and standing within the Grand Cosmic Palace, the various sect leaders and ancestors naturally sided with the Grand Cosmic Dynasty, although Lin Yuan's past exploits had indeed shocked many. So what? Before the Cosmic Emperor, he was merely akin to an ant, his life and death resting entirely in the Emperor's hands. Shadows loomed densely within the crowd. At that moment, in the midst of the throng, a voice emerged. Lin Yuan, a fellow who stumbled upon a stroke of luck. How does being stronger than this prince matter? It was Yi Xian, tall and regal, his stunning visage now adorned with a look of contempt directed at Lin Yuan in the void. Mocking him coldly, just a few months prior, he had managed to hold his own against Lin Yuan within the Qingyan Dao sect. Yet now, mere months later, he could no longer even catch a glimpse of Lin Yuan's back. This sense of disparity left Yi Xian deeply unsettled. Brother Yi Xian, are you suggesting that Lin Yuan's incredible strength stems from hidden opportunities? A voice chimed in beside him, fair-skinned and slender, with cascading tresses. Lu Shui, her delicate features brimming with curiosity, inquired about Yi Xian's assertion. He is merely a remnant of the Qingyan Dao sect. How could he possibly have become so formidable in such a short span without some extraordinary fortune? If father can uncover the hidden opportunities he possesses, perhaps they might belong to me once he perishes. As Yi Xian spoke, a flicker of fervor ignited in his gaze. In his estimation, possessing the dragon spirit body, the foremost physique of the Xiantian continent, should he obtain Lin Yuan's hidden opportunities, he might swiftly ascend to Lin Yuan's level, or even surpass him. The mere thought of gaining strength capable of contending with ascending realm beings thrilled him. Yi Xian's gaze remained fixated on the void above, convinced that Lin Yuan would not endure long before his father. Within the cage of amethyst light, a suffocating pressure bore down, causing the very fabric of space to collapse. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Lin Yuan's body neared annihilation. Will you choose to die in agony or surrender your secrets, and I shall grant you a swift end? A voice from Yi Tu resonated in Lin Yuan's ear. Pain. It felt as though his body were being crushed inch by inch, and Lin Yuan's features twisted in agony. He could hear the sound of everything within him fracturing. I'll give you nothing. A thunderous cry erupted from Lin Yuan's lips, a phrase unique to those who have traversed worlds, escaping his mouth amid excruciating pain. Yi2, the sovereign, appeared momentarily bewildered, unsure of its meaning, yet sensing it was far from a compliment. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, confined within the cage, Lin Yuan's blood surged, boiling like thunder. Dark and white flames erupted from his surface, dancing with fervor. The blood within him, the shattered bones, every cell in his body ignited in concert with the Dao flames. An unfathomably terrifying aura began to rise, converging at Lin Yuan's brow. Suddenly, a fissure split open at his previously smooth brow, emanating an aura that transcended the realms, a presence that permeated the very fabric of existence. At this moment, boom, 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 the heavens shifted in hue, and the cosmos trembled. What is happening? What is this commotion? What is that? Within the grand cosmic palace, the multitude of cultivators, originally there to spectate, suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Their hearts trembling in violent turmoil, they turned to Lin Yuan, sensing an aura that should not exist in this realm, a supreme presence manifesting, though they had never encountered such power, the moment it appeared. A profound sense of dread stirred within each one of them. How could this be? Could this be the secret he has concealed? An incredulous voice belonged to Yi Tu, adorned in a black dragon robe. Suspended in midair, enveloped in the amethyst light, his royal aura surging powerfully, penetrating the heavens. The once noble and indifferent expression on his face now reflected utter astonishment as he regarded Lin Yuan. Crack, crack, crack. The cage imprisoning Lin Yuan began to shatter. An eye slowly opened at Lin Yuan's brow, the supreme Dao eye, burning with Dao flames, forcibly awakening his true potential. That moment, as the supreme Dao eye opened, the light of the world seemed to dim. His hair, as white as snow, billowed in the air, his tattered black garments drenched in blood, breaking free from the cage set by Yi Tuesday behind Lin Yuan. A grand manifestation began to materialize, vast and imposing, overshadowing the entire sky. It was the manifestation of the Supreme Dao Body. Chapter 65. Lin Yuan battles the Cosmic Emperor. Boom, 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 above the 9 heavens. The winds and clouds shifted, and thunder roared. Behind Lin Yuan lay a boundless, gray expanse of chaos. Countless strands of chaotic Dao light surged upward, transforming into intricate and profound Dao symbols that arranged and combined. Ultimately, they coalesced into a singular eye, emerging from the endless chaotic Dao light. Its brilliance illuminated the heavens, transcending and dominating all. Within its pupil, it seemed to harbor countless paths. Wherever its gaze fell, it was the very essence of the Dao. The eye of the Dao, this was the manifestation unique to the Supreme Dao Body. Clad in black, with hair flowing like snow, Lin Yuan stood in the void, his body aglow, black and white flames surging from within. He burned his innate power, revealing his manifestation. This moment, as this vision appeared behind Lin Yuan, the entire grand cosmic palace, and indeed the entire royal Dao domain, trembled. Above the heavens, light vanished, amidst the chaos. A colossal eye hung silently, resembling the eye of annihilation. That moment, within the palace, countless cultivators of Zhongzhou, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into fervor. What is that? An eye formed from a pupil's manifestation? How extraordinary! What kind of physique could yield such a manifestation? Surely, even the dragon spirit body, reputed as the foremost physique of the Xiantian continent, could not compare. Waves of astonished voices surged like a tide within the palace. They looked toward Lin Yuan and the cosmic emperor Yi Tu, astonished that Lin Yuan had transformed from a mere prisoner into this formidable being. This moment, as the extraordinary phenomenon behind him emerged, an indistinct aura allowed Yi Tu to engage in a contest of strength. This left all within the imperial palace astounded. After all, he was the Emperor Yu, the unrivaled sovereign of Zhongzhou, a young prodigy hailing from the eastern wilderness. How could he possibly be compared to the emperor? Had anyone dared to voice such a notion prior, they would undoubtedly have been deemed a fool. Yet now, many began to believe it could indeed be true, a physique rarely seen in the world. It was likely that throughout the ages in the Xiantian continent, no one could rival Yu in the Dao Palace realm. Glancing at the phenomenon behind Lin Yuan, Yi Tu nodded slightly, impressed. He had long perceived Lin Yuan's true realm. Even as the sovereign of Zhongzhou, he previously believed that only the Longling physique of the Yi clan was the foremost in the Xiantian continent. But at this moment, feeling the power radiating from Lin Yuan, he found his conviction wavering. Although even he did not know the nature of the young man's physique, it was certain it could not be compared to their royal clan's Longling physique. At this point, Yi Tu shifted his tone. But do you truly believe that with merely a trivial phenomenon, you can challenge my authority? The black dragon robe billowed as Yi Tu hovered in the air. His gaze haughty, looking down upon Lin Yuan with an overwhelmingly tyrannical aura. As the strongest in contemporary Zhongzhou, he possessed absolute confidence. Challenge your authority. No, what I desire is to obliterate the entire Du dynasty today. To leave no survivors. This includes you. Under the enhancement of the phenomenon behind him, boundless Dao light enveloped Lin Yuan's shattered form, ethereal paths materializing and hovering around him. An aura of Dao permeated the air, seamlessly integrating, as if a true son of the Dao had descended, transcending all. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, his eyes void of life, as he regarded Yi Tu. eye in the face of the revered sovereign of Zhongzhou. There was not a shred of fear. What lingered was only a murderous intent. Let this emperor see what power your unknown physique possesses. A cold laugh echoed. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a colossal aura surged from Yi2. His form enveloped in radiant light, the imperial dragon energy around him surging mightily, piercing the heavens and earth. Eye in his palm, a dazzling purple-gold light blazed, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars reverberating through the air. Boom! Yi2 struck out with his palm. Crack! The surrounding void exploded, golden light soaring, purple mist swirling, as a dragon shadow pierced through the fabric of space, hurtling toward Lin Yuan. Soaring through the air, its might was unparalleled. This strike, even among those in the ascending realm, few could withstand. Meanwhile, in a corner of the void stood an elderly figure, clad in a green robe, his aged gaze fixated upon Yi2's attack. Filled with astonishment, the dragon god technique of the Emperor Yu had actually reached the 8th layer. It was Yi Ming, a member of the Yi royal family. Even the Emperor Yu Yi2 was his junior. The dragon god technique was a powerful art passed down through generations of the Yi clan, divided into 9 layers. However, throughout history, not a single individual possessing the Longling physique from the Yi clan had ever managed to cultivate the dragon god technique to the 9th layer. Even among those who could reach the 8th layer, there had been only a handful of emperors from the Diyu dynasty across countless generations. Thus, Yi Ming believed that the current Emperor Yu Yi2, with this 8th layer of the dragon god technique, had surpassed countless ancestors. Even he had entered the ascending realms several centuries earlier, yet he had only barely reached the 6th layer in the cultivation of the dragon god technique. At this moment, the entire Diyu Imperial Palace was focused on this battle. When they witnessed the renowned Emperor Yu make his move, countless cultivators from Zhongzhou were left in shock. For many, the tales of this sovereign had only ever been whispers. This was their first glimpse of his might. The dragon shadow shook the heavens, its immense pressure rendering many cultivators pale. Is this truly the strength of the Emperor Yu? It seems that even this young man from the eastern wilderness, despite his terrifying phenomenon, would crumble before the emperor. Haha, what a jest! This is the Emperor Yu. Who could possibly rival him? Within the palace, the majority of the onlookers remained firmly on the side of the emperor. After all, the rumors surrounding this sovereign had long been taboo in Zhongzhou. Even though the phenomenon behind Lin Yuan instilled fear in many, few truly believed he could contend with the Emperor Yu. Roar, roar, roar! Above the heavens, the purple-gold dragon shadow shattered the sky, roaring toward Lin Yuan, shaking the very foundations of existence. In the face of this strike, Lin Yuan remained calm. Boom! The supreme Tao eye at his brow. Alongside the phenomenon behind him, transformed into a beam of Tao light capable of opening the chaos, piercing forth. Chapter 66. Is this the power you claim is invincible? The Tao light was dazzling, brilliant beyond measure, slicing through the void as if to return all matter to chaos. The dragon shadow collided with the Tao light, creating an earth-shattering impact. The endless waves of energy radiated from the heavens, causing the space to crack like a tranquil mirror. Crack! Dark fissures emerged, sinister and deep, tearing apart the clouds above. The overwhelming pressure caused countless cultivators within the palace to tremble. How many years had it been? Zhongzhou had never witnessed such a grand battle, not to mention that this time, the emperor himself was taking action against a youth who appeared no older than 20. Lin Yuan was far too young. Had it not been for his displayed power, it would have been difficult to compare him with the awe-inspiring sovereign of Zhongzhou. Gazes widened in shock, hearts trembling. Those with weaker cultivation could barely endure the terrifying fluctuations emanating from above. Their faces paled, some even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Who would have thought that in their lifetime they would witness someone capable of contending with the Emperor Yu? Indeed, even if he were to fall today before the emperor, his name would still be etched into the annals of Zhongzhou's history. At such a tender age, if given the chance, perhaps this youth would become the strongest in the Xiantian continent in the future. But alas, today he is destined to die. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. reverberating with the shock of Lin Yuan's displayed strength. Yet, even so, it remained difficult for anyone to believe that Lin Yuan would ultimately emerge victorious. After all, the reputation of the Du Emperor Yi Tu in Zhongzhou was unassailable. The idea of an invincible sovereign was ingrained in the consciousness of every cultivator in Zhongzhou at this moment. Not only were countless eyes in the crowd fixed upon the spectacle, but even Yi Ming, an elder of the Du dynasty and a peer in the ascending realm, was utterly astonished as he observed the clash between the two. Positioned closer than the others, he could more acutely appreciate the terrifying power exhibited by both Yi Tu and Lin Yuan. How could this be? The eighth layer of the emperor used Dragon God technique. The most formidable strike had failed to subdue this youth? Yi Ming's mind was in turmoil. This was the strongest technique of his own Yi clan, cultivated to the eighth layer. Logically, anyone from the Yi clan who achieved this level of mastery would be deemed invincible. Yet now, the outcome was beyond Yi Ming's expectations. Even he, in witnessing the clash, felt he had no place in the fray. He had previously been able to contend with Lin Yuan. What kind of physique and phenomenon allowed a Dao Palace realm cultivator to stand against our contemporary Emperor Yu? Yi Ming was perplexed, his heart filled with confusion. Yet, he could only watch in silence. Boom, boom, boom. All eyes were riveted. At this moment, amidst the shattered void, there emerged a dazzling chaos Dao light, unleashed by Lin Yuan through the supreme Dao Eye. Augmenting the phenomenon behind him, the dragon shadow of the eighth layer of the Dragon God technique, shimmering with purple-gold brilliance, began to vanish inch by inch beneath the chaos Dao light, as if evaporating. Becoming assimilated, the offensive did not wane. Boom! The black dragon robe tore apart. The purple-gold crown atop his head fell, his hair disheveled. It was the Emperor Yi Tu, his body staggering, blood spilling from his mouth. As he retreated through the air, boom, 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 with each step back, he shattered the void. After retreating several dozen steps, the blood and energy within him surged, the Imperial Dragon energy behind him dimming compared to before. How could this be? An incredulous voice escaped the Emperor's lips. His once imposing countenance was now filled with astonishment, confusion, and disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yuan. He had suppressed Zhongzhou, dominating the seas and lands. The name of Emperor Yi Tu resonated throughout the Xiantian continent, instilling fear across the realms. Those who followed him prospered, while those who opposed him perished. All of this stemmed from his power to subdue all. But now, what had transpired? In the recent battle, he had actually suffered defeat, and before a mere youth, the long-held belief in his invincibility had been shattered in an instant. Yi Tu's mind was engulfed in a haze of bewilderment. No, it cannot be, father. How could you possibly have lost? At this moment, within the palace below, Yi Xian, who was surrounded by admirers like a moon surrounded by stars, found himself lost in thought, and his mind. His father, the emperor, epitomized the strongest individual in the world, unmatched in battle. Yet just moments ago, he had witnessed his father being forced back by Lin Yuan with a single strike, a mere native from the eastern wilderness. Someone he had always looked down upon had repelled his father. Yi Xian's thoughts were in turmoil. Standing there was Lu Shui, with her fair complexion and graceful figure, radiantly adorned for her wedding day. As her voice echoed, her gaze turned to the void above. Clad in black, with hair as white as snow and a body marred with blood from previous injuries, she fixated her attention on Lin Yuan. Her expression becoming increasingly complex. The emperor, the most formidable being in the Xiantian continent, the one who wielded power over the central state, had been bested by a youth she had always dismissed. This realization sent shockwaves through Lu Shui's heart. Her expression froze in disbelief amidst the thunderous atmosphere. Although the true victor had yet to be determined, it was evident from the recent battle that Lin Yuan had overwhelmingly dominated Yi Tuesday. At this moment, silence fell over the palace and its surroundings, only to be followed by an eruption of astonished voices. The emperor. Could it be that we are not mistaken? It felt surreal. when a name has been synonymous with invincibility for so long. When one is so powerful that the entire world must bow before them, undefeated and crushing all opposition, it becomes an ingrained perception among countless cultivators of the central state regarding Yi Tuesday. However, the people were now astonished to discover that this long-held belief had been shattered by a mere boy. Gazes turned towards the void, scrutinizing Lin Yuan. Is this the power you claim to possess? The voice rang out, devoid of arrogance, as Lin Yuan maintained an unwavering calm. Behind him, an awe-inspiring phenomenon unfolded. Amidst the chaos, countless chaotic Tao lights shimmered brilliantly, while the eye of the Tao hovered silently. Reflecting the supreme Tao eye at Lin Yuan's brow, Lin Yuan's gaze was chillingly still as he observed Yi Tu, the once invincible monarch. Eye in the face of imminent death, he transformed his fate. The spectacle of the eye of the Tao's enhancement surpassed Lin Yuan's expectations. Previously, he had fought merely with the innate power of his supreme Tao body. Now, he comprehended why the supreme Tao body had been revered as one of the top 10 physiques in the upper realm since ancient times. Dominating all others, it seemed that only the supreme Tao body, endowed with extraordinary phenomena, deserved such a title. Lin Yuan sighed, his body ablaze with black and white Tao flames. He had not truly awakened the phenomenon. He was merely utilizing the original power of his physique in a desperate attempt to force it into action. This inflicted severe damage upon himself, yet without such measures, he might have already met his demise. Death did not frighten Lin Yuan. The inability to exact vengeance was what gnawed at him the most. He had no other choice. Even if it meant paying any price, he would annihilate the Great Yu dynasty to avenge the souls of those who perished within the Qingyun Dao sect. This was a promise he had made while kneeling in the ruins of a shattered sect. Now, within the Great Yu Palace, the atmosphere was rife with commotion, all shocked by Lin Yuan's stunning blow that had injured the emperor. Opposite him, Yi Tu stood, his dragon robe tattered, hair disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth. His gaze transitioned from momentary confusion to fervent battle intent. He had been invincible in this realm for so long that he had nearly forgotten what failure felt like. The recent confrontation, in which he had been shaken and forced back by a youth, had indeed caught this invincible monarch off guard. However, the battle was far from over. It was merely beginning. It appears I have indeed underestimated you. A cold chuckle escaped Yi Tu's lips as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He acknowledged that his previous carelessness had placed him at a disadvantage against Lin Yuan. Yet, he could not believe that a mere native from the eastern wilderness could compare to him, the great Yu emperor, even with a physique beyond his imagination. The battle had only just commenced. And he would soon demonstrate what it meant to be invincible in this era. His voice was calm, imbued with an undeniable pressure. Yi Tu regarded Lin Yuan with a frigid stare, as he spoke. The air erupted with thunderous sounds. Surrounding him, purple mist surged, the imperial dragon aura converging in a torrent. Roars echoed as dragon cries reverberated from Yi Tu, shaking the very foundations of the palace. Radiant golden light and swirling purple mist manifested as 9 dragon shadows hovered behind the emperor, merging with his form. An overwhelmingly majestic aura surged from Yi Tu, causing the very heavens to tremble. As this scene unfolded, while others might not recognize its significance, Yi Ming, the ancient ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty, immediately understood. This is the 9th layer of our Great Yu royal family's dragon god technique. The emperor has achieved it. Clad in a green robe, Yi Ming, a formidable figure in his own right, now stood as a mere observer in the fierce clash between Lin Yuan and Yi Tuesday. The magnitude of their battle was such that even an ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty like him had no place in it. That moment, upon witnessing the 9 purple-golden dragon shadows surrounding Yi Tu. Yi Xian's face mirrored astonishment. As a member of the Yi royal family and bearer of the dragon spirit physique, he understood all too well what the 9th layer of the dragon god technique signified. It could be said that since the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty eons ago, apart from the very first ancestor who created the dragon god technique, no subsequent emperor had ever reached the 9th layer. Even those who attained the 8th layer were considered exceptional among countless generations of emperors, yet now, his father had actually cultivated this divine technique to the 9th layer. Why Yi Xian's expression shifted from confusion over his father's earlier interaction with Lin Yuan to one of exhilaration. Haha, I knew it. How could a mere native from the eastern wilderness possibly triumph over my father? He laughed heartily, his spirit rejuvenated. This was the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique, a level only achievable by the first creator of the Great Yu dynasty. And his father had attained it. This battle would ultimately be a victory for his side. In that moment, all traces of Yi Xian's previous despondency vanished. He had to admit that Lin Yuan had exerted immense pressure on him previously, turning peril into triumph time and again. The 9th layer of the Dragon God technique. With hair billowing in the wind, Lin Yuan stood in the void, his gaze unperturbed as he regarded the increasingly formidable Yi Tuesday. Although he was unaware of the transformation that had occurred within his opponent, Lin Yuan could distinctly sense that Yi Tu's strength had undergone a dramatic shift, just as his curiosity piqued. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Transform into a true dragon, Yi Tu's voice boomed, resonating with the very fabric of the heavens. His aura surged dramatically, hair flowing wildly, his countenance cold and resolute. The tattered dragon robe billowing around him, the golden radiance, and the swirling purple mist coalesced as 9 dragon shadows harmoniously integrated with his formed eye, and an instant, boundless purple energy gathered, illuminating the void for miles. Accompanied by the resounding echoes of dragon roars emanating from Yi Tu's being, this was a power unique to the Yi royal lineage, achievable only through the dragon spirit physique combined with the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique, transforming one's very body into that of a dragon. The heavens shifted, and the earth quaked as Yi Tu's figure vanished, replaced by a blinding brilliance that illuminated the void, while a sea of purple clouds unfurled across the sky amidst the tumult. A colossal and indistinct dragon shadow emerged in the void, its vast form stretching for 1,000 meters, its fearsome golden eyes gazing down upon Lin Yuan. "You shall perish." The voice of Yi Tu resonated from the dragon's mouth. The overwhelming dragon might suffocating the very air, a mere fragment of its essence, capable of shattering the heavens, the terrifying force eclipsed all, far surpassing Yi Tu's previous prowess, with a mighty claw extending forth. The immense dragon's talon darkened the skies, rending space itself as it tore a massive void that surged toward Lin Yuan. Chapter 68. Lin Yuan merges with the phenomenon, the Eye of the Tao. The heavens trembled, the void quaked, the entire Great Yu Palace shook violently, the oppressive dragon might instilling dread. Countless cultivators of the central state, gathered within the Great Yu Palace, gazed upward in horror at the dragon shadow formed by Yi Tuesday. It was a sight that left them utterly astounded. Among the onlookers, an elderly figure, a half-step ascendant, recognized the technique being employed by the emperor. This is the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique from the Great Yu royal family, he exclaimed, his voice trembling in disbelief. He stood before the assembled crowd, elucidating the formidable and terrifying nature of the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique. He was already the invincible sovereign of this era's central continent. And now, with the addition of the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique, it was no wonder that the Emperor of the Universe could dominate the central continent. How could the might of the Emperor of the central continent possibly be compared to this fortunate native of the eastern wilderness? It seems that when victory and defeat are at stake, this great battle still belongs to the Great Universe dynasty. Voices resonated, and the atmosphere became overwhelmingly chaotic. At this moment, countless cultivators from the central continent firmly believed that ultimate victory would indeed belong to Yi Tu. This indomitable sovereign, with his solitary strength, he wreaked havoc throughout the entire dynasty, and it could be said that Lin Yuan's power had profoundly reshaped the perceptions of all present. However, in the end, the Emperor of the Universe unleashed the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique, transforming himself into a dragon, a forbidden technique of the Great Universe royal family. Lin Yuan's strength had already been displayed. No one believed he could turn the tide in his favor. Countless gazes were fixated upon him. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon claws were enormous, seemingly poised to overshadow the heavens as they descended upon Lin Yuan. At that moment, clad in black, with white hair billowing like snow, Lin Yuan stood in the void, facing this impending strike with a grave expression. Transforming into a dragon was an incredibly powerful attack. Feeling the overwhelming might of the dragon, Lin Yuan had to concede that his opponent was formidable, yet it was still not enough. His voice was calm. Behind him, the manifestation of the Eye of the Tao was immensely grand. Radiance flickered, revealing an endless expanse of chaos, where boundless chaotic light shone brilliantly, and the Eye of the Tao quietly hovered. At that very moment, the flames surrounding Lin Yuan blazed ever more intensely. The black and white flames enveloping him, his form nearly merging with the Tao itself. A pained expression gradually emerged on his face. The Tao flames surged, fervently consuming Lin Yuan's body, from which countless specks of light emerged. Representing Lin Yuan's primal power, soaring towards the manifestation behind him, at this moment, the Eye of the Tao, which had initially been but a mere shadow behind Lin Yuan, began to solidify, exhibiting a hint of sentience. Just then, an indescribable aura emanated from Lin Yuan, transcendent and supreme, towering above all, as if a true son of the Tao had materialized. Annihilate, it was Lin Yuan's voice, yet for some reason, it bore no trace of emotion, conveying a certain indifference as if viewing all of creation as mere fodder. Boom, 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 Lin Yuan's figure vanished, merging with the manifestation behind him. In an instant, brilliance illuminated the surroundings, and the world fell into despair as the Eye of the Tao hovered above, quietly observing all beneath it. Boom! A beam of light radiated from the Eye, descending upon the dragon form that Yi Tu had transformed into. At that moment, it seemed as if the world had completely lost its illumination, plunging into darkness, with only that beam of light illuminating the realm. What is this? In the midst of endless violet light, the dragon's mouth uttered human speech, laced with profound trepidation. It was Yi Tu's voice. His heart trembled, resonating with a violent roar, his massive dragon eyes filled with fear. He wished to retreat, yet found no path for escape. He desired to flee, but his body felt as though it were paralyzed, unable to move from its spot. Crack, crack, crack. Under the illumination of the beam, the dragon's form began to crumble, turning to in the blink of an eye. Yi Tu, transformed into a true dragon by the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique, had vanished. A remnant body emerged from the shattered dragon form, plummeting like a meteor, crashing into the ground of the great universe palace. The earth trembled, the ground heaving like waves. Boom, boom, boom. Countless structures within the great universe palace collapsed in droves, debris scattering, dust rising, obscuring all around. Flee quickly. What is happening? At this moment, countless cultivators within the palace soared into the air, their expressions filled with horror as they gazed below, witnessing the once immortal great universe dynasty reduced to ruins. Countless palatial structures lay in ruins, broken walls and shattered remnants. Lin Yuan, hovering in the air, in one corner of the crowd, Yi Xian's face was pale as he grasped Lu Shue's hand, his gaze fixed upon the void above. Filled with an intense hatred, it's destroyed. Everything is destroyed. He could hardly comprehend that his father, the invincible figure of this era, had actually been defeated by a mere native of the Eastern Wilderness while employing the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique. A rival he had never once regarded with respect. How many times had he witnessed the other party turn the tide? This stark contrast had plunged Yi Xian's spirits into the abyss. The emperor has lost again. At this moment, the elder of the great universe dynasty, Yi Ming, who had been observing, harbored a deep sense of unwillingness in his gaze, perhaps as Lin Yuan had claimed upon arriving with a coffin. They would indeed face annihilation, leaving not a single survivor. Was this truly the day of the great universe dynasty's downfall? As realization dawned, fear began to take root within this royal elder. Initially, everyone, including himself, had dismissed Lin Yuan's words as the ignorant outbursts of a young man seeking vengeance for his sect. The great universe dynasty had basked in glory on the Xiantian continent for far too long. For endless ages, no one had been able to shake their foundation. Yet now, a mere youth of around 20 had defeated the reigning Emperor Yi Tu, and this reality was on the verge of becoming tangible. No, the glory of the great universe dynasty shall not fall here. The green robe billowed, and the elder's aged visage was filled with rage and sorrow. I shall never accept this, with a thunderous roar. Yi Ming, in the ascendant realm, transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the eye of the Tao, fused with Lin Yuan's manifestation. Yet, it was but a futile effort. A beam of light radiated from the eye of the Tao. Pfft! As the elder of the great universe dynasty, Yi Ming, at the pinnacle of the lower realm, was obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 69. The two from the upper realm, the saviors of the great universe dynasty. The Emperor Yi Tu has fallen, and another elder of the ascendant realm from the great universe dynasty has perished, obliterated by Lin Yuan in a single strike. The once celebratory feast within the magnificent great universe palace now lay in ruins. Boulders lay scattered, shattered structures crumbled haphazardly around, remnants of walls and debris. The earth was riddled with deep fissures, and dust filled the air. The former great universe palace had vanished, leaving only a desolate wasteland. At this moment, as the violent tremors subsided, the countless cultivators from the central continent, who had previously soared into the air, now stood amidst the ruins, gazing around. Is this truly the great universe dynasty that once suppressed the central continent? The disparity between the past and present was too immense. The cause of it all was merely a prodigy from the eastern wilderness, appearing so incredibly young. Who could have imagined that the once immortal dynasty, which had dominated the entire Xiantian continent, would face such a fate today? Murmurs of astonishment echoed throughout the ruins. Who would have thought a prodigy from the eastern wilderness could truly reduce the great universe dynasty to this state? Indeed, even the emperor has fallen. The sound of commotion reverberated throughout the ruins. Countless cultivators from the central continent, including prominent elders and sect leaders capable of causing tremors across the region with a stomp, had been merely spectators throughout the battle between Lin Yuan and the emperor. If their sentiments were merely expressions of lament, then at this moment, all those affiliated with the great universe dynasty bore expressions of fury, confusion, and a hint of fear. How could this be? Even the emperor has fallen. The emperor, he truly was unwilling. Voices arose, including those of the princes and princesses aside from Yi Xian, as well as former powerhouses of the great universe dynasty. They now clearly understood that if Lin Yuan's words were to be believed, a great massacre awaited them. The catalyst for this calamity was merely a small sect from the eastern wilderness that the crown prince Yi Xian had personally obliterated. The Qingyun Dao sect. Ordinarily, they would have disregarded such a minor sect entirely, yet now, what they had previously overlooked would bring them dire consequences. What about my father? What about the elders amidst the ruins? Yi Xian's handsome visage bore a mixture of despair and a hint of ferocity, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared into the void above. There was no room for regret. Only hatred remained. Yi Xian resented that when he had led the slaughter of the Qingyun Dao sect, Lin Yuan had not been present. Otherwise, his wedding banquet would have proceeded as planned, and none of this would have transpired. A single oversight had now led to Lin Yuan's destruction of everything. The great universe dynasty was on the brink of ruin at the hands of the eastern wilderness native he had always held in contempt. Why, even at this moment, Yi Xian could not comprehend how, in terms of identity, status, and resources, Lin Yuan could possibly compare to himself. Could he truly be Lin Yuan? The disbelief in his voice was palpable. Resonating from beside Yi Xian, a fair-skinned, slender figure clad in crimson, strikingly beautiful, Lu Shui, the one hailed as the strongest on the Xiantian continent, the emperor, had fallen, defeated by someone she had never respected before. Was this truly the Lin Yuan she had once summoned at will? She struggled to fathom it. The Du Empire has ruled over the central continent and the Xiantian continent for far too long. It can be said that this battle will determine the future dynamics of the entire central continent and beyond. Amidst the ruins, even at this moment, incredible sounds continue to resonate, at the very center of the ruins. Where the Emperor Yi Tu, had previously fallen, a shattered body soared from the broken earth. His dragon robe was tattered, hair disheveled, in a state of utter disarray. It was indeed the Emperor Yi Tu's day. Who would have thought that one day, our Du Empire would meet its demise at the hands of its own sovereign? His body bore countless wounds, and his aura was utterly depleted. As the invincible monarch of the central continent, he had fallen, defeated by Lin Yuan, his body a mere shell of its former self. At this moment, he possessed no strength left to fight. His spiritual energy had been completely exhausted. Leaving little behind, on Yi Tu's once majestic visage now lay a shadow of despair, his gaze fixed upon the void above, where the eye of the Tao, fused with Lin Yuan and the extraordinary phenomena, resided. Even now, Yi Tu could not comprehend what that entity truly was. Even the mightiest dragon god body of the Du Empire, at its 9th level, could not resist or withstand such power. In the recent battle, Yi Tu had vaguely sensed that this force should never have appeared in this lower realm. What a bitter pill to swallow. Once a figure of formidable authority, the now disheveled Emperor Yi Tu felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness in his heart. At this moment, as Yi Tu's battered form emerged, the void trembled. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens reverberated, radiance flickered, and Lin Yuan's silhouette emerged from the eye of the Tao. His hair was as white as snow, his black robe tattered, and his youthful face stained with blood. The vengeance for the destruction of my Qingyun Dao sect must be repaid. His voice was calm, akin to that of a god of death descending from the void. The aura surrounding him was immensely powerful. Having defeated Yi Tu, it could be said that within the central continent, Lin Yuan was unrivaled. His gaze was cold and indifferent as it swept over all the inhabitants of the Du Empire below. Blood for blood, none shall be spared. This was the vow Lin Yuan had made while kneeling in the Qingyun Dao sect. Now, the time for vengeance had come, as he gazed at the blood-stained figure in the void. Lin Yuan's imposing presence was overwhelming. All the strong cultivators of the central continent were present, and from their previous disdain, none dared to meet Lin Yuan's gaze now, in the heavens and on the earth. As Lin Yuan's voice echoed, an eerie silence fell, especially for the countless cultivators of the central continent present. Was it possible that the once dominant Du Empire was truly on the brink of annihilation? Although the outcome seemed to be a foregone conclusion, the long-standing perception of this immortal empire left the many cultivators present with expressions of disbelief. This matter does not concern us. It is Yi Xian. You must kill him, fear of death. Even the people of the Du Empire were not exempt, particularly those princes who shared the same status as Yi Xian, their faces filled with unwillingness. Compared to Yi Xian, the crown prince with the dragon spirit body, the benefits rarely fell to them. How could they be implicated in the tragedy of a family's annihilation? Lin Yuan paid them no heed. Death, a single, indifferent word. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to strike and obliterate this so-called immortal Du Empire, suddenly, the heavens rumbled. The void above crackled with thunder and lightning, the entire sky quaking. Crack, the void split open. As if a corner of the world had been torn asunder, a dark and profound spatial passage appeared, emanating an aura that transcended this realm. It seemed to contain the spiritual energy only found in the higher realms. This sudden change interrupted Lin Yuan's actions. As the sound resonated, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm as he looked towards the newly appeared spatial passage. A member of the imperial lineage from the upper realm. Lin Yuan had always possessed the ancestral memories of the higher realms. Thus, He recognized the spiritual energy that exceeded that of the Xiantian continent. However, what puzzled Lin Yuan was why individuals from the upper realm would descend at this moment. Could it be that the holy maiden of the Yuqing sacred land has come to our Du Empire? Below, Yi Tu, recognizing the origin of the spatial passage, was filled with excitement and fervor. Facing Lin Yuan, who had previously left him in despair, Yi Tu now understood that they were saved. Prior to this, Yi Tu had already received news from his ascended ancestor in the upper realm. A holy maiden from the upper realm was set to descend upon their Du Empire, but he never anticipated it would occur at such a critical moment. The Du Empire was saved. Chapter 70. The Holy Maiden of the Upper Realm. Yulinglong, as the Du Empire faced imminent destruction, a spatial passage from the upper realm appeared before everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The void above surged violently, and the space rippled like a calm lake disturbed by a breeze. An incredibly intense aura emanated from the dark spatial passage. At this moment, the countless cultivators of the central continent gazed in astonishment. What is this? A spatial passage that has come from who knows where? How strange. The spiritual energy within that passage is certainly not something our Xiantian continent possesses. Who could it be that has arrived? Could it be related to the impending downfall of the Du Empire? Voices began to rise, as the many cultivators present remained oblivious to what was transpiring. After all, most of the inhabitants of the lower realm only knew of the upper realm through ancient legends and records. In the Xiantian continent, even though the path of cultivation flourished in the central continent, it was rare for a single cultivator to reach the ascendant realm in a lifetime, enduring endless years of arduous training to gain the qualification to ascend to the upper realm. The concept of ascension was undoubtedly the ultimate goal that all cultivators dreamed of, just as countless cultivators from the central continent were filled with curiosity and astonishment, a voice that flowed like a clear spring, melodious and enchanting, echoed from the dark spatial passage. This is the lower realm. How thin the spiritual energy of this world is. The voice carried a tone of disdain for the lower realm. Filled with arrogance, it was the voice of a woman. Holy Maiden, we have come to this lower realm solely to seek the supreme secrets. Please be patient, another elderly voice responded. Amidst their dialogue, boom, boom, the spatial passage vanished, revealing two figures standing in the void before everyone. Leading them was a woman, with delicate features, skin as smooth as cream, exuding a noble elegance. Clad in a flowing blue fairy gown, her figure was graceful and exquisite, reminiscent of a blue lotus in a pond, standing apart from the world. Surrounded by a hazy blue light, her aura exuded an indescribable nobility, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. I am Yulinglong, the current holy maiden of the Songtian immortal domain and the Yuqing sacred land. Where are the people of the Du Empire? As her voice resonated, she surveyed the ruined landscape below. Along with the astonished gazes of the lower realm's inhabitants, her proud and beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. What is this? It seems this place has just witnessed a great battle. The upper realm refers to the world beyond the Xiantian continent after ascension. The true upper realm is divided into 9 celestial domains: Songtian, Biantian, Xiantian, Yutian, Haotian, Zhutian, Yantian, Yangtian, and Juntian, collectively known as the 9 heavens immortal domains. Yulinglong, along with her Yuqing sacred land, is situated within the Songtian immortal domain, a realm of immense size. The sudden arrival of a holy maiden from the upper realm within the shattered Du Empire is monumental. As Yulinglong's voice rang out, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Did I hear that correctly? 2 individuals from the upper realm. It seems they are indeed connected to the Du Empire. Is this the foundation of the Du Empire? Even in this crisis, individuals from the upper realm have personally descended. At this moment, within the ruins below, countless cultivators of the central continent gasped in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Their gazes fell upon Yulinglong, whose ethereal quality resembled that of a celestial being, undeniably beyond what the inhabitants of the lower realm could possess. What was even more astonishing was that this was a critical juncture for the survival of the Du Empire. The appearance of two individuals from the upper realm undoubtedly signified that the Du Empire was poised to turn its misfortunes into blessings. It was no joke. Lin Yuan's strength had indeed astounded countless cultivators of the central continent moments ago. Yet, in their eyes, no matter how strong Lin Yuan was, how could he possibly stand against the might of the upper realm? They were not even on the same level, just as the scene was in turmoil. Yi Tu, a middle-aged man with a dignified countenance, straightened his disheveled appearance and respectfully bowed to the newly arrived Yu Linglong and her companion. I am Yi Tu, the current emperor of the Du Empire. I pay my respects to the two holy envoys as the reigning emperor of the Du Empire, a figure of immense power across the continent. This was the first time Yi Tu had bowed to anyone. Yet, at this moment, he adopted an extremely humble posture, believing it to be entirely appropriate. There was no choice. Not only he, a mere emperor of the lower realm, but Yi Tu was well aware that even his own ancestor from the Yi royal family, who had ascended to the upper realm, would need to show utmost respect before this holy maiden. And the upper realm, the Yuling's sacred land, commands four great empires, among which the Du Empire, founded by their ancestors, is merely one of the four subservient to the Yuling's sacred land. The disparity in status is immense. Moreover, he must now rely on this saintess to seek justice for their Du Empire. At this moment, an elder standing beside Yu Linglong coldly remarked, "Is this how your Du Empire receives the esteemed saintess, clad in a white Taoist robe, with a countenance aged yet commanding?" He radiated an aura that surpassed even the ascendant realm. It was the might of a quasi-saint, reduced to merely being an attendant to the saintess. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, everyone present turned pale, with those of lower cultivation even spitting blood. The might of the quasi-saint was too formidable, causing everyone to change color, and none dared to meet the gaze of such a powerful being from the upper realm. Of course, Lin Yuan was not among them. With snow-white hair and dressed in black, Lin Yuan stood calmly to the side, observing the self-proclaimed saintess of the Yuling's sacred land, Yu Linglong, as well as the quasi-saint beside her. The mere presence of a quasi-saint could not intimidate Lin Yuan. In comparison to Lin Jiu's aura, he could intuitively discern that this quasi-saint was far from being his equal. What piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity, however, was another matter. When Emperor Yuan Tian created the Emperor's Law and transformed into the three pure ones, 3 incarnations were sent to reincarnate. Among them was the Yuqing Taoist, one of Emperor Yuan Tian's avatars, the Yuqing Taoist of the Yuling's sacred land. He wondered if there was any connection between the two. Lin Yuan's voice murmured softly, barely audible. Yet, just as Lin Yuan was lost in thought, a voice interrupted, "I implore the saintess and elder Xian to act on behalf of our Du Empire. Ever since I received news of your arrival, I have been preparing to welcome the saintess. But who would have thought that this child, relying on some strength, would wreak havoc on our Du Empire's reception of the saintess?" With a heart full of hatred, Yi Tu bowed to Yu Linglong before suddenly directing his ire at Lin Yuan. Elder Xian was the quasi-saint beside Yu Linglong. Yi Tu's actions were a ploy to leverage the two to eliminate Lin Yuan. Chapter 71. The transmission of Lin Jiao, with an air of nobility, looking down upon all, her delicate form enveloped in a hazy azure glow, she stood suspended in the air, possessing an unparalleled beauty. Those proud eyes of hers scrutinized Lin Yuan. A mere native from the lower realm dares to disrupt the arrival of the saintess. "What punishment do you deserve?" her haughty voice rang out. This was perfectly normal for Yu Linglong. Even in the upper realm, the Yuling's sacred land was a dominant power within the celestial domain, immensely formidable. As the current saintess, she possessed the exquisite Linglong body, a physique renowned even in the upper realm. And the celestial domain. She was a celebrated prodigy, naturally dismissing a trivial cultivator from the lower realm. To dare disrupt her arrival ceremony was a grave offense. This matter is between me and the Du Empire. Are you sure you wish to interfere? Dressed in black, with hair as white as snow, and a handsome face stained with blood, Lin Yuan also stood suspended in the air. His voice calm, faced with the two figures from the upper realm, who commanded the gaze of all present, he remained utterly indifferent, without a trace of fear. They exchanged glances as equals. This was not due to Lin Yuan's arrogance or ignorance of his station. After all, the Yuling sacred land was merely one of many in the upper realm, only somewhat renowned within the celestial domain. Behind Lin Yuan stood the Lin clan, a forbidden imperial lineage capable of shaking the entire nine heavens celestial domain. This knowledge was ingrained in Lin Yuan's memory, making him acutely aware of the matters of the upper realm. Unfortunately, due to the clan's regulations regarding trials, Lin Yuan's true identity remained undisclosed. The people of Zhongzhou might be astonished. But why should Lin Yuan feel fear? However, in terms of his true circumstances, only Lin Yuan was privy to the reality, while the others present were not. With Lin Yuan's words, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. This child is indeed audacious, believing that some strength grants him the right to speak so boldly before the powerful of the upper realm. Perhaps he is still lost in the illusion of having vanquished the Emperor of Yu. Yet to awaken to reality, they were unaware of the heights of heaven and earth. Voices echoed around, mostly from the cultivators of Zhongzhou. It must be acknowledged that Lin Yuan's previous strength had indeed astonished them. Even the current strongest of Zhongzhou, Emperor Yu too, had been defeated by him. However, this did not mean he could act recklessly before the might of the upper realm. Did they not see that even the quasi-saint, surpassing the ascendant realm, was merely an attendant to the saintess? As for Lin Yuan's identity, to the cultivators present, he was merely a native from the East Wilderness. How could he possibly compare to Yu Linglong? The disparity was insurmountable, and these sentiments were merely those of the cultivators of Zhongzhou. The voices around remained relatively calm, attempting to help Lin Yuan recognize reality. The people of the Yu Empire, from Emperor Yu Tu to Yi Xian and the multitude of princes, directed their fierce words at Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had previously threatened to annihilate all of them in the Yu Empire. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, they could not allow Lin Yuan to retain any dignity. What audacity! Facing the saintess of the upper realm, you dare speak so? Kneel before the saintess, and perhaps your death may be more merciful. The voice belonged to Yi Xian, his gaze filled with disdain and malice as he looked at Lin Yuan, a cold smile gracing his lips. A native of the East Wilderness, who was originally of the same age, had actually defeated his father and nearly led to the destruction of himself and the entire Yu Empire. Yet, what did that matter? The foundation of the Yu Empire could not possibly be compared to a mere native from the East Wilderness. And now, at this critical moment, even the powerful from the upper realm had descended, all connected to their Yu Empire. This was the foundation of the Yu Empire. At this moment, beside Yi Xian stood Lu Shui, a delicate figure with pale skin and a graceful stature. Her gaze was filled with envy as she looked upon Yu Linglong, who stood in the void, exuding an unmatched noble aura, enveloped in azure light. Lu Shui had always been confident in her own appearance and demeanor, yet at this moment, standing before a being from the upper realm, she felt a tinge of inferiority. However, upon reflection, she reminded herself that the other was here to save the Yu Empire, and thus felt at ease. As long as the other could deal with Lin Yuan, her wedding with Yi Xian would continue, although she could not compare to such a being from the upper realm. She still held a position of great respect in this lower realm. As for whether the other could slay Lin Yuan, thinking of this made Lu Shui find her own thoughts laughable. She had to admit that Lin Yuan's display of strength had indeed caught her off guard, yet at this moment, her thoughts aligned with the majority present, believing that before the powerful of the upper realm, Lin Yuan was merely a somewhat stronger ant. The scene was in an uproar, as the Yu Empire and countless cultivators from Zhongzhou condemned Lin Yuan for his recklessness and arrogance. Oblivious to the heights of heaven and earth. Yu Linglong's voice dripped with disdain, her proud eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan from her lofty perch. Even in the upper realm, she was one of the esteemed prodigies. Who would have thought that today, in this desolate Xian-Tian continent, a mere native from the lower realm would dare to provoke her? She felt no anger, only amusement. To Linglong, this was merely the ignorance of an insignificant ant. A mere native from the lower realm, she wondered who had bestowed upon him the courage to speak so boldly before her, as her delicate form radiated the aura of a half-step ascendant. She prepared to strike down Lin Yuan. She sensed that Lin Yuan's aura was not weak. But what did that matter? She was a prodigy from the upper realm. Dealing with a native of the same age from the lower realm was but a matter of crushing him. Yet just then, the voice of her attendant, Elder Xian, rang out. Saintess, we have pressing matters to attend to. A mere ant from the lower realm. Allow me to handle this. Clad in a white Taoist robe, the elder's aged visage bore an expression of utter indifference. Compared to Linglong, Elder Xian, a quasi-saint, possessed a keener sense. With a single glance, he discerned that Lin Yuan was merely at the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. But for reasons unknown, the aura emanating from him seemed far from simple, considering that even the Emperor of Du, a being of the Ascendant Realm, had been defeated by this young man. He recognized that Lin Yuan might not be as simple as he appeared, and as the saintess of the Yuling Sacred Land, a position of great nobility, she could not afford to falter in this minor lower realm. With a voice as cold as ice, Elder Xian regarded Lin Yuan with murderous intent. Very well, he is but a minor character. Let the elder handle it. Wai Linglong's response was indifferent, with a calm demeanor. She faced the murderous intent of a quasi-saint while Lin Yuan became lost in contemplation. The reason was simple. At this moment, a voice resonated in his ears, echoing across 1,000 miles. Young master, I have arrived in Zhongzhou. Are you in the Du Empire? It was Lin Jiu, who had recently departed from the Taiqing Imperial Palace. After recovering from his injuries, he had arrived at the Qingyun Dao sect in the East Wilderness, only to find a graveyard. The news of Lin Yuan's obliteration of the Piaoxue Dao sect and his slaughter of countless powerful beings in the East Wilderness had spread far and wide. Upon recalling the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect, Lin Jiu quickly grasped that his young master must have ventured into the Du Empire. At this moment, within Zhongzhou, an elder in grey robes was making his way toward the Du Empire. May the young master remain untroubled. Otherwise, the Xiantian continent shall surely vanish. Lin Jiu's gaze was fraught with urgency as he stepped forth, causing the surrounding space to collapse as if teleporting. Not only the Du dynasty, but the entirety of the Xiantian continent could not withstand the wrath of the Lin family. Chapter 72. The crisis descending upon Lin Jiu. Boom. 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 At this moment, high above the Du dynasty, the lower realms ants were reminded. Remember, there are some identities that are destined to be beyond your provocation for the entirety of your life. Take heed in your next life. The voice resounded grandly, its momentum overwhelming, the might of the quasi-saint enveloping all. It was the elder of the Yilingong who had descended with Yu Linglong, radiating murderous intent, his white robe billowing in the air, a palm descending as the entire firmament trembled in response. Aimed at Lin Yuan, beside him stood a figure of exquisite beauty, skin as smooth as jade, noble and elegant, clad in a flowing blue, her delicate form shrouded in a hazy azure light, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility. The surrounding thunderous sounds persisted. Wai Linglong observed this scene with indifference, gazing at the white-haired youth beneath Elder Xian's palm strike. The hierarchy of identities was innate, with the understanding of a mere lower realm inhabitant. One might never comprehend it. On her breathtaking visage, there was an unwavering calmness as Yu Linglong regarded Lin Yuan, akin to observing an insignificant insect. The only individuals worthy of her attention were those of the upper realm. The exceptional prodigies. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with trepidation. Countless cultivators from Zhongzhou and the people of the Du dynasty were engulfed in fear and astonishment at this overwhelming aura. Is this the pressure of a quasi-saint? The forces of the upper realm have transcended our realm. How could mere indigenous beings from the eastern wilderness dare to provoke them? Indeed, possessing the power to obliterate the Du dynasty. Yet what of it? How could the people of the eastern wilderness compare to the foundation of the Du dynasty? Voices arose. eyes fixated on the void where stood the young man in black. His hair as white as snow. Lin Yuan, No one believed that Lin Yuan could survive under the might of a quasi-saint. The chasm between them was insurmountable. This is the fate of those who oppose the Diyu dynasty. Oblivious to their doom. Merely an indigenous wretch from the eastern wilderness. How many ancestors of the Diyu dynasty have ascended to the upper realm? How could they fathom our depth? What of strength? When all ends in death, at this moment, if anyone yearned for Lin Yuan's demise, it was undoubtedly the people of the Diyu dynasty. Without Lin Yuan's death, they could find no peace. Fortunately, in this critical juncture, a powerful being from the upper realm had arrived. Yet now, Lin Yuan was on the brink of death. Is there anything more exhilarating in this world? The sounds of mockery and insults echoed relentlessly from the Diyu royal family. Simultaneously, they sought to demonstrate to the other sects of Zhongzhou that the foundation of their Diyu dynasty was sufficient to quell any crisis in this land. Faced with peril, Lin Yuan remained undaunted. Who can claim the final victory is still too early to determine. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the two exalted beings from the celestial domain, then scanned the myriad onlookers from Zhongzhou, and finally rested on those from the Diyu dynasty, who seemed eager for his death. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Undeniably, even with his supreme Tao body, he could not hope to contend with a quasi-saint. However, Lin Jiu's earlier transmission had served as a reassuring balm for Lin Yuan. Ignorance. A cold snort escaped Elder Exion's lips, utterly indifferent, dismissing the ignorance of a mere lower realm youth. What a jest. He, a dignified quasi-saint, represented invincibility in this lower realm. How could a mere Tao Palace realm youth withstand a blow from him? What a farce! With a disdainful expression, he gazed at Lin Yuan, already envisioning the scene of his body being crushed. Boom, boom, boom. The azure glow of the palm strike was immense, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Beneath that palm, the black-clad Lin Yuan, with snow-white hair, stood tall and composed, his demeanor unruffled. This was a dire situation from which Lin Yuan seemed destined to perish. But just then, a resounding shout erupted from afar. "Who dares to harm my young master?" The voice was thunderous, resonating throughout the entirety of the heavens and earth, causing Zhongzhou to tremble. Clad in gray, an imposing figure arrived, his presence far surpassing that of the quasi-saint Elder Exion, stepping through the air with overwhelming force. Crack, crack, crack. With each step, the very fabric of the void crumbled beneath him. It was Lin Jiu. His prior injuries had healed, and the aura unique to the true saint realm erupted forth, dominating the present, shaking the heavens and the earth, his figure materializing before all of the Diyu dynasty's people. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a monumental finger strike that descended from the cloud heights, shattering the endless sky. Boom! Elder Exion's palm collided with Lin Jiu's finger imprint. Crack! The hand formed of condensed azure light was shattered by Lin Jiu's single finger before Lin Yuan, ultimately dispersing into countless azure light particles, scattering across the firmament. At that moment, all present were engulfed in confusion, uncertainty, and bewilderment. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Fortunately, the old man did not arrive too late. With a sigh, Lin Jiu appeared before Lin Yuan, concern etched across his features. This was the second time. The first time had been within the Qingyun Dao sect, when he had arrived to find Lin Yuan covered in wounds. A sight that had truly terrified Lin Jiu. Yet, he had not anticipated that this second encounter would find Lin Yuan in such dire straits. Initially believing all to be well, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's bloodied visage, and the once ink-like hair now as pale as snow, and those eyes, now void of life, that had lost their original brilliance, Lin Jiu felt a deep tremor within. "Young master," Lin Jiu's heart stirred, his aged gaze filled with emotion. How long had it been? When they parted ways in the Taqing Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan's demeanor and aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. Lin Jiu was already aware of the obliteration of the Qingyun Dao sect. How could he not discern that his young master bore the weight of that destruction upon his shoulders? It seemed Lin Jiu's injuries had indeed healed, with a smile gracing his lips. It was the first genuine smile Lin Yuan had expressed since witnessing the fall of the Qingyun Dao sect. Now, with Lin Jiu's arrival, the momentary silence was abruptly shattered by a wave of commotion. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Did the strike of a quasi-saint truly get blocked? Did I hear correctly? This elder referred to the lad from the eastern wilderness as young master? In the ruins of the Diyu Imperial Palace. Voices erupted. Among those present, the only ones who recognized Lin Jiu were Lin Yuan, Yi Xian, and Lu Shui. They recalled witnessing Lin Jiu's appearance during the earlier incident that had saved Lin Yuan. However, the only thing that puzzled Yi Xian was, is it him? No, that cannot be right. Isn't he ascending realm expert? How could he? Amidst the crowd, Yi Xian was engulfed in confusion, his brows furrowed, as a foreboding sense of unease stirred within him. Chapter 73. A Saint Realm Expert. The dazed upper realm duo, what had initially appeared to be Lin Yuan's inevitable demise, was abruptly altered by the appearance of a mysterious elder who saved him. A turn of events that left all present utterly astounded. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, clad in white robes, Elder Xian of the Yulingong staggered back, blood spurting forth after clashing with Lin Jiu's strike. His white attire was stained crimson. Retreating several steps through the in stark contrast, Lin Jiu stood calm beside Lin Yuan. In an instant, the disparity was unequivocally evident. To those present, he was a quasi-saint. A being of strength only found in the upper realm. But now, who are you? Straining to suppress the violent churn of blood within him, Elder Xian's complexion remained pale, his aura waning compared to when he had first arrived. His eyes were filled with horror as he regarded Lin Jiu. He could not comprehend why a mere native of the lower realm stood beside a being transcending this realm. Especially the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Jiu instilled a sense of threat in Elder Xian. No, you are definitely not from this lower realm. Coming to a realization, the elder from the Yulingong immediately pointed at Lin Jiu, and no longer perched high above, looking down upon all. His gaze was filled with astonishment and dread. I never claimed to be a native of the Xiantian continent. With a cold snort, Lin Jiu stood beside Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with disdain. A mere quasi-saint was hardly worth his regard. His earlier strike was merely a measure of concern for his young master's safety, and he refrained from using his full strength. Otherwise, that self-proclaimed elder from the Yulingong would have long since perished. Obliterated beyond recognition, not a native of the Xiantian continent, yet calling Lin Yuan young master. At this moment, Lin Jiu's words left the people of the Diyu dynasty most astounded. After all, for the Diyu dynasty, their greatest desire was for Lin Yuan's death. Amidst the ruins, so this is the so-called ascending realm expert from the eastern wilderness. With his dragon robe torn, Yi Tu glared angrily at Yi Xian. The recent events, particularly Lin Jiu's intervention in blocking the mightiest attack from a quasi-saint, while addressing Lin Yuan as young master, left everyone in disbelief. The identity of Lin Yuan has been thoroughly elucidated. Perhaps the Diyu dynasty has erred in its judgment. Father, the sovereign, this humble son is also quite unclear. With his head bowed, Yi Xian's mind was in a whirl, a formidable being from the upper realm, upon whom the Diyu dynasty relied, was unexpectedly repelled by the elder beside Lin Yuan with a single strike. That was indeed a quasi-saint. He could not comprehend the reasons behind this. How could it be that he, not being a native of the eastern wilderness, was addressed as young master by such a powerful figure? Confusion, bewilderment, and incomprehension enveloped him. At that moment, Lin Yuan's identity was shrouded in mystery in the eyes of the Diyu dynasty's people. They struggled to grasp the essence of this situation. Initially, with the arrival of two powerful beings from the Yuqing Holy Land, they believed Lin Yuan would be slain, thus rescuing the Diyu dynasty from peril. Yet, it seemed that reality was diverging increasingly from their expectations. With a single strike, an elder from their own faction was injured in this lower realm. At this moment, the one filled with doubt was also the saintess of Yuqing Holy Land. Yu Linglong, may I inquire as to your identity, esteemed elder? I am Yu Linglong, the saintess of Yuqing Holy Land, and this beside me is an elder of our sacred sect, should there be any offense. I beg your forgiveness. Her beautiful eyes were filled with perplexity as she addressed Lin Jiao, hovering in midair, clad in an ethereal green gown. Her delicate figure was enveloped in a hazy green light. Sensing that the recently appeared Lin Jiao was far from ordinary, Yu Linglong deliberately invoked the name of her holy land, hoping to instill some caution in Lin Jiao. After all, within the celestial domain of Songtian, the Yuqing Holy Land held a certain degree of renown. Yuqing Holy Land? What a grand title, Lin Jiao scoffed, his ancient gaze filled with disdain. Merely a holy land in a celestial domain. What significance does it hold before the Lin family? With your status, you lack the qualification to know this old man's name. I wonder who bestowed upon you the audacity to harm our clan's young master. His voice resonated with grandeur, a formidable aura causing the vast void to tremble beneath Lin Jiao's presence. Puff, puff. On the opposing side, both Yu Linglong and Elder Xian were spitting blood, their faces ashen, terror etched upon them for Lin Jiao, even though he had arrived in the nick of time to rescue the young master. His heart was still gripped by fear. What if he had arrived just a moment too late? The outcome would be unimaginable. Just a mere holy land, a single word, steeped in lethal intent. Boom, boom, boom. An aura unique to the realm of saints surged forth from Lin Jiao. At that moment, the entire Central State's 36 domains changed color, the heavens and earth quaking under Lin Jiao's saintly might. No, this is not right. This is the true power of the saintly realm. Among the two before him, upon sensing the aura surrounding Lin Jiao, Elder Xian of Yuqing Holy Land was utterly astonished. Even he, a quasi-saint, found it difficult to face Lin Jiao directly, the gap between a quasi-saint and a true saintly powerhouse. Though seemingly a mere character apart, was unfathomably vast. It could be said that even in the upper realm, quasi-saints were as numerous as the stars, yet only one among 10,000 might achieve true sainthood in their lifetime. It was unimaginable for a saintly being to refer to a youth as young master. Eyes wide with astonishment, Elder Xian gazed at Lin Yuan, his curiosity about Lin Yuan's identity mounting. However, there was no time to ponder. How could this young man possibly be a saintly powerhouse? Since descending to the lower realm, Yu Linglong, who had appeared indifferent and aloof, now found herself in a state of panic. Puff, blood gushed from her mouth. Despair marred her exquisite features. While Yu Linglong's heart trembled violently, her expression frozen in shock as she stood there. Her beautiful eyes fell upon the youthful Lin Yuan, and she could not fathom how a mere native of the lower realm had attracted the attention of a saintly powerhouse. The saintly realm was home to top-tier powerhouses in their Yuqing Holy Land. Not someone of her standing as a mere saintess could command. She held a lofty position, yet she did not wish to perish. Especially not in this barren lower realm. Chapter 74. Identity revealed. The celestial domain of Juntian, Imperial Clan Lin Yu Linglong, as the current saintess of Yuqing Holy Land, held an exceedingly noble status. Her demise would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Yuqing Holy Land in the upper realm, leading to a significant loss among the younger generation of the sacred sect. Yet now, faced with a true saintly powerhouse, Elder Xian understood that without making sacrifices, the saintess was doomed. Their original purpose for descending was to seek the supreme secret treasure. The Yuqing Holy Land was one of the 3 reincarnated avatars of the ancient Yuan-Tian Emperor, founded by Yuqing Daoist. Therefore, within the sacred land, there were records of the 3 imperial palaces left behind after the fall of the Yuan-Tian Emperor. And they had been searching for many years. After considerable effort, they finally located the Taiping Imperial Palace in this lower realm, but upon their arrival, they were met with this unforeseen circumstance. This moment. The two were unaware that the supreme secret treasure had already been claimed by Lin Yuan, or they might have been driven to the brink of fury. At this point, the saintly might was inescapable. A colossal palm imprint descended from the void, purple chi swirling and tumultuous within Lin Jio's hand, descending towards Yu Linglong and Elder Xin. It was a situation that seemed almost certain to lead to death. Yet just then, the saintess exclaimed, "Old man, I am powerless to protect you. I come to assist you. Return to the upper realm." Puff! Blood spewed forth as Elder Xin, having already suffered injuries from his earlier clash with Lin Jio, felt his wounds worsen upon the full display of Lin Jio's saintly might. A moment of urgency. As he spoke, a white robe billowed, and from his gnarled hand emerged a palm-sized jade token. Crafted from jadeite, swirling with azure light and inscribed with the characters Yuqing, the power of the quasi-saint surged into the jade token, unleashing a brilliant azure light that soared into the heavens. Crack! It pierced through the void, opening a space passage adorned with azure radiance, leading to the upper realm of Songtian and the Yuqing Holy Land. From within the spatial passage, a cascade of azure holy light descended, enveloping Yu Linglong and gently guiding her into the passage. The Yuqing Sacred Order was a supreme artifact of the Yuqing Holy Land, capable of piercing the boundaries between realms and even creating spatial passages between the two celestial domains. It was a relic left by Yuqing Daoist long ago. Regrettably, after Yuqing Daoist returned to his original form as the Yuan-Tian Emperor 100,000 years ago, little remained in the Yuqing Holy Land. It was only due to the saintess Yu Linglong's quest for the supreme secret treasure that she was granted one, esteemed elder, clad in an ethereal green gown, her delicate figure illuminated by a hazy azure glow. Yu Linglong's eyes shimmered with reluctance. She had initially believed this descent would provide an opportunity to secure the supreme secret treasure for herself. Soon, the heavenly dragon ranking would descend upon the upper realm, presenting countless young prodigies with a chance to prove themselves. Only those who topped the dragon ranking would be deemed the foremost talents of the age. Revered by millions, the supreme secret treasure was her opportunity to enhance her own talents. Yet, to her utter disbelief, upon descending into the lower realm, she had accomplished nothing and was now forced to return, having lost an elder of her holy land and a Yuqing sacred order. Rest assured, esteemed elder, upon my return to the sacred land, I will ascertain the identities of those two. Enveloped in azure holy light, she began to ascend into the spatial passage, her gaze shifting downward to the calm Lin Yuan, her heart brimming with hatred, believing him to be the root of her predicament, a mere native of the lower realm, accompanied by a saintly powerhouse as his protector, something Yu Linglong herself could never achieve. At that moment, as she was about to enter the spatial passage, Yu Linglong pointed a delicate finger downward. To comprehend Lin Yuan's circumstances, she needed to capture someone from the lower realm who was acquainted with him to bring back for information. Down below, amidst the ruins of the Diyu dynasty, beside Yi Xian stood the fair-skinned, slender, and delicate Lu Shui, trembling under the weight of the saintly might. She had now become Yu Linglong's target, after all. Compared to the numerous male cultivators present, it would be inconvenient for Yu Linglong, as a saintess, to bring a man back with her. What is happening? Today's scene had utterly shaken Lu Shui's heart. She felt herself being lifted into the air, involuntarily flying toward the exalted and noble saintess from the upper realm, entering the spatial passage together, watching her brother Yi Xian below, along with the cold, murderous Lin Yuan, growing increasingly distant. Lu Shui's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Was she truly headed to the upper realm? She could not understand why the saintess from the upper realm would capture her. Her body felt out of control. With Lu Shui's strength, resisting Yu Linglong was but a foolish dream. Moreover, seeing that the Diyu dynasty had already fallen, she would not wish to remain in the lower realm. Yet, all of this occurred in the blink of an eye. Mere moments after Lin Jio's strike fell, it was all too swift. As the situation unfolded, even Lin Jio and Lin Yuan found themselves momentarily taken aback. Did they wish to flee? Death awaited. With a thunderous roar, Lin Jio unleashed a colossal palm strike, enveloping both the spatial passage and Elder Xian within its formidable grasp. Boom, Boom, boom. At that very moment, the space-time conduit leading to the upper realm erupted in an endless azure holy light. Encasing Yu Linglong and Lu Shui within, the palm strike surged with purple energy, clashing violently against the spatial barrier. Crack, the passageway, transformed by the sacred edict of Yuqing, fissured into countless cracks, yet with a brilliant flash. It ultimately vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Only the sounds of two grievously wounded figures could be heard from the now-gone conduit. The holy maiden of the upper realm has escaped. At that instant, a chill gripped the hearts of Yi Xian, Yi Tu, and every inhabitant of the Great Yu dynasty as they gazed with trepidation at the figure in the void, clad in black. With hair as white as snow, a formidable sage whose presence commanded unparalleled respect, Lin Yuan. In this critical moment, Lu Shui and Yu Linglong had successfully retreated to the upper realm. Opposite them in the void stood Elder Xian. His body shattered, his soul dissipating like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. As he faced the end, he pondered, wishing to know the origins of this venerable figure. As he cast his gaze toward Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan. Curiosity enveloped him. Meanwhile, the crowd from the Great Yu dynasty, including Yi Xian, Yi Tu, and countless cultivators from the central state, watched this scene unfold with bated breath. Who exactly was Lin Yuan, a young man protected by a sage? A native of the eastern wasteland, such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Lin Jiao glanced at his young master, noting Lin Yuan's nod. We hail from the Imperial Clan of the Jun Tian Immortal Domain. The Lin family. The moment those words escaped his lips, silence blanketed the scene, even affecting Elder Xian of the Yuqing Sacred Land. Upon hearing the term Imperial Clan Lin family, his voice faltered, his heart quaking in turmoil. His expression frozen in disbelief. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he never anticipated that Lin Yuan's identity would be even more staggering than he had imagined, although the Yuqing Sacred Land resided within the Songtian Immortal Domain. The renowned Lin family of the Jun Tian Immortal Domain was a name that resonated throughout. After all, while the Nine Heavens Immortal Domain was vast and teeming with powerful cultivation families. Not just any clan would dare to claim the title of Imperial Clan. The Imperial Clan Lin family was a true ancient clan, steeped in glory and taboo. Tio think that he would soon meet his demise. Elder Xian cast a wry smile toward Lin Yuan. The implications of the term Imperial Clan were beyond the scope of the Yuqing Sacred Land. Indeed, within their own Songtian Immortal Domain, there existed a rival Imperial Clan. The Jiang family. In the presence of such forbidden families, a mere breath could obliterate the entire Yuqing Sacred Land. It was utterly laughable that he and the Holy Maiden had mistaken an Imperial Clan's young master for a mere native of the lower realm. Intending to eliminate him, fortunately, a flicker of relief crossed Elder Xian's heart. Thankfully, Lin Yuan, the young master of the Imperial Clan, had come to no harm. Otherwise, the consequences for the Yuqing Sacred Land would extend far beyond the death of a single elder. The annihilation of their entire sacred land awaited them. While crossing the two immortal domains to obliterate a sacred land might be a daunting task for most upper realm forces, it posed no challenge for the Lin family. Perhaps they would not even need to intervene directly. Just the involvement of the Jiang family, another esteemed imperial clan within the Songtian Immortal Domain, would suffice to wipe out the Yuqing Sacred Land. The Nine Heavens Immortal Domain, vast and boundless, boasted only a handful of families that could be deemed taboo imperial clans. Coincidentally, the Lin family and the Jiang family had maintained a long-standing alliance through marriage. Elder Xian recalled a past event involving the two imperial clans. A supreme goddess of the Jiang family, now the sister of the current Jiang family patriarch, had married into the Lin family. This event had caused quite a stir throughout the Songtian Immortal Domain many years ago. Thank you for your enlightenment, esteemed elder. With a broken body suspended in the air, Elder Xian's presence was barely tangible. His soul fragmenting, he bowed deeply to Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan, his gaze filled with respect, devoid of any complaint. My demise is merely the result of my own actions. I implore you, do not hold the Yuqing's sacred land accountable. Understanding Lin Yuan's circumstances, Elder Xian felt a sense of release. Before he departed this world, he sought Lin Yuan's forgiveness. He comprehended that, given the strength of the Yuqing's sacred land, offending Lin Yuan, the young master of the Imperial Clan, would inevitably lead to their obliteration. Before Lin Yuan could respond, a resounding boom echoed as Elder Xian's body turned to ash, his soul utterly annihilated, dissipating into the cosmos, vanishing from the sight of Lin Yuan and all present. In the void, a figure clad in black, with flowing white hair, bore a helpless expression. I seem to have yet to express my consent. As this voice resonated, Lin Yuan stood in bewilderment. Merely a trifling Yuqing sacred land. Once we return to the upper realm, whether they live or die rests solely upon the young master's word. Beside him, Lin Ju smiled calmly. A would-be sage from the upper realm had perished. And in his final moments, he bore no resentment towards Lin Yuan, instead finding peace. This scene was witnessed by all those from the Great Yu dynasty and countless cultivators from the central state. The events transpired after Lin Jiao had uttered the words Imperial Clan Lin family, instilling profound trepidation in even the elders of an upper realm sacred land. The upper realm, the emperor, the Imperial Clan. At this moment, voices arose from below among the central state cultivators, their gazes fixed on Lin Yuan. The youth they had previously dismissed as a mere native of the eastern wasteland had, in an instant, transformed into a figure from the upper realm, his origins seemingly terrifying. Could it be a family established by an emperor? Every cultivator, even those from the lower realms, understood the hierarchy of realms as they began their cultivation journey. Body refinement, Qi gathering, spirit convergence, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascension to reach the ascension realm marked the pinnacle of strength within their Xiantian continent, with only one individual ascending to the upper realm in a lifetime. Yet, beyond the ascension realm lay the realms of quasi-sage. Sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor, the emperor, a being capable of suppressing the upper realm and commanding all beings within the myriad domains, had a reputation that even reached the Xiantian continent. The concept of an imperial clan inherently suggested a connection to an emperor. Yet, now, an imperial clan's young master had been treated as a mere native of the eastern wasteland by the Great Yu dynasty, even leading to the destruction of his sect, in an instant. Countless cultivators from the central state regarded Yi Tu, Yi Xian, and all the individuals of the Great Yu dynasty with pity. The Great Yu dynasty had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Amidst the crowd, voices of cultivators echoed in lamentation. They had seen those who had encountered trouble, but never had they witnessed such a monumental miscalculation within the ranks of the Great Yu dynasty. Despair reigned supreme. How could this be? No, it was impossible. How could he be from an upper realm imperial clan? Especially Yi Xian, whose handsome visage was filled with disbelief. He stumbled back, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. Ultimately collapsing to the ground, trembling, the Qingyan Dao sect was obliterated at his own hands, with no one left alive within the sect. Previously, he had viewed Lin Yuan as nothing more than a native of the eastern wasteland. Unworthy of comparison to himself, a prince of the Great Yu dynasty, born into nobility and standing high above others, this had been Yi Xian's greatest pride. However, upon learning that Lin Yuan was the young master of an upper realm imperial clan, Yi Xian's lofty pride shattered. His self-proclaimed noble lineage was reduced to mere insignificance. Everything he possessed became worthless in the presence of Lin Yuan, the very individual he had long looked down upon. It dawned upon him that he had been the fool all along. Chapter 76. The mysterious stone block resonating with the supreme amidst the ruins. The tattered dragon robe lay in tatters, and the middle-aged figure of Emperor Yi Tu was etched with despair. Heaven has forsaken my Great Yu dynasty. A lament echoed, and even the arrival of a celestial envoy from the higher realms could not salvage their Great Yu dynasty. Rather, it unveiled Lin Yuan's identity. It turned out that the true jesters were none other than themselves. With this realization, Yi Tu gazed at the disheveled and dazed Yi Xian, wishing nothing more than to strike down this grand prince with a single blow. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens quaked, and the void trembled. A divine might descended from above, enveloping all within the shattered Great Yu dynasty, a manifestation of Lin Jiao's power. Crack, crack, crack. Under the immense pressure, countless individuals of the Great Yu dynasty crumbled, their bodies disintegrating into mere bloodied remnants. Among them were Yi Xian, Yi Tu, the denizens of the Great Yu dynasty, and numerous cultivators from Zhongzhou. It does not hurt. This has nothing to do with us. The howls and screams echoed, chilling and harrowing, resonating throughout this once supreme dynasty of the Xiantian continent. It must be said, the Great Yu dynasty was indeed formidable upon this Xiantian continent. It suppressed Zhongzhou and dominated the seas. Especially Emperor Yi Tu, who was the strongest in the world. Within the dynasty, aside from the emperor, there were also two other ancestors of a Yi clan who had achieved the legendary Ascendant realm. 3 ascendants. Such profound heritage rendered this immortal dynasty renowned even among the other 4 states. Yet, alas, they had provoked the wrong individuals. Being invincible upon the Xiantian continent did not imply that there were no contenders willing to challenge them. Especially upon Emperor Yi Tu's command, countless sects from the eastern wilderness united to annihilate the Qingyun Dao sect, slaying all 13,862 members without leaving a single survivor. I am the void above, standing before Lin Jiao. With bloodstains still fresh upon his visage, his black robes billowing in the wind, a cascade of white hair framed his icy, lifeless gaze. Leave this matter to me, Lin Jiao. Lin Yuan's voice rang out. Directed at Lin Jiao, the tone was calm, yet bore an unsettling coldness. The night spent kneeling before the Qingyun Dao sect had transformed Lin Yuan's demeanor and understanding profoundly. Now, the enemy lay before him. Yes, young master. Lin Jiao felt a pang of reluctance as he met Lin Yuan's frigid, emotionless gaze. Before coming to Zhongzhou, he had visited the Qingyun Dao sect, which now lay silent like a graveyard, devoid of its former occupants. Though Lin Yuan hailed from the upper realm's Lin family, his true memories began at the Qingyun Dao sect. Lin Jiao understood that the young master bore the weight of the sect's destruction upon his shoulders. Those were over 10,000 lost souls. If I do not personally wash away the enmity with the blood of my foes, my heart will be tainted, affecting my future cultivation. No! You are a devil. Within the shattered Great Yu Palace, amidst the desolation, drip, 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 blood fell in torrents as the bodies of the Great Yu dynasty's denizens collapsed like weeds, littering the ground and creating rivers of crimson. This scene was too horrific. Spare me. The wretched, terrified cries echoed, filled with desperation. This was nothing short of a massacre, fear evident on the faces of countless members of the royal family. Do you not consider yourselves noble? To us of the Qingyun Dao sect, do you perceive us as insignificant as ants? Yet today, in my eyes, you too are but ants. With bare hands, Lin Yuan struck down his foes without employing any spiritual energy. Tap, tap, tap. As he traversed this blood-stained wasteland, Lin Yuan's voice was devoid of warmth. Blood speckled his snowy hair, and his gaze was a deep, unyielding crimson, devoid of emotion, icy and chilling, filled with murderous intent. This moment. He had waited far too long. The emperor of the Great Yu, Yi Tu, lay dead, crushed beneath Lin Yuan's might. None of those from Zhongzhou who had previously mocked Lin Yuan were spared. Time passed, and the mountain of corpses lay still, blood pooling slowly. The evening sun cast a dim glow upon this hellish realm, illuminating the slender figure of a youthful visage. Before Lin Yuan stood one final enemy. Yi Xian, please, do not kill me. Dazed and broken, he had lost all semblance of pride and arrogance. His handsome face was soiled, hair disheveled. Fear filled his eyes as he gazed at Lin Yuan, pleading, kneeling. How could my Qingyun Dao sect, my master and my junior sister perish at the hands of such a wretch? With a bitter expression, Lin Yuan, cloaked in the stench of blood, regarded the kneeling Yi Xian. He uttered no words. knowing he could not show mercy. With a single strike, crack, Yi Xian perished, his body shattered, soul crushed, denied even the chance for reincarnation, dying before Lin Yuan's eyes. All those responsible for the Qingyun Dao sect's demise were slain by Lin Yuan's hand. None escaping his wrath, it is over. Standing amidst this bloodied ruin, the murderous intent within Lin Yuan dissipated, and the burdens he had borne for so long vanished. Now, he could return to the Qingyun Dao sect and stand before the multitude of lost souls, declaring that he had avenged the sect's grievances. All enemies lay dead. The voice of self-doubt within him gradually faded. With a clear heart, Lin Yuan sensed that he was perhaps on the brink of breaking through to the half-step ascendant realm. But at that moment, beside Yi Xian's shattered form, a thumb-sized black stone, intricately inscribed with minute runes, caught Lin Yuan's attention. If not for his keen observation, it would have easily gone unnoticed. Is this not the heirloom of my Qingyun Dao sect? Passed down through generations, together with the Zhutian sacred sword, it had been left behind by the founding patriarch, Ta Qing Dao Ren, before his ascension. In his youth, Lin Yuan had seen it in his master's possession, but had never fathomed how it ended up in Yi Xian's hands. As he spoke, Lin Yuan picked it up and held it in his palm. Suddenly, at that moment, the long-closed Taishang Dao Eye at his brow resonated with the black stone in his hand. The Dao Eye slowly opened, and the stone began to radiate brilliance, accompanied by mysterious runes that floated in the air. Chapter 77. The possibility of Xiao Xiaoxiao's resurrection. The stone in Lin Yuan's hand. Since the ascension of the Qingyun patriarch, Ta Qing Dao Ren had passed through countless masters, yet none had deciphered its mysteries. Ta Qing Dao Ren was one of the 3 avatars of the Yuan Tian Emperor. At this moment, it resonated with Lin Yuan's Taishang Dao Eye. Everything seemed to hold a certain connection. Amidst the bloodied ruins, boom, the Dao Eye and the stone reflected each other, their radiance growing ever more intense. Surrounding them with mysterious symbols, in an instant, the space quivered. Master, senior brother, just as Lin Yuan was engulfed in confusion, a faint voice emerged. It was a delicate silhouette, emerging from the surrounding radiance, ethereal and insubstantial. Merely a remnant soul, manifesting before Lin Yuan, with a beautiful visage and willow-like brows, clad in a green dress. She appeared as she did in her youth, just as she had been when she perished in the Qingyun Dao sect. Senior brother, have you finally returned? Xiao Xiaoxiao gazed at Lin Yuan with eyes filled with familial warmth, but as her ethereal hands passed through Lin Yuan's body, she understood that she was indeed dead. Now, she was merely a lingering soul. Junior sister, you. Upon seeing the apparition before him, a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Yuan's once lifeless eyes. He had believed that after the massacre of the Qingyun Dao sect, he would never see her again. Yet today, amidst the destruction of the Great Yu dynasty, he beheld his junior sister once more. The two had grown up under the care of Xiao Zhantian. And deep within Lin Yuan's heart, he had always regarded Xiao Xiaoxiao as a sister. However, after returning from the Ta Qing Imperial Palace, everything within the Qingyun Dao sect had changed. He thought he would never see her again. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered her spirit in this moment of vengeance. Boom! Just then, a figure appeared beside Lin Yuan and Xiao Xiaoxiao's remnant soul, clad in gray, his gaze filled with astonishment. It was Lin Jiao. Lin Lao, is there any way to revive my junior sister? I would spare no effort. Lin Yuan, filled with fervor, looked to Lin Jiao with pleading eyes, hope shimmering in his expression. Miss Xiao has already passed. Ordinarily, after that day, her soul should have scattered. Lin Jiao remarked, the reason she appears today must be connected to the stone in your hand, observing the small black stone in Lin Yuan's grip. Lin Jiao scrutinized it for a long time. Even he, a powerful sage, had never encountered anything like it. However, for some reason, he sensed a faint aura of the Tao emanating from it. This was truly astonishing. Currently, Miss Xiao is but a remnant soul. Revive her. I fear only the legendary elixir of immortality, the 9 nether flower, could hold that possibility. Lin Jiu continued, revealing what he knew about reviving Xiao. The elixir of immortality is capable of granting even an emperor another life. Only such extraordinary substances might resurrect this fragment of Xiao's soul, the elixir of immortality. Unbeknownst to the Lin family. Upon hearing of the opportunity for resurrection, Lin Yuan's expression became somewhat agitated, his gaze trembling with emotion. Even with Lin Yuan's extensive knowledge, it was the first time he had encountered these four characters, immortal. Yet, it was evident to him that anything related to immortality, even within the upper realms, was not something an ordinary individual could possess. At this moment, Lin Yuan could only place all his hopes upon his family in the upper realm. Although the elixir of immortality was precious, the Lin family, being a forbidden imperial lineage in the upper realm, undoubtedly possessed such treasures. Initially, upon hearing Lin Jiu's voice, Lin Yuan held some hope. However, he soon realized that what the Lin family possessed was the divine phoenix immortal elixir. One of the 10 elixirs of immortality, which could not revive Miss Xiao. With a sigh, Lin Jiu's countenance aged as he regarded Lin Yuan's almost pleading gaze, feeling a pang of compassion and helplessness. He could see the hope within the heart of his young master, whom he had raised with utmost care. Now, however, due to Lin Yuan's enmity with the Yu dynasty, the esteemed Xiao sect's patriarch and his biological daughter had perished, leaving only a remnant soul. This alone was enough. Although the elixir of immortality was rare, and only a few remained within the Lin family, they would certainly have to offer it. Yet, sometimes, reality is brutally harsh. The 10 elixirs of immortality each serve different purposes. Some are potent in the realm of the soul, while others have miraculous effects on cultivation and the physical body. According to Lin Jiu, the divine phoenix immortal elixir of the Lin family was primarily potent for cultivation. It could not be said to be entirely useless for soul revival, but it paled in comparison to the 9 nether lotus. Presently, Xiao was merely a wisp of a remnant soul. Without the stone in Lin Yuan's hand, which contained the essence of the great Tao, her soul would have long since dissipated. Therefore, to revive Xiao's remnant soul, only the 9 nether lotus among the elixirs of immortality could suffice. Otherwise, even the other 9 elixirs would be of no use. At this moment, upon hearing Lin Jiu's words, the 9 nether lotus? Lin Yuan's heart brimmed with resentment. His gaze trembled as he beheld the ethereal figure before him, only 16 years of age, clad in a green dress, her delicate face still bearing a hint of youthfulness. Having always regarded her as a younger sister, she had perished due to his enmity with the Yu dynasty, leaving only a remnant soul. No matter how arduous the task, I shall obtain it. I am willing to pay any price. This is what I, Lin Yuan. Oh, with bloodstains still marring his white hair, drenched in black attire, the stench of blood enveloping him, blood of the Yu royal family, his voice was unwavering, and his gaze resolute. The 9 nether lotus. He had grasped the only potential means to revive Xiao. At this moment, Lin Yuan remained speechless, standing still as he gazed at his little junior sister. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the resonance between Lin Yuan's supreme Tao Eye and the mysterious stone in his hand began to fade. The radiance dimmed, and the glowing runes floating around dissipated. The figure of Xiao, clad in green, with a hint of youthful innocence, became increasingly ethereal. Her gaze swept over the blood-soaked remnants of the Yu dynasty. She had come to realize that the scattered bodies belonged to her enemies, those who had caused her demise and that of the entire Xiao sect. Now, in her elder brother's hands, her foes had been vanquished. There was no sorrow, no reluctance. After all, she had already perished months prior. The ethereal figure of Xiao turned to Lin Yuan, still clad in black, but his aura had transformed entirely. His once jet-black hair now resembled snow, and his lifeless eyes, devoid of light, were filled with self-reproach. The elder brother had borne too much. She had witnessed it all. Yet, Xiao understood that neither she nor her father had ever blamed him at their dying moments, and her final breaths. She whispered, "Elder brother, My father and I have never blamed you. You have done exceptionally well. A tender smile graced her youthful face, and her ethereal figure ultimately transformed into countless points of light. Remnants of her soul, which flew into the stone held by Lin Yuan before dissipating before his eyes. Chapter 78. Preparations before breaking through to half-step ascension realm with a bitter expression. Lin Yuan stood dazed, lost in thought. The last glimmer of hope had vanished, and his once gentle gaze grew cold again. Lin Yuan understood that the remnant soul's power was sufficient for his junior sister to manifest this one time. Any further appearances would only be possible after he obtained the 9 nether lotus, which could fully revive her. The black stone, now devoid of light, lay in Lin Yuan's hand, containing only the imprint of Xiao's remnant soul. As for the origins of this mysterious stone, even Lin Jiu, a sacred realm expert, could not ascertain its background, and Lin Yuan remained equally in the dark. However, one thing was certain: this object was far from ordinary. And it was related to the Emperor Yuan Tian. After stowing the stone away, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the scene before him. All his enemies lay dead amidst the ruins. A coffin rested quietly in the blood-soaked debris. Brought from the Shao sect by Lin Yuan himself, within it lay his revered master, Shao Zhantian, who had witnessed Lin Yuan's vengeance, having journeyed from the eastern wilderness to the central plains, leaving a trail of corpses and rivers of blood in his wake. Master, you may rest in peace. Rest assured, I shall revive my junior sister. This is the promise I make to you. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully before the coffin. When the Shao sect was annihilated, all the precious materials within had been seized. The instigator was none other than Yi Xian, the prince of the Diyu dynasty. As the saying goes, a gift must be reciprocated. Now that the Diyu royal family had perished, Lin Yuan would not let the treasures of the Diyu dynasty's treasury slip away. A dynasty that had flourished for countless ages on the Xiantian continent, its profound heritage was undoubtedly unparalleled in this lower realm. After vanquishing his foes, Lin Yuan felt a clarity of purpose. He sensed he was not far from breaking through to the half-step ascension realm, yet the resources required for his breakthrough, given his supreme Tao body, were extraordinary. Relying solely on consuming spiritual energy would be an endeavor of ages. The long-standing treasures of the Diyu dynasty could indeed assist Lin Yuan significantly. According to the Lin family's clan rules, any disciple who reached the half-step ascension realm during their trials in the lower realms could return to the Lin family in the upper realm. Perhaps before long, Lin Yuan would depart from this Xiantian continent and return to the Lin family, just as Lin Yuan, accompanied by Lin Jiu, crossed the ruins to locate the treasury of the Diyu dynasty. He was astonished to find that the once mighty Diyu dynasty, which had dominated the central plains for endless years, had been eradicated. Surrounding the site, countless onlookers from the central plains, both above and below, crowded the area, their figures densely packed. Some gazed on in terror, astonished and fearful. Even at that moment, staring at the sea of corpses, they still felt a chill. They were not among Lin Yuan's victims. Most had come to witness the commotion. The Diyu dynasty, though powerful in my Xiantian continent, should have considered who they were provoking this time. Someone sneered, as discontent among sects under the Diyu dynasty's rule bubbled to the surface. The young master of an upper realm imperial lineage could not be trifled with by a mere lower realm dynasty. The Diyu royal family, accustomed to arrogance, never anticipated that this time. The perceived lowly natives of the eastern wilderness were in fact individuals from an upper realm imperial lineage. Surrounding the ruins, derisive voices echoed. Most people from the central plains had long grown weary of the Diyu dynasty's ways. Previously, they had not dared to resist under the pressure of the immortal dynasty, for sects that had opposed the Diyu dynasty had been exterminated. Now, those once high and mighty, who looked down upon all others, lay before Lin Yuan as cold, lifeless corpses, some reduced to nothing more than bones. Lin Yuan's identity, the designation of an upper realm imperial lineage, undoubtedly carried an air of mystery and demanded respect among the lower realm cultivators. A young master from an imperial lineage in the upper realm had, in a single day, annihilated the Diyu dynasty, which had exerted its dominance over the entire Xiantian continent, leaving not a single survivor. Many present could foresee that before long, the name Lin Yuan would reverberate throughout the Xiantian continent. At this moment, they stood before the forbidden grounds of the Diyu dynasty, concealed beneath formidable formations that could only be breached by 5 Ascension Realm cultivators. Yet, before Lin Jiu, this sacred realm expert, they crumbled like paper. Boom, crack, the formations, radiating golden light and accompanied by dragon shadows, shattered completely at Lin Jiu's gentle touch. To Lin Yuan's surprise, the treasures of the Diyu dynasty were far more abundant than anticipated. Calmly, Lin Yuan surveyed the scene before him, where treasures glimmered with resplendent brilliance. Surrounding them, spirit stones piled high like mountains, countless precious materials lay scattered. Indeed, the reputation of the first dynasty of the Xiantian continent was not mere bluster. Perhaps it also related to Lin Yuan's prolonged stay in the lower realm. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu, observing the bounty before him, did not even lift his eyelids. Most of these are but trifles, he remarked. Young master, your supreme Dao body ranks among the top 10 in the upper realm. The resources required for each breakthrough are extraordinary. As Lin Jiu pointed out, a magnificent object, the most radiant within the treasury, began to drift slowly towards Lin Yuan. The air was thick with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. It was 3 sacred herbs, incredibly precious even in the upper realms, capable of enhancing the cultivation of powerful beings like Lin Jiu himself. In addition, there was a fist-sized, translucent spirit stone, seemingly imbued with the gathered energy of an entire spiritual vein. The 3 sacred herbs and a sacred-grade spirit stone fell into Lin Yuan's hands. The sacred herbs were straightforward to comprehend, but the sacred-grade spirit stone was a rarity exclusive to the upper realms. One could only wonder why it had found its way into the treasury of the Great Yu dynasty. Its value is not inferior to that of the sacred herbs. In fact, if utilized solely for cultivation, its worth could surpass that of the sacred herbs. These items were undoubtedly the most precious treasures within this treasury. They should be sufficient for you, young master, to break through to the half-step ascendant realm, Lin Jiu remarked. Chapter 79. The Lin surname. The classification of spirit stones includes inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. This categorization pertains only to the lower realms. In the Xiantian continent, even supreme spirit stones are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. As for sacred-grade spirit stones, they are possessed solely by the top-tier forces of the upper realms. At this moment, Lin Yuan collected all the spirit stones, heavenly materials, and rare treasures from the entire treasury into his spatial ring, although aside from the 3 sacred herbs and 1 sacred-grade spirit stone, the rest held little significance for Lin Yuan. Even the smallest of flies yield flesh. A quantitative change may lead to a qualitative transformation. A mountain of spirit stones, even if taken to the upper realms, could be exchanged for several sacred-grade spirit stones. The spatial ring capable of containing such a multitude of treasures was a gift from Lin Jiu, his protector. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's previous spatial ring, he might not have been able to store even a tenth of the treasures present. Compared to before, Lin Yuan could now be considered one of the wealthiest individuals in the Xiantian continent. The two departed from the empty treasury and returned above, standing before the coffin of Xiaozhantian. It was time to return to the Qin Yun Dao sect. Shouldering the coffin, Lin Yuan intended to return to the Qin Yun Dao sect, bury his master Xiaozhantian, and then initiate his breakthrough. Lin Lao, let us return, he said. For Lin Yuan, the now ruined Qin Yun Dao sect had always been his true home. Yes, young master. Boom. Boom. 2 figures soared into the sky from the ruins of the Great Yu dynasty, heading towards the eastern wasteland. At this moment, countless cultivators from Zhongzhou were present. The events of today were akin to a great earthquake for all of Zhongzhou and even the Xiantian continent. Among the crowd of cultivators watching Lin Yuan and his companion depart stood a man with a pale face and no beard, the sect leader of the Liuli Dao sect, Liu Yan. Thank goodness, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. After receiving news that his sect's holy son, Lu Xian, and the Grand Elder had perished at the hands of a man from the eastern wasteland. Lu Yan had rushed to the Liuli Dao sect without pause. What he encountered was the defeat of the Emperor Yu Huangyi II, followed by the retreat of a powerful being from the upper realm's holy ground. In the face of Lin Yuan, the young master of the Imperial Clan, revenge, what a joke! The 36 domains of Zhongzhou were in turmoil. The once dominant Great Yu dynasty had been completely annihilated in a single day. News spread like wildfire, sweeping across all directions. How could the Great Yu dynasty be destroyed? Who possesses such power to annihilate that immortal dynasty? The entire Zhongzhou was in an uproar. Initially, people were reluctant to believe it. After all, the name Great Yu dynasty had represented invincibility and dominance throughout Zhongzhou since ancient times. How could it be wiped out in a single day, not to mention the unparalleled figure of this generation? The Emperor Yu Huangyi II. Even a casual dispatch of an ascendant realm ancestor from within the dynasty would be sufficient to quell any opposition. However, the source of the news came from the leaders and ancestors of Zhongzhou's major sections. Their words carried significant weight. It was only later, upon learning the identity of the one who had annihilated the Great Yu dynasty, that countless individuals chose to believe an individual from the upper realm. Lin Yuan, a young master from the Imperial Clan of the Upper Realm. Who would have thought it would be someone from the Upper Realm? No wonder even the Great Yu dynasty could not provoke him. The name Lin Yuan sent shockwaves throughout Zhongzhou, causing those cultivators who had long held an air of superiority to feel a chill run down their spines. Did I end this realm, where spiritual energy flourished and talents were abundant? Zhongzhou cultivators had always been excessively proud in comparison to the eastern wasteland and other regions. Yet, in the face of someone from the upper realm, particularly a young master of the Imperial Clan, they could only adopt a humble demeanor and look up in awe. The destruction of the Great Yu dynasty reverberated not only within Zhongzhou, but also began to spread to the other four corners of the Xian-Tian continent as time passed. Meanwhile, the Xian-Tian continent trembled as Lin Yuan and Lin Jiu journeyed towards the eastern wasteland. Concurrently, in the upper realm, the Zongtian fairy domain, at the Yuqing Holy Land, the immortal mountain stood tall amidst swirling clouds and mist. Accompanied by the sound of cranes calling, the spiritual energy soared, incomparable to that of the lower realms. Within the Holy Maiden Hall, blue light surged. It was a sacred place within the Holy Land. Inaccessible to ordinary disciples, so he bears the surname Lin and was once your Dao partner, only to be abandoned by you. A voice resonated from within the hall, with delicate features, skin as smooth as jade. Exuding nobility and grace, clad in a blue fairy dress, her figure was exquisite, enveloped in a hazy blue light, her aura radiating an unparalleled majesty. She was Yu Linglong, who had fled back to the upper realm after a quasi-saint elder was sacrificed by Lin Jiu.